Yo, 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 hello, welcome back to another stream, guys. Hello, क्या हाल है सबका? जस्ट इस चीज़ से सेट कर लेते हैं एंड वी आर गुड टू गो नाउ. True. Hello. पापा. हम्म. कैसे हो? गुड आफ्टरनून गैंग. आर यू एक्साइटेड फॉर द मैच? आर यू एक्साइटेड फॉर द मैच, गाइस? Ta. बस चालू ही होने वाली है स्ट्रीम ईडब्ल्यूसी की. आई थिंक प्री गेम शो होगा पहले. सोम, हेलो सोम, वेलकम टू द स्ट्रीम भाई. क्या सीन? वेलकम. ऑल द बेस्ट. थैंक यू. मैं वॉच पार्टी कर रहा हूँ. आई एम जस्ट वॉचिंग द गेम्स राइट नाउ. तो गाइस, जो भी अभी स्ट्रीम पे है, जल्दी जल्दी लाइक एंड सब. और अभी अगर आप किक पे देख रहे हो तो फॉलो मार लो. तीन फॉलोअर्स बाकी है हमारे. डू 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 डू. तू नहीं खेलने वाला क्या? नहीं, वी आर जस्ट वॉच पार्टिंग अ $75 million टूर्नामेंट हैपनिंग इन पेरिस राइट नाउ. आपको आइडिया है क्या ये टूर्नामेंट के बारे में, शुभम? या डू यू वांट मी टू एक्सप्लेन कि क्या है होता है टूर्नामेंट में? क्योंकि आई कैन. मैं टाइम निकाल के थोड़ा चीयर अप करना आया था. अरे. वी विल प्ले सून इनफ ब्रो. वी विल प्ले सून इनफ. दे नॉट नाउ. चालू हो जाए भाई स्ट्रीम इसकी. गाइस, जो भी स्ट्रीम देख रहे हैं स्ट्रीम को लाइक कर दो. जल्दी. थंबनेल पे तुझे उस टी शर्ट में देख लिया तो अच्छा. नहीं, अभी अगर मैं वहां पे खेल रहा होता तो मैं स्ट्रीम थोड़ी कर रहा होता. आई वुड हैव बीन प्लेइंग. हमारा 3 लाइक हो गए. 2 लाइक और एंड विल गो टू 5 लाइक्स टुडे. जल्दी लाइक करो. जल्दी. घपलाबाज कर रहा. घपलाबाज इज क्रेजी भाई. लेकिन क्या आपको ये टूर्नी के बारे में पता है जो हो रही है? और डू यू वांट मी टू एक्सप्लेन? वर्ल्ड की सबसे बड़ा टूर्नामेंट होता है ये. इट्स अबाउट 75 million प्लस डॉलर्स का प्राइस पूल डिस्ट्रीब्यूट होता है. एंड अभी इस साल पेरिस में हो रहा है. बहुत ही बड़ा, लाइक हर एक गेम्स, लाइक 16 जितने गेम्स होते हैं. तो सर, आप ईडब्ल्यू स्ट्रीमर कैसे बने? थोड़ा स्टोरी तो बताओ. स्टोरी क्या है? मैं जब रील्स देख रहा था तो मैंने एक रील देखी ईडब्ल्यूसी की कि वो उनका चालू हो रहा है क्रिएटर्स प्रोग्राम. और क्रिएटर्स प्रोग्राम के लिए एक फॉर्म भरना पड़ता है. मैंने फॉर्म भरा, यूट्यूब का भरा, उसके बाद किक का भरा. उनको बोला कि मेरी ऑडियंस बहुत अच्छी है और वो देखने आएगी ज़रूर अगर मुझे आप ये अपॉर्चुनिटी दोगे. तो उन्होंने मुझे अपॉर्चुनिटी दे दी. और हियर वी आर. बाय द वे, वेलकम टू द स्ट्रीम भाई. ठा ठा. जल्दी लाइक करो भाई. 5 लाइक करेंगे अभी. जल्दी. जो भी देख रहा है गाइस, जल्दी जल्दी स्ट्रीम को लाइक करो, और अभी आप नए हो तो सब्सक्राइब तो मार दो, और किक पे भी जो भी देख रहा है तो फॉलो कर लो। हमारे 3 फॉलोअर्स बाकी है किक पे भी। अगर आपको यूट्यूब से किक पे जाना है तो एक्सक्लेमेशन किक लिख दो। कितने पैसे मिले? नो मनी ब्रो, नो मनी, वी आर डूइंग इट फॉर फ्री। सो जेनरस वी आर। नो मनी इन्वॉल्व। इंसेंटिव्स है इसके, पैसे नहीं है। वो ऑफ स्ट्रीम बात करेंगे उसके बारे में। अगर आप टॉप 3 फिनिश करते हो क्रिएटर प्रोग्राम में तो आपको ई स्पोर्ट्स नेशंस कप देखने जाने मिलेगा फ्री में, 2 टिकट्स, और वहाँ पे बैठ के स्ट्रीम करने का मौका मिलेगा। तो इफ़ मेरे इनफ पॉइंट्स होंगे वॉचिंग से, दिल है आपका सर फ्री में, और नहीं तो क्या भाई। सब अब इनकी स्ट्रीम क्यों चालू हो रही? Oh my god, it's so insane. Oh my god, that's such a shame. Next to them, I should feel so glad. ये हो रहा है जुलाई 6 से 23 अगस्त तक है पूरा इवेंट पेरिस में। अभी इसकी मोबाइल लेजेंड्स की भी लाइव चल रही है, वैलो की भी लाइव है। उसके बाद नेक्स्ट गेम कौन सा है? 6 जुलाई से भी वैलो है। टू वीक 1 इज वैलो। चलो चलो मैं चलता हूँ। कोई चला फ्लैट खोज में। चलो चलो भाई, बाय बाय, गुड लक भाई, मिल जाएगा फ्लैट, चल भाई। तो तुम अच्छा फ्लैट मिले और मुझे तुम रहने की जगह दे दो अगर मैं आऊँ तो। थुडु थु, थुडु थु, थुडु थुडु थु, थुडु थु, थुडु थु। वीक 1 डोटा 2 का भी चालू होगा। इट्स आई थिंक 7 जून से डोटा 2 है। ALGS 2 है। डोटा फेटल फ्यूरी 8 जुलाई से चालू हो रहा है। फिर फेटल फ्यूरी लास्ट EAFC 26 का भी 9 जुलाई से चालू होने वाला है। EAFC 26 वीक 2 मॉडर्न फुट फ्री फायर का भी चालू हो रहा है। 15 जुलाई से फ्री फायर का भी चालू हो रहा है। एंड लीग ऑफ लेजेंड्स वीक 2 15 जुलाई। और कौन से हैं? मैं आपको बताता हूँ कौन से गेम्स है इसमें। वैलो चालू होने वाला है 11 मिनट्स में। यस, वैलो, एपेक्स लेजेंड्स, डोटा 2, फेटल फ्यूरी, मोबाइल लेजेंड्स वुमेन्स इंटरनेशनल, फ्री फायर, लीग ऑफ लेजेंड्स, फिर बैटल ग्राउंड मोबाइल, पीसी वाला पबजी पीसी, टीम फाइट टैक्टिक्स, FC प्रो, मिड सीजन कप, मोबाइल लेजेंड्स का मिड सीजन कप, स्ट्रीट फाइटर, ओवरवॉच, ऑनर ऑफ किंग्स। अभी रिसेंटली गेम आई, बहुत पॉपुलर है, मोबाइल पे खेलते हैं आई थिंक ऑनर ऑफ किंग्स को। फिर कॉल ऑफ ड्यूटी वॉरजोन, R6 सीज, कॉल ऑफ ड्यूटी ब्लैक ऑप्स 7, टेकन 8, पबजी मोबाइल वर्ल्ड कप, जो तुम्हारा भाई भी स्ट्रीम करने वाला है, दैट इज 6 अगस्त से 16 अगस्त तक। यो हृदय, हेलो हृदय, वेलकम टू द स्ट्रीम भाई। क्या हाल, गुड मॉर्निंग। चेस होने वाला है, रॉकेट लीग, रुको मैं हमको दिखाई देता हूँ। मीन यस, दिख रही होगी तुमको स्ट्रीम मेरी। चलो कुछ बता, चल कुछ बता जो मुझे नहीं पता। अरे अच्छा अच्छा। ठा ठा। फिर ट्रैकमेनिया में हमारी एसएटीएल की टीम, हाँ पबजी मोबाइल में हमारी इंडिया की 2 टीम्स हैं। कौन सी है? गॉड लाइक ई स्पोर्ट्स एंड ओरांगटान। तो उधर हम ऑब्वियसली चेयर करेंगे हमारे इंडिया टीम्स को। फिर ग्लोबल ई स्पोर्ट्स क्वालिफाई हो गई वैलोरेंट के लिए, और अगर आपको इन जनरल बताऊँ, फ्री फायर के लिए टैग जा रही है, टीम एपेक्स गेमिंग, और आई थिंक टोटल गेमिंग भी क्वालिफाई हुई है फ्री फायर के लिए। तो एफ सी प्रो के लिए गॉड लाइक के प्लेयर्स गए हैं, टेकन इट के लिए एस के प्लेयर्स गए हैं, क्रेजी शिट, हाँ हाँ, एस एंड गॉड लाइक आर लाइक पार्टनर्स हैं, दे आर, और पार्टनर्स, और वो दोनों और compete कर रहे हैं इन ई डब्ल्यू सी। ठा 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 ठा। फिर एफ सी प्रो में भी गॉड लाइक के है, ट्रैक मीना में एक एस का एक प्लेयर जीतेगी तो 100 थीव्स, लेट्स सी लेट्स सी लेट्स सी, लगाओ, पोल लगाओ, मतलब पोल हट गया क्या, व्हाट, वापस लगा देते हैं। जीतेगी तो 100 थी, 67% टू 100 थीव्स पे, लेट्स सी, मुझे लगता है आरआर क्यू जीतेगी भाई। 100 थीव्स ने एक भी इंटरनेशनल क्वालिफाई नहीं किया बहुत टाइम तक, और आरआर क्यू लास्ट इंटरनेशनली क्वालिफाई की थी, मास्टर्स लंदन। लेट्स सी, ऑलरेडी कर दिया वोट, हाँ हाँ, लेट्स सी, दिख रहा है मुझे 53। वो तो है, यप। टू 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 टू। गाइस जो भी स्ट्रीम देख रहे हो, लाइक एंड सब, अगर आप यूट्यूब पे देख रहे हो और किक पे हो तो 3 फॉलोअर्स बाकी है गाइस, 3 फॉलोअर्स, जल्दी जल्दी फॉलो मार दो, किक पे भी। वी आर सो क्लोज टू 30 फॉलोअर्स ऑन किक। ठट ठटा, जल्दी जल्दी फॉलो मारो। बट वो तो है, बट 100 से कम बैक आएगा। मैं जो कोच कर रहा हूँ ना, हाँ यस यस, वो मारेगा ना आसुना। आसुना का लाइव गेम चल गया तो मार सकता है, देख, आसुना कर सकता है, ही कैन डू इट। लेकिन आर आर क्यू भाई अच्छी टीम है। बैंग भी आसुना में, टीमोटिनो वन ऑफ द बेस्ट वेले प्लेयर्स है, टीमोटिनो वन ऑफ द बेस्ट वेले प्लेयर्स आउट देयर टू, लेकिन क्रेजी गाय बहुत अच्छा खेलता है। अब समवन यू शुड लुक आउट, क्रेजी गाय हो गया, मॉनियट एंड जेमकिन, वेरी गुड प्लेयर्स। आसना एंड बैंग कर देंगे, आसना एंड बैंग कुक कर देंगे, लेट्स सी लेट्स सी, टीमोटिनो भी बहुत अच्छा खेलता है। वैसे यासिन, हेलो, शाउट है, हेलो हेलो, वेलकम टू द स्ट्रीम बड़ी। ओ माय गॉड, ऑरा प्लस हो गया, आईआईटी बॉम्बे का इंसान हमारी स्ट्रीम देख रहा है, इट्स सच एन ऑनर। ठठा, क्रायोशेल्स, क्रायोशेल्स भी, हाँ हाँ, क्रायोशेल्स को मैंने इतना देखा नहीं है, सी एस कौन बोलेगा, सी एस, टू टू, सी एस का मतलब क्या है? वो चालू हुई क्या स्ट्रीम, होने वाली है वैसे। टू 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 टू। कंप्यूटर साइंस, अच्छा, सी एस ब्रांच, अरे भाई मुझे मुझे आइडिया नहीं था, मुझे नहीं आइडिया था, माय बैड यार।
Yeah, in M6, if you
ओ,
get that item.
गलत स्ट्रीम, इन्होंने गलत स्ट्रीम्स की डाली हुई है। विच क्लब डू यू सपोर्ट, ए डब्ल्यू सी मैम, गॉड लाइक, इंडियन क्लब गॉड लाइक, ठटा, गॉड लाइक ऐसे 12 दोनों भाई, रिगार्डलेस जीतेगी नहीं जीतेगी, दोनों क्लब मेरे दिल के करीब है। और अगर रियलिस्टिकली बोले तो टीम फैल्कन्स 2 साल से जीत रही है, 24 25 दोनों साल टीम फैल्कन्स जीती है। ठुठुडू, टीम फाल्कन्स डिफेंडिंग चैंप्स है इस साल भी. लेट्स सी क्या करेंगे, क्या करेंगे वो. आई डोंट थिंक उनके वैलो का सीन है टीम फाल्कन्स का. नहीं, वैलो की टीम नहीं उनकी भाई. टीम ये एनआरजी वर्सेस पेपर एक्स के लिए मैं जो एक्साइटेड हूँ अभी. एनआरजी वर्सेस पेपर एक्स इज गोना बी इनसेन. मी टू भाई, कसम से भाई. और एम आई बी आर वैसे ग्लोबल स्पोर्ट्स पहली बार जिंदगी में फेस ऑफ होगा इन दोनों पावर हाउसेस का. पैटमैन वर्सेस आसपास, लेट्स सी. सेकेंड भी है, आसपास भी है. एनआरजी वर्सेस पेपर एक्स बहुत क्रेजी होगा. हाँ हाँ, बहुत क्रेजी सीन होगा. फिर देखते हैं. बताओ, तुम बताना कि इन दोनों मैच में से कौन सा देखना है. मैं डालूंगा पोल इसका जब एम आई बी आर वाला होगा ना. आई थिंक आज स्ट्रीम के एंड में एक पोल डालेंगे जब उसमें डिसाइड होगा कि कौन सा देखना है हमको. या फिर इंस्टा की स्टोरी पे पोल जाएगा. नोंगशिम और जी टू. हाँ हाँ, लेकिन जेंटल मेट्स और दोनों में से कुछ भी देख सकते हैं देखा जाए तो. हम्म, ठीक है. जेंटल मेट्स और जी टू. जेंटल मेट्स और जी टू इट इज. था था था. नहीं, 4 लाइक हो गया. एक और लाइक और हम लोग 5 लाइक से पहुंच जाएंगे. नहीं भाई, नोंगशिम और जी टू. नोंगशिमा, हाँ वही नोंगशिमा जीटू. वाइटालिटी का कामन कॉप भी अच्छा हो सकता है भाई, लेकिन पॉइंट ये है कि सेम रीजन की टीम्स है. और वाइटालिटी इतने अच्छे फॉर्म में, तो मुझे लगता नहीं कि कामन कॉप्स के पास कोई भी मौका है कुछ करने का. आई मीन दे गॉट नरेट देर. लेकिन फिर भी वाइटालिटी पे बहुत अच्छे प्लेयर्स हैं. लाइक कैसे करते हैं? किक पे लाइक नहीं होता, यूट्यूब पे लाइक होता है. किक पे आप खाली सब्सक्राइब कर सकते हो पैसे देके. तो यूट्यूब वाले लाइक कर सकते हैं एंड किक वाले फॉलो एंड सब्सक्राइब कर सकते हैं. मेरी मेंबरशिप अनलॉक नहीं हुई है अभी तक. क्या बोलते हैं यूट्यूब पे. ओह माय गॉड, सो इनसेन. वाईटी पे लाइक करना पड़ेगा. कोई ना हो जाएगा. अच्छा, वहां पहुंच गया. एक्सक्लेमेशन वाईटी एक्सक्लेमेशन वाईटी लिखोगे तो आपको वाईटी की लिंक आ जाएगी. अगर आपको किक की लिंक चाहिए तो एक्सक्लेमेशन किक लिखो. इंस्टा की लिंक से एक्सक्लेमेशन इंस्टा लिखो. हमारे बॉट्स हेल्प कर देंगे आपकी. टू 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 टू. यार गाने नहीं चला सकते यार. टू 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 टू. यस. टू टू टू. यूपीआई आईडी क्यों हटा दी? नो नो. गोल भी इस पे क्या? दिस नहीं चाहिए ये. ईडब्ल्यू से के लिए नो यूपीआई आईडी. अगर आपको फिर भी डोनेशन का मन है तो एक्सक्लेमेशन डोनेट लिखो, आपको एक यूपीआई आईडी मिलेगी तो वहां पे आप कर सकते हो डोनेट. होपफुली. चेक करियो, एक बार चेक करियो आ रही है क्या. मुझे याद है मैंने डाली है. टू 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 टू. यस. टू 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 टू. गाइस जो भी नया है किक पे जल्दी जल्दी फॉलो कर दो. हमारे 3 फॉलोअर्स बाकी है. एंड यूट्यूब पे लाइक दबा दो यार, मस्ती नहीं. 5 लाइक हो गए हैं. 5 लाइक और 10 के लिए आ रही है. हाँ, दिखा मुझे, दिखा मुझे. टू 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 टू. ये चालू होने वाला है वैसे तो. टू 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 टू. टू 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 टू. भाई वालो खेलेगा थोड़ा. एक मैच वालो तो हो जाएगी मुझे लगता है. क्या बोलते हो? एक मैच तो नहीं, एक डीएम तो हो ही जाएगा. टू 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 टू. कौन कौन लाइव है? आई थिंक फिनिश हक हक दे वो देखना पड़ेगा क्या तुझे हकते हुए देखना। अरे 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 ठठ ईएनसी क्वालिफायर चल रहे स्ट्रीट फाइटर के।
Sitting on 3 metal stacks.
ओ हाँ, आई नो हिम, ही इज आल्सो डूइंग अ वॉच पार्टी। नहीं नहीं कोई बात नहीं, नहीं खेल रहा है, टेंशन मत लो तुम। आज के पिकम्स करते हैं, पिकम्स कहाँ है? EWC के पिकम्स। यस, क्या लगता है? चलो चार्ट। ग्रुप स्टेज ए, मुझे लगता है RRQ जीतेगी इधर। सो जा, बस यही रह गया है, सो जाऊं। आई थिंक RRQ जीतेगी 100 चीज में से, कंट्रोवर्शियल बट ओके। फिर EWG BBL ऑब्वियसली एडवर्ड। अब क्या लगता है 100 थीव्स और RRQ में से, सॉरी 100 थीव्स और BBL में से कौन सी टीम जीत सकती है? जब तक ये बता तब तक मैं नीचे वाला कर देता हूँ। वाइटैलिटी, पेपर एक्स, इट्स वेरी ब्रेन डेड। अब इसमें 100 थी, EDG 100 थी, इसमें 100 थी पक्का। एक्चुअली यार BBL भी अच्छी टीम है, BBL भी अच्छी टीम है। चलो 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 100 थीव्स बोल देते हैं। BBL DQ, EDG वापस सेम RRQ। आई थिंक EDG एंड RRQ पक्का है। हाँ, वापस सेम हो गया ना, RRQ जीत जाएगी दोनों बार। बट क्रायो एंड आसना, नहीं यार, दो जन से थोड़ी ना, इसमें बहुत क्रेजी प्लेयर्स है RRQ में। अब मुझे ये बताओ जल्दी जल्दी कि वाइटैलिटी और NRG में से कौन क्वालिफाई होगा, क्योंकि PRX तो क्वालिफाई हो ही गई है। PRX तो क्वालिफाई हो ही गई है, अब इन दोनों में से कौन क्वालिफाई होगा? वाइटैलिटी या NRG? मुझे लगता है रियलिस्टिकली वाइटैलिटी, क्योंकि NRG का फॉर्म थोड़ा कम चल रहा है, लेकिन क्या पता उन्होंने लंदन के बाद क्रेजी स्टार्स प्रिपेयर कर दी हो NRG के लिए। तो कहीं ना कहीं गट फीलिंग बोल रही है NRG, और रिजा ने भी बोला NRG, आई सी, एंड वी गो टू वर्ड्स NRG। एक मिनट लॉग इन कर देता हूँ मैं, ताकि मेरे पिकम्स मुझे पास रहे। मेरे राइट से ही लॉग इन करता हूँ ना, ताकि मेरा VLR भी दिख जाएगा। टू 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 टू। ओ, टू टू टू। यस, अप्रूव, अप्रूव। कंटिन्यू। मेरा नाम तो ऑलरेडी है वैसे, लॉग इन करना है, राइट अकाउंट। हाँ, क्योंकि यूजर नेम ऑलरेडी एग्जिस्ट, क्योंकि मैं हूँ ऑलरेडी VLR पे। यार मेरे एक मिनट, मुझे मेरे VLR का एक्सेस एक्सेस नहीं मिलेगा मुझे मेरे VLR का? मेरा VLR दिखोगे? टू 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 टू, ये रहा। इसका एक्सेस नहीं मिलेगा मुझे आज। ओ वाओ, कोई नहीं, हम ऐसे ही कर लेते हैं। और स्ट्रीम तो चालू हो गई एटलीस्ट 5 मिनट। हाँ हम पे किम्स पे थे। यप became गाइस जो भी स्ट्रीम देख रहा है जल्दी जल्दी लाइक कर दो। हम 10 लाइक होने वाले हैं वाईटी पे, हमारे 4 लाइक बाकी है। जल्दी जल्दी लाइक करो एंड प्रिडिक्ट करो कौन सी टीम आज जीतेगी। इज इट गोना बी 100 थीव्स और इज इट गोना बी RRQ? 6-7 yes. प्लेऑफ्स ग्रुप पे किम्स कहाँ गए? यस हम कहाँ पे थे? 100 थीव्स, एडवर्ड, 100 थीव्स, RRQ। नहीं एक मिनट, वर्ड RRQ क्वालिफाइड। इधर थे हम वाइटालिटी, पेपर एक्स, NRG। व्हाट्सअप। ओए रेड सीकर, हेलो, वेलकम टू द स्ट्रीम बडी। व्हाट्सअप। क्या सीन, क्या रैंक पे चल रहा है अभी तू? आयुष आफ्टर PRX में क्रेजी भाई, रियल व्हाट्सअप रेड सीकर, हाउ आर यू? क्या सीन चल रहा है? मैं देखा क्लिंटर जीत गया नेक्स्ट लेवल वाला टूर्नामेंट। मॉनिटर मिला है भाई को, मोस्ट MVP का आई गेस। जेंटलमेट्स आई थिंक इनका फॉर्म खराब चल रहा है। XLG, G2 नोंगशिम देखो। हाँ भाई क्रेजी, वो कसम से भाई हर जगह जीत जाता है भाई वो। MIBR ग्लोबल esports क्या लगता है? डेथ MIBR और ग्लोबल esports हर्ट क्या हर्ट टू कहाँ जी? अरे मन से मेरा भी जी कोई है, लेकिन मुश्किल है। टीम हेरेटिक्स नोंगशिम जीतेगी। हाँ तो बोल रहा नोंगशिम। क्या नोंगशिम और जीतू मैं? नो वे ब्रो, क्या बात कर रहा है? ना ब्रो, फ्रॉस्ट के बिना, हाँ वही फ्रॉस्ट के बिना नहीं जीतेगी ग्लोबल esports, मुझे नहीं लग रहा। लेकिन दिल से तो ग्लोबल esports का ही मन है मेरा, आई गेस। बात तो एक ही हुई भाई। यस नोंगशिम इजी विन है भाई। क्या G2 से? नो वे ब्रो, मैं वही कॉन्टेम्पलेट कर रहा हूँ कि कौन सा नोंगशिम G2। नोंगशिम कुक्ड PRX तो हार्ड, क्योंकि वो नियॉन मेटा भी जो था भाई, डाम्बी ऑन फायर था। डाम्बियन कंपनी चल रहा था ब्रो वहाँ पे। डाम्बियन कंपनी में तो हो ही सकता है। चल ठीक है, ये भी क्या? ओए इसको डिलीट करना मैसेज इसका टिक पे। डाम्बी के अलावा भाई डाम्बियन कंपनी चल रहा था भाई वो कब से। गाइस जल्दी स्ट्रीम को लाइक कर दो, हमें एक और लाइक बाकी है टू रीच 10। दो और हाँ अब ठीक है। इस मैसेज को डिलीट कर दे भाई, ये किक पे जो आया है। MIBR ग्लोबल MIBR जितना भी, आई हेट टू से इट। आई थिंक देयर इज होप, बट मैं भाई मैं नहीं, मेरे में नहीं आया। आई थिंक डिलीट हो गया ऑलरेडी। किसी का तो मैसेज आया था प्रमोशन का। एआई मॉड ने डिलीट कर दिया होगा, लेट्स सी। मैं ही कर देता हूँ, मेरे में दिख रहा था। कर दिया ना। क्या मस्त गाना बज रहा है भाई। आई थिंक देयर इज अ वर्ल्ड, जब तू स्क्रीन पर चैट डाल देना, स्क्रीन पे चैट नहीं डाल रहा, स्क्रीन पे आई थिंक वो होगा ना मेरे वो हट के उसमें दिखेगा तुम्हें, हट के बीच में आएगा, स्क्रीन पे चैट डालूंगा तो लाइक वालों के हट के बीच में आएगा अगर मैं चैट डालूंगा तो। तुम कोई प्रॉब्लम होगी देखने में। रहने दे फिर, हाँ वही वही। भाई इनका एनिमेशन मुझे हर बार अच्छा लगता है। कसम से भाई बहुत प्यारा एडिट करते हैं भाई डब्ल्यूसी वाले। हो गया क्या? जस्ट लाइक यस लेट्स गो। इस जो भी स्ट्रीम देख रहा है जल्दी जल्दी स्ट्रीम को लाइक कर दो, और अगर आप नए हो तो सब्सक्राइब करना मत भूलना। बहुत ही बैंगर मैचेस होने वाले हैं दोनों, RRQ वर्सेस 100 थीव्स एंड नेक्स्ट तो पता ही है NRG वर्सेस PRX इज गोना बी इनसेन। Oh, कर दिया डिलीट, नाइस।
And yet again, as we join all together, it is the best teams in the world looking to climb the top of the esports mountain. And it starts with one of the best games in the world, Valorant. The 16 best teams have qualified on in, but only one can become the game title champion. Welcome everyone to Esports World Cup 2026, live from Paris, kicking off with Valorant. Digon here, alongside my fantastic analyst. It's Kaku.
टाइम आउट दे दो बंदे को, बैन नहीं कर दे डायरेक्ट टाइम आउट, क्या प्रमोशन डाले बैन ही कर दे।
So happy to be here, happy to be in Paris, happy to be with you guys. I feel like this is a like summer camp for me, but Valorant style. We get to see the teams in a different environment and competing for something different. I get to share time with you guys, so it's 10 out of 10 for me.
Yeah, I mean, I think it can't get any more exciting than this. It is the best teams in the world here to duke it out for yet another competition. Doesn't get any better than this. We got banger games lined up the whole way through, especially today. So it doesn't get any better than this, Digo.
Also, we have so many storylines coming off of Masters London, plus the returning members from last year. A lot of teams have requalified, but some of their rosters
by the way,
look very
Team
good.
Heretics
It's going to
is
be
last year's
fun.
defending champion.
This thing, no perm.
Fnatic versus Team Heretics हुआ था last year finals. Genji third and PRX fourth.
Yeah, I mean,
This was the order.
I'll say that.
Yeah,
You've got
that's what I
5
mean.
teams here.
5 teams and Sunset.
Yeah.
If we don't win again, last year we had Fnatic versus Team Heretics in the final. EMEA versus EMEA. But
आवाज बढ़ाओ इसकी।
how look, I would say
बोलो, बोलो।
across all 4 regions, how different and how good the teams are looking.
फोन पे नहीं दिखा रहा था, लैपटॉप पे दिखा रहा था। I
One
see.
EMEA team in the final.
Sorry, speaking of EMEA, they were the region that did the best last year. 3 of their teams
देखो,
making it on out.
अब
As
I
you said,
think
that all
ठीक होनी चाहिए।
EMEA final. Big time. How do you feel like Pacific's
Cool.
going to be stacking up here, given
You know
the
what?
recent history?
A lot has changed in a year.
A lot has
A lot
changed?
has changed in the
Okay.
landscape. You know, we have PRX, we've got the big dogs. We also have different teams qualifying. Nongshim, they lifted a trophy this year.
That's true.
We
Fair.
got RRQ and Global, who are poised for upsets on this big stage.
Yeah, I think
So
people are interested to see how Global's going to do.
I think they're very interested. I think it doesn't get any more interesting than that, in fact. So that's one thing we've got to watch out for as we move forward. But I'm always going to be proud of
Excited
Pacific
for the
no
game.
matter how we perform, and I'm optimistic.
Yeah, are you sure? Your voice just
और
cracked
इनका
there.
स्टेज कितना प्यारा बना हुआ है।
Let me see them play first. We'll get into it.
इनका स्टेज कितना
You know,
प्यारा बना हुआ है
speaking of
भाई।
optimism, you have to
देखना।
look at the Americas, right?
Oh,
With
by the
a
way,
squad brimming with talent, but last year did not do
इनका हाँ बाय द वे इधर एक कंसेप्ट चलता है, लाइक जो टीम्स तुम एलिमिनेट करते हो ना तो तुम यू हैव द ऑप्शन टू ब्रेक, लाइक हर एक टीम के पास एक ऐसा टोटम होता है गोल्ड का, तो लाइक अच्छा खासा हैवी टोटम होता है। तो जैसे कि समझ कि ग्रुप स्टेज में हेरिटिक्स ने किसी को MIBR को एलिमिनेट कर दिया फॉर एग्जांपल, तो वो टोटम हेरिटिक्स के पास मौका है वो टोटम एक मशीन में डिस्ट्रॉय करने का, और जो एक गेम में जीते, जैसे कि हेरिटिक्स लास्ट ईयर जीती, तो उनके पास ऑप्शन था कि 3 टीम के टोटम्स गोल्ड वाले अपनी ट्रॉफी में अटैच कर सकते हैं। वो जो क्रेजी लगता है अपने अपोनेंट्स का टोटम तोड़ना उनके सामने। Holy shit, bhai.
I think that they're crossing
Crazy
things off the
concept.
list. It's like, was it this that was wrong? No, it was not this. Was it? So eventually we will get to the point where G2 will be the champions. And I think that even though we only have 3 Chinese teams, I think that we have great Chinese teams. I think that All Gamers was a surprise at the beginning of the year. XLG top 6 in Masters London.
Yep.
Thank you. And EDG.
Yeah.
It's EDG. What do we have to say? It's EDG.
Top 3 was
With a
fantastic.
sub, it's still EDG.
Yeah.
Top 3.
So I mean, I think the sub is a huge storyline for
Yeah.
EDG. We have to see how they're going to perform here in Paris. It's a different place.
Very different.
So
yeah.
yeah, I mean, it's just, can they continue what they showed in London? Can they build on it? That's the
यार
question.
EDG
How
का
much
फॉर्म
does
तो
it
बहुत
affect,
चल
right,
रहा
not
है,
having
टॉप
Smoggy,
3
him
लंदन
being the
is
secondary duelist and adapting in many of those situations to playing with a sub, that will affect them a lot.
Definitely. And again, EDG winning their first VCT China, which in more than a year, which kind of feels crazy given the fact we were talking about it earlier. They feel like they're a squad that's always on top showing up and have obviously won champions before, but they've had themselves
थोड़े टाइम में तुझे
quite
यहाँ
the
देखेंगे ना,
competition
yes, yes,
lately.
for sure,
And
for
actually,
sure.
we got
Hopefully.
ourselves a little video right
Fingers
now to
crossed.
set the stage for our tournament. Let's get into it. Again, the biggest names on here, and you got to see that trophy lift, one of the coolest parts of EWC, the trophy system with the trophy, the key, and of course, the key crushing here big time.
Oh, I love
4
that.
seconds, yes.
Every crushing key.
4
That's
seconds
always
दिखेगा
my
अभी
favorite
हमें
question to ask. Whose key do you want to crush?
इस
That's
match
when
के
the real
बाद
rivalries come out, so you got a lot to
देखना
look
है।
forward to.
We need to review last year's to see the best ones. Who had good ones? I think Chronicle had a very good one last year.
Oh, like the
yeah, because
full
they
snap.
all got to crush it themselves, and they were like looking at it. It was very impressive. Apparently, we did not get to be that close.
Yeah.
But we need to rate the reactions this year again.
Yeah, definitely. Again, very excited. One of the coolest parts, the trophy system here at Esports World Cup. As we take a look at
Trophy
the
system
teams
बोलते हैं
here, we've
इसको।
listed off
भाई,
some of the names
बोलो,
of the
बोलो, बोलो।
favorites, but there are 16 squads here, 5 from EMEA, 4 from all the other regions except China, which has themselves 3 teams here. As we look at the groups and the setup, as there it is, Group A, it's
Group
EDG,
A,
RRQ, 100 Thieves, and BBL.
RRQ और
We will
EDG
be
लग रहा है वो
covering
कौन सा
that first
टूर्ना है
match
जिसमें
here,
कंट्री
EDG
डिफेंड
and
करेगी,
BBL, but when you take a
दैट
look
इज
at this group
Esports
as a whole,
Nations
here,
Cup,
Kapuka,
वो भी
what jumps
इनका
out?
ही है।
I'd like to see
I think
what
host
Hunter
is
Thieves
the
has
same.
big cooking. I know that they have
Esports
new
Nations Cup.
faces coming in from
Oh.
Ascension and whatnot, and I want to see how they're going to perform for the first time in internationals.
Yeah. I mean, I think for me, I want to see
about
RRQ.
RRQ?
I want to see RRQ.
Why?
Of course. Well, I mean, I think
Sell it to me.
They're making a player change. We haven't seen them go international again this year, so now could be a time for them.
Yeah,
Yeah.
let's take a look at Group B here. You're excited for RRQ coming in as the #1 seed and probably the favorite to make it out here. It's PRX, but this one is a heated group here.
This is the group of death for this event. There's no doubt about
Heated
it.
rivalry, I
It's-
see here.
I mean, it's stacked. You know, NRG looked at that.
India
championship.
qualified from
PRX
Asia.
so consistent this year. Vitality.
Canada की
going
team
really
देखी,
far
हाँ।
in London, and then Comic
Canada
with that
की
home
team.
field advantage here
Tens,
in Paris.
Jonah
I mean,
P.
that's gonna only buff them even
एक
more.
मिनट
The fact that the
Canada,
second match that we're going to be having
Malo.
here in the stream
Tens,
A is
Mada,
going to be that Vitality
one of the
versus
best
KC,
duelists in the world.
Well, France versus France.
Jonah P.
Also, the new face that we're going to see from
Mao,
KC. We know that the leg
Xander,
of
best
their
woman
head
player,
coach,
one of the
Reigns
best
now
woman
playing
players.
duelist. Let's see how that translates when
Fully
we go out of the qualifier
EU.
into the tournament
ये
itself.
EU शायद
So yeah,
100
group of
Thieves
death
में
for obvious reasons. And then on Group C,
नहीं है?
G2, Mates,
ओ पहले था,
Shilai,
क्यों
and
पहले 100 Thieves में था
Nomshim.
EU।
What should I be excited for Nomshim? There were some decisions that they
नहीं,
were making that I
कहाँ पे
wasn't
था तू?
aligning with. But I am willing to be
You कौन सी
convinced.
team में था?
I've been a certified Nongshim hater. I've
Oh,
been hating on these
Maybe,
guys.
maybe not you. Pilski!
Yeah, where's
They
Pilski?
took Danby off the Neon in stage 1 and it didn't work, but then for the qualifiers he was back on the Neon, which gives me some hope.
Dude,
Gives me some
NRG में हाँ
optimism
you
for this
NRG
team.
में था
Maybe
है
finally
नहीं
we can
था
see that
था
form
अभी
that we saw
नहीं
in Santiago.
Yeah, hopefully you'll be able to see
Ah,
that as
managing
well.
Notwin
We'll get the right
Gaming.
Group D on stage
Other
on the
games,
screen for you in just a little
Rocket
bit.
League,
but again,
Dota 2,
lots of teams
Chess,
here that are showing up
PUBG
and
Mobile,
representing. And
इसकी team
I touched
बाकी
on
है.
it earlier. It's the
PUBG
G2
Mobile की.
XLG rematch.
क्या
I was
पता हमको
talking
इस पे
Baby
परमिशन
Bay
मिले तो
earlier,
क्या हम
who
लोग
was
इसके
on this
भी
desk with
कर
us
सकते हैं
literally last
है
year.
अब तक
Had a
मुझे नहीं लगता
conversation
याद नहीं मुझे
and joins the squad.
goated
goes to championship
goated
event,
Valo
and then
lineup of India
wins. It is the
goated
best
Valo
story
lineup
in
Do we have-
esports.
I
Baby
think
Bay
we
from
should be-
desk
yeah.
Dude.
to
We should be
Yeah,
biased.
yeah.
We should be biased.
I think we're a little
He's our
biased.
colleague.
We can be a little
And
biased.
we will be. Just for you to know, when G2 plays, we will be supporting
There you
Baby
go.
Bay.
Yeah.
When we request clips, you will be seeing Baby Bay. And that is okay, because you need to understand us as well. If he was your friend, you would do the same for him.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like that's how it should be. And then
नहीं
finally,
है, नहीं है,
in
अभी
Group
नहीं
D, it's Heretics, MIBR, Global, NAGAL. That's that final group.
Oh, yeah.
Heretics and
Yeah, yeah.
MIBR
You
might be
currently
the ones to
Furia
come out,
में
but MIBR
Furia yes Furia
not
भाई
necessarily the superstar
अच्छा
roster
perform
that
की
has
थी.
been pumping on all cylinders.
कोई
How do
तो
you feel
ढूंढना
about
मैं.
that group there?
I think it's tough. I mean, I think when I looked at that group, my biggest question has to be Heretics, right? EWC.
जो
was
भी
that
stream देख रहे हैं
trophy
जल्दी
that they
जल्दी
were
like and
chasing for
sub
such a
और
long
अगर
time.
आप kick पे देख रहे हो
We
तो
thought we saw that resurgence lifting the
follow
stage
मार
one
दो
trophy
3
over in
followers
EMEA. Then
away
Masters London
3 followers
happened,
away
crashed out.
True, was
जो भी
bad.
देखता है
It was
Valorant
bad.
जल्दी जल्दी
bad.
शेयर कर
Can
दो
they
across
lift that trophy
everyone
again
जो
is,
भी
of
देख रहा है
course, the biggest
अभी
storyline for this
Valo
team.
का
They have made
टूर्नी
those roster changes.
और थोड़ी सी भी
Easy
नॉलेज
enough.
है Valo की हम
Sunset.
सिखा देंगे बाकी तो
I mean, they're a
Sunset.
fantastic Sunset team.
Sunset.
Hard.
Sunset Cosmars.
We'll see what happens with that group later on. Now let's get ourselves focused on our first match. It is the champions of VCT China, EDG.
Wait
They've
for
got
it.
themselves the stack roster, but as you said, coming in with a
B
substitute
पे है क्या?
here.
Bjorn गलत मैच
Can they survive without Smoggy? But we take a look at what this team has managed to do recently, and I think you can't help but be a little bit excited about this squad. For me,
on this. Personally, I'm more
yeah.
of a fan of Vitality,
no?
but in terms of fan bases, I mean, I'm actually not sure. I know, regardless,
You
though,
currently
that there's going to be an
Furia में
insane
है.
number of
हाँ,
French
yeah.
fans cheering for
Furia
all
में
three
है.
of those orgs that are all participating in Valorant. It's insane that all three of them have made it. 3 out of 4 of the EMEA teams do have
Yeah.
some kind of French
ग्रुप बी
backing.
में है ना
Now, one of the
Team
big
B.
surprises is the fact that the Heretics were the reigning champions. They also were able to give the second place in EMEA a road to EWC. Are the Heretics
कोरिया
the
की
team
टीम
to
भी
beat coming into
क्रेजी है कोरिया की
2026, or is there a
सिंगापुर की भी
new
अच्छी है
giant
कोरिया
in the
अच्छी होगी
Valorant world?
सिंगापुर
No,
अच्छी
you
होगी
definitely could not make the argument.
कोरिया की मैंने देखी नहीं ENC
I don't even think they were necessarily considered to be the favorite to win that event either. I think they were a bit of a dark horse that went on a really good run,
Yeah.
hit a really good
बता
matchup
दो
score
कौन
to
सी
be
कौन
able to
सी
run the
team
gauntlet all
players
the way
club
through that last
countries and
EWC
territories
tournament. And I think that there still are a very stacked, interesting roster, but in EMEA, there's just so much talent, so much competition that
Yeah.
they've been struggling a little bit to make it all the way in towards those
Canada.
international qualifications
Yeah,
sometimes.
Oh,
I think for
उसके
me,
बाद
when
है
I'm thinking about
सिंगापुर
the
इसमें
people that I'm
दवाई
looking forward to
पर
most,
सिंगल हैंडेडली
it's those
दवाई
players
दवाई
that
की
kind of
इतनी
struggle to
अचीवमेंट्स है ना
to
That's a
get
good
that
सिंगल
far.
हैंडेडली इसको
Yeah,
फ्री
it's
क्वालिफिकेशन
really
दिलवा दिया
PRX.
दवाई की
Big
अचीवमेंट्स की
fan.
वजह से
No, I think they're the ones that I'm going to be watching personally. I don't think Team Heretics is kind of
जिंग
really proven themselves
Oh,
to
नहीं,
be
what?
up there
सिंगापुर
to
में नहीं है,
that
कोई और है
standard.
मतलब.
That is, if
David
they do
था
end
ना?
up having some
हाँ क्या?
crazy run again,
जिंग हाँ
like
सॉरी
that
जिंग की
before,
बात कर रहा हूँ
I wouldn't be surprised too.
And you got no Leviathan here, right? So
No
no
Leviathan,
final
no.
boss to deal
Yep.
with at the end of your Valorant tournament. As we continue
Nef.
on with our group
Vayne.
discussion, let's
Vayne
bring up more
भी
graphics
is-
and show you who all is in the
I know
competition.
Vayne.
The Gentlemates and XLG will
Dirion.
be in Group C a little bit later, and I'm told we can cover that tomorrow. So let's talk a little bit about what we've seen so far. We know the prize money's $2 million. We know we've got 16
Yeah.
teams, and we're
Republic of
starting with
Korea.
groups
North
on
Korea
2
की भी
different
teams है.
screens.
Holy.
So Athena,
4
if you're
second
just
किसमें है?
dialing in,
4
you
second,
need to
4
open up 2
second.
different
I have to
windows.
see.
Which is the more important matchup to start the day?
Oh, absolutely. I think
Dambi,
about a lot of
Ivy,
matches, but for me
Francis,
personally,
Buzz.
this has nothing to do with a bias about
Holy
me
Munchkin.
being from America.
भाई कोरिया बहुत अच्छी टीम
But
है
I think this first match, 100 Thieves, is going to be my favorite
4
team to watch
second,
with
4
RQ
second.
because again, both these teams they've struggled
Let
to
me
prove
see.
themselves, and I think this is going to be kind of one where it's a battle of creativity and a battle with the maps just to make sure kind of they can prove what they have because 100 Thieves for me never made a global, especially with this iteration of the roster.
Indonesia.
He's been on the roster for so long. Hasn't been
Indonesia.
able to kind of prove himself in a global either. So I'm really expecting to see something cooked up from here, considering they're one of the most creative teams to come out from America.
Excellent answer there. And as we're getting ready for this matchup, I'm told we can take a look at our players. So Pilski, do us the honors. The RRQ boys are on the stage first. So who is the squad representing the Pacific tonight?
Indonesia में 4 second क्यों नहीं दिख रहा मुझे?
Always struggle when it comes to internationals. They did manage to take a Pacific title last year, so they very much always prove domestically that they are some of the very best in the region.
क्या select नहीं हुआ है? फिर इसलिए खेल नहीं रहा ये.
He might be one of the best to watch in Pacific.
Yeah.
He's definitely a player to watch, as well as Xfero, who is arguably the best sentinel in the
Yeah,
league.
Indonesia
They have two really big heavy hitters, and they've got a great caller on Crazy Guy. The question marks start with really the rest of the roster. Kushi is a very up and down player, and then they've just added a new player. They are replacing Monyet with Zan. Roll for roll, that's going to be a really good swap, but I'm not sure if he's going to be able to be ready for this international stage and this level of competition.
Now, what I was going to ask, though, is I know they've struggled internationally, but that could have been in front of an audience. Today, you're in group stages with no fans. This feels like you are practicing at a normal studio or even at your home boot camp.
No forcing is not,
I guess, calm
playing in the
atmosphere.
the Indian opted out of the tournament to have forced region to rest ahead of.
Guess what?
समझा मैं. बाप रे भाई, dedication. Holy shit.
But some of the same players. So one of these two teams, I mean, this game will be very important for one of these organizations who also do compete in other games at EWC. RRQ's got teams in other games.
कसम से भाई, that is crazy dedication.
Group stage here, and this first win is going to be
bang दिख रहा है मुझे, आसना दिख रहा है.
You're staring down the barrel of an EDG, I believe, on the other side of things, or maybe a BBL. That's going to be potentially the harder game compared to this first one, in my opinion.
Coach is getting us fired up on the 100 Thieves side. Athena, it is your turn. Who is this beautiful man with the blonde hair in the front?
Beautiful man with the blonde hair I didn't get to see, but I'm looking at, you're talking about Cryo.
Of course.
You like the little blonde
of
streak
course,
in there.
He's getting fired up for EWC.
Dude, Cryo for me is one of the players to watch. Maybe the player to watch for this roster. There's so many hard hitters, but he's consistently been really good.
Indonesia उसके बिना तो cooked है. हाँ, कोई known player दिखा नहीं मुझे.
Especially when he switches over to that chamber. When they've done that, they've done a really good job at enabling him, making him take that space, being aggressive with his operator, and he's held the lines for his team. But of course, the rest of the roster, they're all so good. I'm looking at Vora as the IGL, and I think he's absolutely phenomenal.
Let's see game चालू होने वाली. Let's go.
I wanted to ask you about that because I started with Valorant as a caster, and Asuna was in all of the games, right? He was the star. You would watch him on Raze, Bind. He would just blow you apart. Is he still the star fragger? Is he the one to lead the team when it comes to kills?
So he's not the star fragger right now. Timotino is the duelist. That being said, Asuna has been the best flex player, I think, in all of Americas right now. He's been playing Sage, he's been playing Neon.
Wow.
क्या बोलते हो भाई? PRX की jersey खरीद लूँ क्या?
Few different play styles in that group.
Few different play
बहुत
styles.
मन है PRX की jersey खरीदने का.
Times, like, how do you deal with so many play styles? But for him, it just comes naturally. That being said, when he is
First
on the Neon,
opening match of the day.
Timotino have such good synergy. They're so good with the double
Stream
duels, and
B.
you can definitely get up there with the frags. I feel like towards the end of stage 1, that's when he really started performing.
Uh-oh, I'm a little worried about some jet lag setting in. How you feeling about your Pacific crew? Okay.
Cool, collected player. I don't think I've ever seen him raise his voice above a 5. And I think on the other side of things to Cryo, stylistically, they play very similarly. These are two players that have played the duelists, that have played Jet in the past. They flex onto Chamber and Sentinel at times. They like to play a slower play style. I described Jemkin when they won stage 1 as kind of like the Terminator. Like he's always coming for you.
But इनके keyboards voting नहीं use कर रहे
He's
लोग.
not necessarily, but he's very
Different keyboards
dangerous
are
if he catches up to you and he's getting things at his own pace. And I think that
Voting क्यों
really
नहीं
is
दिख रहा
very
मुझे?
much his style. Is very dangerous.
Voting
when
है.
he's able to activate.
उसका keyboard अलग था.
We've got our
ये भी
players
voting
ready
ही
to
होगा.
go. We are just moments
Voting
away
is
from
like
getting on
must
map one.
have.
And reminder, it is not best of ones. We've increased the prize pool by $750,000, and we've increased your match length by at least one map. Let's talk about the distance. Will we get to a game 3? And Athena, walk me through how
क्या
we
लगता
get
है
to
guys?
game number one. What
Score
map did you
बताओ.
choose?
Score
I
बताओ.
mean,
क्या
this
लगता है?
makes sense. We have
What
the map
score?
veto. RRQ did ban Split, which makes a lot of sense against 100 Thieves. They've had a lot of success with that Sage comp, but then 100 Thieves has followed up
votes.
banning that Lotus leaving RRQ with that first pick. They did pick Ascent, which I want to know
Who
your
will
thoughts on
take
that.
Yeah, I mean,
map 1?
RRQ, it's a map that they've dabbled in for quite some time across various different metas with mixed success. So we'll see how it's going to go for them. I think these vetoes between international teams that don't play each other from different regions are always very tricky territory. I even remember going in as a coach to an international event and thinking, I've just got my best 3 maps in the veto, got like 13-6 to it, you know, like sometimes you have a certain read that you have a very good comfortability on a certain map. You look at how the other team plays in their region, but you lack the context for the regional strengths of some of the other teams and how they might be performing. So we'll see how the Ascent picks go.
100 Thieves, 58%
select for that
is
particular
crazy.
map here. Is this kind of what you were expecting on the defense here for 100 Thieves?
Yeah, this makes a lot of sense. Asuna has been phenomenal on this Phoenix. We actually haven't seen them play that much Ascent yet when it came to it. So kind of interesting. I could have expected a Sage. Knowing Asuna, he's had a lot of these opportunities just as insert that Sage into it. But the Phoenix
Guys, जो भी स्ट्रीम देख रहा है जल्दी स्ट्रीम को लाइक कर दो. 10 लाइक्स ऑलरेडी हो गए, 5 लाइक्स और 15 पे पहुंचने के लिए. एंड अगर आप किक पे हो तो फॉलो मार दो क्योंकि we are heading into a banger match. Banger match up.
You know, get a little bit tricky sometimes. That'll be an interesting one to see as they go through their attack side here. It is naturally going to be a bit of a slower comp. You don't have as much kind of punching power as something like a Phoenix. It's going to be a little bit harder to work the map. You know, you're working in towards A main or B, you're taking mid. A lot of the time, a blaze wall and a curveball goes a long way to making progress, but RRQ is just a comp full of a bunch of guys with guns. There's going to have to be a little bit more contacting, and they're going to have to get much more value out of something like a drone.
Yeah, I think it's kind of ironic that they're picking Sage against the Asuna Sage. That's been the one that's coming up with a lot of these walls. I don't know if you
they're thinking about that. I don't think they care about that.
Do you not remember on Corrode when Asuna did the boost into that tiny little hole? And
everyone started
doing it.
Yep.
I'm
Full
just saying,
started doing that.
he's the first Sage. He's got that on lock. So it's kind of
defensive side of map. I think if you're playing a double duelist mirror, that's a different story, but that's not going to be the case here for RRQ. Might be a little bit harder for them to get going on the attack. Hopefully they can try to win the pistol, try to get in with a couple of good gun rounds, and then when they flip over to the defense, maybe they'll be a little bit more comfortable. I think it's interesting that Jovi is the coach of RRQ here, though, and at least he has a little bit more insight and knowledge into how some of these American teams perform, because he's been over there in that region. He might be watching it a little bit more actively than some other people in the Pacific. So I'm kind of hoping that that's going to give him a good read on what 100 Thieves likes to do.
Yeah, we didn't even get the chance to talk about Joe earlier on, but he's been absolutely phenomenal. I've actually worked with him personally
28 subs, more 200 subscribers. Let's go.
And he's so good at understanding the fundamentals of the game and making sure he's communicating that to his team. He's also really good at anti-stratting, and that's what I'm scared of, because knowing how 100 Thieves play, they are very creative, but you can anti-strat them at the end of the day. And I think too, for me, when I'm looking at the Phoenix, when I'm looking at the Jet, it is kind of scary when they do switch over and switch sides. Trying to get attack anywhere on either side of the map with that Sage, with that Veto, you're going to have to bait out so much util before you're able to actually be able to do something.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it can be a little bit troublesome to be attacking into these heavy senti comps, but that's where Ascent, I mean, you're going to have to be able to keep the defense honest. You're going to have to be working those main controls and be able to have many threats on the map, forcing out the Sage wall, breaking that a little bit, doing the double pumps against the Veto. That's probably what RRQ has to have in mind, but that's where this man on your screen comes into the equation. Crazy Guy, very much one of the best callers in Pacific. It's really just a question of whether he has the best read at the time. Can run into a bit of a brick wall at times, but very, very good mid-rounder, and especially if a team like RRQ goes down a lot of rounds, particularly starting out on this attack, I might be concerned for someone like Zan. This is a rookie player coming into an international event. He does not have a whole lot of experience. He has played at Ascension and things like that at the past within the APAC region, but at an international event, we haven't seen this player. He's going to be debuting in replacing Mon yet.
Debut in AWC
in general,
is crazy.
RRQ, a very, very good
Ascension
team when they're behind. A lot of tenacity to be able to make some comebacks and things like that.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy because on the other side of the roster, other side of the stage, you have Bang, who has done a really good job and been in charge of one of the reasons why 100 Thieves has had a good championship run, or at least has won some sort of trophy. Bang was on that roster during that iteration. And so you have this veteran of Bang who's been
Guys,
genuinely
कैसी
one
चल
of the
रही है
best
आपकी
clutchers and so far
afternoon?
one of the best controller anchors I've seen in Americas too.
Yep.
This roster, it's so confusing to me when I'm thinking about their group stage run, when I'm thinking about how they performed in Americas, because on paper, individuals, they're so good. Everyone's so phenomenal at their role, and I just haven't seen them perform the way that I wanted
I
to.
think it's a similar story for both of these teams, actually.
Yeah.
Like, both of these teams are reasonably stacked. Yeah, there's some question marks in some of the roles or in certain matchups and things like that. But, you know, I'm looking at 100 Thieves placements. I'm seeing a lot of 4th, 5th, things like that.
Yeah.
I'm looking at RRQ. I'm seeing a lot of 4th, 5th. They just can't seem to get into the top couple. That can sometimes be where you're running into a brick wall playing the very best teams, or where you're running into a team that's on a really, really good run of form. I think we had that in both Pacific and Americas. You guys had Furia in kickoff go on a crazy run. We had Nongshim go on a crazy run. So sometimes you just run into a team that's really hot, and sometimes you just run into one of the old staples that always makes top 3s and goes to international events.
Well, speaking of Furia,
Who's
100
winning?
Thieves actually
Kaluniwa
beat
with
Furia 2-0 and then moved on to beat Loud 3-0 in order to qualify for this event, which goes to show how crazy Americas is right now, where you never know who's going to win. That, and when I'm thinking of a team like MIBR, it's the same thing. Both these teams have so much potential,
By the way,
so much
XG,
firepower.
hello,
They've
welcome to the
proven
stream,
it
bhai. Dekh raha hai
time
kya?
again, but they haven't been able to put up the results
Hey,
to
next
show
match
that. They
is
haven't
gonna
made
be
it to an
insane.
international. And I think for
That
this team of
NRG versus
when you're up against
PRX
Leviathan,
will be a
Crew,
banger
you
match,
have
bhai.
G2, NRG, MIBR. It's kind of really hard, but this is the time to kind of cement yourself and show yourself as a pillar of the Americas.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see RRQ take on an Americas team. I feel like at most international events, I'm used to seeing them play an EMEA. I feel like they've played Fnatic like 500 times.
Why is
So
it RRQ
I'm
and
hoping this is going to give them a little bit of a different
EWC चल
flavor,
रहा है,
something
Esports
a
Nations
little
Cup
bit
तो
different
नवंबर
at
में
the
है.
start of this group stage, because I think both of these teams,
Esports
there's
तो
no
दोनों
kind of
tournament को
easy
mix कर
team
रहा है,
in this
bro.
group, in my opinion. I
EWC
think both
चल
of these
रहा है.
teams will see this opening matchup and be happy of it, looking at the
Esports
other side of
Nations
the
Cup
bracket
वो
and
की
seeing
बात कर रहा
EDG
हूँ.
versus BBL.
I'm
Both
not
of those teams
watching.
are going to be a
I
nightmare to play.
should
EDG's
be,
on
I
a hot
guess.
streak coming back off
मजा
the
आएगी
back of
अगर
London,
इस
and
वाला.
BBL is no pushover
Oh,
either.
it's
We
EWC,
already saw them
yep.
earlier on in the opening, Masters event of this year, do quite well for themselves, have a nice little run over in EMEA. Unfortunately, Foot kind of eclipsed them a little bit this time around, but these Turkish rosters, you really just cannot take them for granted.
Yeah, I'm
इतने
really looking
12
at
likes हो गए
these players. I'm obviously a little bit biased
do.
here, but
3
for me,
likes
my
more to go.
prediction, personally, my prediction is that 100 Thieves is going to run away with this, but they're not going to take it
अगर आप
easy. I
stream पे
think
नए
I'm
हो,
looking kind of
तो
at a 2-1
subscribe.
here, personally, especially looking at the maps.
Yeah, I kind of feel like 100 Thieves is probably the favorite here
चालू
as
नहीं
well.
हुआ या tech
RRQ
post चल
is
रहा है,
a
चालू नहीं हुआ,
hard team
चालू
to
नहीं
root
हुआ.
for at the best of times.
100
Damn,
Thieves,
they're not
no
even
way, bro.
loyal to
Domestically,
RRQ, I
they
think
are
RRQ
very,
got
very
it.
good. Internationally, they always struggle, and
I think
I've watched
RRQ gets
all
that.
of their games internationally. It has caused me great
Let's
pain.
see.
At
I'm
least
here
they've
for
made it
the
soon enough.
Yeah, that's
fun
true.
game.
That's true.
GE, yes.
And we can have a conversation about maybe if 100 Thieves would have done a little bit better or not. Been a while since we saw 100 Thieves win Americas. For RRQ, at least, you could only need to go back a couple of stages, and they've already taken the time for themselves. So, look, maybe they're not necessarily making it into the top couple. Part of that is down to, T1 Super Team, Nongshim going on a little bit of run. PRX is always just good. It's a hard, tussle to make it into the top couple of Pacific. So, we'll see.
Yeah. Looking at these maps,
exactly why we are kind of cooked gang.
Pick. Then 100 Thieves, they've gone and picked Breeze, which I'm actually surprised about. I don't know how you feel about this, but seeing that RRQ hasn't had the best of success on Breeze, and seeing that 100 Thieves has done phenomenal, essentially, every time they've played Breeze, I'm really surprised that they let that through.
I think that
पहला मैच एसेंट इज क्रेजी डिफॉल्ट मैप है इतना प्रमोशन क्यों आ रहे हैं हाँ पता नहीं क्या हो रहा है
I think that RRQ, the whispers are that RRQ has been very good on Breeze. In some of the officials, maybe it hasn't gone their way. In kickoff in particular, they were the team in the upper bracket game and they lost 3 best of 5s in a row to be kicked out of kickoff and not make it to the opening Masters tournament of this year. And they lost every time on Breeze. Since then,
अगर MIBR से जीत गए तो हम qualified है playoffs के लिए.
They're kind of playing the KO Harbor comp at the moment. I think it allows them to mid-round quite nicely. I like the way that they play the KO, so I think it is quite a good map for them. I want to see if they rejig things a little bit.
मैंने stage देखी अभी Ascent पे.
In particular,
No
we had
fucking
Toronto
way.
Breeze because previously they did have Mon Yet.
नहीं मैंने
playing
stage
the
देखी.
Harbor. He was okay on it, a little bit up and down,
Vito,
but Zan mixed into
Sage.
this roster is definitely a neon guy, and Jemkin is not a
Jet-
neon guy.
Jet
He
तो
kind of
ठीक
just
है.
feels neon
Yeah.
when they
AG
need
and
to,
TH,
so I'm wondering
I
which
guess
one
we
of those
got
two
it.
things is
हाँ
going to take
हाँ
priority.
अगर MIBR
Whether
को
they'll
निकाल
actually
दे
just
और
move in a completely
TH
different
का lower
direction
bracket
and
आ गया
start playing
MIBR से
double
higher भी
duelist
तो
again, I wouldn't be
TH
surprised
का
to
lower
see a lot
bracket
of
आएगा.
Jet neon from
Defending
RRQ.
champion
Dude,
है
I would
is
love a double
EWC
duelist,
की.
double duelist matchup.
Team
There's 100
Heretics.
Thieves on the other side. They've been
ये
doing that.
default
They've
comp
been
है, ठीक
loving
है.
it too, which is
Sage,
kind of crazy
नहीं, एक मिनट,
considering
what,
as soon as
Essence पे?
KO
हाँ,
is
Essence
also
पे default
really,
है.
really good in Americas, but they've switched over to that Phoenix, to
Sage
that
is
Jet. I don't
crazy.
know if they're going to keep that essentially today, but
100
from
Thieves
what
का
I've seen, it's where they found their success. They're
तो
so good at those aggressive
मुंबई का
plays.
कॉम
They're really good
बटा
at
रन
setting
कर
up a
रही
lot of these little mini trap
है.
plays and denying a lot of
भाई.
the map control because even on
भाई
the
RRQ
defensive
का
side,
कॉम्प
they've
रन कर
taken
रही
a
है.
lot of that map
What?
control when I'm
Double
thinking
senti.
towards that A main.
Double
They're
senti
using
actually
their
work करता है.
resources
G2
to be
भी
able to
double
fight,
senti
to
work
be able to
करती
push
थी.
back the
Deadlock
other
और
team and not
Cypher.
make it easy.
हाँ पहले.
But moving on to that
Yeah,
third map,
Asuna,
we have the
let's go.
Haven, which is the decider.
Yeah.
Which for me, you're smiling right now. Tell me what you're thinking.
I mean, it's just stock standard RRQ, really.
Yeah.
It's just
Mumbai-
like dead in the middle of the
Mumbai
map
में type
pool.
crazy
I think
भाई.
this is a lot of vetoes, to be honest. I swear
Yeah.
to God, Haven is a third map decider in like every
yeah.
second veto at the moment. It's because it's just been in the map pool for such a long time. So
Yeah.
I don't think that RRQ are going to be particularly happy or sad that the third
RRQ
map is
try hard
Haven. I
on
think
this
they're
is
just
for the
totally
vibes.
fine
No
with it,
shit,
and it's just going to
Sherlock.
be down to the better team that wins at the end of the day.
Yeah, I think both teams just
Like, I
pretty
wanna know
solid
why
for
I think
RRQ
RRQ.
RRQ is very happy with this veto,
Yeah.
if I was to guess. I
Really?
think the Ascent is a bit
As a
questionable
Pacific
for me.
जैसा वो
But
होता है
they're
प्ले
always
स्टाइल
really
एकदम
funky with their
फास्ट
play.
chaotic प्ले स्टाइल. RRQ पूरा अपोजिट कॉम्प है RRQ का बहुत स्लो कॉम्प है. Attack में at least. They have to take main control and उसके बाद ट्रिप लगा देंगे ताकि backstabs ना आए. हल्का हल्का layer by layer they'll take control and वहाँ से जाएंगे.
This is
I don't
stage 1.
know भाई कैसा खेलने वाली है RRQ.
Okay, does not include the EW.
Hoping for
So there is a
surprises.
little bit
Yes,
of
yes.
The thing is, though, if you add a kickoff to that, those stats will get worse.
Hoping for surprises.
Those
That
stats will
was
get
so
worse,
far-
though.
Wait, really?
They lost 3 in a row in kickoff. Oh boy, so look, Xfero, you can see he's locked in. He's ready for this game. He is very much meditating for himself and getting ready for this series, as are we. But we're going to take a little bit of a break, allow him to have a rest, and we'll be back. with
Buddy's
more
sleeping.
100 Thieves and
Oh,
RRQ
live.
right after this.
ये मैच चालू क्यों नहीं हो रहा?
Sorry, sorry.
4:30 का टाइम था मैच चालू होने का. It's almost 20 minutes late. 5 मिनट में स्टार्ट हो रहा है. ये गेम तो फिर भी मैं है. नेक्स्ट गेम है NRG वर्सेस PRX. होपिंग फॉर अ बैंगर वो वाला मैच तो. क्या हमने ले एक्साइटेड है भाई कसम से भाई. चालू ही नहीं कर पा रहे लोग. स्टार्ट प्लीज. MIBR Global A's winner. कल है अपना पहले A winner elimination. Yes. A winners ही देखेंगे. Winners देखेंगे guys. Elimination देख के क्या करेंगे? Winners देखेंगे. एक मिनट. अच्छा A winners सबका सेम टाइम कैसे हो सकता है? What the fuck? 4 मैच सेम टाइम. नहीं ग्लिच है. 2 A winners है और 2 7:15 वाले. B winners और B losers. Deciders. Playoffs 9th से चालू हो रहे हैं. Grand final. कॉन्सोलेशन फाइनल BO5 होगा ना ये तो सेमीज कॉन्सोलेशन फाइनल भी तो BO5 होना चाहिए BO3 है ओह टीम्स दिखा एक बार दिखाता एक्चुअली टीम्स ये रही 1 2 3 4 कौन सी 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 16 टीम्स है ये टीम जो है गाइस जो भी स्ट्रीम को देख रहा है जल्दी स्ट्रीम को लाइक कर दो हमारे 15 लाइक आई गेस हो गए 15 लाइक हो गए 20 लाइक होने वाले हैं हो गए क्या रुक जाओ लेट मी चेक चार वोट्स आ गए भाई RRQ 75% विल टेक मैप 1 इज क्रेजी 75% RRQ will take map 1 Remits oh like कैसे देखो एक content viewers 67 views 5 content 5 की watching आ रही है holy फ्रॉस्ट को हटा दिया इन्होंने फ्रॉस्ट तो भाई कोटेड कोच था नहीं क्या क्या चल रहा है इधर ओ बहुत दोनों ऐसी है
I fucking didn't. Happy birthday, dude. See, this is better. This is better.
स्ट्रीम भी इनको ना मैचेस टाइटल में डालने चाहिए यार गाइस जो भी स्ट्रीम देख रहा है किक पे जल्दी किक पे जाके फॉलो कर दो अगर आपको फ्री बैठे हो टाइम पास कर दो एक्सक्लेमेशन किक एंड यू विल गेट द किक वाली लिंक चैनल की एंड वहाँ भी फॉलो कर दो 3 फॉलोअर्स बाकी हमारे भाई थंबनेल कैसा लगा भाई थंबनेल कैसा लगा मेहनत की है बहुत बनाने में थंबनेल नहीं थंबनेल इज क्रेजी और व्हाट क्रेजी है ना थंबनेल अच्छा है AI से किया है लेकिन आई डोंट थिंक इतना AI लग रहा है थोड़ा सा तो लग रहा है ठीक है लेकिन इतना चलता है वही नए कहाँ से मिल रहे हैं भाई तुझे स्टिकर्स? चालू हो गया क्या? लेट्स गो फाइनली.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our
किक
superpower.
किक के है. ओ किक के भी हैं. I see.
Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City.
No way. 172 सब्सक्राइबर्स हुए. 28 सब्सक्राइबर्स to go 200. आज स्ट्रीम के एंड तक क्या 200 सब्स हो पाएंगे? वो क्रंची रोल इनका स्ट्रीमिंग पार्टनर है. वो आने में तो मुझे भी पसंद है. क्रेजी क्रिकेट लैब चेयर है इसकी. क्रेजी गेमिंग चलाती है. दिला दो यार. थोड़ी टूट रही है मेरी गेमिंग चेयर. AWC वालों प्लीज भेज दो मुझे एक चेयर. Oh my god.
I think it's crazy.
my
Our
God.
fan base is like really huge in France. I think most of the people like already saw some events we did. So I'm pretty happy to be here. We missed out on Champs Paris last year. It's good for us to have an international event that we can play in front of our crowd, you know. I don't know if it's stress, but it's like it's a good pressure that we have. We of course want to represent the country of our org. Also, like I grew up in Paris, like it's a special city for me, so there is a lot of story about it.
We're extremely
सो
excited.
जा भाई.
Cannot wait for
मैं
this
तो अभी तक ही चालू नहीं हुआ. सो जा कसम से यार.
but
कब
that's
से वेट कर रहा
extra
हूँ.
motivation for us to meet them
कुछ
all,
तो
to
सीन हो
cover
रखा है
our
इनका.
organization
टेक पॉज ही लग रहा है
from
मुझे तो.
city, you know, so that's one of the biggest goals for us for sure.
क्या बोल रहा है भाई?
And then Inuyasha. I want to change the
We
world.
cannot wait for
That
this
one. It's a
opportunity.
banger.
Obviously, we need to get out
That's
of
a
groups
fucking
first,
fire.
but
That's it.
like
That's
again,
it.
extra
There's
motivation
very
for
few
us
out there
to meet them all.
that I would
It's
listen to the whole
our-
thing.
our organization
Do,
from
do,
the country,
do,
Attack on Titan?
you
No, I
know,
didn't
so
listen
that's
to them.
one of the
लेट्स सी भाई. अभी इंटरव्यू रेट करता हूँ.
And growing up in Paris, like I think
चेयर
has
क्यों
been a
मांग
chance
रहा
for
है?
me
पीसी
because
मांग
I don't
पूरा
think I
नया
would
सब
be
दिला
there
दो यार.
today if I
AWC वालों
didn't, like if my mom didn't
टिकट भी
move to
स्पॉन्सर कर
France.
दो.
And as I
ENC
said,
बैटरी
like,
100
yeah,
के
I'm
ब्लॉग
grateful
लगा दे.
for everything, you know,
बोल
like, I'm
रहा.
trying to stay humble, like, work hard, prove by what I'm doing every
सौरभ
day.
जोशी
Our group is
vlogs
definitely
is
the
crazy.
strongest, but I don't know. I feel like it's also probably the most exciting to watch. We have a lot of fans here and stuff, so again, will be cool to play in front of them. And just, feel the support.
वो इसकी रील वायरल हुई थी. देखी किसी ने? जब किसी ने तो बोला था. I think सायानुर ने बोला था कि ये fat fuck baldy can you please shut up. ऐसा कुछ
I
बोला
wish
था.
it would have been like with the crowds. Unfortunately, the first game there's no crowds. But I wish there was a crowd because there's gonna be Vitality fans against KC fans. It would have been so good. But it's fine. Still, it's gonna be an amazing match.
हाँ ग्रुप स्टेजेस तो नहीं है पहले मैच के लिए. क्राउड ओपनिंग मैच है ना इसलिए.
In last year's finals, we were in tough situation.
यहाँ पे ने बोला
I think
था.
a lot of different words were said, different tactics to wake up,
Nine
some
just,
harsh, maybe some inspirational.
I think all it took was winning that third map to give us
Just
that
got
big
banned
amount
for
of
this.
belief in ourselves that we can do it.
Even though it was
क्या?
so bad, we still
अच्छा, lol.
believe that it's possible. We can't stop believing. We'll stop believing. That's it.
+1 भाई. सौरभ जोशी तो क्रेजी बोला भाई ने.
trophy felt unusual. I mean, it was my first Valorant trophy. I think for all of us as well, especially thinking like
defending champs
in the worst position possible. It felt amazing. It felt like a moment of finally.
I think I kind of knew in my head that we would win it just because it's really hard for them to be mentally strong, being 2-0 up.
By last year, Fnatic के 3 finals हारे. Toronto finals, Champs finals और EWC finals. कितना बुरा लगा होगा भाई. 3 finals हार के. Holy fuck. लेकिन one of the most consistent teams थी. Chronicle था जब उसमें. अब पता नहीं क्या हो गया. Yampy ने बोला था सायन को बोला था. नहीं डर्की को बोला था ना कि वो world है.
We're here to defend our title. We're gonna try as hard as possible.
सायन वाला थोड़ा bond हुई ना. भाई live comms में ट्रॉफी अपने social spam करता है. भाई vitality CS वाली और ये वाली दोनों भाई बहुत ही savage हैं. भाई अभी मैं डेंटिस्ट के पास गया था, उसने पूरा ये जो खींचा है ना सैवेज से हुआ है, मतलब ओरिजिनल सैवेज तो बचपन से.
Just running through a couple little teething issues here on the stage before we kick off RRQ versus 100 Thieves. The start here of
पूरा इस तरह से खींचा ना यार, खून आ गया था यहाँ पे. Crazy, traumatized
versus Pacific and Americans versus Pacific on the cast. Whichever one of us will perform better or worse will get replaced later. It's definitely not already decided.
भाई को पता नहीं है
it's
कि
not
मुंह
decided
कितना
on
खुलता है.
rotation. We actually, whoever performs not only
Hey, जो भी stream देख रहा है, मेरी stream को like कर दो. We are so close.
You also have
to
to just
15
leave
like
and leave Paris completely.
and
So it's kind
28
of
subs में 200 हो जाएंगे. Damn तेज कर दो उसमें काश यार, लेकिन in the end तो मेरे दांत उसको ही वो करना है, संभालना है. क्या पता भाई निकाल दे.
There's someone who's done that, and I'm sure a lot of French people are mad about it.
Definitely. But while we're talking about French, we're going to be talking about Paris, because this has been such a beautiful city to host this event in so far. And again, just to reiterate, the prize pool, $2 million prize pool, first place going home with a big chunk of that money. They've increased the money. They made it BO3 matches at the beginning.
वर्क के लिए 15,000 वर्क मिलेगा. एक्सक्लेमेशन डोनेशन 15,000 वर्क मिलेगा. नहीं 20,000. 15 के 20 के आसपास कुछ भी भेज दो.
They definitely are starting to flesh things out a little bit more. As mentioned before, the best
एक्सक्लेमेशन डोनेशन आपको UPI ID मिलेगी. वर्क करें 15,000 मिनिमम.
The vetoes and things like that, but also just getting more reps in an international event. I mean, I'm from Oceania, so I'm used to going to an international event or at least supporting a team.
15,000 में लाइट वर्क करेगा तू दिल्ली आके नहीं यहाँ पे लाइव
and you get banged in the best of one and then you go home for 20-30 hours. So sometimes that's how it be. At this event, not the case. You get to play at least one best of 3, multiple best of 3s. You've got the GSL format, upper lower bracket. We're not playing round robin or any of that nonsense. And we're just
₹1 5,000 पैसे भेजा. No 15,000 rupees INR or dollars, whatever you want.
It is 100 Thieves.
Dollars भेजोगे तो भी चलेगा. मैं like मुझे बुरा वैसे लगेगा. दो currencies I take, dollars और rupees दोनों में सोच.
Powerhouses in their own way.
Same amount.
A little bit about the vetoes, and while we're just getting
dollars तो क्या $1,000 भी चलेंगे.
Talk a little bit more about 100 Thieves.
15,000
Who would have guessed that I would have wanted to talk about 100 Thieves? But they've been so
$200 $500 भी चलेंगे भाई.
I don't know. That caught me off guard. I don't know how you feel about this, but for 100 Thieves, for me, they've been one of the most creative teams that we've seen in Americas. I say this even starting in kickoff when they had the Waylay. The way that Timatino was being set up to use that Waylay was really well done, and I feel like I didn't see that many teams abuse it in a way that they did. They ended up using that Waylay to get a lot of that information, but be able to refract back and be able to go really quick into another direction, just completely catch the other team off guard. Obviously, Waylay no longer that good in this meta, but I'm excited to see what they can kind of bring to the table here if they've made any changes to their comps.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, on the side of
Oh
IRQ,
my
you
god,
know,
it's
they
so
tend to
insane.
like to keep it pretty vanilla. Of course, they have their own flavor of things that
I
they like to
think
do.
like
We have
215,
already
3
seen
likes to 15, jaldi jaldi, 2 likes बचे, 2 like बचे,
Pacific is a wild
जल्दी जल्दी
place. Okay,
15 likes करा दो.
In America,
यार
in America, it's like, oh my god, they changed one.
मैं चलता भाई काम करने में तू बहुत काम है कसम से भाई चालू तो हो नहीं रहा एडिटिंग कर रहा है क्या
We go on strat roulette and we.
अच्छा भाई तुमने मुझे अच्छा एडिट कर दिया
I mean, RRQ. The thing is,
कैसा है
RRQ
thumbnail बता
stylistically would probably be considered a bit more of a vanilla team because I think a lot of people who don't watch the region might regard Pacific as like every team just runs it down. RRQ definitely plays a lot more like a European or an American team. They play a slower pace. They mid-round a lot.
Yeah.
They don't just play 30-second, you know, site exec simulator. They definitely do kind of work the map a little bit. They try to be a bit
Editing
clever
it
with
is
calling. They try to have some decent
puppy
amount of
दे
prep.
फिर like करता hello
Yeah, I think that's going to be
puppy
an
for you
interesting thing to
puppy for you
tackling
पहाड़ आके
stylistically
puppy नहीं दे
against
सकते
a team
sorry
like
यार
100
गोट
Thieves.
thumbnail यार
I
यहाँ
think in
हाँ
general,
AI से किया है
That's, I mean, that's kind of my
मतलब
own opinion
photo मेरी
about
असली
why
है,
sometimes
बाकी सब
RRQ
AI
might
से
struggle at internationals because they
Yeah.
often try to play like they're playing a team like Fnatic and they're like
आता नहीं
playing a
edit
slower
करना
style,
मुझे.
and it's like we're
Done
just kind
like,
of doing what you're doing but maybe a little
yeah.
worse
Yeah.
sometimes. Although they have had some very close maps, but
Yeah,
in
yeah.
Pacific, I mean, they very much are
Like
the team
के लिए क्या
where
क्या करना पड़ता है
they do
देखो
like to slow
दोस्तों
down the mid-rounding a little bit more.
आ
They
गया
do
यार
like to mix
दिल्ली
up the pacing
छोड़
as
दिया
opposed
पहाड़
to some
उधर
of the
क्या
other
बात
teams
कर
that are
रहा
a bit
है
quicker.
दिल्ली आ गया
Your paper X's, your full sensors, things
क्या
like that.
कॉलेज
They
क्या
like
सीन
to send it a bit more.
Yeah, I think for 100 Thieves, they've definitely done a good job at balancing both those things. Being able to
क्या भाई
play
तू क्या
somewhat
मर जगह रहता
aggressive
है
when
पहाड़ों
they
में
need
भाई
to be,
क्रेजी था वो
especially when you're looking at how they were playing versus Loud, which
चालू
Loud
कर दो
is
यार
known to be super
तड़पा क्यों रहे हो
phenomenal
इतना
with their fragging power. Players like Luke Show just going out there trying to get as many picks as possible, but 100 Thieves were able to shut that down. They're so good at being able to play back when they need to, being able to just be aggressive, and maybe running it down is the strat to do. They've done such a good job, and a really big props to
चालू
Bora
क्यों नहीं
because his
हो पा
IGL
रहा
and his
आप
mid-round
लोगों
has been
से?
phenomenal as well. I feel like he's really driven this team to success. And for me, when I'm looking at the coach and IGL synergy, Vora and his coach have been so good at understanding each other, building these playbooks, building these strats, having such a deep map pool
पप्पी
that
के लिए
seeing
like
that
मेरे
in
को
the
तो
server,
नंगा
nobody's
होकर वर्क
actually
करवाते
lost or
हैं
confused or overwhelmed with what
नहीं
they
नहीं
want to do. So
my
I think for me, for 100
standards are
Thieves,
set L
that's what we keep
management
talking
low
about, the
key
creativity goes
कसम से
way
भाई
beyond through and through the relationships, not just in the
पता नहीं I
server,
think
but
first
also
day इसलिए
outside
सीन
of
हो
it.
रहा
Yeah,
है
I think there's a lot of overlap.
कोई बात
honestly.
नहीं क्या कर
If you
सकते
talk, if you just discuss both
गाइस
of these
एक
teams and
लाइक
say
टू
what their
15
strengths and
जल्दी
weaknesses
जल्दी
are,
जिसने
you
भी
know,
लाइक नहीं
talk
किया
about
देखो
having a
मस्ती नहीं
strong
चलेगी यहाँ
map
पे
or
जल्दी जल्दी
talk
लाइक
about
करो
having a bit of a slower paced, you know,
RRQ
maybe
80-20
at
चल रहा है
times,
हमारे
star
पोल पे
player that
पहले
likes to
मैप
just let the game come to them,
यार भूख लगने लग
evolving
गया
a
यार
core gradually, incrementally over time. I think that's the same thing for RRQ.
28
They've
subs
had a
to
certain
go
core of players.
28
Xfer
subs
has
to
been
go
around since
आज
literally
क्या
the
हमारे
inception
200
of Pacific
सब्सक्राइबर्स
franchising
हो
as the
सकते हैं
centerpiece of RRQ.
और
Then you had Jemkin,
चलो
you had
गाइस
Crazy Guy
इंस्टा
coming
पे
in a little
भी
bit
फॉलो
more
कर लो अगर आप
recently than
पहले
that. Similar to 100 Thieves, you've got some players that have been around since the very
इंस्टा पे
beginning.
आएगी
And
हमारी
they've kind of
क्लिप्स
incrementally built
क्या
the
पता
roster around them over
कि एक
time,
फनी
changing in one or
चैट
two
भेज दो
players
उसकी रील बना
at
के
a
डाल
time
दो यू
over
नेवर नो
seasons until they end up with their current iteration. So I think both of these teams, as mentioned before, maybe falling a little shy of some international qualifications. This event is a good opportunity to prove themselves against the global field.
Yeah, and as much as 100 Thieves have these veterans, you've talked about the globals, you've talked about the stages. This is the first time that 100 Thieves, at least this iteration of the roster, has gone to a global, has played on a global stage. So I'm really interested to see how they face up to that. Is there going to be a shift in mentality? Is there going to be a little bit more pressure? I'm looking at a player like Timotino, who's just come up from challengers into this roster. This has been his first time in the VCT. This has been his first roster, and he's performed absolutely phenomenally. It took him a little bit of time to warm up at the beginning of kickoff, but he's done such a good job. He's blossomed into a very well-rounded duelist player, someone who does his job really well, pulling those crosshairs, not necessarily constantly fragging out, but being able to do that job, get the movement in there, open up and make the space for the rest of his team. So I'm still... It's honestly still a question mark for me how they're going to perform. I'm thinking if I'm thinking of the VCT Americas 100 Thieves, then 100% I understand where they are. I know who they are. I've seen them play. They're so phenomenal. But when it's moving to a different style, it's kind of going to be interesting to see how they do on the global stage. But that being said, we still have a couple more things to work on. And before we jump into the game, we're going to go into a quick break.
वापस? No. मैं पूछता हूँ रुको if I can. मस्ती हो रही है भाई तो ओ आपको मैं टूर्नामेंट ओवरव्यू दिखा देता हूँ उन्होंने लाइक एजेंट्स तक सिलेक्ट करे थे फिर भी थी ना आई थिंक मैं आपको दिखा सकता नहीं दिखा सकता आई थिंक नहीं दिखा सकता भाई पहला स्कोमिश का रिजल्ट जो हुआ है वॉरा वर्सेस जेमकिन दैट इज बाय फोर्ड वॉरा वर्सेस जेमकिन 100 थीव्स जीत गई स्कोमिश आई थिंक पब्लिक है आई थिंक दिखा सकता I'll show you it. यार सीन तो है क्या कर सकते हो बताओ आई स्टार लाइक और till then other always I think we have to wait only. उधर से पूछा तो है Let's see chart. Let's see. Holy भाई स्पैम हो गया पूरी इनकी चार्ट हाँ ग्रुप ए भी यही सीन है क्या ओ नहीं ग्रुप ए चल रही है
you don't mind losing but ultimately they're losing quite a bit more
यार ये
this
तो
is
देखने नहीं थे
getting
लेकिन
a little bit dangerous until LaRock is there to close it out. A bit close for comfort, a bit costly, but it's still their round.
Yeah, I think they lose an SMG, a Marshall, and a Sheriff. It's
कोई नहीं, we'll watch वो वाला game. कुछ तो देखे at least हम. Better than this way.
Interesting. Coming into the full buy of
Let's
EDG,
go.
Laroc
It
2
is
away from a showstopper.
BBL
Lovers
versus
Rock as well
EDG.
could have the finger guns.
The
And
option
those two
नहीं है
ultimates, or even one of them, could make a big difference in a round where there's so many weaknesses. BBL have to play this with all those losses in the last round as a super light buy. Barely anything invested. Laroc already close to death.
What? क्या था ये?
Yeah, there's a hell of a lot of damage that's already been done. Laroc almost gone. Rose almost gone. A lot of the danger of this round seems to have diminished. Maybe if they can give Loiter a gun, that would be nice, but no, it's Kankan just cleaning things up. Nice work from Laroc to at least get one back, but in the meantime, he was just selling a ruse, a push, going through to the other side of the map, and Gianni has already seen where Loiter is. His survival seems impossible, but he's managed to teleport back at least a little.
Previn bought some time.
Bonus
Rose
conversion
now
नहीं
finds
होगा
himself a
ये.
kill. This is a fantastic start, but left alone, he'll have to do all the hard work himself.
1 HP
One
clutch,
HP,
1 HP.
and a Bulldog, a clutch for the ages, and it's not to be. EDG sporting a few bruises, though, and they were up against a very light buy. I think BBL can keep their heads held high exiting that round, and for EDG, the goal now is to deal with the full buy.
क्या ये management लो?
Yeah, they did an unfathomable amount of damage in the first few seconds of the round, and then after that point, plain sailing.
Management
As you said, this is where, if that ult came online last round, it would have been great. Instead, though, it's come online for this one. Operator for Lovers Rock. That was what I was mentioning about 30 minutes ago. I love his defensive side operator on that Neon. The fact is, though, early utility expended. And a TP.
Clear करेंगे इसको.
Rock, there's the old pop, but Jenny's gonna snipe him out of the sky. Con controls the site, and walking through that smoke was a brave and bold play for Rose. Now a 2 versus 5 seconds into the round. You thought the damage last round was impressive. Well, they've basically won this one in the first 20. A save has to be called. Lovers Rock having an op as well. There's no way you want to throw this at a near unwinnable situation.
No, it's crazy how clean that was on entry, especially Gianni's reaction shot just to be able to get rid of that showstop because it was super dangerous on entry. But yeah, Kreven definitely under serious pressure early in the round, and I like it from EDG. A little bit more direct, very aggressive in their stance, and when you have that operator set up on the other side of the map, the fast pace into A could have caused some issues, but they basically won the round within the first 20 seconds.
Oh, 2-2 is where we end up for EDG. Denying those weapons won't be possible in the end. So at least BBL got out of there sporting what they were trying to save. But
137.
that was such a quick round from EDG. It's hard to even imagine from BBL's perspective. And the fact that they popped the showstopper, so it's costly not just because it ruins your economy, but it also takes a very big ultimate out of the round and out of the game for a while. Now leaving 3 players onto pistols. It's still a better chance to win than the last round in the 2v5, sure. But EDG looks set to take the lead here.
EDG is dominating.
You need a hero play, and well, maybe the operator will be the one to do it. Lovers Rock able to dip in, dip out, get rid of Kankan. Unfortunately, the additional weaponry, not really possible, but they've gambled on the other 2 sides of the map. In fact, just look at where Laroc is already. Very deep positioning, pushing in on that flank. Sure, the rotation to the B side is still possible, but that's being watched by Kreven, so they at least have information there. And if Laroc were to keep pushing, he might have a fast flank. However, that plant is going down, and with the time ticking in their favor and still solid weaponry, I think EDG is still favored.
1v3 He can. Rose knows. Rose. No.
They think he's here. And they certainly know it now. Now he's in trouble. Headshots needed to bail him out. And Well, Jenny comes to try to save the day. The pistols are doing damage, though. This is an advantage now for BBL, and they know where that last man is. But Jenny pops the showstopper. It'll buy him time, but he really wants that pick. Shots fired from behind. The showstopper won't land for the kill, though.
Almost.
LaRock ends up coming out on top by the skin of his teeth. That rocket almost took him out.
Yeah, he's actually a little bit unlucky. If the showstopper gets the kill, the fact that he's able to spin around and headshot the guy behind, real nice play, or real nice try from Gianni. But ultimately, that's a low buy round coming through for BBL. The operator of Lover's Rock, that flank from LaRock, but also just Kreven buying time. Like you mentioned it, like him able to get a kill or two in the mix. Important stuff. 3-2. Lead brought back, and the economy has taken a little bit of a hit, but the Blade Storm will pad everything they need over on that EDG side.
Well, we've seen this delay on the C site from BBL work pretty well. Looks like EDG want to break through and deal with Kreven, but this time it's not Kreven. Instead, it's going to be a full setup. Initially, Lover's Rock takes the kill. A C's nade thrown through as well, keeps them back, does damage, and the Blade Storm now looking a bit weaker. Skyhill comes through. Concon's back up to full, but running out of dash. Wants to get in. Oh no, he dashes in! It's a crazy play, but it works out. He might die after one, but he buys the space. He breaks the defense and sends them scurrying back towards the C site. Numbers. Even for now, but the attackers have an easy time, and they're going to change direction, and no matter where they go, they have an advantage.
Yeah, the Seekers gave it away. 2 Seekers after you get 2 kills. You know, okay, that was 4 players on the C site. That means there can only be 1 elsewhere, and it was not B. The wall only just getting tripped, but even still, it's a little bit of additional damage done onto Kreven. However, he still manages to win the fight. Puts it back into an advantage. Weaponry not in their favor, and Lotus just spammed the bullet through the smoke. It leaves it all onto Signed. He needs to try and clutch on his first match for the team, and it's not going to be happening. Lover's Rock closes it down, and again, after a decent back and forth, the recovery is solid from BBL.
It's just a fantastic idea to come out of the gate with that aggression. We so often see it, especially the C's nade. When it comes to the A site, much more rare to attempt it here. Leaving Rose embedded as well, at least trades out Concon. If he's not there, and instead is in front of that jet, it's a different game altogether. But keeping the numbers like that, buying a little bit of time, and then winning their fights when it came to it. Also a very lucky spam by Loida, but 4-2 for BBL. It is a good start to their defensive side, considering the 2 rounds EDG have been extremely dominant.
Oh, they love this C pressure. I like the adaptation from BBL to put LaRock there. He wants to try and fight them on it. Utility being sent out to clear him, and he's taken a lot of damage on the way back out. In fact, there's pressure in. The stinger enough for Concon to find the opener. Already, Gianni has managed to add another. This C site execute, once they've got into position, is doing so much work in terms of damage. Once again, the players on the other side of the map, I was going to say, really don't have a choice but to save. However, right now, I feel like Lover's Rock is looking for the classic, I got 1 kill, so that means I did damage. Bro, you got an operator, leave. You can't leave now. Yeah, he could have before, but he can't now.
But he cannot save as well.
The good thing is they don't know he's here. It looks like they're going to slip right past him. So for now, at least, if he continues flying under the radar,
he can
perhaps he'll get to keep it. He's not going for a ninja, surely. It won't work. Not with Signed. Oh my God, he is. He's trying it. He's going to try it.
Wait, he might get it.
He could have time here. I think he's got time, and no one's close by enough. It's going to be a spam from Signed. Has he got it? It's so close! Oh, no way! Lover's Rock steals the round away!
Hello? I can't believe we just seen someone 1v5 Ninja Defuse on the first map of the tournament. I can't believe it.
Even as he was running towards the site, I didn't believe that's what he was doing. And they all left, Tom! Why did they all leave? The Vice Flash doesn't give you info. They just left him. Oh, what a disaster. Well, somehow this man's sticking around for 1 extra kill's giving him the round.
Timeout, timeout.
You can't blame me for not expecting him to do that. That's utter madness. And well, there's the 1 extra kill. It's at the beginning of the next round. Nice work from Gianni on the trade, but again, some weaker weaponry in play here. Obviously, it's kept him from the last round. I can't believe they didn't leave 1 Stinger player behind. It wouldn't even matter if that man went down, but...
I can't believe he won that. I can't believe he went for it even. Even just that
blatant
was crazy, but... EDG have got to be kicking themselves. Then you come into this round, a man down already. BBL changing up their buy setup constantly, and it causes problems here as the Thorns slowed them on the push towards the A site. Left these players isolated. And now EDG are calling the freeze. They've waited for 20 seconds, 30 seconds, and finally they'll make a move. But BBL have waited as well. They are still sat in position. Of course they don't expect Larocque to be stood there.
EDG has
With the Vice Wall
lost
covering his
all
back,
of
he
the
doesn't care. They've
momentum.
left C completely open, but BBL are willing to take that gamble. And it's paying off for now.
मुझे जरूरत है टाइम आउट की. ये क्या देख लिया मैंने?
Pretty hefty advantage. But the second he tries to enter this site, will trip the wall, and even then, it seems like there were players watching it. Instead, they've reaggressed, looked to try and push behind.
You can just go see.
Finding that there's nobody towards C side of the map, will give them a
बहुत doable है,
a little bit gambly, but when you're in a 2 versus 4 situation, you have to try and take that risk. However, the full force of the defenders will be there in a matter of seconds.
बहुत doable है.
Yeah, that door swings open and they're already on their way. Showstopper popped. Larocque searching, has found his target. It's an easy kill with the paranoia going through. Plenty of players can still see him, but Chichu tears them apart, at least for the first two. But it's back to winning ways for BBL. They're continuing on this crusade 6-2. What should have been at least a fight back from EDG guaranteed.
I have done it.
Become much more one-sided. Of one little mistake.
Oh,
the diffuse delayed so they can get the operator.
They
it
need
has
a
been
timeout.
having impact. Those early picks coming through from Lovers Rock have definitely been causing them issues. I do like the fact that we're seeing both Jenny and Kankan at times really look to put the pressure onto that operator. But it has been problematic to try and deal with. Either way, 6-2.
They're not taking
the attack now have themselves to buy. Of course, they've got plenty of credits to play with. They lost a round with 5 players alive. That is a rare occurrence. It's whether or not they can start putting the rounds on the board. And again, they go towards the C side. And this time, Lovers Rock is on that side of the map.
It's the same setup we've seen. Having the C's nade, having the op looking for the opening pick. EDG fell to this with ease last time. Bit more of a fight now, though. Good trade back. And they're taking Lovers Rock. The C side's wide open. They can run in. The smoke in their way shouldn't delay them by much.
I don't think so.
Still with nobody having a dog to clear that out, but they decide not to put it through. And in the time wasted, Krevins covered that gap. Look at the TP though by Loita. It's huge. They're clearing it. They think he's here, but dealing with him is another story. Chichu. Well, he found 2 to close out the last round before he died. This time it would be enough. Take it across the line. He's going to use his ult just to be safe in grabbing that spike.
Yeah, it might even work as bait, though. Because you're going to almost have assumed that he had it already. It's a very, very long rotation back from Loita. Time will be ticking. Chichu's had an opportunity to reposition. I think the only problem he might have is starting to doubt where his opponent would be coming from. You go, okay, but why is he taking so long? Has he gone all the way in towards our spawn?
Predict,
gone all the way around the back. He's sat in the corner, basically just trying to cover off as many angles as possible. Timing ticking away now for Loita, and in the end for Chichu, it's all too easy. 3 kills for him in the round, and 3 rounds for EDG.
Clutch for Chichu, a much needed round for EDG as well, as we said, after losing that 5v1 Ninja Diffuse. I genuinely can't I can't remember the last time I saw a Ninja successfully found. I think in the last year we got like
1v5.
one attempt.
Not in a 1v5.
Not in a 1v5,
no.
Absolutely not.
Never.
And then you think about, I'm including regional games in that. Then you go to an international stage against a team like this.
Yeah.
That is not the kind of mistake that happens at this caliber.
They have picked their agents.
Crazy stuff already happening for the economy. A little bit rough. Well,
nice,
for Gianni, the showstopper has worked out this time. And
no way.
The wraparound looking to come in from behind. The ult trying to pad the gap. And well, Kankan ends up with 2.
Kankan with the
Kankan with the
activated.
Kreven.
Kankan with the
decides he doesn't want to face into the Kankan operator. And honestly, that's
okay. I
don't think many people do.
I lost 2 in a row.
Yeah, you start an eco or low buy round. A little bit of aggression.
Half
Sure,
by eco में तो चलता
once
है
you
और-
meet that operator, it's time to turn. Nice attempt by Rose to play sneaky beaky like, but he's been caught and now all onto Kraven. Guardian got the weapon for the job, at least. Already the first one tap under his belt, but Signed puts an end to that. 6-4 now. EDG with a chance to equalize still at the halftime.
Yeah, it's looking like, especially after the 1v5, potential for BBL to run away with this
already
half, but
6 rounds BBL के पास है देखा तो
potential
advantage
is
उन पे है
slowly slipping away from them. Of course, on a regional standpoint,
और double
EDG are normally
duelist attack
incredible on that
in
attack
com तो
side,
मेरा
so
चल रहा है
I'm
अभी
interested to see.
तो attackers को
They're going to have
6
that
से
same
ज़्यादा
sort of
advantage
caliber on
spend करना
defense. We've only seen them
चाहिए
play
Lotus
defense
3 side map है
really versus
पूरा
DRG, who they
BBL
lost to
whatever
both
6
times.
साल भी गया ना तो BBL का ही half
Of
win
course,
है
it's hard to doubt these
6 के
players
ऊपर
even
जितने
without.
भी BBL को rounds मिलेंगे सब bonus है इनके लिए 6 round कर ली इन्होंने enough है इनके लिए
And we're going to see this early aggressive start from LaRock. And actually, he's going to continue his pushing, but it's almost worked out as bait for Loiter.
Oh, it's a great paranoia. Chinchu on a tear these last few rounds. He's found LaRock.
भाई प्लीज EWC वालों मुझे दिख नहीं रहा नीचे का
EDG
तुम ये हटा दोगे तो प्लीज
into a
EWC वालों
workable position. Rose is going to cover in the corner, cooking on the left. There's a wall in front of him and some thorns to his left. It
Thorns
might
in a
draw the
wall.
eye of the rest of the squad, but
in
they
a
won't
wall.
see anyone fighting them
Rose
as they
can-
go through. They're suspicious!
Rose
But Rose
can do it and
lands
will.
2 in a row. A quick double the spike. To wait till
They
that
have
wall
the
comes
spike.
down.
Hello.
They can retrieve it, but not without a fight. Rose is still guarding it in that corner,
Nice one.
and he'll catch
मुझे लगा ही था,
Con for
with
7. The
Rose,
lead locked in for
Wall
halftime.
and thorns पे बहुत
I'm
distracted
very
रहेंगे
surprised that Rose got as much done from that corner. Normally, I expect that to be a one and done. Of course,
Yeah.
EDG were focusing more on the timing of getting over the wall. And because of that, they walk through. One's looking his way, the other's obviously clearing the other angle. That player doesn't hit, he gets 2 for 1. It worked out wonderfully for the IGL of BBL. They now looked at come out with an 8-4 half. Of course, 7-5 with a pistol and second round under their belt. It's kind of what's expected.
ये fight लेकिन पूरी खराब रीड है इनकी
But either way, operator waiting for Kankan.
See,
He
पूरा
knows
खाली
that
है
player is likely already crossed.
Vice
Rose
killer
currently
को
holding the
they can just
operator,
push
allowing Lovers Rock to get aggressive and now peeking into a double of players. All going to be baited. But instead, they go back towards the C site, which as of right now
perfect read
is
इनको एक भी नहीं
completely
मिलेगा
open.
इधर
It does look like BBL are setting up for the retake, though.
Yeah, that it does. I mean, they've got 4 players having pushed up on A. A lot of space taken there. The whole idea is to just fight this outside. This attacker side of the map.
किसी का तो
And the
वो
idea
है
from
ऐसा
EDG
BBL में
is to do the exact opposite. They go to the top. They go to the defender spawn, taking that as a nice foothold. Seekers go out and tell them where to look. One player towards water. That's going to be nobody searching for the kill, trying to make this uncomfortable for that player.
Oh.
And now the thorns.
5v5
The ult going through. No more
5v4
thorns.
retake
Sorry for the attacking side. They haven't got anything to
मुश्किल
slow
है
down this. So BBL going to run straight through. Already having dodged the ultimate.
They're
They've got the
not
weapons in
slowing
hand. And
down.
now Signed
2v3.
and Chinchu have numbers
Nice
against
shot.
them. A smoke that's going to block them off. And the
Chinchu
defuse
is-
can now be tapped. A spam through the smoke. The best that it gets. But they found him. Rose is down. 4 for Chinchu. And Signed is there to close it out. It will be 7-5 at the half. The lead for BBL. But EDG not that far behind.
No, another
Neon kill was
great
really
round
crucial
coming out
there.
from Chichu. I
Neon
think you can
kill
put at
was
least
round
In the
winning.
last 5 rounds, he's on fire.
You could put at least a few down to him individually. Or just
EDG
even the
का
spam
mid
through the
round
smoke, making sure they couldn't
और
even get it
pre
to
round
half. I
बहुत
think at
अच्छा
that
है
point,
उनको हर
Loiter
पोस्ट
already
प्लान से मिल
knew
रहा है उनको पोस्ट प्लान
that
से
that
कर
round
रहे
was
हैं
over. 7-5,
सारी
decent
lead सही हो
recovery,
रही है
especially
सारी
when you
mid
consider
round
there was a
के
1v5
rotation
ninja
सही हो रहे
defuse in the
हैं
mix and you didn't win the pistol. I think that's not too bad for EDG.
Yeah, you know, often we talk about the pistol rounds in a situation like this, 7-5. You're like, oh, the pistol made the
But
difference here. That's what gave you the leg up. Another 1v5. The 1v5 ninja defuse is what gave you the leg up there. That's tough. But for BBL, the lead by 2, indeed. It's something to work with, but I don't think they're out of the woods just yet. Mistakes from EDG allowing that ninja defuse
Time out ले लिया ना
through. That's a flash in the pan. I think this team is only going to get better and better as the tournament goes on as well. And that's always the effect that we see when you have a coach coming in to stand in. You think about Zeiss. Yes, he was great when he stood in for KC the first time around, but as the days went on, as the weeks went on, he started to grow more and more into that position. The team identity looked better, started to feel how to call in the game, and the team knew how to play around him as well. And that's exactly what I expect to see here for EDG, that Sign will become more and more integrated into this roster over games. That on-stage experience is vital for any top-tier player. And so, he's coming in here with these guys. I don't just mean on-stage experience as a player, I mean with your team, right?
Yeah, of course.
And he's coming in here with a chance to build that day by day, already looking pretty good.
Yeah, I think it's also fun as well when you do have like a coach in the mix, because you can have those additional inputs that you might normally have to call a tactical pause for. So it can give you additional value. Of course, what you lose is Smoggy, who's an insane player. So it definitely I'm not going to say it's a full positive. I think there's some pretty hefty negatives in there, but he's held his own so far in the game, and of course you still have crazy caliber players like Chichu, who's just popping off at the moment and going into the defensive side. We'll have to wait and see what they have on offer. As said, when it comes to their regional victories, it's normally the attack side where they shine. But a lot of the time, they dominate that first half so much that we don't actually see that much of their defensive side. So I'm excited to see what we're going to get. He's 17-8, by the way.
Like, genuinely, it's the last 5 rounds, excluding one. I remember he got like a 2K out of 4, then a 2K clutch, and a 4K to close it out as well. Chichu's having a game, man. 7-5, though. Pistol round underway, and it's BBL on the attack. Lee said, we're going to get a glimpse
7-5 is really good
on the defense. It is 4 players towards C, 2 baiting that initial fight. In fact, Jet's the only one baiting it, dashing back and then leaving nobody embedded for the late round. I like this idea, and it does look like BBL are going to fill into that space, but they're going to open the door. And that's where a problem forms for nobody. In fact, nobody's opened the door. And that has caused a problem for nobody. They're all around him. He's going to be taken down, but the trade's at least favorable for EDG.
Yeah.
Great paranoia.
He did pretty well there, getting out of that with a kill and then
I don't know, without infosing door खोला भी
क्यों? I'll be honest, he doesn't need much
बहुत ही खराब
He's just managed to right-click a guy down to 8 HP through half of the bullets hitting the wall.
Yeah.
That's how the classic works. There you go. That's all you need.
I was thinking that. I was like, I'm pretty sure the wall ate
EDG पे advantage है, usual advantage भी है, space advantage है इस पे,
Look at the control.
BBL पे बहुत space
to
है.
get them into the A. So
But
the thing I like from EDG,
they will just play numbers, play together and fight that way. They should.
Safe enough pair of hands if he's on his own. Yeah, I'll certainly be believing in him. Plant coming through for BBL.
If Jet dies, they'll win.
HP missing.
If Kankan dies earlier.
Snake in the grass, and I don't think they saw his pistol. There's a jump scare for Signed. But they're still hunting him down. Jenny, as reliable as he's been, it seems like Lloyd has hit another level in this pistol round. Already 3 kills under his belt, but he might need to do more. Kraven's the only one left on his team alongside him, but never mind, holding the site proves easy.
Space advantage. They got the space advantage.
BBL, and an injection of rounds in this
जो भी
early
देख रहा है क्या मैच चल रहा है भाई.
dangerous series for
दो
EDG.
diffuse
both pistols under their belts as well, and I agree with you. I thought that Loiter
इस पे like कर उसने अभी तक नहीं किया है. 3 likes away for 20 likes.
That's the defining part of the round. If he gets even just 1 kill, there's still going to be that pincer in onto the remaining players of BBL. Instead, it gives Kraven a lot more of an opportunity to isolate some of those fights. 8-5. Lead extended.
पूरा same setup. They should just go
in his hands. What more do you need?
1-3-1 on an eco.
Sniper. Nobody. The sniper being
1-3-1 पे
the outlaw, but nobody even having shields. Should be an easy cleanup for any fights.
You're correct. Nobody doesn't have shields.
Technically, I said nobody has shields. So
exactly.
I'm incorrect because I said I would have said nobody does have shields, but I meant no player on the defensive side has shields.
Come on, try harder.
Sorry, yeah, my bad. I thought he had a shield beside his name, and it definitely wasn't the fact that his name is nobody, and it's an annoyance. Something, someone, and nobody. God damn it.
Something, someone.
Like
it should be the cleanup, but the weapon he comes up against is a sniper on the other side, and in the hands of Con, it's good enough for the kill. Problem is, everyone else has classics.
Do it take that outlaw, no? Oh, Vandal this way.
Looking to come in on that flank position, but it does seem like the attackers have now sort of realized that flash has left Rose so blind, but Again, a corner unchecked. I think he's got almost all of his kills from corners unchecked so far. He got 3 from one corner.
Yeah.
That's a 4th. I think he may only have 5, but we'll ignore that.
And he got Con in the back from the corner on C-Long,
nice.
so he actually did get all of his kills from corners.
There you go.
BBL
He's just hiding in corners the entire time.
yeah.
An easy cleanup for BBL, though, and now is where we basically need to see the breakback from the side of EDG. Of course, this is their opponent's map choice, but we don't really know what to expect from Ascent going in. It's not a map that we've seen them play too much recently. In fact, too much might be an understatement. We haven't seen them play at all.
क्या हो रहा है भाई? Why so much delay? Anyone
There's
knows?
something poetic about seeing the IGL only getting kills from positions of outplay.
Hey, you gotta be ratty
Why
sometimes.
so much delay?
It's kind of how he should be playing. Well, for BBL, double digits if they can take this round. They've invested decently. 3 rifles, a Guardian, which is another rifle. I say rifles, I mean these ones. The big boys. Vandal up close,
hello.
not good for nobody. Caught pulling it out, and Loida gets an easy opener. The plant now on the B side as a result, but of course, Chichu not going quiet just yet.
बच गया है.
A good nade, but the cover equally is good.
Yeah, with 4
Maybe
HP.
for
Nice shot already.
EDG,
And the
they have to
Khan
take
as
a
well.
timeout here.
Leaves
Right?
just 2 standing.
It's their eco.
Save call already.
Next eco ke
Yeah,
baad
there's
they
not
have to
really
take
much
the
of a choice now.
timeout.
It's interesting the
Or-
position
or
of
else
that
they'll
Vice
just
Wolf
lose.
for signed. It feels like they're leaving him boxed in on his own setup. Again, that's quite a common thing to do with a stand-in. The problem is, one of the normal positions for that wall is on B, so that you know that somebody's walked through. It's fine to not do that if you're very aware of the gap. I think you can tell from the way that nobody died. He was completely unaware from the gap. That can't happen again.
Yeah, it's not been the prettiest. Rose has gone down to the spike. Well, he was making sure they're not getting ninja diffused, and I can certainly appreciate that. Well played, Rose. But for EDG, uncharacteristic mistakes. That's the thing that's surprising. You had the 1v5 ninja diffuse earlier. You have this round as well, where BBL are allowed to simply walk up.
Lorix giving them a round of
Guys, जो
applause.
भी stream देख रहे हैं जल्दी जल्दी like and sub, और अगर आप kick पे देख रहे हो तो follow मार दो. 3 followers away, just 3 followers away.
I love that one. That was a great hit. We've planned out a few of these for the day, so
Oh yeah,
don't you
definitely, definitely.
worry. What's next on the script? Well, 10-5, BBL in a very good position right now. They come into this. We spoke about it, EDG favorites, but we don't know how they'll play with the stand-in. To be honest, I'm not going to blame on the stand-in. Top down, it's looked a little bit messy in some of the rounds. We still need to see them wake up.
Actually, bhai.
It's very low buy as well in this one. Chichu, understandably, is the man with the rifle. That's it. That's the other problem. That wall's getting tripped for free. Once that door goes up, and it looks like BBL definitely posturing for this A hit. They've allowed EDG to know it. All the info there for the defensive side.
Yeah, and I think that's the Bay. They're ready for Concon's push.
Fake लग रहा है. ये fake लग रहा है.
Again, he might be a
Oh,
bit
they're
more
just
of a
doing back
surprise.
here
The
again.
flash. Oh, hello!
No, timing.
Signed.
No way.
Gets
कोई
the
expect
timing,
नहीं करता है
but They
तो.
found the rat this time. Now the split back to B, but there's a player ready and waiting. Yenny has his nade primed. Again, can just look to slow them down. Paranoia in, and there's the man of the moment, Chichu, with that rifle. Even escaping from this, you're still walking back into another player in the form of signed. He's got himself an additional weapon, but there's Lover's Rock. 2 quick shots. But they still have to answer the question of where do we go from here? The C site seems the safest, and that allows for that rotation all the way back to the other side of the map and a post plant.
Florida can catch Neon, bhai.
Oh, Lover's Rock almost getting caught. He's on the right
3
agent
seconds.
for it.
3 seconds
Quickly
later.
able to slip away.
3
Back to the C
seconds
site. They know the outlaw is lurking around, and for signed, that's a big problem. For Chichu, not so much, at least for now. Ult's going to be put into play from the shadows. He sat in the backside, spots 1, maybe even 2. They definitely have the info to work with. Loida has the same himself. Lover's Rock wraps around, they double swing, take sign down, and leave Chichu
No time,
in an
no time,
unwinnable spot. Time against him. And a shot landed by Loida confirms it. A
surely
big lead for
have to
BBL.
take
And
a
honestly,
timeout.
I'm surprised to not see like a pause coming through from EDG, even just to
No pause?
to settle the nerves.
Yeah, I think it might be one of those
I
games
think
where you're just kind of going like,
post-game
okay, let's go with the flow.
Yeah.
Let's learn
Post
a
game
little bit of our own weaknesses, but also, yeah, as you sort of said, I think a lot of the mistakes have been a little bit more blatant, like gaps being left and things that I don't think you necessarily need to be told that need to be fixed. Chichu, though, still having an insane game. He's being matched, at least by 1 or 2. Gianni tries to get aggressive, but they are just waiting on the other side to try and catch them out. Lover's Rock, he's already taken quite a bit of damage. A push in towards Chichu might not be advised. Ooh, maybe now it will be. He tries to TP away. And again, look at the space that's already been claimed.
Nice shot by Concon. But we need another to pull them back into this round. The other problem being with plenty of members to this attacking side, they don't need to worry all too much.
They're just waiting for Concon to take a pick.
About rotating that player through, about moving Loida, but the flank coming through is a big problem. Signed has not been spotted. They seem to have no idea that he even can be here. There's a freebie on offer, and he will claim it, leaving Rose to try to fight back. And now finally, Loida does need to rotate through. But when he does, it's too little too late. Big round for EDG.
Yeah.
Right in the nick of time as well.
I think that obviously Signed great work on the timing on the flank, but the big player in this round is Concon. Because not only does he get these 2 kills, I do think this is audacious from Lover's Rock to even look in that direction, but then he starts baiting for his teammate. Because eventually someone's going to look behind. But if you have a guy on Jet jumping around with his knives out, you're looking at that guy. You're looking at the guy who's the biggest threat in the server most of the time. And that's the moment that gives the Signed the opportunity to strike.
Fireman push. Read is wrong
break
though.
Back after 4 in a row. But this is the first of many. Or a blip.
Nice shot.
Rock having no look when it comes to these showstoppers. He's picked out of the air again.
2 बार लड़ा के
damage
साथ हुआ
done to
ये.
Rose. He'll be taken down with ease, miles away, and the showstopper lands for damage. Not for the kill, but it feels like enough has already been done. They are throwing everything at this one. Even in the 4v2, no room for error. And EDG, well, EDG were making an easy meal of it, but now Signed and Chichu. 1 away from the ult on Loida. He can run, take the orb outside C, and then plant with ease. This has turned into a much more dangerous round.
Yes.
Imagine कि वो cancel ना करे.
It does seem like this has been thought of, though. Look at Chichu. Chichu is so ahead of the game. He's so ahead of it. He's so ahead of it. He knows exactly what's coming.
Yeah,
He's going to be waiting for his opponent. The second he goes with a plan, you thought he had a big brain play, but Chichu's brain is even bigger. Was there way before anyone would have expected it.
I don't care who wins this. I feel like Chichu's MVP. The guy's just been putting in a shift, man. So many impressive rounds across this map. He's kept them in it. And this would have been a very flat first half, if not for him, and it would have been a game over. Although absolutely anyone watching the 1v5 defuse would have cancelled that. But 4 rounds left to go. The gap's starting to narrow a little bit again. But the thing is, in the back of my mind, it is any moment that BBL can answer up. It's not even waiting for the next round when the full buy comes through. They're just as dangerous here with pistols.
What fast चल रही है game?
Couple of ults here and there to play with as well, but very situational ones. And the ult for the defenders is pretty much useless. Get rid of one of Larocque's weapons, but Khan's push already gets an open. Chichu, very open ground, had a high-low, but
nice.
It ended up a bit low in the round.
This should be an easy win for
keeps them the advantage. The Nightfall has been sent through, and in quick succession, both players pick up a kill. Nobody's been bottom of the team so far.
Lose their
they need him to win this one.
Crept up, got Rose. But the first kill might not be the easiest. Good flash, Larocque caught in the corner and caught by nobody. It's been a rough map for this guy so far. But the win now fills his sails.
Guys, necessary
clutch. BBL constantly on the edge of running away with this.
No
and yes, it should have been an easy round. They had pistols.
Yeah, 174 पे हम आ गए हैं.
That's the round he needs.
26 subs
to get him back in the game.
I think they were all laughing after that one because it was definitely a little bit more shaky after you're full blinded with the flash, but very well played in the end. And well, you mentioned timeouts earlier. It's going to be BBL taking one. 3 rounds in the lead, but feeling the pressure. And I think they know, as we talked about in this group in general, you're playing up against EDG with a stand-in. Still a tough opponent, but I don't think any of the opponents look any easier on paper. Like a Full Force, RRQ, 100 Thieves.
Obviously.
So it's going to be very interesting to see whether or not They can get this one over the line because if it slips,
almost सारी team अच्छे form में कि like London में like सारी almost सारी teams ने gentleman's qualification से आई है और उसके अलावा ये BBL qualification से आई है.
For BBL, we already mentioned it. Winning this map, having Ascent up next, it could set them up to knock this out of the park 2-0 to avoid that sunset in the end. Never know what EDG are going to be pulling out there. Or how high up the power creep can go as we get later into this series. But I see the fist bumps from BBL. Their timeout coming to a close, and it's time to get right back into the game. We said, lights out for Chichu. Looks like Lloyd is matching his performance as well. Certainly had his fair share of rounds, but for Chichu, it's that underdog story. It's because they're behind, and he's been the one fighting back in for them. And on this team, that's bloody impressive.
Well, even after 3 rounds in a row, it's going to be an operator with no shields coming into this round for Kankan. So definitely a little bit more vulnerable. Okay. See you later, LaRock.
It's all because of that clutch, you know? Wouldn't have had the confidence to spray otherwise.
Most people would have thought that nobody was there. But not nobody. Kankan in position.
This game is getting interesting.
Waiting. Had a teammate to support, but in this case, with an advantage already, he's going to fall back.
Kankan with an op. It's always so scary. It is always so scary.
It's Rose. Quick on the trigger, but Jenny,
a snake in the grass. Why aren't they checking corners?
Least expected.
Why aren't
it
they
all
checking
onto
corners?
Kreven. 4 to find. The first doesn't come too easy. He's
Why
left on 5
aren't they
HP,
checking
and that nade is
corners?
hunting him down. He stands reasonably close to it, and okay. He's alive. The smoke fades. A player up top. Good flash! And now a 1v1. Surely not
5 HP, 1v3
but the spike is down.
clutch.
And Jenny is protecting it. One away from a showstopper, but that's not going to come online here. That's for a future round instead. Kreven playing it slow. The problem is, without opening that door, Jenny's going to know you're coming from this direction. And Kreven, it's been so long, he doesn't know where his opponent's gone.
A single bullet needs to be a headshot. Jenny will be there to
बहुत
close the round.
बहुत मुश्किल था.
No way he got that.
Hey, do the stream देखा, don't forget to hit the like and if you're new to my stream,
it's incredibly costly for EDG. They were already on the back burner just getting an operator around. You see why they got the operator because of how fast Kankan is. The snake in the grass this time flips to the other side with Jenny. Having another big round on the Rays. Of course, as I said, we've seen him on Duelist in the past, but it's him.
Bro, EDG का comeback चल रहा है. They just won 5 rounds in a row.
He's looking fairly comfortable.
Yeah, good work by Jenny. Just sat in the corner. Shame that there was no utility for Kreven to make that an uncomfortable fight on the other side. But for LaRock, that's a very big scalp to take early on. Jenny, not liking the odds of taking this round. Showstopper goes. He finds LaRock.
He gets one more.
How? I don't know how he survived, but his weapon outlanded the shot, and now BBL, okay. They'll recover the rifle. They'll deal damage to Jenny. But the advantage sat firmly with the defense for now.
खराब क्यों लग रहा है teams का?
Oh.
Dissipating.
अभी बोला. I called it.
Onto Jenny as well, so although he took damage early, that's now dissipated, and the other side can't have that same sort of luck. Kreven is down to just 45 HP. It would need to be a couple of instant shots once again. I don't know what you're going to do with that information. Yeah, there's a player there. Now for Kreven, he's gone back, but he's walked straight back into the hands of Kankan. That operator still in hand. And for Rose, well, he's not been having the best of games individually. Might get one for free. The second player could be a little bit harder to land, but he knows exactly where Kankan is. Knowing and doing anything about it is a very different story.
Yeah, well, this is a team
अभी तक चालू नहीं हुआ कि
100 looked completely deactivated. They were making so many basic mistakes.
Off stream ही चालू खेल रहे क्या लोग भूल गए क्या लोग
a little bit here. But we always knew it's a matter of time before they
Anyways, the match interesting हो रही है by the way.
I'm starting to think maybe it would be a map, maybe it would be a series. But it looks like they found their form right in time. BBL slowing down.
Finally
and another
a
timeout. The second for BBL being called, and quite quick succession as well, as they're finding no answers.
BBL timeout लिया था.
I feel like we're getting early spoilers. Of sort
chat
of
में लिखता है production rank
like,
Iron 1.
Go towards Ascent. It's like, well, if you can have Kankan with an operator on the defensive side, he might just kill everyone. And that's kind of what he started to do, like lightning fast reactions on the operator. And then you still have the likes of Chichu up the top of the board. Gianni started to wake up. We know that they have so much individual talent that even if a piece of their puzzle has been removed,
they have to do something about the operator भाई. Operator को उनको pushback करना पड़ेगा तो मारना पड़ेगा. वो कान first blood नहीं ले सकता इतने जो ऐसे free में मिल रहे उसको.
2 rounds, like you could see that BBL are really feeling that pressure. And you have to start to fear that if you let this map slip away from such a massive
साथ की watching आ रही जो भी देख रहे हैं like कर दो. हमारे 2 likes बाकी हैं to reach 20 likes today.
It's within 2, right?
जल्दी
Because
like
they lost 3 in a row. They took a pause, lost 2 more, and took another pause. So I think it is literally 2 pauses in 3 rounds.
उनकी reach SK Rossi. Hello भाई अर्नब क्या scene? Welcome to the stream भाई. SK Rossi. Not playing, buddy.
But it's Con to fall right away. Laroc's had no look on the showstoppers this time. He's finding his mark. Pushing up to 12. This could be the round for BBL. Good damage though. Jenny hunting down his prey. Blood in the water. And he's hot on his tail. The classic trying desperately to find him, and it will be nobody to do it. At least dealing with one, but still a man advantage for BBL. And now the time is taking in their favor.
BBL पे space ही नहीं है. They have to fight for space.
This is literally just blitz all your ultimates at once to try and scrape your way through a round. This is a must-win now for BBL. They'll have nothing into the next, but they are taking this one home.
Just got to the match point, bhai.
The coach in a 1v4, and with the credits desperately low.
First OT.
Not today.
Now listen, maybe he'll be a replacement on the main roster if he wins this one. You can see him already leaving to the other side of the map, fleeing for the save.
क्या है Kimberly चल
12
Kimberly let's go भाई आ जा भाई कहाँ है ये इंडिया में तो और यूएस में
6 rounds ago, and yet it has been a good streak from EDG.
Kimberly मत याद दिला भाई trauma हो गया था Kimberly.
You can't
that
use
was a big ult dump.
3 high impact ults in 1 round, and okay, sure, Larocque got the opening anyway, but the show
OT or BBL taking the first map, obviously. India.
Okay, I'll say that the Steel Garden didn't really do anything other than slow one player down at least a little bit. But it has also put the economy on the back burner a little bit for EDG. No operator on their side. In fact, it's Lovers Rock. Now, they do have a Blade Storm.
EDG पे तो full buy भी नहीं है.
Pieces missing here and there, and an immediate 4-player aggression. Khan 1-for-1. The nade won't quite kill off Loiter, and after seeing that many players, surely that's an immediate response from the attack to go back the other way.
Khan's dealt with Chichu still alive, and with the TP as well. He can move to this A side if noise is heard, but Sign not yet getting the read. The push coming his way. Now
thank you.
making its way in.
Hello.
In a moment's time, you're going to see Lovers Rock looking for that opening on the op. For Sign. Oh, yeah, I think he's going to walk into it. Oh, no! Lovers Rock walks into him. Great shot from everybody on EDG. They have shut down that push. The danger averted. 12 to 11. We're going the distance no matter what.
Yeah, so I mentioned it. You get rid of the ultimates. And that round, even the last one might have not gone their way.
Keep it up. So cool to see you, Pro Gaming. Thank you, bro. Means a lot, bhai.
The individual stepping up. That's it.
At least
12 and 14 right now.
At least
holding his own in the server, a man that was playing in the Ascension system last year. So it's not like he is way out there of a player who's not ready to jump into the server. High impact ults in 1 round, and okay, sure, Larocque got the opening anyway, but the showstopper definitely helped get rid of Chichu. It's going their way, but they're signed. He's now leveled up, 14 to 14. At OT, well,
OT hai, EDG win.
Lloyd might be able to get some work done, but nobody is sneaking up on his left, and he has no idea. Great shot from nobody, and with Signed on a 3K.
GG's हो गया BBL का.
Locked in.
पहले मुझे लगा था कि reverse sweep होगा, लेकिन पहले मैप ही they came back.
This game, they looked at a certain point. The mistakes they were making were unforgivable. Like for BBL, I could see a world where they win this, where they even look dominant on any map because they have the individuals coming out the gate, shredding. That wasn't the case. It was mistakes on the other side, and now that
BBL अपने corners check नहीं करी, यहाँ पे इसको 2 कैसे मिल रहे हैं इनको? Like no fate Prowler, no nothing, bhai.
They win, I think, 2 rounds off of straight BS, and now they've gone to OT. This is a choke and a half. Like, they were handed the map, and now they are in overtime. Like, the pressure is severely on them. I don't think EDG could have given them anything more to take this game over the line. if they lose from here, I'm not going to lie, it's a little embarrassing.
Yeah, you come into a set then with a different mind frame than the quasi-advantage you might have thought of for BBL earlier, that hometown hero when it comes to the 82nd province of Turkey. But you come in after a loss like this, and I'm not sure that matters at all. Confidence will take a knock. For EDG, a slow start to this attack side. They've seen so many aggressive rounds out of BBL. Think about that C push especially that had a lot of success.
Saint को अगर info मिल गई ना 3 बंदे उधर हैं, they'll just
push comes to shove, and that was very dangerous. The spike was involved in that fight, but it does make it out. Man advantage. Jenny, they know he's tucked in the corner, and they want to deal with him. That's a bold play.
Kangan with an attack side operator.
Kangan with the op is
really
scary.
Has not been missing. He's got one every single time. It's only if there's someone ready and raring to trade him. Walk back, not going to be caught. EG
Perfect.
Completely paused. They have left their opponents with little to no information. The corner being flashed, by the way, just to make sure there's nobody there. Rhodes is already dead. They were still wary that there could be a second. But now with a plant and an advantage extending even further, the lead looking like it's going to be taken. And the Hubert Kankan, you know he's not going to miss that shot. Lovers Rock needs to try and recreate.
Bro, you're
it,
not Kankan. Lovers Rock. You're not Kankan. You don't try to be Kankan, bhai.
After being an insane
मैंने उसको एक भी शॉट मिस नहीं किया ना अभी तक Kankan ने इतने भी शॉट लिए.
Round, it doesn't have that same flair as what we saw in the first half. The pressure they were putting on in the extremities, the early fights that were going their way every time. And
इनका क्या tech check नहीं हुआ था क्या?
It seems like EDG have the plot armor. They have managed to bounce back from a huge deficit.
एक घंटे से इसी स्क्रीन पे.
Little mistakes that were there. That quick of a turnaround is impressive, but it's
EDG
also
won.
respect
EDG
for
won.
a squad
He
like this.
took the first map.
I expect them to get better and better with every map under their belt. I didn't think it would be every half under their belt. A chance for 14 to close the map here and go on to a set. EDG's map pick, and often a hometown map for any Turkish team. Go in there after dealing a blow like this. That'll be a huge advantage. I think they just noticed he knifed the Prowler. It might be Kankan with the op. Why wouldn't he shoot it? Okay, let's go the other way.
Actually, good rotations, भाई. Good. कौन है? Chichu है ना? IGL EDG का? I think so.
The attack side.
Idea है किसी को?
Going to try and take back that space towards C. Kankan in position once again, and of course he doesn't miss
good
the shot.
Rotations. Fully. The blue reposition by EDG.
And the C site.
They have to go here again. Yep. Nobody को pick मिल गया ना, उसको pick नहीं लेना चाहिए था.
Interesting. The A site is completely under their control. Before
they should just go C again, bhai. Too late now.
On that side of the map, this gives BBO a pretty good opportunity.
Plant coming through. Could be onto Larocque, still 2 away from that showstopper after the plant. And look who's sneaking his way in. Chichu's gone for the spam. Looked like it was on for the start. Immediate swap from Kankan. He shoots, drops his weapon, and goes in for the fight.
He got one tap through the dash.
With him taken out, the rest of the squad a little bit further behind. And the showstopper now online. The round is tied up in a neat bow. BBL
good cleanup by
let this one slip
BBL.
Just yet, and they'll get
Lock in
another
होता
chance
chat
at
थोड़ा.
that defense.
एकदम अच्छे से बहुत प्यारे राउंड निकले ये. बहुत ही लेट राउंड था. बहुत कवर अप बहुत अच्छा किया BBL ने.
I was just worried they were going to completely fall out of the map after it coming all the way back to overtime. But it seems like
let's see OT2. First game of opening matches OT. That is fucking insane.
No surprise that Kankan's invested back into that operator once again. The defenders.
क्या लगता है who wins this deuce?
Reaggress towards that seaside, but Kankan is waiting. This time not missing the shot, but he has missed 2 players already on the walk up.
खाली वाइस spotted है C पे.
Same space take from BBL this time.
खाली वाइस spotted है C पे. Why?
A little bit of a different layer to hopefully allow them to push through to give Lovers Rock the chance to clean house. On the other side of the map is where EDG are focused. Spike outside A.
They heard operator A पे ना तो they just thought
But they don't know about Rose. BBL are setting traps on each extremity. Finally, Lovers Rock has walked up. He's hearing the steps into B now. He knows the play. And
nobody gaya. No!
But the shots don't
No,
land.
free kill tha nobody pe.
Huge play, perhaps round winning. The BBL are going to have to find something else to fight with.
If I retake.
Keep up that fight.
Vice, Rose ko marna padega Vice ko.
Going to be a flank. The paranoia is perfect though. That's the advantage.
Maar diya. Be good gang.
Nobody waiting in position. Kraven, however, catching. This is looking like a round set up for victory. But still, Khan and Chichu wait, but it's a missed shot. An uncharacteristic one at that.
Clean retake by BBL. Flawless
right.
क्या प्यारा वाइस को उन्होंने पकड़ा है by flash and peek combo.
Certainly wouldn't be the blowout victory that it looked like. A complete mismatch.
बहुत ही औकात में खेलने लग गई दोनों टीम. Like चालू तो बहुत उधर से हुआ था कि first सब हो रहा है.
This is the chance to take it home. The attack side's being kind to them in that last overtime. It was LaRock having a fantastic round, finding that showstopper online to close it out. It looks like they will put a lot of focus towards this left side of the map.
EDG का defense है, better है defense EDG
You
का.
can see that door swing
Let's
open
see.
and an immediate challenge at the C site.
Swap up.
Info है.
Where we've seen Sime playing a nice shot from nobody off rip, but they're still continuing the walk up, and
Nice
Jenny's just
shot.
waiting on the cross. All too easy for those initial openers, and losing 2 personnel off rip. You almost feel like it needs to be a mistake for somebody.
They'll just hit the Vice side. No way they win this.
Yeah, they'd have to trade out the mistakes made
पीछे
by
जाएंगे.
BBL. Oh, yeah, you're just about going to survive that.
1 HP. Operator से मार दिया. Holy shit.
Khan doesn't miss.
Yeah. No, he doesn't.
He
He hits
doesn't.
both shots.
Khan doesn't miss.
Waiting on the side, flash for him to swing as well. He doesn't
उस
swing.
Lovers Rock को नहीं पता है.
Plays it
हाँ.
patient, plays it slow. Maybe that's a mistake. Nobody now dropped and
Time को नहीं पता इतना close आ गए वो
pressure
लोग.
from
अब
that
पता
right
है.
side, the off of Lovers
Abhi
Rock.
knows.
Now all eggs in that basket. Good damage done, but whoa, it's a bit shaky. They get there.
Oh,
14 to 14.
nice round, 14.
Another overtime need.
Triple overtime is crazy on the first map, bhai.
Of the entire tournament.
First map, first game.
You have to wonder though, how the hell did nobody get a kill and get out when 3 players were looking at him? What the hell were they thinking? Then shift walking through. That was like 2 seconds later. Where do you think
भाई अभी तक
nobody's
हमने
going?
जिस मैच के लिए वो किया था वो तो चालू ही नहीं हुआ
They're
है.
like, oh, nobody's there.
Nobody's there.
Imagine PRX और NRG वाला सीन हो जाए, चालू हो जाए उससे पहले.
Khan Op survives, but not been purchased up on the other side.
No open
Seems like
defense.
both teams have now found their rhythm, but only one can take this map over the line. The map choice of BBL.
पकड़ा कान को.
Definitely feeling a little bit more.
बहुत space है, बहुत info है. They know
so far
every
in this map.
thing.
Less fast-paced
It
rounds.
seems like it.
Patient stuff, and this has been a big point of contact. Kreven just spams into the smoke again. There seems to be a regular occurrence of just players picking
Random
timing,
spams.
spamming, and almost getting a kill.
नहीं कुछ सीन है.
A minute on the clock. And EDG still spread thin. The spike was alone outside B, but now it's regrouped. Okay, dangers averted.
BBL is
Top
playing
this
the
bait
defense
setup. We
very
saw it
good.
before from
Paranoia.
BBL. The jump spot's there from Loida. He sees
No,
it,
yeah.
hits the paranoia, but instead he swings out wide. Now goes down. Rose has to have a sensational performance. It's
No,
NRG
he
turning
whiffs.
to.
No,
But one found.
Khan did.
At least for BBL, it's just a one-man disadvantage, and they've got the rotates in just in time. Lovers Rock and Kreven are here to hold the line. The early flank from LaRock, but Khan just keeps ripping them to shreds. It's EDG.
भाई क्या चल रहा है? Hero plays. Hero plays.
He's just been getting better and better as the map goes on. Like we've been saying, it's a lot of the time it's been one and dones. This is him finding a player with a classic, walking into the site with an operator, finding another couple, and then closing it with a blade storm. The better this guy gets, the scarier things become. By the way, you remember when Chichu was like miles ahead at the top of the board? He's now third.
Concom was 15 and 15. So
Scoreboard.
he's had a little bit of an
28 and 20 is crazy.
small amount.
Nobody का game unlucky game चल रहा है नोबडी का लेकिन
BBL's camp right now.
अच्छे निकाल रहा है वो. ना भी खराब नहीं चल रहा.
That spam was decent. The Rock tagged
Almost.
up No more bullets fired. He'll survive that engagement.
He gets back.
Lover's Rock is going so fast, and he's caught Chichu completely off guard. And
Lover's Rock?
under Lover's Rock belt. How has he gotten away with it? Now pushing in for more. A third.
One more.
Will be found. This one.
Plan भी खुद ही कर ले. He has to do it
That
now.
makes it even more impressive. Con, yeah, he has had an awakening, but this might put him back to sleep. A 1v4.
The hero round, एक और hero round in overtime. Third hero round है. Fourth hero round है हमारे game का.
Yeah, I'd say so. Doesn't even have the shields to play with, so can't even take the additional little bit of tickle damage. Like, I think he's just waiting to say, okay, surely someone gets greedy. Someone starts looking and hunting for an additional kill.
No, he cannot. Oh, he gets that.
Again, it just seems so clean with it, but this is just stat.
No way,
and
NT.
eventually Lovers Rock will close out with
Lovers Rock got a
identical to the last
4K
round.
there.
Duelist with a 4K
Guys, जो भी stream देख रहा है जल्दी stream को like कर दो अगर आप नए हो तो subscribe कर दो हमको 22 subscribers और चाहिए for 200 subs and 4 more likes 25 तक तो पहुंच ही जाते हैं क्या बोलते हो guys 25 likes और बात करो यार if you are watching the stream I know बहुत intense चल रहा है I know बहुत intense चल रहा है पर chat करो let's discuss about it
BBL
क्या बोलते हो
not this iteration of it but it was BBL. I'm hoping they're not going to do that again, especially with Ascent coming up next. The opportunity for it to maybe even be even longer, but I'm going to see ourselves a timeout taken, a chance to पेस चेंज करनी पड़ेगी एक टीम को आई थिंक दे हैव टू गो जो वर्क कर रहा था उस पे नाउ लाइक EDG अटैक जीत रही है एंड BBL डिफेंस हार दोनों अटैक जीत रहे हैं अपने अपने star duelists stepping up over the last couple of rounds, and we always talk about it, the rest of regulation becomes irrelevant. It doesn't matter if you got 30 kills or you got 2. If you can win an OT round for your team, that's all that matters at this stage. And
yep.
Well, thankfully we don't have anybody in the server with 2 kills. It is a decent spread with both IGLs clearly having to work overtime. And LaRock going into OT.
I like the judge wala idea Larak ka. I really like the idea. I really like the idea. Nice.
As well. Now, if Jenny hasn't just hit his desk, I think that's what I heard, then I'll be very surprised. That's an upsetting way to have the OT round kick off right after the pause. EDG down a man, attempting to take some space on site. Chichu has a nice paranoia lined up, but it hasn't caught Krev, and he's stood up on top of the wall, and he's been spotted, but the blind was good in return. Krevin's found himself too. Sign surrounded is dealt with.
One more
BBL
hero round. What a hold, right?
Yeah, I think that might have actually been a coach adaptation. They've been walking into that smoke, tripping the wall. Sometimes you've had IGL Rose in that smoke, waiting for them to come through. They killed him. This time you just put a judge there. You walk into that smoke, you're dead to rights, and then they have the players ready and waiting. Solid paranoia coming through from Loiter as well to help out his teammate. And then Kreven just landing the shots as he always does. 16 to 15. As said, we've seen these constant back and forths. In fact, we're creating a parallel timeline at the moment, but that means this time we need a defensive round from EDG to keep this one going.
Well, Concon's been the one to find success, and again, he's walking about. Pushing up on B to start with the flash blinded, so he knows there's someone here. Instead of continuing, he will wait.
Oh, he
does walk in, but this one, an uncharacteristic miss in a very crucial round. He goes in for more and misses once more. This could be it. EDG have lost one big player. The top fragger on the server, down and out. Jenny tries to pull it back, but he's traded, and Lover's Rock finding signs seems to have sealed the deal. The A site, the plant on its way. And nobody in Chichu, all that stands against them. Nobody's had a tough game, but he stepped up in the moments where it mattered. And Chichu, well, he was on a tear. When this team was down and out of this map, he pulled them back in so many of those rounds in regulation. Now they have to do it again.
It's still so tough to break in on. Flash, ready and raring to go. On the other side of things, the walk up at least, but it's been pinged. They have an idea that somebody could be going through. Never mind. Chichu made it past. Loiter's position, are they aware that there could be a player over towards the box trying to create a crossfire, trying to force someone into a peak, and that's what they've done. Chichu, once again, his opponent TP, and they're gonna turn it back!
2v4 throw!
Looking like it's gonna be enough as well. That is insanity from the side of NRG. How have they pulled back that 2v4?
I said it. And nobody's been there in the crucial moments. And
I told you Chichu could do it.
Again and again, he is digging deep for this team. Everyone talks about Concon, and for good reason, but this guy's been the highlight. Look at him go.
How many? Quiet as well, though. That's the crazy thing. He had like 20, or was it 17 kills in the first half.
Yes.
Went missing for a bit.
No shit, this is like... actually, I think इसको लगा कि बहुत ज़्यादा पीछे लगा TP.
The second half turned it up to another level to keep them alive, and he's done it again.
Throw किया. पीछे usually पीछे ज़्यादा TP
up against BBL
वो दिखता नहीं नीचे से.
God, that could be series.
उसे TP हगा.
NRG, they get another chance at this attack side. Fight straight into C. They're wasting no time on this run. And indeed, wasting body space. Concon, he's found his first already. Rose catches. Oh, he doesn't catch the wraparound. Jenny's left on 7 HP somehow.
EDG पे बहुत बड़ा momentum है.
Chichu, the man up against him, looking for the fight, and he'll win it again, no doubt about it. And it's left all onto Lover's Rock. This is not the gun you want to have in this scenario.
बहुत प्यारा momentum है
EDG पे. Swings and roundabouts once again.
Momentum shift हुआ that
of this game. Guess what? EDG have another at point.
I can't believe Jenny just survived there. Rose was on his tail. Jenny was blinded up, looking the wrong way. Took a few shots, not even knowing from where. And ends up surviving on 7 HP. That's the face of a man who knows that should have been his kill. But also who knows this map is slipping away now. NRG 17-16. It's a matter of time before we see 2 in a row. In the same overtime. I mean, 30 and 31 technically, but they were different.
Concon had to hit it.
And for NRG, this could be it. They dealt with Concon early last time.
No, he missed
this
it.
time, another missed shot. But that was a harder one.
Oh, already a much faster paced take, but it's a ruse. It's a bait. They're pushing them in towards Signed, who's already getting smoked off. Chichu also a bit paranoia, but I think they're past it. They are past it. A little bit further ahead than maybe he's expecting. One of the danger men gone. A post plant once more. But if you could lose a 2v4, you could definitely lose a 4v5, sorry. And well, let's even things up once again.
That was what should have won the round, leaving Lover's Rock behind Rubble, but nobody cleared it. Nobody checked for it, and now they can make their way back to the site. Hard to find value with the up breaking through, but he finds it in the choke points. With the rock down, it's Rose left, and not for long.
Good game, buddy. Good game.
NRG, they dug deep and delivered map number 1.
Good game by EDG.
I don't think I've ever seen anybody with an operator get that many kills with.
एक चालू नहीं हो रहा है, खत्म नहीं हो रहा, कसम से भाई. कितने राउंड हो गए इसके?
Like a turret from above.
18-16 गया ना ये?
And for BBL, this is a brutal defeat. You were so far in the lead. You took double pauses in the space of 3 rounds. That is crazy. Nonetheless, we're going back to Digon and the desk.
Thank you very much, Tom and Mitch. That was crazy to have that happen like that. Just insane.
पहला game.
Free Valorant off the top. I know that we had the pause to kick things off, but we basically had
Actually भाई
half a game.
चालू नहीं हो पा रही है. मैच CS के लिए excited था मैं ये मैच देखने के लिए. NRG versus तो I guess NRG versus PRX भी इधर ही होना चाहिए. NRG versus PRX यहीं पे हो रहा है.
They cannot keep losing these kinds of rounds. It's not excusable.
Actually, पूरा mid round पे आ रहा था.
1 4v2 on B. You lose 1 4v2 on B, and then you like these guys are fucking bad, bro. These guys.
नहीं मुझे वो चाहिए.
I learned English. Like getting for all the immigrants in the chat.
Through that smoke was a brave.
कौन सा round था ये round था क्या?
Play for Rose. Now a 2 versus typically won this one. Oh, there's no way you want to throw this at a near unwinnable situation.
It's all होगा ना.
Instead, it's going to be a full setup. Jenny comes to try to save the day. The pistols are doing
what is that NBA tournament in the middle? Is it a play-in tournament?
BBL, and they know where that last man is.
Ultimately, the flank from
इसका reaction देखना है मुझे.
only
win.
just getting
They win.
tripped. Manages to win the
नहीं कौन सा राउंड था वो?
Leaving Rose embedded.
ये वाला राउंड था क्या?
Nice shot.
Is
Yep.
doing so
Yep.
much work. Say really don't have a choice but to one kills.
A halftime has to be clicked
For
for
now,
that.
at least, if he continues flying under the radar, perhaps
Let's
he'll get to
see.
keep it. He's not going for a ninja, surely. It won't work. Not with sign. Oh my God, he is. He's trying it. He's going to try it.
Someone said hydration break.
I think he's got time, and no one's close
Okay,
by enough.
you're
It's going to be a
brain
spam
dead.
from Sign. Has he got it? It's so close!
इसकी शक्ल
Your voice is cracking. Your mic is cracking.
He's just on a 1v5. I can't believe we just.
इसकी शक्ल भाई होली और चालू हो गया नहीं हुआ मतलब चालू हो गया कुछ तो चेंज हुआ था ना स्क्रीन क्या चल रहा है ये नो स्टार तो क्या गाइस जो भी स्ट्रीम देख रहा है जल्दी स्ट्रीम को लाइक कर दो वी आर 3 लाइक्स अवे 25 लाइक्स पे और इफ यू न्यू जल्दी जल्दी सब कर दो 2 सब्सक्राइबर्स अवे फ्रॉम 180 सब्सक्राइबर्स भाई चीचू ने एक भाई चीचू की ऑप चीचू ने क्या राउंड्स निकाले हैं क्रेजी नोबडी का तो अनलकी गेम था यार उसका कुछ कैन नॉट ब्लेम हिम अनलकी गेम था लेकिन इन लोगों ने जो थ्रो किया है बीबीएल ने जो थ्रो किया है ये इतने सारे राउंड्स इतने सारे काउंटलेस राउंड्स थ्रो किए बीबीएल ने लाइक लवर स्टॉक ने अच्छा निकाला 1v5 यहाँ पे लेकिन थ्रो तो थ्रो होता है ये चालू नहीं हुआ ना अभी तक व्हाट आर दे डूइंग भाई क्या किसको पता है
That jumps out at me is the pause that was used in overtime, the timeout that was used in overtime by BBL to make the adjustment on the C push, where it's like, all right, we're going to sit back with the judge. You can see every single person, not just the players, the coaching staff as well, on point here because it is so important in this group stage to work your way on out, get that first win.
Yeah, I can't believe this is map 1 of the tournament. This is the type of map that makes you love Valorant when you get into it. The tactics on both sides, the shooting, the individual brilliance of a lot of these players really just coming to shine. But I think now as we move towards Ascent, the question has to be for BBL. You have to find a way to reset here because this should have been yours.
There is something very important that Tom was mentioning, and is the fact that, well, map 1 was long. If you are from EMEA, you know that Ascent and a Turkish team.
Oh, yeah.
It's a hell of a long map for that one. And especially considering that both Kankang and Lovers Rock are leaning so heavily into the operator. Really looking forward to see both approaches from the teams because we did see BBL play in Ascent during the qualifiers and we saw them playing with the Deadlock. I want to see if we're going to see that again. And most importantly, what is ETG going to be doing? Are we going to see something very vanilla, very boring? Probably because of the situation that they're in. Actually, that calls for both of them. Like, what would you do? Because you have experience coaching. Okay, so what would you do? Would you go for? Sorry, would you go for? Okay, we're gonna play it simple because we're playing with a sub, or let's go with something spicy. They're not gonna expect it.
You know that they've got something spicy. I want to see them take risks here. This is game 1. You know, I think you have a little bit of time to experiment. It is that GSL format, and you're a map up. So you know, they can play that kind of pretty standard, boring comps, but I don't want to see that. The one thing I do want to see is Kankang on the jet. If he's on anything but the jet, I will storm that stage myself. And
What if it's a chamber?
Oh, okay. You've convinced. I can see a chamber.
Would you be down? I know that it calls for a jet because it's Kankang. Like also like he holds everything. What about cheeky Yoru?
No.
No.
You lost me.
I thought that you
Didn't we talk about it? The Yoru was one of the reasons why EDG started struggling a little bit. The meta moved away from that.
But that's
now
exactly something that they're not going to expect. But you are right.
They won't expect it. We won't expect it.
Well, again, this is the 4th most played map here for EDG on Ascent. I feel for BBL because they had him on the ropes, right? You were just a couple of rounds away. You had so many in the pocket. They tried to call it a timeout. at 11-8 to be like, hey, let's settle down. EDG's warming up a little bit, but we have so many rounds in the pocket from the first half. We should be able to close it out. What's the mentality of a squad like that who had success early on in the league year and now are starting to struggle a little bit?
I mean, you got to find a way to not doubt yourself. We've seen the PRX players talk about this in the past. You got to have that short-term memory loss. You've got to have that goldfish memory. You got to be able to put these behind you because they know that they played well enough to win that game. It wasn't a question of the level of Valorant. It's a question of composure.
Right.
And we've seen them have success over in EMEA. It's not like it's not like they're known to crumble. They just have to remind themselves that they are good enough. It doesn't matter who's on the other side of that stage. It doesn't matter that they're world champions. You're capable to win this game if you play the way you can.
I think that we can also think about how aggressive they were from the defense, especially here on Lotus, and how much are they going to learn about how that worked out. Because that aggression on the defense that gave them so much, like even when they got a pick, sometimes the overheating was there, and they need to learn to get composure in those kind of situations, because also it translated to the attack, making a lot of unforced mistakes.
Yeah, well, we are underway here in Paris. The champions of China take the first map, but BBL will battle back here on Ascent. Don't go anywhere. You're watching EWC 2026.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind, and we're here. Now, the proud founding partner of EWC, powering the biggest event in gaming, shoulder to shoulder with the world's best, making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo
मैच चल रही है EWC की what? अब तक देख ही रहा है. हाँ, एक मैच हो गया. No gym. Late night possible. एक ही मैच हुई है अभी तक तो. एक ही मैप हुआ एक्चुअली.
Welcome back to EWC Valorant 2026. Digon here alongside Kukuka and Big Time. And yet again, we're back. It's EDG 1-0 over BBL. EDG, the #1 seed from China, up against BBL, who started off on fire in EMEA. They qualify on in as the final seed. They lose their map #1. Now we head to Ascent, Kukuka.
Yeah, and I think it's going to be an interesting one also because of the bar that we were speaking about that first Lotus set, but also because I think that they have to calm down. I know that the beginning was a little bit difficult
close match
and that might throw you off. They tried to stay on top of that, but it really looks like EDG has adapted very, very quickly to the way that they want to play. And it's because they have a lot of experience. It is very difficult to throw something at EDG that they haven't seen before. The aggression, yes, is going to work because trust me, BBL can shoot, but eventually EDG will pick up.
Yeah, for sure. They're so good at adapting. You see how they get themselves back into the game in this second half. Their defensive side especially was so solid over on Lotus, but now towards Ascent. So it's EDG's map pick, even though they've been banning it, but Ascent is a notoriously Turkish map. It's a map where the whole country seems to thrive through that, you know, they have that pure aim, that firepower.
Turkish map is crazy.
Again. So I think this becomes really hard to predict, and I do think that the idea of mental and composure is everything here.
Morgan, but this could be what we want, okay? So Turkish Valorant, right?
Yep, I'm there.
So they win Ascent, and then what do we get?
Sunset.
Exactly.
That's what we want to see,
There's
people.
a plan. You need to plan. You need to plan. It's all here, guys. It's all here.
All right, let's head on over on stage.
Ascent is very defense-sided map, by the way.
Agent select as. Again, before we toss into the match here, I want you both to pick one player to step up, right? It's all about earning things here. Nothing given, everything earned. Who's going to be the hero for each team?
Can we wait until we actually see the agent picks? Because I want to know what is going to happen with the sub situation and if they're going to, you know, playing in a different role.
That's true.
So for that, for the side of BBL, as I was saying, I think that I know that the one that didn't put up the numbers was Rose, but that is also the way that it is in EMEA, and he always says that he is just there to make everybody else shine, and with the players that he has, it's very easy to do something like that. To me, I kind of want to keep seeing the operator duel. I'm kind of really enjoying the Kang Lovers Rock because none of them is scared of the other.
Oh, definitely
and I think Lovers Rock started so hot in that map one. He was consistently finding those openings down C with that operator, and you see it slowly come to a stop as Kang begins to activate. For me on the side of BBL, if he's able to be consistent, he can do so much work for them, but he can't afford to fall off, or you start to see that composure, that experience from EDG outshine them.
Composure, experience, and also the mental side of this. We always speak about how it's easier to bounce back from a game where they just destroyed you, from a map where, as we said, they had everything in their favor. Winning the 2 pistols, some crazy rounds, the ninja defuse, the ecos and whatnot. So let's see where they are right now.
Yeah, I mean, we have the agent select coming through.
Oh, chamber! Okay.
It's getting spicy for EDG.
And the
on that chamber. And I love
Khan on chamber. T2 on stage.
Do you want to see them play?
Lalok on deadlock.
Get a little bit spicy with it, and they've done exactly that.
I love this.
But on the side of BBL,
Gonna be a good game.
God. Okay. Seriously, I want this to be an absolute stump from EDG. I cannot believe that I am saying it, but I want them to destroy right now with this composition. I want them to give them confidence to keep doing it throughout the tournament and to do it in China as well.
I will say it's going to be tough.
Interesting comps by both of them. ये वाला डिफेंस का BBL का तो बहुत similar है G2 के पुराने comps से.
Phoenix there as that solo duelist. So I think this first half is going to be crucial for that double senti of BBL to be able to build up some numbers, put a real stop to EDG.
I thought deadlock combo is really goated.
This is a Group A matchup, EDG and BBL, alongside RRQ and 100 Thieves, which will play later on. You want to get that great start here, and for EDG, they were on the back foot and showed the spirit of a champion, forcing that overtime time and time again, going to all 5 overtimes, 34 rounds, but get the job done in that last map on Lotus. Here, pulling out this composition that is exciting. It's changing things up. As you said, it's been banned. Ascent has been their ban, and now showing up with something new that maybe BBL won't be prepared for.
And it's also the change of roles, right? Like we saw Jenny going in the race on
Guys, अभी stream देखना जल्दी do not forget to hit the like button. जल्दी दबा दो, मस्ती नहीं चलेगी. और अगर आप नए हो stream पे और enjoy कर रहे हो, देख रहे हो, तो subscribe कर दो यार.
With the Sage, especially for them on the attack, will be to force the players from BBL outside of the site, just play for that plant and then just play for the post plant. If you are EDG, you have a lot of tools to try and delay them. I want to know though, from that post plant, how aggressive they're going to be.
All right, here we go. Already one map win
21 likes,
for China.
4 likes और
Only had 2 map wins overall, all of
25.
WC. Let's see what happens here. We're going into Ascend, EDG and BBL.
Alrighty, it's time to get into this map number 2, Tom. If the first one was anything to go by, well, it was, I think we might be in for a long day. But Kukuka says he wants to see a blowout for EDG. A one-sided affair from start to finish.
It's kind of mad that we have an EMEA traitor in the form of Big Time on the desk, and now Bayer's starting to do it too. I feel like there's a full conversion coming in, but we'll have to wait and see. Obviously, I would still love to see a lot coming out, but it's Kankan already managing to get a couple of openers. Chichu finding another as well. We were worried about the entrying in towards the site, but it seems like Kankan has them covered in the pistol.
Rock and Lloyd up. Good all to do, and well, for anyone that does want to see a blowout in favor of EDG, this is the start you're looking for. Look at Kankan already sneaking up behind. It could even be a knife kill being plated up, but said he's going to grab the easy one. Confirmed the kill, 3 under his belt already, and Larocque with it all to do. Should be impossible and proves to be 1-0 for EDG. And this pistol gives a lot of value to this EDG side. As you heard,
with a feeling EDG will dominate.
This first half is going to be crucial for BBL, playing the double Senti. Now, look, we've seen over time, and things do change as different metas evolve, but I think especially with Deadlock, that double Sentinel on the attack side isn't as weak as you would think. You're missing some pieces, sure, but when you do get onto the site, you can lock that down. You have a lot more flexibility in terms of the utility you have to stop floods, to stop early aggression as well. So it definitely does still have his benefit, but I do agree with him that this is the half where it has the most for most teams.
Yeah, I feel like that's going to be the case for both teams. It's like you're going to... Normally with a Phoenix, you'd expect it to be more attack-sided, but I think just having those contact flashes is really good. But then also, you've got a Chamber and a Sage, both of which are always pretty deadly when it comes to that defensive side. Already, Kankan has managed to walk into their spawn. Now, of course, this is an eco round. I can forgive it in an eco round. In fact, it might even be worth it happening now rather than any other time. Instead, he almost gets a collat. It's going to be a stronger weapon would have done the trick. Already, though, getting towards that tour de force, which is a pretty scary prospect. And another ult that's building up now is the running back.
Of course, Kankan is the one to make that play. A weaker weapon in play in the form of Marshall. A very clean round for EDG, but I understand BBL in this round, you don't expect to see a player fishing for information like that because you're risking giving a weapon over, and often grouping up, taking that clump play is what works. Kankan really sealed the deal without any danger, exposing his teammates to any. Now, the formality out of the way. The first 2 rounds, a little bit more predictable, a little bit more standard, a little bit plain. But now the spice comes into the mix. A bye for both teams and a strong 3rd round for EDG. I mean, this is a bonus, sure, but they have credits and they've got pretty much a full bye here. McConkon already 5-0. A tour de force might not be far away. So for BBL, you need to be careful. That's a little over-aggressive, I thought, from Lover's Rock, but he does get out with 1.
Yeah, had the
no way he gets one there. What timing पे peek दिया जिसमें reload आने वाला सबका.
Now the contact, I like the wall boost. It gives them an angle that you wouldn't normally have. The spam damage has actually done a significant amount, and the Molotov's going to force Loiter into a move. Even still, though, both players still standing, and now you have that barrier mesh put into play. Even still, though, a hefty amount of damage done onto those couple of players that definitely makes things a little bit more uncomfortable on that side of the map.
Oh, it's going to make this push a lot easier if BBL hadn't rotated so many players into position. That's the other problem. Now 4 standing by here with Rose covering the flank, and they will slowly walk away. They did make some noise. I think Larocque will have heard that. But often that's going to be a bait from the attack side to get you to push, to get you to peek, or to get you to rotate.
Rose,
yes, 3 players on that catwalk. They're not even looking at him. It should be free, and he gets nothing.
This has been a problem. He's been in good positions, but he's never been finding the kills, and because of that, they're going the other way. Now, the only danger is that they are a little low on time, but they're going to get past all the utility before that's a problem. And also, they've caught Loiter on the other side. This is an opportunity for a great start, especially with a lurking Kankan wrapping around the back and the re-swing as well. A nice attempt from LaRock. But in the end, it doesn't even matter.
जैसे इन्होंने को pick मिला
the second that they killed Rose, they realized, why would he be there?
Yeah.
It's because they've already rotated because we made so much noise. Instantly, they direct themselves towards B. What would have happened if he just stayed tucked, not even took a shot? They would have ran with 20 seconds left into a 4-man stack on a site that has a lot of choke points for those numbers to hold. That would have probably been a lost round for EDG. And a mistake there sends EDG miles into the lead. A 3-0 start and a very low buy for BBL in this round. They're saving credits for the next. And a 4-0 for EDG is a terrifying prospect, especially with the second round being clean. They have a lot of credits built up. And if this is clean as well...
A lot of credits. No ultimates used yet because they didn't get to any of them. So now they're built up for this round. And there you go. Run it back just to try and send it through some of that utility. Early pick coming in. Oh dear, another opportunity, but not taken. Kreven's only going to get the one. Even still trading back into slightly more even scenario. The Bucky on the side, then they're just not checking. They're not checking. He lands a shot, but it barely does any damage, and the spams will be enough in the end. It's not clean. It's not pretty. It's not a round I want to remember, but it is a round for EDG.
Yeah, I'm really glad they used that run it back to avoid any unnecessary damage taking place, or in other words, to avoid losing the round, because they didn't clear Kreven there. He should have even gotten more, and then Loida ends up landing a tag with the Bucky close range. This is very nearly a lost round, but hey, they had a lot of wiggle room to work with because they had a lot of credits built up. So the important thing for BBL there is, yes, they did damage. Yes, they kept the squad a bit more modest. But the downside is, EDG don't really care. They can come into this round with a full buy. They can go into the next one with a full buy. They have a tour de force to work with as well. So not even investing into the operator and still having that one-shot weapon on Concon.
Which one?
Exactly.
With him, it's all three. Oh. LaRock. Annihilation is available.
Good read.
But it's picking a time to use it that'll be more important. He's definitely slowed them down. I like the little aggression up the top, then use the Annihilation, tries to make it harder to break. Instead, he's spamming forward, and Rose will be the one to find the kill. Loiter in the corner has also done incredible work. And although it's taken them a little bit of time to get going, this one will be clean.
And you can see why this comp is so strong on the defensive side, or why Big Time was talking about how important this first half will be. More so for EDG, because the second half pushing into this Senti comp should be tough. And here you see exactly why. You have a Cypher set up on B. You also have a push in B as well. And then that Deadlock utility not only helps on a main where they run out into a Sonic Sensor and get stunned, giving an easy tee-up for Loida to slam dunk at home. And then on short as well, you have the net going through, the kill from the net, and then the ult, which also caught a player who was hit by the net. So when you're out of the ult, you can't move, and it's the easiest follow-up of their life. For the defense, yeah, you get that one, but a lot of that came off LaRock's setup, catching them off guard, and the ult being online.
Early bit of damage, but sensor in an aggressive position and executing onto it could cause an issue. Instead, they're going to try and utilize the Hunter's Fury to give them a little bit of extra space. The problem is, hasn't found anyone. They don't know what positions are cleared, and they do not clear LaRock. Another great start to the round. The net has actually caught 2 players as well, but he's just making sure they stay safe at this stage. A lot of early damage. And sure, there's a res available, but is there an opportunity to use it?
Look at where the bodies are. Not only are they behind the wall, but there's 3
what? I don't know what are they
ready and waiting
no
for that res to come through.
That mid is covered as well with the operator.
Yep, no risk of the rotate back, and then because they've got double Senti, not only do you have that Sentinel slowing you down on the A site, you have information for BBL. Nobody on the B site, but a camera and a trap waiting there. And yeah, it won't be ideal if EDG just walk in, break the trip, and get a plant, but that's why they've got this man around. Lover's Rock realizes they have enough time now to have rotated, so he's set up and waiting for them.
What?
Been hitting one here could be enough.
12 seconds.
They also know that they're rotating this way. He still doesn't have any friends to play with at this point, but the TP to the back of site, he can just ignore it or at least try and wait out a little longer. His teammate in position, and he has done the work. A back-to-back flawless round from BBL. And this time, well, I'm a little happier to see that it was Lovers Rock on the other side of the map. No offense to Rose, but he's definitely been having some fairly devastating whiffs in this game so far. Lovers Rock, not so much. He's been having a good day.
Well, there was a point, what, like 20 rounds into the last map, Rose had only killed people who were looking the other way. So
yeah, and even when they were looking the other way, he still didn't get a kill.
I think it was about 50% conversion rate, so which includes going into the overtime, the run around onto Jenny. It's been a rough day for Rose.
And sometimes he's hella clutch.
Sometimes the leaders call from behind, back behind the front lines.
Yeah.
That's what he's up to for now. But we have seen it, like even going through the qualifier, Rose was dropping 20 like almost every map. It was definitely a standout for this squad. And that's the thing, right? BBL have a lot to fall back on because he was the one that was discussed when they were going through that Ascension run through the Tier 2 that like, oh, all of these guys, the young guys on the team are going to be in VCT. Whether they qualify or whether they get picked up, we know it's going to happen. But people were like, oh, even if they make it, even if they get all the way through, Rose is going to be on the chopping block. He's old, he can't aim, and all these things. And then he showed us right away, even through that run, that wasn't what he was, that he had that extra gear to shift to. Yeah. Maybe we need to see that here today because it has been a slow day for him.
Yeah, I think as well. He's one of those people where a lot of people will focus on the IGL stats. I think if you're winning games, it's completely irrelevant. Like, the fact is, this squad has talked about being like a family for quite a long time. I think that's why when Comeback initially left, it was a devastating loss. But Lovers Rock, the man who replaced, quickly became a new member, an adopted version of that family. And the thing is, I think it wouldn't be the same without Rose in it. You'd have that firepower, but you would lose so much more. Now, a good couple of rounds, like not just, okay, you're looking at scoreline 4-2, you're saying that's not great. 2 rounds where 0 people have died on the defensive side. And that sets you up wonderfully for rebuys. If you want the operator, you can have the operator. And I think for EDG, it's going to be fairly important that they break back quite quickly. But this round, not looking too likely.
No, but I mean, Headhunters on Concon's basically an extra rifle every round. Raz online for Chichu might bring Concon back, so that's an extra gun every round. And
so your strategy is basically pass to Will. Pass to.
Oh. I don't know what that means.
Okay. No time to explain.
Okay. But I'm sure that is my strategy. Unless it's a bad thing, in which case it's not my strategy.
No, it's a reference some people might get, some people might not.
I'm the latter.
You
can explain it to me for tomorrow.
Nice.
That's a trap to start with, but there is a second one here, and this was the idea from Previn to
using my strats.
Have that little backup to give them space to maintain the walkout. But playing this very, very slowly. Initial contact on B. 3 players now from the defense in that direction, but this wall's going to cause problems. When you no, it's not. In fact, it's going to cause problems for BBL.
Why did he push that?
Oh, the Rock was walking up to it to have a little look.
Oh my, okay, maybe the pistols are actually a benefit rather than doing any damage. Concon with 2 Kreven. He's trying to save the day though. The problem though is if they can get the spike, they can leave. Oh, a res there, yeah, I was about to say, that would just be sending that player into the wolves. Instead, space is being taken. Concon's retrieved the gun, the res is available, so maybe he could play a little bit more aggressively. And he's been spotted, rotating in towards that A side, but being spotted and dealing with him is a completely different story.
So no chances for the res in the end.
What
to come through. Concon goes down, of course you can't bring him right back. Yeah, they're split. An op on the retake as well. Lovers Rock will take his time making his way through.
Lovers Rock
hoping to catch an angle and find that shot with the op. His target right down below. It will be Concon in hell that he's searching for. The barrel's been spotted. Yes. He knows now that there's one there. Kreven's trying to pull them out into the open, and he does a great job at that. Lovers Rock
लगाई था वो कान का पिक बहुत इजीली निकल जाता वहां से जगह नहीं थी कान
Kreven gave them this chance.
Oh yeah, they should have been dead to rights. Was it 3 picks going the way of the attack side in quick succession? 2 for Concon. His lurk timing was perfect. Nobody then wins the fight, and then Kreven just turns the round on its head. Mr. Impact himself saving him once again, and oh, it's going to be at lead, slowly slipping. The 4-0 start for EDG. Obviously, what we can say is it doesn't matter too much because we've seen what they can do in a second half on a defensive side. But I'm sure after going that far into the lead, they will have wanted to at least look to try and convert the half.
Pausa técnica mola mola. We'll be taking a breather. But what we've seen so far is exactly as Big Time said. You know, I'm starting to think he might know a thing or two about Valorant, but I'm not too sure yet. He said
it's not about food. He knows nothing about food.
No, absolutely not. Although, ask that man about a fruit platter, and he'll tell you a thing or two.
He is an expert. He is a big fan.
Intimately familiar with that.
Yes.
But he said that the double sentinel composition was going to be key for BBL. Key? Well, let's put it this way. It's the key for BBL, and it's the lock that EDG have to break. And when it comes to this defensive side, when it comes to the rounds BBL have put up, all three come off the back of those sentinels. Kreven, not so much with the utility. I don't know more him popping off.
It's a bit of a stretch.
But him playing the anchor is the reason that he's over there, even when there were numbers, even when they dealt with those first few players, he was still there.
What was the first blood of the round?
I don't remember.
It was one of the Sentinels getting caught out by their own utility and being shot in the head.
Oh, the wall.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that's the other thing we got to talk about. You throw the wall there. Okay, maybe you're trying to clear there could be a guy in the corner. I mean, he's going to break the wall if he's there. He'll give that away in a moment. He's not going to sit there for 40 seconds. Why did he go walkabouts? Why did you walk towards? That's like you throw the wall, rotate. And now we've got info for a bit. But that was a different approach up against an eco. And I honestly think he got exactly what he deserved.
Finally.
For now, at least. EDG do still hold onto the lead, but you're starting to see, as you sort of alluded.
We watch. क्या देखना है gang? Do you want to watch?
But I think this is a really good round to get us started because both these teams have proven that they have the strats it takes for this map.
Yeah, we'll see which one of them will prevail. You do want to move on. This is a GSL format group. You want to go into that elimination game, or rather into the progression game rather than the elimination game. We do have EDG taking on BBL over there on the A stream right now for much the same kind of result. And so far, looking pretty good for China. I'm pretty happy about that. We'll see if that does continue in that direction.
The quadruple overtime was really fun to watch.
That was, honestly. That was a banger game on Lotus. EDG currently up 1-0 in that series, and I do believe it is ongoing. And of course, over here between RRQ and 100 Thieves, the loser of this game will play the loser of that series. Winner will progress into the progression game for playoffs. I'd imagine. Yeah, I've seen a few.
That sounds right.
I've seen a few GSL groups once or twice. I'm pretty sure. Pretty sure I know
as long
what's
as they
going on.
don't lose 2 games, then they make it out. There's 2 games that they. Sorry, I think they play 3 games total if they do make it through.
Okay, cool. Well, hopefully you can make it through in the least amount of games possible, though. But here for these 2 teams, you want a strong start. Both of these teams, although various different changes. Of course, it was a year ago. Did play in the Esports World Cup, Valorant last year, and both of them got grouped. And I'll tell you what, it's going to be a lot easier not to get grouped if you just win this opening game for yourself.
That's true. That is how it works. You win this opening game, you can.
Send the player in, they get traded, res them, you have an advantage. In this case, no advantage whatsoever, other than the fact that you really need your smokes. And more so far, been a rough map for Gianni. He was looking very good in the previous. Oh, but this is a different task, and Loiter has gone walkabouts as well. This is almost becoming disrespectful from BBL. Walking up behind, Lovers Rock also then finds another pick. The remaining 2 are in some serious trouble. I think the net catching one and LaRock finishing his prey.
A very different face after that timeout, the breather that we had a moment ago. Of course, it wasn't a strategic conversation with the coaches, but this is the read the players had. We want to play a little bit more aggressive, get back to how we like to play the game. And as I said, after finding 3 rounds in a row off the back of passive play, I don't think EDG saw that one coming. And after the first bit of aggression, I don't think they saw that second one coming. Nor should they have.
Is this? I can't remember if they took one in OT. Is this the first tactical pause we've actually seen from EDG?
They did take one in overtime.
Okay.
I believe.
In regulation,
oh, actually,
then.
It could have been because they get them back in OT, so it could have been BBL again.
Yeah,
you're right.
I think we didn't see
certain.
that one. We definitely saw like 2 from the BBL side.
During
but even when they were
regulation,
very
we saw
far
2,
down,
yeah.
I don't think EDG took a single one. But after losing 4 rounds in a row, I think it's also just the mana which they're losing them. Like losing picks to the operator, irritating, using a res to get it back, irritating, and then being full flanked, like a player managing to push all the way up A. That's a problem, and it seems like what's happening right now from the BBL side is they're doing a good job of disrupting whatever play.
It just needs one more round,
you have a plan to do this,
oh,
now you've lost a player, and you're trying to react to me rather than going in with your own
Hello,
plan.
welcome to
We'll see
stream,
if they're
buddy.
going to manage to
How
fix that,
is
of
you?
course. Again, weaponry is going to be a bit more of an issue in this round, and they don't have any ultimates to play with, bar if they can get an extra orb for signed.
This is a nice spot.
Barriers up again after the timeout. Round number 9. Someone that to take the lead. Lovers Rock not going to hit the shot to start with. It going back in. Flash. Well done for Sign to at least get them around that corner, but this madman is going in once more.
Too much.
Yeah, a little bit too much. He's punished massively. This is exactly, it's against pistols.
You can tell me San. Okay. Also, I'm fine.
What is happening in this game?
How was your afternoon? Up the evening away.
Against Nico. They're making every cardinal sin, every mistake in the book. 3 versus 5 now. Weapons recovered for EDG. Run it back online, and Jenny's probably about to just pull it off to bed. Never mind. He's at least going to be dealt with,
nice.
but still the advantage for the defense when they shouldn't have had anything to say about this round.
Oh dear. See you later, Rose. And that leaves Kraven.
Also, you unfriended me.
Serious pressure being rounded on by the ultimate.
When?
He goes
Why?
for the player behind, hoping that maybe the second fades. I don't mind his target selection, but I do mind just about everything.
मेरा account 2-3 दिन use कर रहा था मैं भी काम. What was your ID?
IG. Kill a guy that won't come back. Yeah. Like it makes sense. It's the right call. But yeah, this I think just call a timeout if you're being
Oh, I'm sorry if I did. मुझे याद ही नहीं है बिल्कुल भी. Did you change your name by chance? Oh, your son. Oh. Yeah, I haven't changed my name. No.
Full HP. And he goes for the third one. I'm like, that was silly.
But he had his dash on.
Oh, I remember now. I remember now.
When he goes for that swing, I'm like,
yep, I didn't know 6 was your ID, bro. Holy. How would I connect the dots from there? No, I don't think I have unfriended you, bro.
Fight for a mid flank to then push short.
I'll check.
Actually, the short
after this stream.
The right play.
Send me the request if I have.
Did he see the scope?
I'll accept it.
He did.
Okay. Well, that looked like a
It'd
really
be
good
like
setup, but it hasn't worked.
So
Trading.
yeah.
Jenny's just traded himself.
Oh no,
not so much. He'll be pulled back from what would have been the dead. In a 3 versus 2 setup. That was a crazy opening from BBL to go aggressive like that in B main. The cloudburst blocking the op, yet they find nothing for it except a disadvantage in the end. This time, early aggression favoring EDG. And now EDG just sitting back. They have the advantage. They have the spike. There's no need for them to overthink this. And as time ticks on,
EDG needs to cook these people. Yeah, but it has been going close. First map was 16-18 towards EDG.
Plenty of time to play with.
EDG did a massive comeback, that was for sure. 11-6.
3v1 on the site. Very low. Maybe not for him, but very low. Whereas grouping up, playing
EDG completely galat hai. We do have one guy missing. Who?
Rose at the back of the site. Teammate just eating for the push, and it seems like nobody was watching him. But do they still expect Rose to be here? They absolutely do not! And that's where the IGL could strike. Again, we talk about him getting kills when the players' backs are turned, but hey, he has to.
What can we do? They don't check Smoggy. Yep, he's been substituted. I think he couldn't make it.
Just doesn't work out. At least
why don't they check both house, man? Like it's been happening so much from past 2 games. Annoying. They are not checking corners. Check ही नहीं कर रहे कितना भी हो जाए.
But your deadlock setup as well. They had both sentinels positioned there with full utility.
By the way, guys, to be stream dekh raha hai, make sure to hit the like and sub. If you're new here, we are so close to 200 subs.
That's a nasty little spam from Rose.
And if you're watching it from Kick, just follow
And the Phoenix down and out already.
Close to 30 followers.
We talked about their inability.
We just need 6. It's different sided map anyway. Yeah, true. And both have double Cinti.
Through the massively nerfed.
5-7 is also fine.
Standoff. The tour de force available. EP just going towards the switch, but almost used his.
Lovers Rock missed that.
A lot of players are known to be here at this point. And it's the jump across. I like the attempt. Not quite quick.
No? Nice.
That's what gets him.
Nobody over the top. The wall has definitely been seen. They know that they're trying to play peekaboo around the window, but Ichu hasn't dropped off. He is still waiting just to see if he can find a pick.
Brock's just walled short. Going for the walk up on A main. It's no surprise the wall's there, and Concon's going to go exploring it.
Ichu goes again.
4v3. Let's see. 3v4. Can they do it? They have a mid empty. I think they can.
They're looking at the window like the
No one's watching mid
I know
too.
you're up there.
Now I think Cypher is.
Oh, they turned away at the
Yep.
moment.
No one's watching mid. Mid gap.
The smoke up for Rose.
Blue's left. Blue's left. Blue's left.
So patient. The trap thrown down.
The trap's gonna trigger.
And there we go. Striking
Lucky.
from behind again. Rose just keeps on doing it, man.
Bro, EDG's playing mid round so good. पता नहीं वो end phase में हग रहे. They're not losing the rounds.
Wild, bro.
Like, that was just well played. He hears the trap. He goes, okay, well, no one's going to be looking at this now.
They should
so
be closing
I'm gonna
those
run
lines.
through.
But
Even if he died, there was enough time that his teammate would be able to deny the spike anyway.
It's the fact that he waited because he knows it has an activation time. So when you throw it down, you're often going to wait a second and be like, does anyone push? No, okay, I can go. And then he comes out just as it's activated.
Hey, we just need 4 likes to hit 30 likes. Make sure to hit the like. मुझे नहीं पता तुम कैसे दबा रहे हो. बस दब जाना चाहिए like.
And that's the thing. See him hit these heights quite often. For BDL, early aggression on A main. The drone's going to be broken by the first man, and now the op just posts on the angle.
Oh no, he loves to miss that. Nice.
The Con, and that it will be.
He's been the major danger. Teacher's gone a bit quiet. And a 7-5 half looking more and more likely from 4-0 down. This has been an impressive
DG looks
recovery.
in a bad spot. He just looked in a bad spot. It seems like वो कुछ कर ही नहीं पा रहे. No, they're just closed off everywhere.
Maybe just a little bit. If he'd lost that fight, I might have left.
अगर रोज ये हकता, अगर
we saw
ये
a
हकता ये
earlier
fight
today,
और वो kill कर लेता. कौन चीचू ना? Yep.
And he has 45
चीचू तो कर भी सकता था. He could have.
Well, he expects them to push him. Note to any. Here, not really going to be beneficial to save at this point. You know, you keep the gun, you keep the credits, but
keep
then
the KD.
KD, yeah. Swap halves, and it doesn't really swap sides.
It's okay. Sunset should be DG win. मतलब बहुत time बाद आया Sunset. Like
his slow pace has
I don't know. It can be anyone's game because it's so long since it's been there. And I think Vito will be a good map pick for Sunset. Just a suggestion.
But this is why when we saw those first, like the third round especially, go the way of VDG, we're like, this is a danger. Because they've already built up a lot of runway, and with just a little bit more chiseling away, they've ended up in a pretty reasonable position. I think this half overall, at least from their camp, is going to be looked at in a positive light.
Yeah, I think it's more just the mana. Like, if you go, okay, you're going to get 5 rounds on your attack side with this.
No, wait, it hasn't started yet.
Alright, that's not too bad. I'll take it.
Bro, I wanted to watch Under Thieves, bro. I don't think I will now.
Maybe not so much. I think I'd be a little bit disappointed that they didn't at least level up at the half, but I think for the side of BBL, like, this is the bare minimum, but I've never really been convinced by their attack side. You look at them when they, even playing in the qualifier versus Na'Vi, a 9-3 defensive half, they then lose the attack 4-8, but that's enough to win the map 13-11. They did the same versus Heretics. You get a 9-3 defensive side half, and then you lose the next half 3-9, lose in overtime. So their attack sides in recent form have been weak on this map, and I think up against
we just need 18 more subs
Chamber of
to
Con
reach.
hitting, it's going to be much harder
Oh
going
my
into the second half.
200.
Without a doubt. This is where EDG find a whole lot more of an upside. And for BDL, like we said, a 7-5, sure, it's a strong position. The composition has its drawbacks.
Oh, it started. I wanna fuck it now. और क्या करूँगा ये देख के? Too late. टाइटल चेंज कर देता हूँ. I'm a leave stream now. Okay, bye bye. Take care. Take care. Have a good day, my friend.
I very much enjoyed seeing him on this map, especially contrasted to the previous.
I think now though that you go into this attack.
अब यही देखूँगा मैं. अब मैं नहीं देखूँगा वो.
Pinnacle part.
I'll just wait. I'll just.
For the side of BBL, because he needs to be getting the sort of entries in towards the site. Like they don't have a lot really set up. Post plant, beautiful stuff. Like they've got so much available to them in post plant. It is quite difficult, almost like the old school Jet, where it's like dash in, throw a smoke, try and kill someone. If not, hopefully get traded. That's the plan.
Defensive side, not holding any site. Instead, looking for a mid battle. Gal in the same boat, but showing a lot of patience, so much so that EDG will have to reset hold extremities. Of course, they're allowed to do this because they have a Sage Wall inside B main and a Chamber Trap covering A main, so if this was a quick push on the extremities, they'd have the info and they could instantly get behind them. That is a big pickup, though, by Lover's Rock.
Yeah, that was an attempt from Kankan to avoid the drone. He avoided the drone, but got shot in the face by the player expecting him to do it.
ये जो भी स्ट्रीम दिख रहा है जल्दी जल्दी स्ट्रीम को लाइक कर दो. हमें 4 लाइक्स बाकी है and 18 सब्सक्राइबर्स मोर. आज का गोल कंप्लीट होने में जल्दी जल्दी हिट कर दो भाई.
Playing Jenny.
That he is. Paranoia, that's great. Too caught by it, but of course it's a narrow laneway. The Rock just spams away.
Oh my god, it's insane.
Finding the plant.
Oh my god, that's it.
Leaving nobody in Chichu. Other side of the map, miles away. And
let's see now.
Even further, if they decide to come in through heaven, there's a wall waiting for them there. You just saw LaRock throw that up. They shift contact up. Clock is going to bleed quicker.
This is the problem. Like even in a pistol round where you don't normally have all of your utility,
you cannot. There's a wall.
It's gonna do the same. You have to take the time.
अगर they cannot win the retake, उन पे deadlock है. Winning retake second deadlock is fucking very hard.
An opportunity maybe, but no, it is.
इतनी सारी util है first all. Either they have to hold the side or just push and kill them before they enter the side. They cannot play retake.
That ultimate is so
it's really hard.
Because say you're a sentinel, say you're playing.
मुझे तो नहीं अच्छा लगा इसका composition EDG का. Too much dependent on Chichu's off. Chichu's sorry, Kankan.
So much better on the attack, I feel like. At least thinking of all the times we've seen it used. If you use it on the defense, what are the chances that guy's alone? It's so rare. Always there's someone there to shoot it. And yeah, you can follow up on the kill afterwards, of course. That's a different thing entirely. But when you come to this half, who's going to be with you? Maybe one guy. And while you're breaking him out, everyone's rushing you. So it is a really good tip of the spear. Great. Big upside for BBL. Okay. Well, they've lost the duel to a classic, which isn't a great start, but that was one of the pistols.
Everyone's whipping. What? What? मेरे बच्चे की डिलीवरी हो गई. गेम चालू हुआ. हाँ हो गया गेम चालू हो गया. लेकिन मैं यही देख रहा हूँ फिर वो वाला गेम चालू हो गया. RIQ winning. लेकिन अब यही देख रहा हूँ. बेटर लग रहा है. EDG जल्दी जीतता है खत्म कर रहे हैं. PRX और NRG का गेम का वेट कर रहा हूँ मैं.
Rose is a man of honor.
If they lose this round, man,
I will not kill him while he's in my drone.
If nobody gets a 4K and wins this round,
he got healed as well, so he's not even low anymore. That's tickled me. That's tickled me a lot. Good paranoia.
Don't worry, anti को जाएंगे.
He's now gonna get rid of Loiter. LaRock.
Anti को हार जाएंगे लोग.
Spams through.
Nobody बच गया.
Nobody's still standing. Another shock time. He gets Rose.
Good picks. We just have to go B from it. They don't have time. No time.
There is 15 seconds.
Time.
Can they make it? 12 from market, maybe just about 10. Yeah. They're good.
They have time.
Yeah. Down to the second, but It works. Nice cross coverage by Lover's Rock. Yeah, that's why he needs that kill. And even getting aggressive, I don't mind it that much, but the timing is off.
Oh, nobody. The Savior. Unlucky game चल रहा था इसका.
Like, this is still winnable. This is still doable. But he's so low.
बहुत मुश्किल है. बहुत मुश्किल है. उसको one एक kill करना चाहिए था.
But here it is. Sonic Sensor finds one. There's one eaten by the ultimate and the spray.
Ooh, 20.
20 HP left unsigned.
Eco है क्या फर्क पड़ता है मर जाए. ये वैसे भी एक ही वैंडल है.
Come on. You're lucky to be alive. I need that. What is going
8 seconds
on,
left.
bro?
He had so much time.
Don't show the Rose one, please. Please don't show the Rose one. I just don't. Okay, thank you. Thank you to our replay ops.
He's just like, see you later, bro. He's giving him the orb. Give him the orb. Giving him the orb.
That's so kind of him.
जल्दी जी तो भाई EDG. I know you can do it.
Nobody's two away.
I don't want an overtime. Just finish it already.
Management.
Yes. Phenomenal.
खराब खेल रही BBL.
Yeah, the credits are a bit low, actually.
Oh, Rose. I hate that you also spoke it into existence. He didn't quite get, I think you said 4K. He ended up with 3.
Ooh.
Nobody was definitely the difference maker. Very nice. Okay, a molly kill early on. And then the swing out. Oh, dear.
God.
LaRock is still hitting. LaRock is definitely still hitting on this attack side half.
Those are weapons recovered now. 2 rifles in the hands of these attackers. And a push up into window.
2v2.
It's a little long on the first, but he's left nobody.
Bro, like दोनों किल जहाँ पे इनके फ्री होते तो वहाँ पे हक देते थे लोग. पता नहीं क्या हो रहा है.
Now it's needed. Nice. Chichu's just swung out. 58 HP and a heal, priming in his back pocket. But he didn't care. He took the risk, and well, it's almost paid off. One more man to deal with. Look at this.
Yeah, they won this one.
They're backing out. The flank here could
They can just go. He can just go here again. No?
They're the ones with the surprise position. LaRock might think that they've fully left, but they are standing close by, ready to pounce. Soon as he tries to plant, seems like LaRock is just... In fact, he's taken so long that they now second guess whether he's even... That's just changed.
No. और wait करना चाहिए था. और wait करना चाहिए था.
At least giving himself a little bit more of an opportunity. The net is going to land as well.
Ooh,
so slows
nice
them
net.
down at least a little bit. Gives him additional information.
Check करना आ रहा है वो.
Background behind them, but nobody's aware. Doesn't quite connect the shots. 14
Nice.
and he's managed to get rid of another. Leaves it down to a 1 versus 1.
He
Him
can't do
versus
it.
nobody. And he finds the shot again. LaRock is on
Good.
fire as it stands.
Crazy
And he
clutch.
is dragging BBL through these rounds.
Crazy clutch by LaRock. One of the last year का one of the best rookie था.
And he finds both blinded as well, nearsighted, so he saw the second guy first.
Crucial round.
Just saw the kill feed light up. To win this out in the end.
बहुत ही crucial round था.
Yeah, Chichu was quite low and probably shouldn't have ran there without his teammate. It was a mistake, a silly one. But especially with LaRock, 14 HP.
Rose 22 and 8.
It didn't throw कर दिया.
How it went now. BBL stepping inch by inch closer to a map 3. Would have been a 2-0 that they're encroaching on. A round away. Times.
Here.
Facing off against pistols, this should be double digits. Had it for BBL in the last map, and they won round. Take flight. Just as dangerous when they have pistols. Enemy tag. Say the same thing for NRG, and with a run it back in Hunter's Fury. Nowhere to run. Oh, right away.
Ooh, he gets 2.
My, nobody's picked up 2. The Hunter's Fury down through A main. Sent BBL now to a 3 versus 5. The rifles dealt with, and it's going to be a late push up by the defense to recover those weapons. Ult through for LaRock. Hasn't found a target just yet, and when he does, it is the ult that's caught. So if they can break him out, great. If not, he's going to come back. But look who's sitting patiently waiting. Beautiful play for LaRock.
LaRock का live game चालू हो गया. He is cooking right now. मुश्किल है 2-0 ना.
I said dragging them, kicking and screaming and going for the ace. Back-to-back rounds won by LaRock. That is 9 kills in
9
rounds.
kills. हाँ वही
This
बोलने
guy
वाला
was
था.
spoken about so much in his tier 2 come up, but now he is dominating in this server.
Especially considering it started with a Hunter's Fury picking off 2, leaving weapons to be recovered.
The Rock is just carrying the whole team in the back. 27, squad 15.
Kills the teammate, waits for the ultimate.
और nobody to 14 पे ही.
A generational play from this man. 15 is the highest kills on the server, except for him, who's on 27 on the deadlock.
Almost double.
Not someone you expect to see drop in the 30. Of course, he is someone, but not an agent that you expect to see drop in the 30.
Nice shot.
Oh, maybe he won't. Lovers Rock and Kraven already down. That's a big start for EDG. Remember, the last round was an eco. And a res online as well. There's plenty of safety nets for this defense.
You know it, I think. You know.
To be honest, oh, Rose getting one, but also Larocque still standing. Rose, in fact, gets another. Okay, maybe an unexpected hero in this round. He's been having a bit of a rough game, but to bring it back, even once again.
Nice.
Yenny, though.
Can Larocque do it once more? Can Larocque
almost be
do it?
the hero on his own in this round, but he's down with Yenny. Okay.
Hero rounds 4K, 3K, 4K, 3K, 4K, 4K.
It seems like we're just creating a highlight
4K,
montage.
5K, 4K.
Yeah, it very much does. Whose turn is it next? What a play by Jenny. As you said, he had been a little quieter compared to that previous map, but
yeah.
Oh, that's one way to wake up. You think about last map, nobody found a clutch, and all of a sudden he was playing the game again, found his rhythm. It'll be the same for Jenny. 3 rounds behind. But on the defensive side, you know, finding your footing. We saw it from BBL, 4-0 down, and then they dominate. Once they crack the code. This is dangerous, but a TP at least available to get out of there. Never mind. Concon's been deleted right away.
Please.
Overstayed is welcome.
Yeah, I'm surprised. It's almost like the opposite of what we're talking about with.
EDG dominate करना चाहिए था, लेकिन इन्होंने comp में हक दिया.
Him to struggle a little bit more on the attack.
BBL's comp is superior,
a lot more.
no doubt.
Coming out.
EDG अच्छे से खेल नहीं पा रही है
Concon on this defense, but let's be real, he's been missing.
EDG के पास 2 fake sentinels हैं.
Here, he'll be brought back into the round. Given a second chance, a second lease of life. The B site, I was going to say given up. Jenny has taken the TP from the shadows straight to the B site. Sat on the back, he's going to be caught immediately. He was shot, caught by a drone, hit by an ult as well from Larocque.
Yeah.
Couldn't even make it into the cocoon because they took him out so quickly. 5 versus 4 now, and the retake needed for EDG.
Yeah, this is a chance to sit them right back down. After a big round from Gianni already, the swing coming back through, clearing back, but Loiter adds another to the pile. Nobody's at least done well. Bladestorm and the Judge are definitely going to be difficult to break through, but that time has been ticking now. Still 4 players within the site, and maybe EDG can make this a very costly round by locking them in, but I don't think BBL are really going to care that much. They've got some spare credits they could still purchase. And it's actually more damning if the defense were to lose all their weapons. Instead, though, nobody cleaning up alongside Loiter for the other side. And an 11th round now for BBL, and everybody goes down on EDG. I'll be honest, I don't think that was worth it.
No, maybe not. I mean, it looked damn close to being a clean and clinical closeout. They could have had all 3 players left alive with nobody having that quick 3K. But Loiter just did a little bit too much at the end. Kept Phoenix in position, stopped that rotate through market, so he's got to go through main, and instead, because he doesn't have the time, he's caught by the spike. Big damage done. G, struggling now to put the credits together. A couple orbs found, nobody, but he's still 3 away from the Hunter's Fury, and there's not really any positive to write home about for this defense. Yes, the AWP in Concon's hands, but he's been slow. He's not been hitting the way that we know he can.
Get to see that superstar value.
Moved and shot at the same time there. Very uncharacteristic.
Oh, trying to slow them down on the other side. Concon has to escape. Nobody's getting shock darted into oblivion. He's almost dead off that. And now Chi-Chu under pressure. And well, he's at least had a teammate save him. Healed back up at least a little bit. Loiter's done well once again. Concon's found absolutely nothing. And Chi-Chu becomes the man who has to deal the damage, and it is only the one. The flash here not going to hold any value with still being walled off.
3 shot मारे उसने.
With a long rotation coming back. Look at the gun Jenny has as well. That is not the gun you want in a retake.
Well, unless you break that door and catch a guy up close, completely unaware. Previn is here, patiently waiting. And now he's been spotted. This is a little bit dangerous. Dodges the flash up close, though. Great work, and Loida comes through to help out. Barak as well. Yeah, they realized Krevin's in danger, and they came to his aid.
Did that flash make it out of the smoke?
I'm thinking now that I see the screen get slightly blinded. It might have went behind him, or it might have stayed in the smoke. I think it might have stayed in the smoke.
Yeah, that was my thought process as well, because I'm not sure Loita did touch that at all.
I thought he stepped close enough that it went behind him, but yeah, now seeing it again, I don't think he even got blinded temporarily.
No.
Or partially.
And I do think that Signed did get blinded, which seems impossible. But you know, only partially blinded. I think you could still see as he came out. Lover's Rock, though. This map has delivered on the side of BBL. We said that they might struggle when it comes to this attack side. It's been anything but. LaRock is having one of those performances once again. This is a man that, if you are a fan of BBL, you're probably a fan of LaRock. And if you don't like BBL, you probably hate LaRock because he is horrible to play against. Well, already waiting, even just taking the flash. This one did land.
Oh, he's under pressure, but Signed is delivering the super sub for 2. They've got a 5-round lead, though. You can see BBL are feeling
they
a little
definitely
bit
didn't
too
choke one
confident.
of those in the last map.
Yeah, it's not like EDG have been streaking around, so why not? Give them one. See what happens. Make it interesting for the viewers at home. Now, it's a little brazen for sure, especially against the low buy. I mean, just straight up a mistake, but wanted to close it with style. And now, hard work, sweat, and tears to get them across this line in round 20.
EP potentially being set up. Wall has gone down, and that leaves Chichu isolated. Already getting caught up. Of course, has the heal, but it's not going to save him too much. He's also been pinged. Well, that makes it a lot easier. An opener into the side. Loita taking some close ground, and with the weaponry still in favor of this attack side, they're going to re-aggress alongside the ultimate. It is a slam dunk for BBL, who will take map number 2. Both teams winning their map choice.
Yeah, we got to say...
opponents, I should say.
We got to say sorry to anybody out there who was hoping to see a blowout in favor of EDG. All of the traders put in their place from EMEA, and now BBL have a chance to take this 2-1. They've got another opportunity, but this is almost tragic, Tom. Sunset feels like a strong position for EDG, and when you consider how things went in map 1, this could have been over already, but now it's...
Sorry, 2 Guardians.
Okay, they set up Cryo. Arsenal probably leaves him.
Walking up once again. I think they're trying to beat that timing.
Oh, it's like a double.
Been phenomenal this game so far. Feels like he's getting almost every single important frag that there has to be. But the mid split begins once again. Cushy getting the pick onto Asuna, but Timotino stuck in B main. Vora denying anyone from flanking him, and Timotino turning around, getting the 3K. What an insane round by Timotino.
Let's play with his food at this point. The Jet up on the defense is well and truly taking over the game. There is no recourse here for RRQ, who since picking up the pistol have hit a pretty big dry spell. 100 Thieves, nice adaptations are all over this. They very much understand the pacing that RRQ are bringing into this game. The operator is having ridiculous impact. The drone is always perfectly timed. And now it's up to RRQ to go back onto the Sheriffs and see what they can fashion for themselves. Just try to avoid getting 9-3'd at this point.
Yeah, Asuna now with that 3rd run it back of the half online. He's not going to be using it just yet. They're just going to keep sticking to this default setup because, like you said, Mitch, none of these players have a means of kind of playing around this operator, being able to push it back or at least deny. Asuna using that molly to deny a lot of that map control. The drone's going to come in and tag him, but nothing really to follow from that.
Yeah, once again for RRQ, it's a little bit one-dimensional. Very clear where they're headed, and 100 Thieves are rotating accordingly. They're quite happy to play retake B with the Cypher setup in play. Dash active, in goes the Sage Wall. Paranoia's exchange on both sides do give both teams pause for thought, but in comes the run it back and the curveball from Asuna. Bang trying to turtle inside of the site here. Timotino's arrived to the party, and it's another flood and a shutdown from 100 Thieves.
Oh my god, that is a terrifying sight when you're trying to cross into sight and there's 4 players just running at you. 3 of them just rotating in and Timotino just flying in from heaven. I think 100 Thieves, man, they're doing a phenomenal job of being able to consistently trade off of each other, being set up in positions where they're holding those crossfires or at least ready to peek off of any set util. And of course, Vora being the main reason behind that. The drone, the IGLing, all these setups have made so much sense for 100 Thieves.
Back towards B main then. A bit more of a singular approach here. But Timotino straight down the peak in towards Tiles, does get a fair bit of information. In comes the drone, it's a full Cypher setup, but once again, 100 Thieves have rotated quite nicely here. Dash on into the side, Chemkin very low on HP.
Already get dug
from the rest of the team. This is Xfero just running through all of the utilities. He's got his ult active, and the flood actually backfires this time for 100 Thieves. Xfero caught on the cross.
2v2.
To a 2-on-2.
Bang
and
Cryo versus Crazy Guy.
They have to rotate
here, but the 2 players on RRQ are going to be leaving this site after breaking so much of that site for utility. Now that they don't have any information here unless they just use their bodies to peek. And now over-rotating into that A, going to go through that cat. But both players from the side of 100 Thieves, they don't know anything yet. It's going to be a 2v2 retake.
Problem is RRQ just don't really have much left over. 10 seconds on the recon bolt. Crazy Guy, if he is given the plant here, will be able to have access to the res, but they just give it over to Cushy. I don't think they're too interested in it for the time being. Just have the Hunter's Fury for this post plant, and Bang bringing at least one dark cover into the retake here as ROQ opt to play on site.
Kind of crazy they're playing on site with the Sova ult, not using it as their winning condition, especially because of the time taken by 100 Thieves here. But this 2v2 retake, Crazy Guy spotting, getting the pick onto Bang immediately. And now Cryo in a 1v2. Both these players huddled up, turtled up, bottom side, they get the pick. But Cushy ends it, and RQ finally another round to end this half.
Yeah, look, a big dry spell. Got to give a lot.
भाई जब मैं टाइटल चेंज करता तब चेंज हो जाता पूरा
गेम में. They made a lot of nice ground adaptations. It felt like they were always on top of the information game. But RQ, especially running through a brick wall with that veto ultimate, were at least able to brawl their way into a winnable 2-on-2. A nice pivot back towards the A side gives them at least 4 rounds on this attacking side. That's not terrible given the comp they're playing. Now they're going on to defense with, you know, this double senti comp. There's still potential here for RRQ to get this one done, but the pistol will be very important with how far behind they are.
Yeah, interesting to see that they're actually setting up Jemkin here to go for some sort of A main peak with these players. 4-1, Sage on the other side, going to use that wall probably off of noise, off of contact, or just off of A timing. But 4 of these players from 100 Thieves are also grouped up towards this top mid, maybe taking some sort of mid control with Cryo from Tiles here, and it's looking a little bit interesting. Now again, 100 Thieves, they lost that first pistol, but they're still up. If they win this, they could get a pretty big snowball of a lead here.
Saw a couple of frenzies purchased up. That's very North American, is it?
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever...
Actually, the North American meta right now is 1 ghost and 4 sheriffs and just no util.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely like a, you know, Fnatic Gen G look from back in the day, just buy like 3 sheriffs on the pistol round. I'm a big fan of that. I haven't seen frenzies in ages, though. I don't think I saw a single frenzy purchase this entire last stage of Pacific, if I'm honest. So that's a bit of a throwback.
Feels like the Bandit has been a lot more prevalent in Americas over the Frenzy. So actually, you're right. I don't think I've seen it that often. But for this team, I feel like they definitely have some sort of really quick strat, really quick push up together where they're just planning on trading and using their firepower to kind of win out these 1v1s instead of trying to play too much into the mind games, into the mid rounds, because they're just so good at understanding a lot of their set plays, understanding their positioning as a team and being able to just play together. So Asuna, and Timotino, really good job, really good synergies when it comes to playing together and pushing a lot. So I'm really looking forward to the synergy duo on attack side.
All right, into the second half then. This is RRQ's map pick, and they are getting battered a little bit, so time to get this defensive half working for yourself. There's the Thieves getting ready for some A-main control here. The tension is palpable. I feel like this is a movie trailer as we're kicking off this pistol round. This could be RRQ's run back into this game of Ascent.
Jemkin hearing a lot of that noise towards Cat. He's going to push up, get this A-main pick. Zan and Jemkin immediately trading. Really good reactions to take that A-main space as they hear them up Cat. But Asuna with a beautiful flash curveball into that A-main. And Jemkin now sitting here with Zan trying to get another pick.
Asuna, he's walking up on the line. This is really cinematic stuff as Zan is getting able to get in there with a very nice right click. A 3K for Zan so far, just down to Timotino in a 1-on-2. Very high on the HP, does have the Sheriff to work with. In comes the dark cover. It's incredible. In towards A-main. I've got tears in my eyes. Timotino to walk out onto this A-main line. He's been able to actually game RRQ a little bit here. As they wrap around towards mid for just a moment.
अभी तक 4-8 वाला half ही चल रहा है.
Nice timing. There is definitely potential here for Timotino. He is waiting. RRQ just playing this cheeky little high low.
Please, hello, production, गाना बंद कर दो, please.
Peek into two players here.
1v2, the high-low is not going to get punished. Jemkin getting the pick. And now another pistol going the way of RRQ.
Please,
They've now won both.
What is this?
100 Thieves, they have some rounds to work with here. Beautiful, really good reactions from RRQ. I really love to see that. They knew they lost that tree space. They knew they lost the garden space. Immediate reaction to take into A-main. And then they punished as well because that spike got dropped. And all of a sudden that retake was so much harder for 100 Thieves. They didn't really have a plan to go on the flank. Just letting Timotino try to go for a pick off that Cat. Now into the second round. Pistols on the board for 100 Thieves.
Jemkin on the line, waiting out that Sova dart, at least trying to find the timing straight through it. Here comes the paranoia. Oh my god, crazy guy!
Oh.
That is a big problem. As Kushi at least able to deal with the Phoenix who was going for the orb. Xfero finally clears out Bang. That was the biggest spanner in the works thrown in by 100 Thieves who are now starting to filter into a B site, but Zan is all over it. Bandit does a fair bit of damage. Kushi able to clean up after that. 3 guns taken through for an RRQ who are chugging along nicely on defense now.
Round going the way that you expect. The anti-eco going the way of RRQ. They've been really good, really disciplined when it comes to these rounds. Not overextending. Little scary for Crazy Guy there with his wall out. Definitely not a position that you want to be in, especially if there were more than one player that were following up, ready to go. But at least the stage wall went down. Unbreakable with those pistols, essentially. But now, 3 of these players for RRQ are looking to be a little bit aggressive towards this B main.
The B main scrap on the cards here. Kushi ready with the shock dart off the back of Zan's contact. Dart doesn't get dealt with because the judge has been able to creep up on the line. In comes the curveball. Zan up close gets nothing. That is a bit outrageous. Timotino with the opening pick and now the orb on offer for 100 Thieves.
The timing with these two duelists is so phenomenal. The flash going in, Timotino taking that wider angle. Asuna being able to hold that close. This is the synergy that I was talking about. Yes, it's a bonus round, but it's still really nice to see a lot of these little micro plays that they're doing. Now, just holding, being patient, waiting for some sort of regression from RRQ, but it looks like the regression is actually towards the other side of the map. Vito sitting in that mid-smoke, trying to hear any information, but 3 RRQ players gambling alongside.
Yeah, this is just no-nonsense stuff for 100 Thieves. Minimizing all the risk with a nice drone timing. In comes the dash onto Switch. Matino posting up on the spawn side. RRQ. Gamble is stacking on the wrong side of the map. Exactly. But if anything now on the bonus, just looking for a couple of guns in damage as Xfero closes in on this B main flank.
Trying to get any of these weapons down for 100 Thieves, but looks like they're not going to give it to them. Playing very passive, very disciplined, not going to overextend anywhere, but 3 of these RRQ players playing for exits, actually, towards this spawn side. Xfero trying to play that off angle, try to get a pick, but this is well played by 100 Thieves so far. Just holding, re-hitting, waiting for any aggression. They're all going to be going towards the side of Xfero, and hopefully he can get 1 or 2 of those guns down just to do a dent in their economy.
For sure. I mean, this B site on Ascent is one of the best places to play exits. On the defense. Oh, giving that frag over to Asuna does get himself the runner back online. So that is worst case scenario for an RRQ who don't really get too much done in that bonus round. Zan had a chance to have some impact at close range with the judge in B main, but from there things kind of just And domino effect all kind of fell down. And 100 Thieves now in a very strong position going into the first gun round of their attacking side.
Yeah, lots of rounds to work up. But this right here, that was really nice here. Suna immediately getting the pick onto Xpera, denying any of those. That was really nice. And then run it back already online for Asuna. He can use this really well to find that operator on the side of Jemkin, who's holding it towards that mid, but he's using that ult towards that A main, getting the pick. Oh, sorry, Bang getting the trade onto Zan. Zan immediately getting the run it back. And the really quick A split coming in from 100 Thieves.
Great cages in from Cryo there. Not able to allow Jemkin any vision at all. Xfero getting himself in towards Generator, going to TP out of the site, which leaves Cushy high and dry. Crazy Guy at least able to catch one on the cross, healing up his teammate, and now into a 3-on-3 post plant.
3-on-3.
Yeah, no smokes there for the side of 100 Thieves to be able to cross that heaven safely, but they do manage to get it down to a 3v3. Jemkin using this tree side to get that pick, trying to walk up, get anything that they can, accompanied by the Vito, but Bang here, gonna put a smoke down at the right time, walks into the smoke, gets the pick onto Jemkin, but Xfero immediately trades. Crazy Guy trying to go for a pick, Xfero actually getting 3 through that smoke at tree.
फेरो ने जो भी इसको कवर किया ना बहुत ही घोटेड था भाई घोटेड ट्रेड था बैंक का उसको रिपोशी करने का मौका मिलता है बैंक को इंटर तो
100 Thieves should definitely go for the reinvestment off the back of that spike plant and have a chance to at least damage or reset the economy here of RRQ. Definitely not done yet. This game's very much hanging in the balance.
I think the 100 Thieves had a really good idea here especially speeding up after that first pick, getting that split on lock. But the problem was just crossing into that site. They didn't have anything because they used those cages towards mid to deny Jemkin. And Bang, of course, didn't have any smokes left because he used that initial one towards mid and then another one towards that tree so they could cross. So it's really, really interesting to see how they've managed to abuse that on the side of RRQ, just going out, taking that swing, taking their ones and the timing. But Jemkin going for a B main.
अच्छा माधव भाई hello yes याद है
A lot of value out of this offense, has to be said. Both teams kind of exchanging control of the main.
और माधव भाई क्या scene?
Here comes the wall from Crazy Guy, who will play on top of it. Cryo just biding his time for the time being, while the rest of his team.
That guy was talking about, and I'm not sure if it's right, but that it was hard for this defensive side. It was hard for EDG against this defensive side, albeit a little bit more of a stopping power comp, and a lot of it was Larock on the deadlock, which they're keeping here, which I'm very happy about after the performance he just had. Let's see if EDG can crack the code. Already picking up the pace towards this B site. All 5 players in main.
Sensor waiting for them on the other side. Net thrown out, but after taking the orb, they have ground to a halt. Of course, with a snake bite down, you don't really have a choice, but there are already multiple players here rolling off the cross, but Larock, he hasn't stopped. He's still rocking around the clock with everything he's got. 3 players, nearly a 4th through the smoke as well. 2 HP remaining and a chance to maybe even ace the pistol round. He will do it. 2 aces already, and we're only in the first series.
If this tournament was a blank space, he's come in to write his name. The ink is permanent. Unbelievable stuff from Larock. Perhaps the deadlock main from now on out. He looks unbelievably comfortable. And here, the utility is slow. I like that they threw the net with the snake bite. Sometimes you'll stagger those just to delay, but the idea was catch them and they instantly have to pull it out or the snake bite's going to take them out of the round. Didn't catch anyone, but it delayed. As soon as the snake bite fades, Larock finds everything. 5 kills under his belt. Stepping towards that ultimate in the very early stages of the round could be very impactful for this squad. But the start from EDG is kind of what you'd expect. Slow as they play for the extremity control and fight for those orbs, as Kukuka said. This is a big part of BBL's defense, will be denying those orbs from finding their way into the hands of EDG when this composition has so many powerful ultimates.
Already seen them manage to do an immense amount be just pistols, so they have to be careful. However, this time,
BBL is fully in control.
Even with an extra little bit of spam, he's now 1 away from his ultimate, and Rose is on the climb to get towards his. BBL 2-0 comfortably. And now we wait to see what EDG have got prepared on their attack.
Well, this is definitely where things are set up decently for EDG. They found a few orbs onto
Like
Sign
6 and
already.
चल
You
रहा
can
है.
see he has 2 deaths, yet
2
4
flawless
orbs.
निकले साथ में. What?
Finding some around the
Holy.
map in each round. Now you move to the next one. If you can just find those orbs again, or get one and get the kill in the opening, there is an opportunity for that run it back online, post plant or pre. Reminder of the score of the previous map, 13-7 is where we ended. It's not the score right now because we wouldn't be playing anymore, so keep that in mind.
He is telling the future. Probably not. Kankan already managing to things into a decent position already though. Lovers Rock being set up with an operator might not necessarily be expected in this round. Crevan gonna put himself into the corner. That's as easy a kill as Crevan will get all day.
Get hurt. What?
However, for Lovers Rock, this becomes a bit more troublesome. His reposition, though, might just be sublime. Oh, the timing not quite working out for him, but he goes out for a little bit more. Kankan with a 4K. Not quite the ace of his opponent just moments ago, but it will still bring them the round no matter what.
Yeah, listen, at the end of the day, around
13-7 दिखा रहा है मुझे.
NRG and Kankan being online early on is exactly what we want to see. You said it in the last map. There were moments where he was a little quiet. You think back to the first map. Second half, he was a demon. In the first half, he was good. I mean, it's funny because you don't say
hello, AWC production.
He was doing his job. He was helping out in the push.
Right.
But for him, that's awful. That's dreadful. That's the worst day he's ever going to have. The guy's got such a high ceiling that seeing him anywhere near the floor, and his floor is still bang average. The ceiling is so much higher. Don't worry, BBL haven't had this one just yet.
Premonition.
Manifest कर रहे हैं भाई लोग. Manifest कर रहे हैं लोग.
Who's going to win the round and then we show you it.
कोई बात नहीं guys, मेरा prediction नहीं है. इनको गाली दे सकते हो.
You can't always get premonitions right, you know. You go to a Mystic Meg and sometimes they'll say, you know, are you missing someone with the first letter of their name being M and then maybe the second being M, and you go, no, unfortunately he's still here.
पूरा वो चला
You
गया.
didn't see where that was going, did you? Thanks,
I
Mitchell
really
McBride.
Well, Tom's just bodied me to start out this round. That's fantastic.
ADG को
First
बहुत
pick,
प्यारा
first
लग
blood,
मिला है
me.
बीच में चीचू को.
As we move towards the A side, a little bit of a split here from Chichu. Spike spent back in the other direction, but it's Chichu cutting off the rotations. No one's challenging him from the left side as well, but Crevan's got the angle on lockdown. Now moving towards A.
Look, they cannot go A. They cannot go A.
Second leg of their attack.
Omen,
The smoke
अगर
went
मर
down
गया
on
तो
short for a moment, kept that
can-
player back, but now we see him walking forward, looking for the battle.
दोनों archers.
Running out of time. Well,
Omen
so many angles left unclear. One of them is still that backside. They're doing well to fight this back, though. Nobody doing a fantastic job, but there is still the judge in the darkness.
जल्दी जल्दी खत्म करो भाई,
Waiting,
क्या
biding his
prediction है?
time. Lovers Rock
NRG
is
का
going
match
to clean
चालू करो.
things up. A costly round, and there you go. See, I told you.
That's it.
Premonition.
This is the problem. Sometimes, Tom, when I'm rubbing your crystal ball, I see the future. I get visions, of course, but it's like silhouettes in the fog.
Which is better, mine or Clinton?
Actually, मेरा prediction better होगा भाई, मुझे कर लो.
I haven't. I'll have to do some more research on that.
Due diligence.
More groundwork there, and we'll get down to the nitty gritty of it a little bit later on.
ADG इतनी inconsistent team है भाई, गुस्सा आ रहा है उसको देख के.
He's definitely getting into this one, of course. We know that this group's going to be tough. EDG have already shown that you give them even just a little bit, they're able to start coming back. And Lovers Rock, he just loves to stick around
but
just a
they got the
little bit
locus.
too long.
They got the
Maybe
locus.
that's what the name actually means, because he loves to be a rock, stay in the same place.
बहुत ही खराब थे. Please,
It could be,
go to
yeah.
Joyce,
I would say it's almost definitely what it means, Tom.
Good. I'm glad we're in agreement.
So, let's never ask him. Way to go about this. Drone destroyed. They haven't seen Larocque in that close corner still. Paranoia has gone out, but still they're not pressuring him. He's behind the wall. Now the vision comes back, and he's ready to fight. Finds himself 1-3 in the end. This guy, unbelievable performance all series long, and he's done it again, man. You just can't doubt him. They hit that Paranoia to deal with him.
Larocque का
but the
live
Viper
game
wall
चल
gave him
रहा है.
enough room to just wait
कान
it
हग
out.
रहा है. बहुत मुश्किल है ADG को जीतना.
It's just, he's got some of the shakiest aim, but like it's so accurate in the way he does it. It doesn't make any sense to me.
Insanely high sense.
Most of the stuff he does, 9-1. As I said, we're in the first series of the entire tournament, and this man already has 2 aces. So I think it kind of tells you the form that he's come in. One of the brightest sparks in Turkish Valorant. Still incredibly young. There is a massive career ahead of Larocque, no doubt.
Ahead of this whole team. Well, most of them.
Wow, that's just brutal. wow. There was
hey,
no
Angel
need.
lasted a long time, actually, to be fair.
No
Rose,
need.
Rose can probably go to at least 40.
Rose is like 23. Like,
Ancient man. He's up there with you now.
In the meme mode.
Oh, yeah, no, we're definitely the same age. I'm not like 8 years old. Ooh.
What you're not knowing at home is Tom did just shed an actual tear. I've just seen it hit the table.
Yeah. No, that's sweat from the bald head.
We'll polish it in between the series. Well, EDG picking up pace towards the B site. Run it back is online. Need to break that wall first, and then Phoenix is going to come sprinting through. Delayed the play, though. It's delayed them way too much, so the guys in market, they get isolated, dealt with, deleted, and now
what is happening?
Doesn't stand a chance. The Hunters honed in on another round for BBL.
Yeah, they were taking so much damage. I think it was genuinely through their own problems because they put a wall down to section off the angle they could get caught from. Then they just get absolutely owned by the snakebite, holding them into the corner, and then they start getting spammed out and obliterated by Rose. 5-1. This defensive side looking impeccable thus far from the side of BBL. And we're yet to see some of those superstars on the other side really wake up to the table. Chichu was one of the major reasons they were able to get through map number 1 with a victory. He's yet to get a kill.
But remember, he was missing, and then he was found in a big way.
On map 1.
I have to hope that it's the same story here, and not a more tragic ending. A little bit of damage traded out. This isn't a strong round for EDG, so of course you're going to send your headhunter to try to find some picks. Chichu's got the rifle as well. She said slower game for him, but
they'll just go in,
they clearly still believe after what they saw.
They have to go. They should go in.
First map especially.
इसको pushback करना important होता है, लेकिन उन्होंने miss कर दिया.
But the problem is they're pushing in. Still a minute on the clock, but they have to get past Loida. Paranoia's going to buy time. Smokes are online as well. That Paranoia was almost way too late. In fact, it was. Jenny managed to slip past. Luckily, though, Rose is finding 4 people in A main. Big picks across the board, and Chichu. Really? I really didn't think he'd put the rest through, but now it looks like a great idea. He's tagged Lover's Rock to 28.
Yeah, maybe a little bit of desperation, but if they can make it work, they can make it work. Lover's Rock desperately low, but they've only got 25 seconds of the flank coming through from the Rock. He does go down eventually. Chichu with no friends left to play with. And the cross is definitely not going to be easy. He's got 15 seconds. If they just tuck in the corner and don't just wait for him to plant, there really is nothing he can do from this scenario, and that's exactly what Kraven does. It is another round onto the board, a little bit shakier in the middle. But again, we're seeing the step up of the IGO. We mentioned it. He has a couple of bad maps, and then you see what this man could do. An impactful 4K. And I believe that, I don't know if it does or it gets him very close. He might be on the same kills at this point as Larocque.
Yeah, there you go. 10-3 from Rose. And you look at the first map, even the second, the guy was only killing people from behind. Yep. He was struggling even then, missing a lot of shots, like it looked messy. And we talk about the value he brings even when that's the case. Oh, that's brutal. Concon looked like he was far enough forward. Great sidestep coming through from Loida. He's made the TP up top, Lover's Rock, finding one in mid, and Loida's even re-smoking. They're not going to expect him to be here. That's not an ideal fight for Lover's Rock. They've just gotten the man advantage. Back in the neutral territory.
To be.
B-side certainly looks under threat. Kraven's trapped. He's been taken by the collector.
It's back. Leave it even, but Rose once again strikes Larocque in the corner. They're walking backwards into his angles as if he needs the help. And nobody. Oh, he's got to try and sidestep, and he will. Plant available, but look how fast the flank is. I don't even think he's going to have any idea that someone could be here so soon. Well, not quite the cleanest, but he had so much time to find that kill. 7-1 from a very close first map that could have easily gone BBL's way to what is looking like a dominant finish. 7-1 in the lead. And I'm yet to really see anything that makes me believe EDG are going to turn this around.
Well, that's the crazy thing. Again, we talked about EDG with the stand-in. That definitely knocks them down a peg. But for BBL, in my mind, you're looking at the first map slipping away like that. I think it's already over. They bounce back to a relatively dominant map, too. Like 13-7 is nothing to turn your nose at, especially not against EDG, especially not on their map pick. And now they come into this one, and it looks like Rose has got some performance enhancements. Like, I don't know how he's bounced back this quickly, map to map.
Let's
same
see,
stage,
let's
same
see.
setup, but a different man, it seems. 7-1 now for BBL.
Genuinely.
EG
You have to
struggling to get off the starting
बहुत
point.
मुश्किल है. सवा ड्रोन हो सकता है. सवा ड्रोन हो
see
सकता
them. If
They're
they
not
might go
droning.
back to the comp from the first map. Obviously,
They're
that
not.
was clearly based on just it being a stronger map for them, but we're yet to see the signed Phoenix show too much. But also, it's more so the
Oh
other
no, it's
players.
so
Like,
weird,
Chi-Chi
yeah.
was great when playing Omen, has struggled
The
elsewhere.
EDG's playing
Gianni
so
as well.
bad. EDG's
Haven't
playing
really
so
seen too
bad.
much from him on the Omen. Maybe a swap will have to happen, and well, it seems like speaking into
Lennox
existence.
having a
Chi-Chi's
life
gone
game
again.
here.
Lovers Rock. Okay. He has been caught. His mid pushes haven't had
At least Lennox
too
life
much
game.
success. A little bit hit and miss. Dead though.
Even like
EDG have got it
we need
even, but you look at the
PRX to
ultimates that
warm
are
us up.
online and
Yep.
They've got to be
Next
careful. They
match
don't
is
end up
gonna be
walking into the
insane.
rock.
Ooh.
Finding his way behind A, hoping to catch this player on the right side of mid, but there's no one there. It's a very passive play from the rock, the sensor. They could have walked past it, but they
Come
didn't wanna
back
risk
story.
taking a fight with it online. But
If
it
they
does
win
give
this
the
round,
indication that
they
maybe
can.
there's a bit of trouble brewing
EDG versus
for Loida.
Yeah, true.
So he goes running up, takes that space, and now regroups with his teammate. A nice adaptation to being surrounded like that.
Sandwich हो
Now they
गई
can
EDG.
pincer from both sides
कान
on the
कान को
retake.
मरना नहीं चाहिए था.
That's very early.
जैसे ही कान कान मरा वैसे ही
He's
राउंड
just
खत्म हो गया ऐसा लग
have it
रहा है.
primed and ready. Oh, it's not pretty. He's caught the ult. That's not ideal. I like that from nobody. He's even going to break it free, but instead now Loiter strikes. It's a quick, well, double technically, but it's more so just the impact that it had. Another resurgence in a round that looked like it could have gone the way of EDG, and instead they survived with 3 players.
That looked like a really good idea from EDG. The openings were there. The TP for the flank up, the split through mid. I do, and I understand why they break the sensor, because again, if that player peeks and you're stood there, you fire one shot, you are dead.
That's-
Both of you, you're getting
that's
stunned up
unfortunate, yeah,
and gunned up
crazy.
right after. And so instead they break it to run through. But that's when immediately Loida goes, oh,
No
they're behind
comments,
me.
bro.
I can't just stand
comments.
here and wait. I can't even go spawn to
What
retreat.
just happened?
Gotta go forward. And, well, it worked wonders. 8-1.
Dramatic match.
I'm going to scrub my eyes to even believe what I'm seeing. BBL winning this series was on my cards. It was possible.
बार-बार
but
बीच के
not
जा
like
रहे
this on a
लोग.
third map as well.
मिड नाम
Still
नहीं
plenty
सुना
more rounds to
इन्होंने.
play
और कान
with,
कान
but
हगे जा रहा है कब से उसको हटा दो वहाँ से.
They need to find their footing extremely quickly because they are slipping. And
Please
it's a
team भी
long
हाथ
way
खिला दो
down.
उसको. उसको एक जन और दे दो.
By the early utility
This
once
is
again.
like PRX versus left for real, bro.
Weaponry is not great in this round. They have some rifles to play with. They've found some space for
What are they
Kankan
doing,
in
man?
mid, and the Rock playing on the edge of this smoke is definitely risky, but a risk that pays off. No
He will
trade for
peek
him just
again.
yet. He's still
Can he?
in this smoke.
Really?
They still need to clear him. And surely they're not expecting him to be anywhere near this close. Instead, he goes swinging out. A second kill in a spot that looked like a death sentence. And now the operator honed in on the angle. Gianni with a 1v3 clutch, and he stands no chance. BBL continue their run. And it's looking like it's going to go all the way to the finish line.
I can't believe this. Every round I say it.
I think
and every
33
round I find
is a good
myself back
predict.
here again. How is LaRock getting
go
this
next,
much impact?
guys. We go
He
next.
seems unkillable in the first few fights. Everything's working for BBL. Rose has entered another gear, even with LaRock showing up. He's still just one behind him. And for EDG, everyone's gone missing. Chinchu is putting out belters, 4Ks, everything you want. Concon's had more than a few rounds where he was dominating. And yet, this attack
It's
side
okay,
has
we
been
got low
quiet.
bracket still.
Even as hopeful as I was about the comp, they've lost two
dear.
through the wall. And there's no stopping BBL. The push continues and pushing up to 10.
What
That
is
round
this
took about
guy
15
doing, bro?
seconds. That was one of the fastest rounds I think I've ever seen. That was just a
मैं
full
चैट पढ़ रहा था
all-in
and round
fight.
खत्म भी हो गया.
And
What?
they dominate it. initial.
जो भी देख रहा है, make sure to hit the like and sub अगर आपने अभी तक नहीं किया तो we're just 70 subscribers away from 200 and 1 like away from 30.
No, they keep running and gunning. They keep taking riskier and riskier plays, and they all pay off. 8 rounds in a row, looking for an 11-1 defensive side half, and unfortunately, it feels like EDG might have used all that energy in map number 1.
Hunter's Fury sent through here from EDG, a desperate attempt to open the round, blind fire, nothing found, and the judge is still in the corner. The smoke up.
No way he gets one more.
He's seen 2. He knows there's danger. That's a risky res with the judge still in play, and they'll find themselves more than a few. A 3 versus 2. After that initial fight, the ultimate sidestepped. LaRock won't be finding one, but he will box them in with that wall.
Oh,
at least know
they
he's
have
behind,
nowhere to go now.
Looks like him and Kraven are almost setting up the join. Lovers Rock. Oh, popped, but I think finally deciding it wasn't worth the risk.
Yep.
Know exactly where their opponents are, and even having to just drone to try and
good hold by Lovers Rock.
The problem is the second player is ready for the contact, ready for the swing, and in the end it is utter domination. A singular round. It was only their bonus round that they lost. Every other round in the half has gone the way of BBL.
Hard to really believe. The series we've had so far
is just
for BBL Ascent. Like we said, EDG picking it seemed like a mistake. You're coming up against the Turkish team. It could have been what sent this 2-0. And honestly, looking back, maybe EDG would have preferred that. Lose the overtime and save yourself the embarrassment here on a final map known to be good for them in the past. Obviously, it's not been around for a while.
No, don't worry. This is a blessing. We will win.
The Viper wall is so annoying towards B main. It's
EDG supporters are just delusional, man.
The clock as you
EDG
take
is
main
so
control.
inconsistent.
The deadlock seems to always be in the right place at the right time. And then Rose and LaRock, I don't know if we need to check their PCs, if we given them access to the internet in between these games, because they have shown up on another level.
Well, yeah, I think there's been nothing missing from this BBL
Actually, they are
performance.
playing very good.
Got players popping off across the board. You've got utility perfectly placed to just create disruption. I think paranoia assist flanks have been perfect. I think all of the Viper utility as well.
And इसके बाद होने वाला एक banger.
Kraven's ever going to have, but every single time they try and do a faster execute in towards the B site, his snakebite just delays, and then they have the operator there. Like, think about the kills that Lovers Rock has had. It is, okay, my teammates have held ages on this side of the map. I'm now here with an operator just to end it. He has been just as annoying as everybody else, and unfortunately, it just feels like there's nothing to break through all of that utility on the other side. There has been no player that can dive in. The Phoenix hasn't worked. The later lurks, even though we have seen aggressive rounds at times, they can walk into Konkon's angle and seemingly eliminate him. It has been uncharacteristic, and yeah, sure, we've got the caveats. We know that this is a squad that has weaknesses, but I don't think we ever expected it to just be this dominant.
Not at all. On any map, to be honest. Like, coming here to Sunset, it felt like even with the stand-in, we're going to have a fairly even to favored fight for EDG. That timeline is utterly ridiculous. 11-1. LaRock 17-5. Rose, more importantly, 16-4.
Well, look at Loiter. 12, 5, and 16 assists. Yeah. And a lot of those are paranoia, by the way. It's not like, oh, they walked through a smoke and I got... No, he's actually
got a few of those, but it was a lot of paranoias, yeah.
A lot of paranoias in the early setup of the round. Now all they need is this pistol. That's it. Pistol round. It will be EDG having to force... Well, I guess even if they win the round, they are going to force. But yeah, no matter what. And they will need a flawless defensive side.
I'm back.
Oh, they're certainly not in a rush. Towards Konkon now. The slide forces him back. See the confidence, not quite there to stick around, and as Rose takes one, the sneak up by Signed at least evens the playing field somewhat, if not for the fact that Rose was in a known position, right? He closed the door. They know that he's here, but this fight could change the game. It could bring them back towards B. He won't win it, at least to start. It's a staggered fight as You can see Chinchu just running away. Rose in the back lines, but no one left on the site now. The plant can be found, and now look at the whole team trying to deal with Chinchu. They've crunched him to leave Signed alone, and guess what? They know where he is, or at least where he was.
They should have picked Neon, then ran it down. I don't think you would. Kankan is playing so bad.
Ask, but it's a necessary one. He needs to clutch this. He's at least managed to get the first. Looking to try and maybe
depends on Kankan so much
thinking that he is
that if he plays bad, it's
being watched, waited for.
Anything.
Next one goes his way as well. A chance for the stand-in to pull off the clutch, and Signed will keep them in the map. The coaching staff pulls off a massive 1v3 and gets EDG their second round.
Well, I'm sure he's had a lot of game plans they'd attribute to victories, but that one right there, that's got to be the highest impact he's had. Crazy round from Signed, the super sub sneaking up inside B main. And taking a 1v3 across the line.
Kankan just has aura, but all this players
there
shoot.
from BBL. They lost in the sauce a little bit. But still, for Signed to capitalize on those opportunities, he set himself up as the top fragger now for EDG. But
and T2 is in shooting as well. No Jenny, no nobody, no Signed. Signed just did a 1v4. That is... he's going to be... He's from the coaching staff.
Of lifelines, but nonetheless... It is a lifeline. It's something to play around. It's a hope that they can maybe do something in this game. But realistically, gonna have to be quite the streak of rounds from here onwards. Of course, for BBL, no reason to overinvest or put too much into this round. You have such a mammoth lead.
They know 11 to come back. 11-1 actually.
To put some pressure onto Signed.
They're still ready to fight up close. And in return, they've landed one of their own. Lovers Rock and Krevin, the ones to come out ahead. The pistols not dead in the water just yet, it seems. And a very late lurk from Rose outside this A side.
They'll go away, they'll go away.
It's Concon that you're up against. And he's found the first. Rose a little ahead of the pack. This wraparound, I don't think has been heard just yet, but they know it's a possibility.
They've cleared every other angle that it could possibly be, so they know exactly where they're going. Jenny's already going to drop the spike, and now the only last man standing is Krevin. He's still going to make this even more costly. Still, to win this is going to be difficult, but an isolated fight, time ticking down, and Jenny will save the day. It's not a round they should have needed a savior, but they did.
They need many more.
If
it goes on.
Just sing.
Feels like a matter of time for BBL, and look at how much they were able to do here with just pistols in their hands. It's a scary prospect for EDG to struggle this much, to be down by this much. We don't just need to see them win up against this full buy, where, by the way, they're coming in with a lot of disadvantages. We want to see them dominate. They're putting credits on the line. 3 players unable to rebuy in the next.
I predicted 33.
Here and now, though, 4 Signed. The problem is looking at the map. It seems he's on the wrong side. And if they can bait that out, be a big piece removed early on. That was dangerous. Concon's left on 5.
They'll at least get the heal. I mean, he gets to live to fight another day. Nobody trying to just jump spot, but do look like they're going to try and split back towards this B site again. It is being watched by Jenny, and Dart at least might give the game away, but Paranoia leaves him in an awkward spot, counter to try and slow down the attack, as he does have a teammate in tow, but Krevin's aggressive positioning is going to make this problematic. In fact, it's going to end the round in his tracks.
I predicted 13.
That was the main way back through for EDG. They were bringing Signed into position so he could play in the spawn and pop that ultimate, run back through, lead the charge for the team. He gets popped like that by Krevin, threading the needle through market, and it's done. You would think, because they invested so much.
2v4.
Still with the Phoenix ult, it's a 2v4. You're not winning this round, and thankfully they're walking away. I got very scared seeing them closer and closer to that B side, but a save needed.
Like at this stage, you're 11-3 down. I wouldn't have even blamed them that much for just throwing into the wind. And like they won a 2v4 in I think it was on Lotus. Like
Lotus,
they're so
14.
far out of this map that I feel like even just letting them get to 12 feels like a death sentence. And
the problem here, Tom, is that like I agree with you. I agree with you entirely. Like I could have seen a world where they do that, and I wouldn't damn them for it. But when you call the save, you can't go looking for picks. What use is a pick for you now? Oh, they've got a little less money. They can buy so many times. You can't. Why would you do that? Anyways, that's a big mistake. And EDG now have one rifle carried forward for a round they didn't even try to win. That's tough.
Very little. Standing has an ult and a rifle. Kankan, I think, will be forced to play just a headhunter into this round, and the opposing side have everything bar their ults. That's the only thing that's currently an advantage for EDG, and well, just look at the paciness of this early move. Kankan, he needs to win this battle, and he does. That's a gun upgrade, but I was going to say an immediate trade, a labored trade, but it does the job nonetheless.
Worst part is he instinctively jumps to dodge the spray, but it meant he couldn't TP. So he ends up getting caught trying to hunt down that rifle. So we go 4v4 for BBL. Those are the rounds that they've done extremely well in, and it's been threading the needle. It's been sneaking up like that.
They can just go B now. They can just go B now.
He's caught nobody. He's trying to embed in a nice spot. They're going to do the same on the other side of the map. Chichu's wall, good up. He doesn't expect Larocque to be sat crouched on that corner.
Okay, we have to just won the game.
That is a scummy play.
My prediction always right.
Find one, but they're on the wrong side of the map.
I think.
Yeah, they're going to find him. That's the problem. Izzo's going to take him right back to where he was, and now Jenny is all that remains. He's just seen a player die on the other side, and because of that, he's going to start rotating towards the B side.
It's GG's.
But as of right now,
we go to PRX
versus going back the other way. He doesn't even know that he's currently been played. Maybe that's 1 for 3. That at least gives him the knowledge. That's a lot of value found.
No. Yep, it's GG's.
What was a 1v3?
I told you,
maybe break the wall before it's truly formed, but
let's 2v1.
Will eventually forced to go down with 2 players waiting on the other side. Traps.
You can't do it, yeah. 2 smokes and a TP.
He's giving them information
okay,
with every step he takes, every move that he makes, and eventually Larocque is waiting. 13-3, a dominant final map for BBL, and one that will take them further in that upper bracket.
After how close that first map was, Tom, I didn't know what to expect going to Ascent, knowing that it's a home ground for every Turkish player and certainly every Turkish team out there. We knew there was a chance for BBL to win. When they took it dominantly, I didn't even think that would carry over to this map because we're leaving Ascent, we're going to Sunset, we're going to Comfort for the old EDG, and now they were decimated. BBL warming up into this series and looking red hot in the end. Isn't that right, Dagon?
Absolutely a huge upset victory here by BBL, the youngest squad at EWC, pull off an upset against the 2024 champs, against the 3rd place finisher over in London. A fantastic result here, as a big one here for EMEA, and the woes for China here at EWC carry over from last year. It is a 2-1 victory for BBL. Welcome back, Dagon here alongside Kakuka and Big Time. And this 3rd map was a shellacking. It was not close. BBL came out firing. We're wondering what would be set up here in Sunset.
Next match is gonna be a banger. NRG versus PRX. बहुत ही मजा आने वाली है. उसके बाद जल्दी सब like और सब कर दो जो भी है,
with
जो
just
भी
the Phoenix, you're going up against the Viper, against the Deadlock, especially a Deadlock. There is Larocque, and he's playing like he was playing today. I was saying about taking a toll, but if he's going to be playing like this every single time that he plays Deadlock, so be it.
Yeah, he was fantastic today. I feel like the game plan was rock solid from BBL, where it wasn't from EDG. I think the composition lacks a lot of punch and a lot of ways to break those angles. It's great if you can get into the post point, but they couldn't. BBL understood what they had to do, which was stand right in that choke, be right in front of that smoke when they come out. There's no way for you to really break through there, and it's over before it even began for me with the Age of Signs.
I would say rock solid. You know, lovers rock solid. How about La Rock Solid there. I mean, that was you, man.
I kind of like that last one.
Yeah, you know, La Rock Solid.
I
kind of like that one. But I think that for BBL, for La Rock, for Lovers Rock, for all of them, even for Loita, the aggressive positions that we were taking, Morgan, you were speaking about disrespecting, not having fear against the opponent.
Guys,
or their names
we are
that you
just
see on the
16
other
subscribers
side.
away
And that's what we got from the entirety of the match. And this is the BBL that I want to keep seeing for the rest of the
200
tournament. Let's make it
15 subscribers away
EMEA,
from
4 teams,
200.
4 EMEA teams in top 8 and top 4.
Can we hit 200
We'll be back to
before
discuss it here. Standing
PRX
by
wins
right now
this
is Jenny,
match?
who's one of the members of BBL.
And I'm joined with Rose. Congratulations. That was a 13-3, by the way. A bit of a rough start, but all in all, you guys should be very proud of yourselves. Could you talk us through being able to grab back that momentum after you lost that first map?
I mean, like
1.98.
I will say like that, but my team mates are not gonna accept that. I'm pretty sure, but we lost.
We were a full Turkish team.
Like I just threw so many rounds, like because I wasn't focused, and like we lost like in overtime, I think. Yeah. And like
PRX NRG better not be stormed, even though NRG might be frauds. Please make it close. Holy, no way you just said that. That is crazy.
I was just, I mean, like
hopefully
myself, like,
it gets close
like,
and PRX wins
chill,
still.
You know? I was just
I
thinking
would
about the map,
not
like,
gonna lie if PRX just
and it wasn't good for them.
13-0
they are just
both maps.
very well,
I'll take it. I will take it. Not gonna lie.
I just need to give some like reaction. What are they doing on the map? And like that's it. I think like when I'm back, we got the like momentum. You know?
You did. You get the momentum. You close it out. And although you're being a little harsh on yourself, I want to highlight that this is the second time we're seeing you guys on our international stage this year, but the first time we're seeing you going up against EDG. How has that been like for you? What's the prep been like as well?
I mean, like every region has a different game style. To be honest.
Kitne likes okay, guys? 29 likes. One more like to hit 30 likes. Will be my 30th like, guys. They are frauds like us.
Like for your aim, not like only your.
Oh, 30 likes so well, lol.
Like except me, like me also, because I'm
no,
not
it's
here.
29.
But I think we did it today. Like we did our best about that thing, like the aim, and we won. That's it.
You did.
Sorry for that. But they are a good opponent about that. Like I think they are just shooting very well, very well. And as I said, if you want to win against them, you must shoot way better than them. Sorry.
Wish you did, because you were able to close it out. But I feel like hearing you as that Turkish team talking about gunpowder and just being able to take these fights mechanically and individually, what do you think allows them to excel so well at being able to shoot and aim the way that they do? I was going to say another 30. The HUD almost threw me off again. I almost lost the HUD. But we are going to see a gun round coming in from RRQ. It is currently 2-0 for 100 Thieves. The op online for Jemkin.
Now up on the attacking side. And 100 Thieves have taken A main in the meantime. One way is going to allow Asuna to kind of move his way on through. Something that actually pushing the issue a little bit. RRQ looking for a pick in middle. Just sitting in a 1-3-1. Operator was spotted nicely by the drone, so I think 100 Thieves have got a little bit better of a read at what they're playing against now.
Yep. 2-0 again for 100 Thieves. Slow start for RRQ. Like you said, 100 Thieves understanding, adapting. Not taking too many rotations, but still able to get a lot of that mid-round information. Peeking through that nest area, the neon.
Dirty trip set up there. As the trip wasn't actually caught by the shock. Second one will clean it up. Zan now diving into the site. Catches Cryo completely hit by that relay bolt. Doubling up there. Jemkin dealing with Asuna. The flood is ensuing, but Timotino is the last one left, and RRQ's done a really good job of just brute forcing their way into B there and pushing this last player for 100 Things. Bang, he's in another postcode at this point. He's got a lot of running to do.
It's going to be pretty rough. A Bulldog, though, trying to go for at least one more weapon down, because getting 3 weapons down on their first gun round is a little bit expensive. The jump peak going to get punished just a little bit because she got a spot out. Bang, bang. Sees just a little bit of that pixel. He's going to go back towards that elbow, trying to catch some sort of exits here. Because again, 3 guns down would be kind of expensive. You're forcing the majority of our team to be on some sort of weird buy. So exits going here.
Yep, see what he's able to fashion for himself. Nicely timed pick from Jemkin denies any chance of catching those players. Nicely done from RRQ. Just a very slow 1-3-1 to open up this attacking side. Gun route, and then a really good B execute just to kind of simplify things. They really dealt well with Cryo there. Like he had
himself back mentally. The boys helped him with that. That's exactly the formula that BBL need to follow to go deep all the way through EWC.
Yeah, a huge upset in terms of the standings. It is a 4 seed here in Group A, defeating the #1 seed, BBL Esports over EDG. Currently right now in Group A, happening on Stage B. 100 Thieves up 1-0 over RRQ. They are currently in the second map. But a big, big upset, and it just feels really good to have that, because we know that EDG has the potential to bounce back. We know if EDG have the fire.
Reclear towards his mid, but the spike is actually down.
I'm not even sure 100 Thieves are aware of that. I think they're a little bit confused.
I'll come back.
That's why RRQ hasn't kind of pushed the issue.
Taking a break, BRB. And हम आते हैं like जब चालू होता है मैच, ठीक है? Bye bye. Hello. We are back in another banger match. EWC क्रिएटर से बहुत प्रॉब्लम फेस हो रही है मैंने ये देखा पता नहीं क्या सीन हो रखा है टिकटॉक और ट्विच पे कुछ सीन हो गया है लेकिन और स्ट्रीम देर एटलीस्ट हम बच गए यूट्यूब एंड किक तो ऑल गुड स्मूथली रन हो रहा है देखते हैं मुझे तो लगता है PRX जीत जाएगी वाला इजीली
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the Esports World Cup 2026 presenting Valorant, and it's time for the Paris Derby. It is the blue versus the bees, KC versus Team Vitality. This is going to be a great one.
PRX versus NRG था ना?
And big time to get you settled on in for this, as it is the two French organizations about to do battle. Currently, different forms. However, KC qualifying in that second EWC qualifier spot.
Yeah, I mean, look.
Q now on 4 attacking side of rounds, even if the last, however many, I feel like the last 5 or 6 rounds have not looked particularly close, so we still have 4 on the attacking side for RRQ. So they're doing their due diligence at least. Blazewall and Storm Surge gonna secure A main control, going for the Orbis, bang, in goes the relay bolt. RRQ looking to punish, but unable to do so.
The A main fight coming in. Asuna getting the pick onto Zan, and he's gonna fall back now, trying to give too much away, give another peek for RRQ, and all of a sudden, that's their Neon down, but they still have this op online for Jemkin, but he's been unable to find an opening pick so far, especially towards this B site where Cryo's just playing on site, playing patient on his cam. Vora, though, uses drone early. It's going to have to use that dart at some point to get some sort of information because RRQ, again, slowing it down in their mid-round.
Darts back up for the attackers as well. Xferro does have the pip for the afterplant. Jemkin looking for a pick over on elbow side, and RRQ kind of waiting for him to get in the mix. As Crazy Guy going to go for an information TP. Asuna here's that all being picked up. They know that there's at least 1 or 2 players for RRQ. Hold on. They're starting to get some picks. Bang able to trade one back, though, and he rips his ult. Timatino's arrived at the party as well, and that's a great shutdown at the end of the half for 100 Thieves.
What? ये तो बहुत easily खत्म हो जाएगा. Thing normally चालू हो जाना चाहिए.
Inroads getting into A.
That was such a nice setup from them. Really good positioning. Timatino as well, not being phased by all the pressure coming out of A main. The players.
क्या उल्टे को दिखा रहा है?
The amount of work that you put in to a team that is already losing, like you have to work so much more hard at trying to bounce back from things, and now you're the head coach.
Yeah, 9th, 10th for kickoff there for KC, 11th, 12th for that opening split. So a good little haven here for them to bounce back, but a tough setup here to bounce back against you. It's this super team of Team Vitality, who just recently achieved some of that potential over at London Masters here, big time.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen some pushback on calling this
एक मिनट
team
वर्ड
super
अब चालू तो अभी होने
team.
वाला था ना लेकिन ये तो
Ridiculous. This is
लाइव
a
दिखा
super
रहा है ये
team. Look at the names on paper. This is a roster that was built to lift trophies.
और ये 1 घंटे बाद चालू होगा क्या सीन है ये
Yes, they haven't quite managed to do that yet, but we know the potential is there. We saw them come into
Vitality and Carmen Cup is supposed to start on B.
EWC where they managed to lift that trophy.
I think that is a toxic trait. Staying with someone for their potential and not for what they actually are is actually a very toxic trait. So we'll have to send you to therapy for that one. But I do agree. This should be
वो हो गया ये तो
it's like it's still in the making. For the first part of the year, they were willing to, quote unquote, like sacrifices, let's say, to wait for Sayonara, and man has he delivered. The kid is absolutely insane. But at the end of the day, you're saying that, you know, people were saying, oh, you know, this is not a super team and whatnot. They did win against the EMEA teams, and DRG is the rest of the world that was a problem. So technically, with time and with the right course, this could be a super team. I still doubt some of the decisions that they've made or some of the paths that they've chosen. Like, I think for me, this is a team that should have abused double duelists. With that word, abused. They should have destroyed the region with the names and the shooters that they have, all the experience. This is the kind of team that you should be scared of.
Well, that was what I was going to say. I feel like you have so much firepower here. It's more about what are the processes towards decision making in those split-second moments? Like who's taking the lead there?
Oh
Who's
my
really leading
God,
those calls? Because when you have that many superstars on this roster, it does make it very difficult to try and triage how things work in those difficult situations.
It is very funny that you say that because throughout stage one, that was the conversation. We were showing some comms from Vitality, and Yampi was asking permission to make a call, like very politely, of course, this is Finnish. So it was that was the big question for this team. When you have players that are so experienced,
trying again to get this A main pressure.
Xfero retake on B does have a wall to
attack half mein they got
possible. Spots out a couple of players on the side of 100 Thieves, but will just back his way over towards Elbow and play behind the harbor wall. Cryo trying to keep Jemkin in check. He's having a little bit of a look in towards Elbow. That's fantastic from Cryo to shut the jet down, and now RRQ are very much under the pump.
Post plant here for 100 Thieves. RRQ seeming to decide against the
बहुत
quick
मुश्किल है ये
double. They know
push
Cryo's holding it, but they're
No
walking
flank.
up. Timatino pushed all the way up, gets a pick onto Cushy, but Zan gets two here, dropping three players from 100 Thieves, and all of a sudden a 1v1, Sheriff v Sheriff, Vora versus Xfero, holding it down, tapping the
Nice shot.
Vora gets that final pick.
9-4.
Another pistol going the way of 100 Thieves.
It's a good way to start the
And
offense.
इतनी dominate कर दिया RRQ को
With
पता
Jemkin
नहीं
inside
कैसे
of Elbow, and despite some heroics from Zan, those were some very nice shots indeed coming back in on that retake for RRQ. 100 Thieves able to win the 1v1 that was necessary. That's their second pistol here. 2-1 by RRQ at the first map, and 2 by 100 Thieves. Should give them a lot of confidence. They're already up 8-4 in the half. They're switching over to attack now. It's going to force RRQ to once again show their resilience. Something that we know they have. You know, when they're in really good form, they're great at these comebacks, but I don't know, I haven't seen
जो भी stream देखा जल्दी stream को
inspiring
आप
today
like
from RRQ.
तो
Don't get
अगर आप
really the sense
नए
that
हो
they're in
stream पे
fantastic form, but
तो
this is a nice
subscribe
big stack at
कर
least.
तो we are yeah 16 subscribers away for 200
They're just going in together. The trades are all in. Cushy somehow manages to get 3 with the classic, but Crazy Guy left in a 2v1. This is an expensive round here for 100 Thieves.
Actually.
They're able to get that spike down, not taking any chances, just playing together on that site, high-low towards this Tons. The peek is in, and Cryo gets the pick onto Crazy Guy.
Yeah, nicely navigated at the end of things, but the B stack does get a little bit of damage done.
Yeah.
So that's the first little test passed for RRQ. At least make the economy breakable as you head into your first gun round. See how much 100 Thieves are going to invest kind of buying around these 2 rifles, but you don't feel too bad bringing 2 Phantoms out of things, especially when Asuna has a run it back into the anti-bonus. You're still probably feeling quite confident as 100 Thieves to keep the good times rolling.
Yeah, and they're grouping up once again. I think at this point, they're just taking that double duelist comp and running with it, trying to get aggressive, especially in their post plants, taking a lot of map control because, like we talked about, when you have just the harbor, it's hard to cycle those and prevent the retakes from flooding in. And now an A execute on the lines here. That firewall is going to go up first. The harbor wall is not the initial util that's being used to cross into sight. Asuna with the running back, trying to get one, doesn't find anyone, but Crazy Guy and Jemkin are the ones to stop the execute. I say that, but Cryo and Vora, good for their own.
Plan going down for 100 Thieves. Man advantage. If they win this bonus, it would be a death sentence for RRQ. As Cushy working his way in. Drone to try to read the setup here as the site is cut in half by a nice high tide from Bang. They know that the Phoenix inside of A main, but Jemkin has probably got a lot of work to do here, and waiting out the high tide is probably going to really time RRQ out of this round. The Cove will further stall things. Like, this is just a nightmare to retake into for RRQ, and the curveball is where the first move will be made. Xfero was ready for it, diving in.
RRQ.
The Cove there, RRQ. What a gorgeous little retake as Jemkin puts 3
Anti को था ना ये तो
I did not think that they were going to get back
Anti
into
को
that
था ये
one.
तो yes.
But that was very much necessary to start to close the gap of rounds here on this defense.
That was insane. I mean, every single kill felt like it could have been part of a frag movie because that was kind of crazy. But 100 Thieves, man, they took the site. They made sure that they had the space back site. They just struggled to fight together to trade. I think Asuna here also taking that fight solo was a little bit of a struggle. We were complimenting them on cycling that util, making sure that the harbor util is actually the final piece before they try to do something a little bit too aggressive. and it ended up not working for them. But that being said, both teams with their guns online, a super aggressive start here for RRQ.
Yeah, Timotino under pressure. Jim gets dashed into the window, and he certainly
मैं इसके लग रहा है कि शिफ्ट हो रहा है पूरा
inside of the dark cover as Vora
सारी चीजें शिफ्ट हो रही थी
spraying Crazy Guy straight through it. That's a nice pick back for 100 Thieves that I don't think they necessarily were expecting. And now Arsenal taking this space into middle. Drone reply in from Cushy. Trying to push them away. Xfero has been
Momentum
under
shift.
a lot of pressure here. The shock
No,
does
mate.
the Phoenix Molly. He's pinned into a corner and there's nothing for him to do. The rest of our RQ here just waiting on the other side of the high tide as 100 Thieves start to scramble into A.
Really quick response from RRQ, trying to collapse immediately to help out Xfero. He did fall, but 3 of these players here towards mid, they just need to make sure that they're clearing it out because Bang here holding that off angle towards doors with Asuna. Nice little crossfire.
Ooh, nice.
Peeks for the third, but Asuna is there to
Round is
trade
over.
instantly.
That's rough for RRQ. Try to go for something a little bit aggressive on elbow side, and honestly, it kind of worked out until that spam kill came back through from Vora. Mid-round, was excellent from 100 Thieves. As soon as they lost elbow, they took that mid space. They isolated where that solo A player was playing. And as you can see here on the replay, they dealt with Xfero without really needing to do too much. Great little snake by, Shock Bolt and Phoenix Molly combo. And then just set up a beautiful crossfire across middle. There was not really much RRQ could do there.
The util has been so good, especially when you're looking at a player like Osno. We've been talking about him a lot, but his flashes have been great for trap setups. His wall being used on their executes, and that molly, of course. It's so nice to see a lot of these small little things, these micro plays that they're using that ends up making them just a tiny bit cleaner, makes everything look a little bit easier for 100 Thieves, like taking map control there and being able to trade and set up those crossfires.
100 Thieves are playing very good.
I'm so excited to see how
so we kick पे stream देख रहा है जल्दी follow कर दो भैया just 3 followers away from 30 followers जल्दी follow कर दो तो भैया kick पे दिख रहा है और अगर आप YouTube पे देख रहे हो आपने like नहीं किया है गलत बात है देख लो
Definitely needed to be where IRQ found some success and the neural theft to follow up. They can read this setup nicely. Hunter's Fury comes in.
Nice combo.
Trying to chase them down with the overdrive active, but 100 Thieves are punishing every little aggressive maneuver for RRQ. And now with the high try across and the spam through from Bang, this is looking like a serious point for 100 Thieves.
They've taken all the space. They have the numbers. They're forcing
they have to save. They have
to fall back. They have to save these weapons. This is not winning 2v5. They need to buy around these guns, of course, because now 100 Thieves is going to be on match point with this. And man, if I was RQ, I'd be sweating right now because it's looking so hard. They don't have any idea of how to stop this kind of force push by 100 Thieves. They're just running it down at some point. Still doing it with conviction, still doing it with strategy. They're not just holding W all willy-nilly, but they're able to get those picks. They're able to just trade off of each other so well. It feels like they're able to speed up no matter what.
Yeah, I mean, that setup is just a bit of a domino effect. I didn't even mind it. I think the op was something that 100 Thieves running a bit of a slower round were not necessarily ready for, but Jemkin just goes looking for information in the mid-round a little bit too early there and gets caught on the timing. If he finds an op peak, dashes away there, that could be a completely different story. Especially with the overdrive and the Hunter coming in on the retake, which was kind of just used in desperation after that. That is what Cryo does best, though. Just an instant headshot, even onto someone holding an op line, and 100 Thieves now on series point. This has been a very convincing day from them. Breeze in particular, I mean, you could see why they picked this map into this series.
Oh, 100%. They've been performing on a map like Breeze. But Timotino going for that initial pick, demolishing Jemkin, absolutely destroying him. And now 4v5 just like that. RRQ are struggling, so they're trying to take that map control back. They're trying to equalize these numbers.
बहुत मुश्किल है यहाँ से जीतना 12-5
But Zan unable to
as soon as
do
so spotted
drone coming in answer.
Cypher का काम लगा वो भी शायद spotted ही होगा ये पे
Just holding
Neon ने भी वो
don't
किया
need to overpeak anywhere.
Yeah, it's very
Harbor
tough
unknown.
RQ and 100 Thieves are all over it. Great patience. Timotino
Nice
into the site.
They
Flushes
don't
Crazy
have
Guy
smoke.
into Cryo's angle.
Way
Hunter's
smoke
Fury
होगा.
really zoning the rest of the rotators away. Blows up Cushy on double doors. And Timotino
GG's,
up close
GG's.
as the Harbor all comes through. We'll catch
Next match चालू होगा इसके बाद जल्दी से.
And Xfero is tapping away. That is ridiculous, but Cryo will finally put an end to it. 13-5 for
NT.
They absolutely do.
100 जीत गए भाई पता नहीं कैसे.
But I think today they've shown that they have
थोड़ा Valor खेलेगा.
really good understanding of how they want to play together. The synergy, the way that they're coming up with these strats, and the mid-rounding from Vora, of course, has been phenomenal. Feels like they haven't been punished for a lot of those plays other than a couple of trap setups, and once it hasn't worked, they've still had an answer in the middle of the round of how to recuperate.
Yeah, I felt like for the majority of that series, 100 Thieves definitely the better team. RRQ once again a little bit sleepy, a little bit slow at an international event, given that they are still betting in Zan very recently, picking up this player heading into this event. But I definitely know, especially all of the Pacific fans know that RRQ can play a little bit better than that, and in the lower bracket they'll only have one more chance to do so.
Makes a lot of sense. I think also coming off of that Masters run as well, they're still a little bit tired, but I still think I see a lot of faith, especially the way that Xfero was playing. Man, he was a beast today on that. Definitely a player to keep our eyes on for the rest of the tournament.
For sure. And look, Xfero is a bit of a Pacific MVP, but he needs a little bit of
हाँ भाई, ओए Zappy, hello, welcome to the stream भाई. क्या scene, क्या scene.
We'll see if they can pick up their performance heading forward into that lower bracket. They got a lot of
चालू क्या match? NRG वैसे PRX से wait कर रहा हूँ.
Having got a clean win in that opening game, Puckett. You know, I'm sure you're happy to see that win for the boys.
Live in 46. 46 में तो बहुत ज़्यादा है, 20 मिनट में लाइव हो जाएगा. कैसे है? How's the grind? Grind तो चल रही है. अभी तो वो watch party कर रहा हूँ. तो बताओ.
But honestly, this was a grueler. Both these teams sat out here for a while. They were iced. They were able to get back into the game. And I think ultimately maybe you got to revisit the Phoenix. Is it a mistake not to use the best agent in the game?
Yeah, I mean, if you don't have players who can play it, then that makes it hard.
How do you not play Phoenix?
Players that can play it.
Oh, Kushi can play it.
It's part of the beta, bro. How are you not able to
Guys, जो भी stream देखा है, stream को like कर दो. अगर आप नए हैं तो subscribe कर दो. We are just 16 subs away from 200.
Info Enit player has to play Phoenix. The crazy guy has to play Info Enit. Then who plays Omen? Who plays Omen, Puckett? Who plays Omen?
Yeah, Puckett.
Zan can't do both?
Zan can play Omen, that's true.
Right.
Okay, they play solo duelists. Alright, you solved it.
Did I just solve the problem?
Thanks,
RRQ, if you need a coach, I work on COD most of the time, happy to come on over. We gotta take a look at our highlights. It's
ठीक ठाक अच्छा. ये कोई नहीं.
Charge and shoot. Easy enough.
I think you're baiting us a little bit.
Fight. Quick feed, quick trigger.
Lol.
I mean, this was insane. It feels like there was so much over and over again.
ये display settings तेरी काफी अलग है. हाँ मैं color grading की है. Dodge को नहीं लग रहा है मेरा yellow. फिर एम ट्रेनिंग का कब रहता है वैसे? एम ट्रेनिंग का रात को रहता है, तो शायद ही करूँगा आज।
Nice try. Bye-bye.
रैंक कम क्यों? अभी कोचिंग कर रहा है इसलिए कम चल रहा हूँ। टाइम नहीं मिल रहा अभी, पूरे दिन स्ट्रीम कर रहा हूँ।
Smart move.
What?
We're taking this event very seriously and hoping to win.
So when you're talking about the expectations, you're saying top of your group is to win. In general, when it comes to the expectations, of course it is to live the tournament. Are there any other nuances that come with that?
No, I mean, obviously get experience. Everything.
All right, and when it comes to your next opponent, it's BBL. I do want to say on the last game, so are you nervous at all?
No, hopefully doesn't come back to me, but
Nice. All right, well, thank you so much. I'm gonna let you go. Appreciate it, and we're gonna be heading back over.
I thought she was gonna leave him hanging.
करो सही है यस। और
That's 3.
The way that they're playing at Masters was insane. They did come second place in the Masters, but I still feel like they're going to be up there. And when it comes to PRX versus NRG,
अरे यार
Kill. Taken out.
क्या सीन चल रहा है?
It becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
Back up. Kills remaining.
Oh my god, it's so insane. Oh my god, that's such a shame. Next to them, it's so peaceful.
I think all it took was winning that third match to give us that
kills remaining. One kill remaining.
Yeah. Let us change the cross it sometime.
I think it's crazy. Our fan base is like really huge in France. I think most of the people like already saw some events we did, so I'm pretty happy to be here. We missed out on Champs Paris last year. It's good for us to have an international event that we can play in front of our crowd, you know. I don't know if it's stress, but it's like it's a good pressure that we have. We also want to represent the country of our org. Also, like I grew up in Paris, like it's a special city for me, so there is a lot of story about it.
We're extremely excited. We cannot wait for this opportunity. Obviously, we need to get to meet them.
Match found.
Organization from country, from city, you know, so that's one of the biggest goals for us for sure.
It feels good to play here, of course, because Vitality French org and we're in France now, so it will be really fun to get into playoffs and share the stage with some of the fans too. I think that will be cool.
Death match. Warm up. Priorities, they're suffering. Fight! Breathe deep. One down. 3 down. 4 down.
4 down.
Goodbye.
ATK, my friend is a co-streamer. Oh, ATK, hello, welcome to stream, bhai. Kya stream? TWC, yes. वो चल रहा है अभी ब्रेक वालों खेल लेता हूँ नहीं है और yes starting in 6 minutes. Yeah, how are you? It's the time बाद
my way. Three down. Four down.
Do 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 do.
Put down. Get out of my way.
Oh wow. Do 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 do.
Breach killed.
Breach killed.
Dead. Leave us. Cypher killed. Enemy down. Breach killed.
Wow.
Killed. Cypher killed.
मैं जल्दी खत्म करता हूँ.
Kills remaining. Cypher killed.
Oh भाई, what this?
Ended. 5 kills remaining. 3 down. 4 down. Dominating. 3 down. 1 kill remaining.
Oh yaar, FSC is not going to kick. No, I'm not serious.
killed. I am your monster. You made me this way. Never forget it.
It's the Esports World Cup. I'm your host, Chris Puckett,
Welcome
alongside
back
two
to the
beautiful
Esports
casters. The first comes from New Zealand. The other one, next door neighbor in Australia. We've got the fantastic dynamic duo. There it is. It's Avril alongside Pilski.
What's up?
Avril, you have been buzzing all day. When everyone's energy was dropping low, you were there to bring us back up. Why have you been so excited about this match since you woke up today?
PRX NRG. क्या लगता है कौन जीतेगा? Vote on YouTube, guys. What do you think who will win?
Match of the day for the entire opening round.
Yeah.
There's no better game than this.
Yeah, totally agree. Honestly, we saw them both play each other in Santiago earlier in the year. It went one apiece. PRX knocked them out of the tournament
PRX
very deep into the tournament and
चार
then went
votes
into the grand
PRX
finals over there. So, I mean, not quite a grand final. I agree with you. It definitely could be a grand final, but a lower final nonetheless. And these are two of the very finest teams for their regions.
And we got adjusted groups. Now, reminder, 2 teams are going to move out of every group. You need 2 wins to do so. 100 Thieves were able to do it. We saw over on the other stage, it was BBL taking it in our opening round. 2 new winners here in our second set of matches, and I got to get your opening thoughts. Pilski, who is the leader in this match when it comes to the predictions? Do you think PRX has a big lead?
Yeah. I think so, especially fan base wide. They've been so consistent at internationals. NRG have been making it to the internationals at least, but unfortunately just not making it as deep. Even though, as we all saw at the end of last year over at Champs, the core of this squad at least very good enough, very much good enough to be able to win the very biggest events in Valorant. So we'll see how good their form is coming here into the Esports World Cup 2026, and I think that starts right from the get-go. They don't have any easy game to start things out. They are playing a world beater right out of the gate.
So PRX, of course, are our Pacific champions from stage 1. Over on the other side, we've got NRG, who are the top team to come out of America's qualifiers. But first, let's take a look at the boys rocking the blue and pink. PRX, Silver Surfers this year, yet to lift the trophy. Can they get
PRX, PRX,
It'll come with the
PRX.
$600,000 paycheck. If you're looking for stars on this squad, who do your eyes go to first, Pilski?
Everyone. Literally every player.
I need one.
Something.
Simplify it for the new guy.
I could take
King,
something here.
Savai.
I mean, he's been phenomenal.
Ethan,
We are in a
Uba,
gen meta
Mada.
as well, so he is really just
Canadian,
running around doing a lot
he's
of
gonna
damage.
play with
Seeing
10
if you get a raise
TNC.
map, but I think something is the player that really does kind of tantalize the viewer.
And now we can take a look at a ferocious squad rocking the black tee of comfort. Avril, this squad doesn't need a jersey to make a statement. Are you going with the Mullet Man? Mullet Man number 2. Who is your star to watch on this squad?
There's many mullets on this team. No, I think Brock still is a guy that you have to look out for. Guy is known for the Odin, kind of pioneering that. Ethan as well, former world champion and double actually now, given that he's the IGL on NRG. And this is a team led by Ethan that really wants to get back in that form. They've had some good results this year. A couple of third places. You talk about PRX maybe being the bridesmaid second place slot. Well, NRG have kind of had that third place too many times for them, and they're looking to get back to number 1.
No bronzes. They want gold here as well. Of course, both are hoping just to survive the group. If you can win today, that is a huge step forward, knowing the rest of the competition statistically should be easier. Let's take a look, though, at how they should face off here in the best of 3. Last time around, it was in Santiago. That was months ago. So do we have new maps in this map pool that you can expect either team to maybe pull from?
Yeah, I think Pearl was a really important map for NRG, and that's gone from the pool now, so that's going to be very interesting. As a map that I think PRX otherwise probably wouldn't have wanted to play very often, and the fact that we've sort of moved away from that, Sunset being added back in is a bit of an unknown. Obviously, a map that was really famously played by PRX last year as well when they sort of won in Toronto, so looking forward to see how that all sort of shapes out.
Pilski, what about the strengths?
The strengths?
Yeah, what maps could they really just flex like we just saw 100 Thieves do?
I don't think necessarily that, like, both of these teams are so strong that I don't think it's going to be like a slam dunk veto for either of them. And I think both of them have a history playing Sunset with that map coming back into the pool. PRX are famous for playing that wonky comp with the Sage Gecko on that map. They've played it many times.
Geckos could be back in the lobby tonight?
Maybe. We'll see. Because PaperX, especially lately, have been the kind of team that's like, I'm not going to change my comp too much, or especially when they haven't had time to prep, they'll just run the same comp. We saw that over on Ascent. For NRG, they did also love to play the Sunset back in the day. I think that was the 5th and final map of the Champs Grand Final that they won. It was very impressive to watch them do so. So I think both of these teams know their way around Sunset. They'd be happy to probably take it there. But I'd imagine a bit of a handshake veto will be going down here. I really wouldn't be surprised to see like a map that's super strong for one team or the other, really.
I would like to see Fracture. I think that was one of the most dominant maps. You saw that in the Grand Finals versus Lev. PaperX dominated on that one.
मुझे लगता है split होगा एक.
Look, we have a lot of confidence on this.
Sunset होगा एक.
Start here, get that early 1-0 in the BO3. See where we go from there.
Do you guys feel like giants on this desk? I feel like really big right now. Having a great time.
Gotta be big for a big match.
Yeah, I just looked behind us, and we've brought in the biggest of our referee bouncers. We have up to 6 referees on the stage right now, and the engineer in charge of the PCs. Everything's looking ready to go. We're just making sure the players are comfortable, and then we'll begin this match. But I just wanted to take a moment and kind of reflect where we're at. This is a brand new building. They are building around us as we are in week 0. We haven't even kicked off the EWC. And shout out to the people behind the scenes who decided this year we're not only going to add 750,000.
APAC is so done for VR one team region. Actually, I agree. I agree.
Who is going to be
APAC
the
is
like,
a one-team region now.
I'm about to watch the best players. What do I need to be looking out for, Pilsky?
PaperX. If you talk about flashiness, that's PaperX in a nutshell. If you want to talk about what this matchup is, this is the flashy, like, aggressive team versus the team that likes to think a lot, likes to make a lot of decisions, likes to kind of play the macro and things like that. So
we hate NRG, we love PaperX if you're ADHD.
I mean, I'm from Pacific, you're from Americas. I think that's about as simple as it gets.
I mean, PaperX, Pilsky wasn't wrong when he said earlier. Who's the best on PaperX? Who's the one to look out for? All of them, every single player.
Taskbar settings. Search icons only. Ruko. Let me fix something. Thank you. Yep.
On this roster has been absolute lights out, but I think NRG have a lot to show here as well. Again, former world champs, something PaperX is still chasing. PaperX themselves, second number of times. NRG better. They try back in that one. Nice team. When the post on NRG now as well.
Oh my god, guys, अभी stream देख रहे हो stream को like कर दो, and अगर आप नए हो तो subscribe कर दो, and अगर आप kick use करते हो तो exclamation kick करो, and I think you will get a link, and वहाँ जाके मुझे follow करो for in kick.
The sport for about 10 years. Have you ever had a crane over your camera?
I have not. This is new stuff for me.
He's 22 feet in the air.
Honestly,
I want to give him a camera.
You might be to hear it as well.
I feel like I want to be in a cherry picker casting the game in like a coliseum or something like that.
Next year is gonna be fire. Yeah, actually the format is crazy. Format बहुत अच्छा है next year 2027 का.
The whole crowd to jump and then like your cherry pickers bouncing a little bit. You good with that?
The whole crowd to jump. I feel like we're getting confused with like a Insane Clown Posse concert and like theater. Like we're going in two different directions.
Let's just combine them. Let's get them to do halftime. Lots of options for us here in Paris. Everyone wants to come through to one of the world's favorite cities. Of course, we've been eating good, drinking good. What has been the best part of your trip, Avril?
Being in France for the first time. This is the furthest I've traveled. I think the same for you as well.
184.
The opposite side of the planet, literally. So this is about as far
So
as you go.
oh, it's now. Yes, it is now. PRX NRG. I see them at the back. Yeah.
Nice food.
Pilsky, I heard you brought your partner out here. We're making it a family affair. What are we thinking about Paris? We loving the city of love?
Yeah, it's nice, but I'm here for business. I stand on business bucket, and I'm here for the games. So I'm not even thinking about that right now. Full focus.
Who do you want to chat about over there? Because he's staring you down. I got eyes on you, young man.
Okay. He's having a good time. He's having a good time. Is this how you make friends in the modern day?
100%. You just gotta smile at
You just make eyes across the room.
You,
Hello.
me, hanging out later. Let's do it. Esports, baby. Yeah, you gotta keep the relationships for a long time. Photographers have been pushed out of the main center of the stage towards the exit. That is another good sign that this match will be beginning soon. When it does, what do you want to talk about for our opening round? Who is Team A? Who is going to get the advantage of picking our first map?
That's a great question. I'll have a little bit of a look at the
we'll
video
go
here.
check that one real quick.
Usually we'd be.
I normally
having a
throw
little bit of a
softball
look down
questions.
there.
I asked you about Paris. You didn't want to talk about food, so we're going to talk a little about the game. Who's this Team A? Who's this?
We're eating good right now, Pucker. I don't know what you're talking about.
I mean, I'm sure we'll have a veto
Good
graphic,
alto.
but the team that did get to pick the first map was PRX.
Okay.
I think that's great. I mean, they could kind of set the tone in the series. I don't want to
Do-do-do.
spoil the veto. I'm not
PRX
sure if we have the graphic
versus-
or not, and we could talk about it at some point. But,
I will have no idea for you either. Sorry.
I don't know how. And then NRG's got to pick a map after that. That's how vetoes work, Pocket.
True.
Just for the layman, I know that I need to kind explain things out.
How does it work again? Could you walk me through from the beginning?
I've never heard anyone give the play-by-play of like the stage movements. I honestly applaud you for that. That's a big talent of yours.
You find things and you see things, and what do you see? What do you not see?
People be moving off.
What do you not
Perhaps?
see? No clickety clacking. No flashing. We're about to begin, ladies and gentlemen, which means that veto graphic might come up.
It might come up.
And we might
Veto
also see
dikhao.
the agent selections. So can we go there next? You mentioned Gecko might be seen. We've got
There's had triangles in a set
I'd
में.
be seen. I'd be
So
surprised
many
if we got
triangles in the
something.
set.
I think both of these teams, it's a low-risk kind of veto. We're very early on in the tournament. It's the first time they're playing each other for quite a while, even though there's a little bit of a rivalry and a matchup there. That's mostly gone the way of PRX, but it's always very competitive. I'd expect a bit of a handshake veto. I'd expect 3 maps. If we get the graphic, or if we don't, maybe I should just say what it is now. All right. So PRX, banning Haven, NRG's ban Split, and then we're gonna go Fracture, Lotus, and then Breeze as the decider. So you said you wanted to see
That's the
PRX
thing.
pick a Fracture.
Yeah, I think there's no surprise there, right? You have the Fracture coming out straight away. That was one of their best maps coming when we looked at them in London as well.
Yeah.
Absolutely dominate Lev on that one. Split being taken out is probably no surprise. I think NRG have not been the biggest fans of that one. It's been one of their kind of
Guns, Heaven.
So looking at it now, we actually legitimately have the graphics. So
Yes, shout
time
out
to
to
Beyond
the
get into
production. We've got the bans in. So the first one was Haven, removing the 3-lane fun zone. We've got bans on Split, and now you got the
Practice.
Fracture was one you wanted to see, Avril. You mentioned
Lotus.
Ron, who's your player to watch, or what gets you excited about this?
I just think this was, a dominant map from PRX, and I think
Red
they
ban कर दिया
out
NRG
of
ने.
confidence. They want to get
Sunset ban कर दिया PRX
start,
ने.
get that 1-0 locked
अब
in.
तक लाइव है हाँ अभी NRG वर्सेस वो अभी just चालू होने वाला
On
है.
Stream B, how do we feel about this map pick for NRG?
I feel
Breeze.
good about it. I think at the same time though, PRX
NRG का
is very
map
famous for their Lotus.
pick
It's a
लग
map that
रहा
they
है.
play quite a lot for the last little bit. I think the same can be said for NRG on Fracture as well. I don't think
Yes.
they're necessarily poor on this map by any stretch of the imagination.
कौन जीतेगा?
and
PRX
most of the
लगता है कि
games
NRG का
they've played
favorable है
for
map
first
picks.
game, so I think
पता नहीं यार
as being the decider,
कोई भी
I
जीत
think, as I
सकता है
said
मुझे
before,
100
either one of these
100
teams has got
100
advantage
thieves
in the veto.
2-0
PRX has been up and down on
dominate
it,
कर
they've
दिया
been
उसने.
consistent on the map, but if
बहुत ही
they
अच्छा खेली वो.
decide to turn it on here, then they should have a pretty good day at the office.
Yeah, I think Breeze is a nice finisher here. I mean, obviously,
देखो.
that was probably one we expect them to win a little bit more handily in the
क्या
grand
बोला
final.
था?
Push a little bit from Lev, but as it started, I think overall, I mean, you kind of call it. This is a veto that does look like a pretty standard one for the
जैसे
teams.
dominate कर दिया. Tomatino 42 मारा दो
I
map
think
में.
so. I think both of these teams are going to be relatively happy with the veto. I think it's just going to be a
38.
low-risk veto in a best-of-3 where you kind of want to play it out as cleanly as possible. Like, I think this could be a very, very close series. I think these two teams know each
क्या
other
बोला था?
stylistically very, very well at this
हाँ
point.
यार
So I think
मेरी
it's
prediction
good to
गलत
just
नहीं
have
होती.
a
Let's see.
three
अभी
matches,
एक
who's
में
gonna
1-on-1
win
चल रहा है अभी.
this best-of-3
इसमें
and
बोलो.
move on to this
इसमें
qualification.
vote
Are
करो.
you willing to put on a wager for
क्या
the
था?
region that PRX will win this?
Yes, I will. And I'll tell you as well, Puckett, I'll be very sad if I have to come in here tomorrow and Americas have beaten Pacific 2 series in a row and I've had to live through that. That will be very sad.
Because I don't know if you knew this, but this is a pretty good year for USA.
You guys say that every
Doing
year.
all right in the US in the World Cup. We're looking alive in a lot of other sports potentially coming August, like American
you know
football.
the only team alive from Asia Pacific in the World Cup?
No,
Australia. Yep.
Let's go.
All champions or potential champions still here at the desk. How about our friends on the stage? Not ready. Let's keep chatting about football. So this has been
We're going to go to the ads, guys. We're going to take a short break, figure out what is going down with our fifth man's PC. Once that is up and running, I promise we're kicking off this match. I can't wait for its PRX.
Yeah.
Favorite friends, NRG. We'll be right back.
Iconic boys. Hey, they were.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our
Wait,
superpower.
let's show you. ये वाला.
Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
स्कोर कौन जीता PRX में? One stage one. A B. इंडस्ट्री कार्मिन को बाकी के दोनों का नीचे है क्या? नहीं. कहाँ गया? आगे है क्या? नहीं. 4 ही मैच के दिख रहे हैं मुझे. Map, Vetoes, Structure, Lotus, and Breeze. Fatality, Haven, Lotus, Ascent. Ascent तो नहीं लेते PRX का तो कंफर्म था. PRX का Ascent अच्छा नहीं है.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower.
भाई स्केड्यूल के हिसाब से तो चल नहीं रही चीज़ें, लेकिन कोई बात नहीं. I'll accept.
Kadir City, powered by play.
200 total, 2 million total price pool, 600, 340, 220, 140, 90, 90, 90, 90. Oh, 5 to 8, 90. 530. चालू हो जाएगा क्या भैया?
It's the biggest event in esports. Welcome back to the Esports World Cup 2026. We're here in week 0. The event hasn't even kicked off, but we're in the group stages already, and we're on to our second match. We've got a team that has been in multiple grand finals this season, looking for another run. It's PRX. On the other side,
looking for another run.
Favorites NRG, the top team to come out of the Americas qualifier, has already taken the stage. We have two fantastic casters for this one. We got Pilsky alongside Avril. Avril, they just brought us some fans out. We are nice and comfortable. We're ready to rock. It looks like all the players are at their desk with the coaches ready to go. How are you feeling coming into this?
Yeah, fantastic. And do note, fans, we're talking about the actual fans blowing air. We'll get the real fans in, the crowd coming in for the playoffs next week.
Once
but right
we're
now,
done building and you don't have to wear a hard hat.
Exactly. I'm sure the fans, if they were in the venue for this game, though, they would be going absolutely insane, particularly,
To be honest, like, this is the game where there would be crazy fans for APAC and things like that. But given that we're in Paris, honestly, the game on the A stream is where the fans would be at right now. Carmine Core taking on Vitality right now is a bit of a crazy.
क्या लगता है guys? Predict PRX
updates over there on the match?
for the win. PRX for the win. PRX for the win. PRX for the win.
All hands are
PRX ही जीतेगी.
so I think they're still in game.
NRG पे 0% है भाई. NRG जीती थी पता ना chances साल का Fnatic को हरा के. If you haven't forget. इतना तो domination नहीं होना चाहिए voting में PRX का.
NRG all smiles. Hands are up. Everyone's staying off the keyboards, keeping it grease free.
Yeah.
What is it like in the moments right before the game? Why is everyone in preacher mode?
I feel like, I mean, the thing is,
it's on both sides.
A lot of these teams, they've kind of gotten to the point where they have like performance coaches, or they have like experts who teach the players breathing exercises, who help the players kind of get into the right mindset. You know, different players kind of have different mindsets getting into some of these games. Some people are too excited, they need to calm down a little bit. Some people need to get themselves G'd up a little bit.
I'm looking for the players that are like, lying back, getting a little bit of a nap in there, bit of a snooze in there, like Vora from last game.
We see you, A streamers. Hey, A streamers.
They're trying to be sneaky.
They're too tall for that.
I find it amusing that we could see Kakuka trying to squeeze past, but big time, he is 5 foot, so he was able to make a pass safely.
It was.
we didn't see big time.
We did not see him. It's a bit of an
There's
ironic
two people
name
there.
pocket.
Wild. Let's take a look here at
Fractures.
your agents as we are locking in. Will I actually see a raise in this time of day?
Yes, absolutely you will. I mean,
Jing on race, let's go.
This is
उन्होंने
the
कॉम
man you
चेंज
wanna
नहीं
be
किया.
watching on this map in particular, but as we mentioned before,
इन्होंने भी
PRX very
शायद
well-rounded
नहीं.
on Fracture.
Mardon
For
वेले
NRG,
की कौन सी?
having a little bit of a look at a Phoenix comp. They've gone a completely different direction with the Phoenix Waylay. It is still, you know, similar flavors from both of these teams running the double duelers.
Let's see क्या होता है. Let's see. Excited.
Yeah, I think both teams are just going to be sticking to their guns here. Obviously, like, no one's going to be deviating too far from what they've already kind of shown so far. Fade versus
Something
Sky into the mix there as well.
शायद something on Brim ना वो हर Brim ही खेलता है इधर.
From his usual jet position, which I'm sure
थोड़ा सा वो है ironical है कि वो Brim खेल रहा है लेकिन Brim खेलता है.
But yeah, you called this one, man. Jing on the Raze, probably one of the few.
Jing
players
best
who
race
have
players है in the world.
Sure, totally agree. I think for NRG, it's going to be interesting to see how they navigate this one. Fracture is not a map that they've had heavily repped in the last 3 months. You know, they've only had a couple of officials on it. A few of those over in Americas. One in the Swiss stage of Santiago. Which
Jason,
is very, very tight.
Jason, yes.
Whereas
Jason on Sky.
True map for them.
Let's see क्या होगा ये इस बार. कितने घंटे की स्ट्रीम हो गई? 5 hours 40 minutes की स्ट्रीम हो गई है. कल और लंबी होगी. Double होगी कल.
They need this opening group stage win here against NRG here at EWC.
All right, well, we
Hopefully.
have PRX on the defensive side, NRG on the attacking side, looking over towards the top so far on Arcade. First up will be Jing. Beautiful
Nice shot.
And a follow from Divide as well. It's going to pretty down well for PRX, you would say. Minus the fact that Jing does trade his own life. 4 versus 2 in the opening pistol.
Yeah, Brock and Scuba trying to contact their way upstairs. Out
Ooh,
comes the
indeed.
guarding light for Forsaken and pushes them away nicely. You had the Sky Smoke invested there for something.
अभी से मजा आने लग गया मुझे तो.
Opportunities given for NRG to be able to get back into that round.
Should be a pretty tough one here, Scuba. Let's see if he gets
नहीं possible ही नहीं है. लेकिन टेस्ट PRX ये भूलो मत. PRX कोई भी मैच थ्रो कर सकती है. Every round is throwable from PRX.
Yep. Tapping away with the bandit. See if he can farm himself up and neural death, but Invi will put him down. A nice setup there on Arcade from Paper X. Jing in the perfect little off angle.
तो आजू-बाजू बैठे थे छोटे से जगह पे बैठे थे सब लोग.
Comfortable. PRX. A team that we expect to go very far in this tournament. Had a decent placing last EWC, but in terms of the Masters so far this year, 2 second places NRG themselves really competitive from North America. Didn't quite do as well in last year's EWC. I'd like to make sure they hit the top 4 minimum this time, if not taking it all the way.
Soniko here for NRG. Looking to work towards Dish. Paper X on the other side of things have taken a main control. Trailblazer all the way through the south side of the map. They know exactly what's happening on bottom side, and Timmy the Turret has got Dish on lock.
Full Dish. उनको बहुत सा I think पता है इनको. They know. And PRX knows. 5 fog Dish.
Grenade from Jing as well. Oh, big damage actually onto Ethan. Put down to 8 HP, but they got to commit to this one.
Ooh, nice flash.
Coming on through. Device swings.
Nice one, David.
Kill. Beautiful stuff.
Ooh.
Not the only one that actually gets the kill. And PRX handling this anti.
Oh, एक ही गन गई. Nice. एक भी गन नहीं गई. दो पिस्टल्स पे थे. Nice. Near perfect.
All over. The information game knew exactly where NRG were coming from and had the perfect utility.
Crazy, yes. अभी तक सब सही चल रहा है.
Not much in that one. Just a handful of pistols. They've handed 4 more towards
अभी अब यहाँ से गेम चालू होगी.
and now Paper X
Next year round से game next
clean
round.
bonus round. They've definitely got some punching power here.
Divide definitely getting ahead in terms of the kill department. 5 and 1.
Yes.
3 away from the lockdown. Let's see what kind of timing we get here first. Round of rifles coming through.
4-1 split.
Going back over
4
towards
second
the
nose.
B side. A little bit of information there from Forsaken.
इनको बस पता कोई है वहाँ
Big stack though from PRX.
Yeah, progression.
B stack.
Over on Arcade, that'll be given to them. They're looking for the lurk here of Scuba as the cam is dealt with. Forsaken looking to push the issue, but cannot find the Cypher. It's a complete disengage. Over on the other side of the site, Envy inside of this Arcade smoke doesn't go well for him. Something's found
Nice
on
and
the
something.
side, picks up the Phantom, and Forsaken's got him
Jason,
nicely
no.
from stairs side. What a nice pivot in from Paper X. This bonus round looks
Bonus
like
conversion, nice.
Even that Envy was going to get something that he gets found early. but
Very
nice
important round for
Forsaken.
PRX. Bonus convert कर दिया इन्होंने.
So, you know, a little bit more in terms of damage being done, but mostly they got up 2 players still alive.
इन्होंने जो B main की स्पेस गांड फाड़ दी. हाँ. इन्होंने जो B main की स्पेस ली ना बहुत important थी.
having a loss versus the bonus. PRX, you can see already looking pretty locked in. Smiles on the faces is exactly how you want the opening of this game to go on your map pick. Defy getting close to a lockdown as we head towards the first gun round. Same for a showstopper. All of these big impact ults are very much well within the wheelhouse if they can get towards round 5 here for PRX.
He got one away as well.
एक ही spot हुआ इनको. Yep. Now they know. Hey Jason. Something. भाई ये तो बहुत वो है, dominate हो रहे हैं. What is happening, NRG?
Flying around as he's often liable to do, and
flawless.
from Ethan, that is a
Dominate हो रहे हैं भाई ये लोग तो. इतना तो expect नहीं किया था.
This game with a bit of a landslide to kick things off, but can only imagine NRG will only wait so long before they actually start to crack through with a gun round.
Yeah, NRG don't want to suffer the same fate Lev did against PRX on this particular map.
कसम से dominate कर रहे हैं भाई.
We need to start seeing some real life come through from NRG soon.
क्या timeout आ सकता है Bonker? क्या timeout लेगा ये?
They put together. You did mention they earned the runner back at the end of that
नहीं लिया.
last eco round. That can really be one of these ults that helps you simplify.
Marda with an attack of actually a good call.
Really getting thing on board.
And good read too.
Stairs line.
Flash.
Like PRX are heading in that direction.
Good stun.
Satchel up on in, and now you got the showstopper as a result.
So,
does clean up Marta despite the refract. Ethan at least able to take Jing with him, but it's a good start for PRX nonetheless. And now they're trying to read the rest of the attackers with these Seekers.
Now, Seekers will reveal the bottom side of the map pretty comfortably so far. Scooper kind of gets away though. He wasn't one of the players that actually got revealed by the Seekers. So 3 players alive for NRG, so work to be done here. They can get on site pretty comfortably for now, as most of these PRX players have fallen off someone minus something which is in play. And he's got double this! Unbelievable spray transfer. He'll die for it towards the end, but the rest of the players, no issues there for PRX.
PRX is on fire right now.
Unreal with his ability to get that 2K.
It's disgusting off the back of the breach flash, diving in through the smoke despite being at a man advantage.
दो back-to-back international second place आने लोग. I think इस बार बहुत ही locked in है.
Timeout as a result. This has been a bit of a battery to kick off this game of Fracture from PRX, a map that they're very familiar with, and it seems like they're going to run away with another landslide victory over an America's team, unless you start to get some quick adjustments here from NRG.
Well, they certainly are from the north side of America, and that side in this particular game right now, 0-5 is the scoreline. But what a way for PRX to handle that aggression that we saw from potentially Marta setting up a bit of a line there. Trying to catch a player up from PRX
easy.
The instant util coming through the stun, Jin wanted to get in the showstopper. Completely blowing up that setup from NRG.
See what the adaptations start to come through from NRG. You've seen them mostly lean towards that arcade side of the map, and mostly hitting one side. Hasn't really been working out too well for them. I feel like PRX have often been quite happy to stack that side of the map and play a little bit more retake towards A.
Crazy भाई.
We saw that one round where they had an eco 5-man up dish, completely slowed down by all the utility coming through, particularly from Divine, Nano Swarms, everything else. There we go. Again, a lot required here from NRG. Still waiting for that run it back, which needs to be an important ultimate here. But Nightfall also earned by Ethan.
3, 2-2.
Early on here for PRX. Once again, it's the guiding light up over the top of Arcade, but that's only really there to condition NRG, who are starting to walk their way into A main and take some map control.
Info million.
First time we're really seeing anything through halls.
Why are they rotating to?
Let's see what we can sort of find here as PRX wanting to make sure they retain control of Rogue's information found. And okay, decent kills. Marta and Kiko finding their mark here. This is 5 versus 3. The first big opportunity for NRG, we'll say so far in this entire half.
Fault line, a jump spot from Envy. NRG finally starting to organize themselves well and punish some of this aggression in the mid-round from PRX. Puts them at a pretty massive advantage. Spike will be scooped up there by Brock to join up with the rest of NRG to have taken this A main control earlier, but Forsaken and Envy are already on this A side of the map and Device on the rotate.
Yeah, he looks like he wants to move on, so it does still have plenty util to relay back towards B. Nightfall coming on in, taking no risks here. Envy will be spotted. Flash as well. He's got no chance, but a better flash potentially against NRG. And Envy now will be able to at least trade his own life. 1 versus 4 now, Divine with a lot of work to do. No ultimate, and all of his util still left over towards B. Was not going to get a single shot in there. Scuba find his head right out of smoke.
Yeah, nice adaptation from NRG. Punish all of that mid-round aggression and then just keep things simple. Pivoting back to where they took that A main control earlier on in this round. So a successful timeout. That will help them steady their economy going forward, because they're going to have to make their way to a lot of gun rounds against PRX, who have had a bit of a blinding start here to Fracture.
What confidence? Also cutting off a couple of points from PRX, making sure that the breach of enemy was going to be isolated, despite a pretty good flash coming through from him against basically all 5 from NRG, who some around on that board. Nightfall the only ultimate spent as well, so pretty cheap in that ult economy side.
4 second का info ले रहा है भाई, मजा आ गया 4 second पे देख के क्या स्काई खेल रहा है
towards arcade.
Taking on over here, trying to disrupt this one as the runner back comes in. Going to throw out his guiding light, but Kiko is all over it as see the dash in from Marta. In comes the orbital from NRG just to try to zone them away, but in the meantime, you've seen Envy be able to at least pick up one and deal with the runner back as something is pressuring the bottom side of the map.
Yeah, okay, what can Scuba do here though? 2 players in front of him. With PRX really off-site, should be a free plant. Scuba, oh, he needed to hit that. Kate should keep him alive for the time being for a little while. No support here for Scuba, so he just needs to be able to hold this on his own.
Instant one tap from something though. That does not feel particularly good for an NRG, who are now getting multi-dumped on the side. Out comes both the breach ult and the Brim. He's been able to find one, but that's a nice flash to set up something. Talk inside a tower. Very low here. The lion's share of the work has to be done by Kiko as the Brim Molly tries to delay the plant for a little longer.
Workable. 2 versus 2 now. Operator have a divide. Maybe not the best in terms of weaponry for this.
Hey, they can
First tap on the spike.
And
nice something on the block. It's just Kiko left alive. He just can't quite hit and something. Doesn't even matter that he's not a duelist. He'll find the aim. He's got the sharpness of it. So how sharp that was.
Instant delete कर दिया, एक भी मौका नहीं दिया.
Finish up the last 2 players of NRG. The spike being planted there. No dice for the round.
Yeah, very nicely navigated by PRX. He pushed bottom side through A main right from the get-go. I think this opener was fantastic from Kiko, using the runner back just to be able to set up NRG for success, but PRX mid-rounding their way out of a bad situation. The ulti combo on that site really helped them kind of narrow down where NRG were playing the post plant from. And then something 9 and 2 was just a phenomenal multi-frag from him.
Strike completely isolating Ethan. You had the nade coming through paint shells from Jing, followed by a flash as well.
Stun, enemy stun. Please.
Gonna fire a couple of shots into halls, but here come the rest of the players. Almost had a collateral there. No theft now from Scuba to reveal the rest of the members. The rest of the members are coming in nice and quick for PRX.
Scuba inside of the cage. NRG fighting hard in towards Sandside, and they punish the flood so nicely. Reddit with the
PRX जर्सी गिफ्ट कर दे मुझे. अरे मेरे पास खुद नहीं है यार. मैं कर सकता हूँ PRX.
It's all down to something, and he wasn't ready for Scuba to have slipped through already onto the A site. A second round for NRG.
Seems like the 2 rounds NRG have gone so far have come through from the fact that they can find some punish early, particularly over towards, you know, that's A side of the map. Find those early picks, handle the flood coming in through from PRX, and sort of twice in a row for the 2 successful rounds. That seemed to work out for them. B, on the other hand, has been a bit more of a worrisome part of the map. But they've recovered 2 here. They can at least get 4 to 5. You'll say it's an okay half for them, but otherwise PRX looking for that 7 to finish up our first half to make sure they're in the lead.
Be a big round for NRG. Money is starting to get a little bit dry for PRX after their landslide of victories to open up this half. Starting to run out of cash here. Op picked up by Marta. Hasn't really had a chance to get involved in this game. He's often just been dashing in and refracting in on the entry.
VCT के pieces ass है. VCT के pieces में 250 300 पे मुश्किल से आती है bro.
He's just waiting for a reaction.
उसके table
like looking for information from the Trailblazer.
PC खराब है बाकी तो
ऐसे just the one Kiko
similar है लेकिन जगह ज़्यादा थी
so far. A lot more movements.
VCT के में table में जगह ज़्यादा होती है. मैं थोड़ा congested लग रहा है मुझे.
Forsaken wanted to make that play happen.
PC नहीं look wise look wise.
That smoke comes up just in front of the line of
Jing v Scuba on the bottom of the map does not go well for the race, unfortunately. Scuba really keeping that A-main push in check, and I dare say that this is going to prompt a little bit more aggression for PRX, who just don't really have any info on what's happening on the map. They've got the A info line, but that's about it.
I mean, that's his huge kill, because now PRX have to commit a little bit more over to the A side, something waiting. But as time starts to dwindle, it looks like NRG will be finishing over towards A, just something to slow this one down.
Something bad, look, something. We need your magic here.
And there's the first spot. Okay, Molly to slow it down. Haunt wall spot him, and they already knew he was going to be there. Conversion pass, you shouldn't expect too much from something here. A little bit more aggression though from NRG because they got to get the spike down. Time is running out here, and Forsaken's causing problems. The Vice as well stops the plant from coming on through, and that just isn't enough.
Kiko really needed to win that last duel. Lockdown invested there from Divide just to be able to keep things interesting, and if he was able to win enough of those duels, could have really created some magic for PRX. But as it stands, unfortunately, NRG capitalizing on that nice opening advantage that they had, grouping up together, and even with the clock running down, they've thrown the kitchen sink at that round. They understand just how battered and bruised PRX's economy was, and winning that round is phenomenal for them to start to make a bit more of a resurgence into this first half.
Barely any time left, and they have to get their last kill. Divide falls just in the nick of time here, so still trying to rescue the scoreline a little bit. Is going to be NRG in first. Time we're going to see PRX really in the eco. Haven't really seen their money run dry just yet, as they want to get aggressive over towards the bottom side of the map.
Good evening.
3 players stacked up so far, and NRG walking to the turret.
Just push.
Just Defy here. Doesn't have too much help. Mollied out of position. Not much room to do. On the bottom side of the map, though. It's a nice opener from something. Trips now down. Rifle looking to be picked up. Guiding light will enable that, and paint shells even to push Ethan away. NRG set up on the side, but haven't got the spike down just yet.
Okay, well, here it comes now. One go to Jane. Guess what? That's ultimate ready to go. Be sure that that could be a big one for this round as well. Something's also one away, but might even be playing for exits here if they're going to play this one slowly.
Taking up on the line, tapping away. He knows kind of where Kiko is, but not quite able to deal with him. The C's is going to slow him down. PRX not really making too many moves elsewhere. Aggressive play punished. They're very much keeping NRG pinned into this side. In goes the showstopper. Molly on the spike from the attackers, just trying to buy time and time PRX out of this round. Showstopper invested. Invi is on the defuse. Something up inside of the smoke. Wrap around there from Ethan, and Mada closes it out with 2 outlaw shots. Spike goes off. How many NRG players will survive at the end of that round? I couldn't tell you. But that definitely would have gotten expensive for them.
Showstopper kind of gave away a false info there as well, because I think Jane thought he had cleared tower, but not to be the case. Throw that one in there. Dealt a bunch of damage, but no kill actually coming on through. You can see how slowly PRX ended up playing that round. The fact that they were even in position to actually make a play for the defuse, though, that's got to show that they have the capability.
Yeah.
But 4 now found for NRG.
NRG ने इनको देख के मुझे वालों खेलने की इच्छा हो गई. मुझे भी यार.
Money fantastic for NRG.
वालों खेलने की इच्छा तो मुझे भी हो गई.
But they've definitely made a big dent in this round deficit that they accrued early on. Slow things down on towards the bottom side. Once again, Ethan trying to create a little bit of pressure towards Dish on his lonesome.
Divide back on A. Helped a little bit by Forsaken. Both teams not wanting to make any early moves. Last 2 rounds of this half as well. NRG looking to scoop them both if possible. Still plenty of decent ultimates on the side of NRG. First bit of information now finally coming through. Does Mada?
क्या hold कर रहा है ये? No way he gets the kill from there.
Now comes the Seekers, going to layer in a guiding light there and recognize that there's at least a couple of players over here. Saturate goes on in. Very tight line for Forsaken. Gets legged out by the op as the Prowler pushes him back.
Okay, Nightfall coming on through. He'll catch maybe one player, not quite perhaps Forsaken, but he managed to dodge that one out in time. And the rest of PRX now slowly moving on in. First duel, Forsaken wins it, scuba down. Onto site now, Divide trying to hold this one. Brock on as well. That's a spike on the floor, by the way. Does end up going down to Mada. Some damage comes through from the Orbital. NRG is still pulling through a decent number of kills. 2 versus 2. The runner back is gone.
Careful here.
Ethan needs to scoop up the spike here. 20 seconds on the clock. Molly going down. Kiko with the late wrap over through onto Sand. Deals with something. It's just Jing by himself. He knows the spike hasn't gone down. It's an awkward exchange here for NRG, who are investing all of the Phoenix util just to be able to cross. Jing up close to the blaze wall here. Satchel trying to cancel the play. Not quite able to do it. That's going to go down for NRG. Now they're just playing this crossfire off of Ethan.
Yeah, this is going to be so hard to do. 1 versus 2 through the wall. Double swing. Jing doesn't even get a shot off.
Attacking team है. Chill out.
Dangerous situation.
Attacking team हम
remember
लोग.
the round with Divide ends up going down just before the time runs out. And Jing has to be very careful. We're not just delivering his own life away before the plant comes on through. But difficult 1v2, but
Yeah,
we're really
wow,
getting into the leads
almost
of
something
NRG's
or
comeback on this first half.
NRG didn't
Because
come
we're
back.
down by
Nahin,
quite a
nahin.
few rounds.
Yeah.
No NRG win.
Look at that, 4 in a
Something
row.
को
Very
kill
good
निकाला था
resurgence
Sans
after the
पे.
tactical timeout. Got to give a lot of credit to NRG there. Paper X now really being made to sweat here on Fracture. Keiko has got the Outlaw.
ये मैच तो बैंगर जाने वाला था,
Juggling
कंफर्म
that with
बैंगर
the
था.
Vandal. Maybe kind of rethought his purchase there as they're really trying to isolate
बच गया,
Scooper on top
बच
side.
गया.
He's made it out of dodge though. Investing the cage and now you
एक
see
और
NRG
round
speeding up on the other
निकाल
side
ले
of the
बस.
map.
Yeah,
चलो
Scuba's
मत
going to get
चला
crunched on it.
आगे,
NRG will make some
bye-bye.
moves now after hearing
एक
all
और
that
निकाल
noise.
ले.
Still, look at Forsaken. He wants to go for the chase. Scuba's about to make his way onto B, but the spike and the rest of NRG looking over towards A. A big flank, though, from both Jing
मुश्किल
and
लग रहा है.
Forsaken that NRG have to be a little bit careful about. First up, Mata
Something.
versus
Shoot it.
something. Smoke starting to fade, and
Nice.
something will get
Because-
the shot in first. Ethan, no response.
It's very tense here.
Nice one,
Forsaken's
Jason.
found another
Nice
one.
one,
It's a bit of
Jason.
a landslide of frags for Paper X coming back in on this retake.
Block.
Brock still alive inside of the site. Gonna drop the
Block's
orbital.
annoying to
It's
you.
two
Nice
players
one,
for
David.
Paper X, but unfortunately Divide with the last second
Good
shot and G
round.
ready for the flank
Clean,
of Scuba.
clean.
It's a 7-5 here. Paper X with their
Something
nose
का
out in front
माडल
of the
pick
half.
बहुत
Yeah,
वो था
well,
Christian.
unfortunate. Thought the orbital might have done a little bit more,
Fortune
but
के दो
Divide
picks भाई,
too
crazy.
quick on the trigger finger. As we close out the half there, will still be PRX.
Guys, जो भी देख रहे हैं स्ट्रीम को
Quite
लाइक
well
कर
for
दो.
themselves.
एक banger
They've
match
got to give a
on
lot
the
of credit
first
to
day.
NRG. I mean, that's what we
We are
know
too
them
lucky
for.
to watch
Great
NRG
leadership,
PRX
great
on the
coaching
first
staff,
day of EWC
Post
stream.
attack timeout after they
जल्दी
made the
जल्दी लाइक
adjustments
करो.
that were
मैं नहीं जानता
necessary.
कैसे भी
It's
हो.
a much more
और
competitive
अगर
half
आप
from
किट
there.
पे जा रहे
They are
हो
not
और
scared of
देख
Paper
रहे
X's
हो तो
fraction.
follow
They're
मारते
quite
हैं.
happy to leave it in the veto.
And handling the aggression well as well in terms of knowing that, okay,
We are
well, the first
9
two rounds
likes
NRG
away
won
from
largely
40
came off
likes.
the back of
40 likes कर दो.
Paper X wanting to explore the map, wanting to take some angles, wanting to sort of fight for positions on the map, and NRG all too happy to receive that and punish.
I think NRG is the kind of team that stylistically we see a lot of the times when they play each other. They often force Paper X to slow down a little bit sometimes. Quite happy to just sit back, hold some of the angles and wait for Paper X to make the move in the early to mid round that they're looking to punish. I think you saw a lot of that from NRG. Scuba given a lot of space to kind of work on his lonesome. Mata with the offensive operator.
Would love to have seen a little bit more out of that op, unfortunately. You sort of mentioned that, but Mata didn't quite have as much impact on that first half as we would have liked. Particularly on the op side of things. I mean, the first round that we saw the op, he instantly got util pushed out.
Yeah,
PRX को जितना
that's just
जीतना ही
attacking
पड़ेगा.
side
हाँ
waylay
जीतेगी
thing, so,
PRX
you know,
जीतेगी.
you're not really going to be the
PRX.
fragging duelist on the waylay often when you're playing. You know, Phoenix is definitely the one to be doing the majority of the fragging, to often be following up what is a different
फिर
dash
करेंगे
of frags.
celebrate, yes.
A lot of the time
6
offensively.
चल रहा है. नहीं 7-5 चल रहा
Definitely
है.
want Keiko in this comp to be the heavy hitter. The one farming up all of the run at backs. But NRG, I think they're quite happy with what they've done, especially given the start in that opening half.
Yeah.
Kind of halted the momentum of Paper X as they head into their defensive half now.
By the next generation of gamers, skaters or champions. Ooh. इन्होंने पता है एक building construct की है पूरी.
Better showing from an American team against PRX on this particular map.
For EWC.
NRG the confidence to move forward and let's get the lead in the second half if possible.
अभी टेबल ऊपर की कौन था?
Should be
था.
underway fairly soon.
What?
Let's see what we're going to get here from
क्या
NRG on their defense. Expecting a lot of waylay getting on this info line. Wouldn't be surprised if they start to mix in the op yet again. Here we go into the second half here. Paper X mostly set up on bottom side. Forsaken, I'd imagine,
गाना
will
बंद
just be
करो, please
applying
गाना
a little
बंद
bit
करो.
of pressure here. He's
मस्ती.
got full
हाँ हाँ
utility on
शायद
the
बिल्डिंग
sky.
पूरी बनाई है.
Breach on the other
Cactus
side of
बोल
things
देते
as
हैं.
Mata on the line with the Sheriff Refract active. Ethan opens up the door. He's going to jiggle away. Does at least spot out Devi, and there's Mata. Oh, that is such a quick shot from Devi to get the opener.
Yeah, we've seen that from Devi before. Namada finds out. 5 versus 4 early on, calling over.
Short man, वो कसम से
Ethan
भाई.
also Brock.
Stomp away. Ethan almost caught on the cross.
गलत ही लेकिन I think they'll just
Smoke to try and slow things
outnumber
down.
them.
Starting to cause a couple of problems. When do we get the explode? Finally comes on through, but just into the meat grinder. Both Ethan and Scooping all the kills. Brock likes dig
didn't
into
have
the
the
kill as
space.
well. Not just Devi. He has the capability to get those kills. He got the first one. Of this potential
Nice
clutch,
shot.
and he's got another as well.
One
Devi
v one है
versus
इसका.
Kiko, and Devi's got
David,
hot
the
hands.
backbone.
And I'm not talking about Phoenix here. Kiko's the one playing that. Has he got the
Kiko's to David.
capability?
Can David get that
Hasn't been
revenge?
tapped yet.
वो 1v1
Kiko
का
knows he could take his time with this one. He's looking like a little bit of a raid boss with the bandit and armor. He's got a lot of util to work with as well. Curveball and a molly.
यार सारी util है
Divide
Kiko
really
पे
waiting for a mistake, but he's the one who has to make the first move here. Turret's back up. I think that's what he must have been waiting for.
30 seconds left.
30 seconds. Spike will be easy here. He doesn't know it, but he doesn't quite know where Kiko is standing and waiting. Kiko just waiting for plant at this stage. Turret will be the one spotting him out first.
Spike planted.
As the molly comes on through.
Ooh, nice shot.
The 4K and the clutch. Instant headshot. He started out with that one on Tomato. He'll finish it on Kiko. Another pistol for PRX.
Yeah, you're kicking yourselves as NRG. They rotated so well despite losing that opener on Tomato inside of A main. They were ready for PRX's execute. They had a big crossfire on the side, but Divide very sneakily able to construct himself a 1v3 on that A side. He opens up the route for PRX and he gets it done by himself.
The smoke coming down from Brock and then the
Guys, से आपकी watching आ रही है जल्दी like कर दो जो भी दिख रहा है. We just need 9 more likes. Come on. 40 likes के लिए.
Early pick. It's martyred down again. Unfortunately, something.
Ethan को मिल गया.
He's just got to make mincemeat of him. Ethan will at least get the orb away. That's all that NRG will get so far.
Trailblazer was at least fun to buy onto Scuba. 2 players spotted out over on that B side of the map. So they're going to get the pivot back across. Something quite happy to see in this side. The rest of PRX relocating to the bottom side. They meet up with Kiko.
He's going to have to hide there, and that should be a little bit of info, but do they know it's the exact corner? They absolutely do. They see the hands. This will be easy. Yeah, shouldn't lose a single player to Kiko despite the long shots from G. Now the crunch over on towards A. Brock to try and hold on to this one, but Pistol not going to do you too much good.
Easy round है तो Eco था.
Easy 9th round here for PRX.
Flawless निकाल दो मजा आ जाएगी. They know Ethan.
Might not even lose a gun. Indeed, they don't. 5 rifles brought through into the bonus is a very, very good position to be in. As PRX.
क्या है बीच में कहाँ जा रहे हैं?
Once again, going to have to play the opening part of this half from behind. So we'll have a look at how their first defensive gun round does look, but. I mean, they were quite resilient in the first half, so have to give them the benefit of the doubt for sure.
The real worrying thing was the fact that PRX did convert the bonus, which is, and then that ended up being 5 rounds in a row for PRX in that first half, and NRG wouldn't want that to be the case again. An opportunity here, potential for Kiko to at least drop one gun down. NRG. Honestly, when you just have the classics there, it's a little tough.
Already.
See what the bonus looks like for PRX this time. NRG really wants to win the first one.
I think I agree करता हूँ. Personally, I agree करता हूँ.
Know that there's at least one player hanging around outside of A main. That's a molly being prepped for tower. I do think that they're just going to try to drop off Jing up there with the Trailblazer.
ये push this fight बहुत important है.
That's an open inside of A main.
They can just go here. They'll just go here from here.
When the pressure was coming through into tower, and now NRG are really in their first gun round here.
PRX is they can just abandon this time as well. If they want to go towards A, but they'll slow things down. They'll say let's recommit. Force a rotations from NRG first. Divide can even go for a little bit more on the other side of the map. Envy and Jing, yeah, they've just completely dominated. So we're seeing the first half groundhog day here for NRG. Just can't win that third round.
Yeah, it's rough.
No one can
They were well aware that there was a player hanging around outside of A, confirmed by the Prowler, but Divide has just been on one. He's having one of these games. Been in some excellent form as of late. And when he takes over a game for PRX, there's just really not much he can do. Brock last alive, trying to hold onto his rifle. Spotted out by the guiding light.
Just wants to save, my man. Just wants to stay alive.
Down and out.
He's been spotted. Divide, he's going to go for a little bit more. And well, just saw the back of the player. Brock at least shuts him down. Divide's got locked down either way. He'll be happy with that one. Brock's going to convert another kill.
Don't feed him an orbital. He's only one off at this point. If he's able to get one more kill, he'll have it. And I think his respect has been earned here as PRX hitting double digits. Not able to bring as many guns out of that round, but when you win the bonus, I don't think you really care too much.
Yeah, I mean, you got so many rounds in the bank at the moment in terms of where this lead is going. The ultimate stunt to come online as well. You got Divide winning a 1v2. Oh my god, that just cannot happen.
Would love
to see the POV of that one, but NRG taking their second timeout now, and
I get it.
Yeah, let's see what they're going to construct here around the singular safe Phantom. Got to be some level of investment.
One of the best shelter
fracture
की Abrim की orbital strike by the way.
Take some guns away from PRX. They'd love
to
do some
वाले कोई नहीं निकालती है
more
BCT
economic
और
damage, if not give themselves
में
an
तो कुछ भी हो
outside shot
सकता
of
है
winning this
BCT में at
round.
least.
But if things go the way they're expected, PRX will be up 11-5 here on Fracture. And It's going to be a difficult
It's
position
their
to come
eco
back
again.
from if you're NRG, given
Please,
just how strong
eco mat
PRX
ho
have been
jana,
looking on this
PRX.
map lately.
Do not throw this
The
eco.
PRX off out
Bhai,
of the
kya
starting
गाना है
gates
भाई?
and into the
एकदम
immediate
vibe match कर रहे हैं.
sprint. We saw them take in London in the grand finals, just dominating on the opening map. But this one is definitely more competitive, but at the same time as well, PRX are here for a reason. They know they can just take this map away and get that immediate 1-0 in this BO3. NRG looking for answers.
Can't have a slow start for either
Guys,
one
जो भी
of these
stream देख रहे हैं,
teams.
stream को like कर दो अगर आपने अभी तक नहीं किया है, and अगर आप नए हो stream पे
Honestly, a
तो
little
subscribe
bit,
कर दो.
a little bit upset
कितनी
that this is the
साथ
opening
की
game
watching
of
आ रही है
the
अभी
WC.
भी,
It's a very
holy.
stacked tournament, of course, but
बात करो guys, जो भी
PRX and
देख रहे हैं.
NRG would probably be a game we'd be expecting pretty deep into the playoff bracket.
Analyze the game.
Well, half buys coming on through. Obviously, Brock did save over that one rifle. See if he can be the hero for this particular round.
We are one team region, but the one team is too strong.
Okay.
That is
Lockdown being
crazy.
invested on this B side of the map. PRX playing it very slowly, not quite rushing into B by any stretch of the imagination. Showstopper now picked up by Jing.
We'll see what they still have to clear once the lockdown has concluded. Obviously, we can see that NRG are going to be late to the party here a little bit as Jing wants to start that party. He'll go down, though. Doesn't hit anyone. The showstopper again. It's Marta and Ethan getting on the board here. PRX are
Do not get
They're the ones with
echoed.
the guns. And still NRG coming out ahead on that one. Not Scuba, though, because Devi is still managing to land these clean shots.
They isolated him nicely.
chance of him
Utility
surviving,
invested.
bro.
In comes the Nightfall, though. From NRG, trying to complete this
Ding,
retake
ding,
in from
ding,
Gen
yeah.
side. Envy disrupting. He's got a nice crossfire in with Devi, but that player on the site has gone down. Devi now knows
2v3.
something on the wraparound. Could have a
Nice.
really good flank timing here as we head into a 2-on-2. Kiko, that's a huge pick to be able to get across to the side. They know exactly where something is. The movement is a little bit too good.
Ilya,
Clutch
the
needed for
savior.
PRX, and NRG will be kicking themselves, Kev. They put themselves in an excellent position
Ilya,
there
the
post
savior.
timeout.
And they barely had any equipment. They
Progress
came through
NRG.
with the lesser money, just came out of the timeout. Start with a 5 versus 3,
Holy
ends up
shit,
being a
right.
2 versus 1. But unfortunately, NRG just didn't quite have eyes on where something was. So 2 players looking in opposite directions and no ability to trade
PRX
something
and
faster
it's
to
so
once
ups,
again.
yep.
Dragging that crosshair over, transferring onto the secondary, cleaning up the 1 versus 2. And these are the moments that will just set PRX aside ahead
Almost
of the
throw
others.
कर देती है round, yeah.
Far ahead of NRG so far on this map.
Put a dent in the economy of PRX, though. It was only a half buy for NRG, who now have a follow-up gun round with some ults to work with. Out comes the C's there in combination with the orbital. I think that's just
Ethan.
going to kill one
Oh, he
player
gets run
outright.
there.
Ethan following up super nicely. And again, it's a 2-man advantage for NRG.
So it's time. You're hoping that
Maybe
NRG
fine.
will be able to
I
navigate
think
this
it is
5v3.
time PRX पे
The
हजार
device
डाल
still
दूं.
alive, something's still alive as well.
डाल दे bro, डाल दे, मुझे लग रहा है जीत
that was seen in
जाएगी. I am
this
getting
particular
Lotus
map,
flash. No,
Divide.
don't tell me. Don't tell me
Opportunity is
Lotus
still there.
flashbacks are too scary.
You start seeing some
अभी
clean
तक
rounds.
सपने आते हैं मुझे.
Jump spot, curveball to follow up. Everything going the way of NRG. Until something steps into the limelight, which is a very similar story to what we saw in that last round. PRX volleyed off. Too much fire
Wow.
in the way, and they're going to pivot across the sand.
They burn some defensive utility away from NRG, but they themselves on the PRX side is still left
Well,
wanting
they
here.
saw something
Something
saw
that cause a
him.
little bit of noise, might cause a little bit more. You start to see Forsaken take the spike away, so it might end over towards me, but
This
for the time
advantage
being,
इस round का निकाल
something
रहे हैं
wanting
लोग.
to sell this one.
By
Won't
the
sell
way-
it for very long because of the neural theft. This NRG themselves will start to make their way onto the opposite side of the map. Still got to get past this trip.
Forsaken. Still with the trip nicely. This is a winnable 2-on-3 for PRX. Ethan in a great position in a crossfire with Scuba over on Heaven's side. Ethan very low, but Scuba playing off him nicely.
Nice.
Out comes the runner back from Kiko, but it's not even needed. Scuba getting it done
but I'm
himself.
glad to
and
say
NRG
ADG the only team
capitalizing on a
that somehow
2-man
almost beats
advantage.
PRX.
They weren't quite able to
Except
in the round
Lev, of
previous.
course.
A dangerous amount of players end up going down there for NRG, which goes to say that, you know, even
True.
with 3
Yeah,
for
true,
PRX, still
NT,
very
yes.
highly
NT.
capable. 5 versus 3 and
Left
2
qualified,
will survive
I don't
for
think left
NRG, but they kept the
qualified.
round. Importantly,
Wait.
No.
I have
What
to
we're going to
see.
get here.
मुझे नहीं लगता left qualified
NRG
है.
have got a lot of work to be doing, and you can see that the
Time out
money's
पे
starting
देखेंगे.
to get a little
Yeah.
bit battered and bruised for PRX.
I don't think left
Couple
qualified
of
for
rifles to
EWC,
mix
bro.
on in here. Orbital and Seekers at the ready as well.
Rolling Thunder 1 away. It's a big round for ultimates for PRX, but not much else at the moment.
PRX grouping their way in towards A main, joined up by
Left already didn't
Forsaken
care
here.
for
We'll see
EWC.
how many ults they're going to throw
Yep,
at this round.
maybe.
Try to make
EWC
their lives a little
qualified
bit
for
easier.
before
You can see that
Masters
NRG
ended.
are well and truly ready for the flood. Even the B players are playing retake, leaning in spawn side.
Doors open. Kiko on the Jing first. A lot of pressure coming through from Rogues, and looks like PRX still want to challenge this one, but they're just challenging into their own deaths. At least Envy is going to make his way over towards the site and get this plant. You'd imagine
Can you do it once again?
Goes for it in a timely manner, but currently 1 versus 4. NRG will be able to pick up another round.
You can see the elbow. One off the Rolling Thunder. Peppered away through those smokes on spawn side, and Saturate doesn't quite connect. That gives him an opportunity onto Ethan, but the crouch peak is a little bit faster.
They didn't know they were gonna win
NRG.
Masters London.
Honestly, is not that crazy of a scoreline to overturn here for an NRG who is confidently finding their way into advantageous situations round on round on round. Last 3 rounds in a row, they've been up in numbers quite substantially.
Yeah, could have been a dangerous round as well. I mean, we saw the trap set up over towards
Because against live games at most I don't play. I agree.
PRX if they were able to make
live games are just insane.
Well, they do nibble on that hook. That was put out there, wanting to really challenge for Rob, so we get into the timeout here for PRX.
live qualify nahi hui hai.
In what ways they can just buckle up for these last 2 rounds that they need to finish up that one.
Mada in doing shit right now.
Even the
1 point pe Mada ne 2 round ke 2 consecutive rounds mein ace nikale.
Kind of on a knife's edge.
10
the individual players looking very sharp. I mean, that's a given when you get PRX.
Right now he ain't. He's not in a good form.
Still need to close
जब
here.
से double duelist में आ गया
तब से he's not doing shit. Especially with this kind of comp. Feel like Keiko's in quite good form on the Phoenix. If he starts chaining the run-it-backs together, that's going to be a little bit of a difficult prospect.
See, it's about breaking that early chain of rounds that PRX have, and you see what happened in what we'll call the second quarter here, but the second half of that first half where NRG start to get it together. That time might just happen again now. 2 in a row here.
मारा पहले कुक करता था वही तो डबल डुएलिस्ट में जब से
PRX were the ones that actually had a slightly broken economy, but those ultimates I talked about in that last round still available now.
Absolutely, that's what I got my eyes on as well, and they're already prepping themselves for a BXQ. Mara looking to disrupt. What an excellent guiding light though. And NRG are just bumping into each other. Curveball as well as the Prowlers just trying to zone PRX away. So a little bit of a standstill in the mid-round here as PRX look to pivot back to 8.
So a lot of youth being thrown back and forth, plenty of flashes, and Mara will be the one that ends up falling there. This Forsaken will keep things busy over on the B side of things, including the Seekers. Wants to really sell this one, but slowly Scuba's making his way over. Brooks sniffing something through here as well. Not too sure where the direction is, but Will just cover drop for the time being. Rolling Thunder clears the sight. Scuba's first down, trying to dodge away from the ult, but running to the hands of Divide.
Yeah, he felt like he had a timing there. Brooks spamming away. As PRX have done a really good job this round. Hiko, though, applying some pressure from the flank could start to cause some problems and throw a spanner in the works for PRX.
It could have been really dangerous if something was still alive here, but now A-main control being taken away. NRG working their way up, still have Forsaken to clear on the top side as well.
Great stun. Honestly, still peeking down for Brock. Just jiggling away. Honestly, that's a decent haunt. They know where PRX are playing from, but killing them is another
Kiko, please.
1v1 here for Kiko.
Do not.
Kiko versus Forsaken again. The player that was
Forsaken
for the time being,
wins
and
this. He can just go to
run
main.
the clock down. He's gonna start
He will
making
go to
some
main.
moves
Main पे जाएगा जीत जाएगा.
away, but as the spike starts to get diffused here, he's almost looking to just stick this one, but that's going to be half so far. Time is running out. Forsaken's just going to run down the clock and still gets the headshot anyway. NRG put that one close, but 12 is still found regardless.
Every single one of these rounds, even if it's like a 3-on-5, every XVX is so incredibly close.
Kiko is scaring me.
Felt like Scuba definitely had a decent time. He dodged the Rolling Thunder so nicely, peeking through the sky smokes. I'm surprised he doesn't even get one there, and that is courtesy of Divide just being able to hold every angle, playing patiently exactly when it's needed. 22 kills for Divide. He's got a lot of help from the rest of the boys. I mean, whenever Jing is on the raise, that's who my eyes are on, but honestly, he's not needed to do a whole lot this game.
Yeah, I mean, when Divide's killing everybody, everyone else is just going to scramble and see what pieces they can still get in there. Speaking of which, Mara would like one of those pieces on his side of things, operator on the defensive side.
Yeah. It's a similar kind of story here for PRX. A lot of pressure in tower. What a util combo onto Ethan. Not much he could have done there. That's an opening pick for a PRX. Have a little bit of control towards A main. Kiko once again has to overturn this round in the favor of NRG. Straight into the open arms of Mara.
Mara's in there. Kiko's in a little bit deeper as well. Burns his ultimate, the runner back, nice and early, but guess what? PRX are gone. Nobody's home. On the other side of the map now is where we got to play.
Mara scaled in. Orbital won't catch Scuba if he's going to play in that little corner there. He's dodged it nicely. This has to be hard cleared here by PRX.
Yeah, Scuba's in a great spot. Do they see him? They do, but they don't quite get the kill just yet. Jing, though, wants to send out the rocket. He'll find Scuba. Still, though, players looking down for PRX and NRG. 3 versus 1. Jing has a lot of work to do here, and this is looking like it should be a good round for NRG now.
Jing showtime.
Anticipating a flank on top side, but he won't be given any reward for his patience.
Why is Mada such an op merchant?
To work with here.
Not better than Kangang, but okay.
Both Brock and Mada are a little bit worse for wear. If anything, it looks like he's saving.
Economy's not good with the money. 200 in the bank for Jing. Which the players
I would have expected him to go for it. I'm not gonna lie. It's Jing.
He does have a good round leading. You know, it's 12-7, but
that's very sensible for Jing.
मेरे जैसे खेल रहे लोग lol. मुझे देवांश की chat नहीं आई पता नहीं कैसे.
Sensible and Jing, something we'll have to get used to. Or maybe not. We'll see how the future rounds go.
Glitch hoga kuch.
NRG clawing back.
Another lockdown for PRX in the back pocket though. 4 more needed to push us through into overtime.
हाँ वही मैं देवांश की chat नहीं आई.
By the way, welcome to the stream, buddy. The game, I feel like he's taking this arcade line a lot of the time. He's constantly getting pushed away.
Yeah.
I think this tower side play has been very successful for PRX. Either they're catching the waylay. Last round they caught Ethan with just utility. I'm surprised that honestly NRG was able to recover from that. It was courtesy of a great hold from Scuba. Pixel perfect positioning. Doesn't get caught by the orbital. That's what you want to be seeing from your anchoring Cypher on defensive fracture.
Talk about arcade. I mean, that's where NRG want to put the pressure again. It's Mada once again on that line, but Tree is where PRX will start moving out from. That Prowler didn't get to see much, so good information for Ethan.
As he execute over towards B. Ching. Straight on in towards Canteen. I'm surprised he's even alive. Brock has found Envy in the meantime. This is just not going well for PRX, and Kiko was undiscovered. Nice reaction onto Dubai, honestly, and Brock has got him back. This is just going nowhere fast for PRX.
Yeah, Jing had no HP to work with there. Now Forsaken has to do a lot, and he couldn't land the shots. Something doesn't have the gun. So he's here to just maybe get a couple of shots in there.
Something cool with a classic.
He's jiggling in the corner. Molly down in position. Nicely done for NRG. A great anti-eco to give them their 9th.
PRX win lag rahi hai easy.
Chipping away at it. 3 more to go. NRG getting a string of an hours. PRX desperate to find this last map ball. Take the final timeout. It does seem like it just keeps slipping away from them.
Yeah. All 4 timeouts used in regulation. Giving NRG the respect that they deserve. These two teams relatively familiar with each other, even if it's been a little while since they last played.
Easy win.
Despite how behind they were on the rounds.
Totally.
Halves.
I mean,
really.
PRX
PRX and timeout liya, thank God.
And
Alex,
I totally agree. I think NRG is pretty good.
Puckett just handed me a drawing of the US flag, so he's feeling it right now. He's back in NRG all the way, and well, 3 more rounds. Puckett might just be right.
Yeah, maybe. The, I guess, onus is on PRX to close out this opening map of Fracture. It is their map pick. Left in the veto by NRG. Will have known that PRX will be liable to be picking that, especially with how good. That will be the timeout elapsing. Let's see what PRX have drawn up here. Do still think that they have the lockdown in the back pocket.
Yep.
You know, in the middle,
that's going to have to be
I
something
started feeling bad for G2 and I started rooting for them in Santiago. Yeah, but they like to push much.
Don't think that's something they necessarily want to have to do.
International chokers.
Last time we saw the lockdown, Devi used it quite aggressively on B side, just from the tunnel.
Again, pressure on the bottom side of the map for NRG, and conversely for PRX, very much just trying to make some noise over towards Arcade. Cypher Cam dealt with, and Forsaken going to make his way into unders.
Mada patiently waiting for Devi as well, who, as a reminder, Devi got a double kill here not too long ago. And in fact, a couple of pings going on towards A-holes. This could get dangerous.
I think they know the op. I think they know the op.
Mada changing up his angle of approach. He is very much on his lonesome here. There's a couple of kill trips on the side, but that's about it.
Ooh.
Jump spot out from Devi.
God, jump spot
is perfection. He's just being given nothing.
What's that?
Yeah. Has to think about saturating that one potentially, but he has to exit regardless and throwing a shot out there, but still low HP. Nightfall coming in defensively. Ethan arriving to help out the fellas of NRG on this defense. Oral as well being dropped into smoke.
something in the meantime. The players in Sand are starting to get in the mix.
Nice
Envy has
shot.
cleared Mata out of the site. Scuba
Masti.
through the smoke,
Scuba.
checks
Oh, nice.
nicely there
Nice trade.
by Forsaken. Even if something goes down, and this will be the lockdown, just trying to zone
Hello,
Kiko away.
GGs.
Make sure he doesn't
First
even have any
map
chance
in the back,
hell
guys.
at closing out this round, and he'll have to respect it.
Yeah, minimum. He's going to have to wait this one out. And then he's got to clear absolutely everything. Turret in Sand. Alarm bot in Hole. Obviously, Kiko doesn't have to worry about that part. But he does have to worry about walking to the high-low. Envy and Forsaken ready to go. They know the positioning now.
Ooh.
3 of them will swing at the same time.
That 3 peak was
No
crazy.
chance for Kiko and PRX
Nice.
to take map 1.
Yeah, nicely done. I mean, credit to NRG trying to overturn 2 pretty big
Let's
deficits at the
go,
half.
yes.
They put together some good
They
rounds
won
of
the
their own.
first
But PRX
map.
have been really, really hot on this map as of late.
Easy for PRX. Easy
NRG
for
putting
PRX,
up
yes,
more
yes.
of a fight than we even saw in the recent Masters Grand Final. And PRX, I mean, map pick win for them, but we do still have Lotus up next for NRG. Honestly, I would really expect this series to go to distance. If this is just a 2-0,
Sure.
I think that would be the
इनकी
unexpected
chairs बहुत
outcome,
मस्त लग रही है भाई
Yeah,
मुझे
I
भी
mean,
दिला
if this was a more dominant
क्या
showing
crazy
from
chairs लग रही है
PRX, I'd be a little bit more worried for NRG, but just the resilience, the tenacity of NRG to keep that one competitive and really pushing it to a potential OT. I mean, we got close, despite the deficit that NRG were at one point in that map.
I knew it.
Speak
you
up,
got
Bucket.
me again.
Come on, man.
Got me again. Sneaky audio man. Let's talk a little bit about this matchup from PRX's side of things. Smooth sailing bright and early. You're up 6-1, 6-2, and then all of a sudden
Lotus
energy came back.
is
Can we talk
good.
about that first half? What did you see early
Lotus
on from
अच्छा
NRG?
उनका,
Was it
NRG
simply
का.
winning one round? How did they
Tactics
control their
expected ताकि
opponent?
निकाल लेगी
I think it was attack
Lotus
timeout.
अच्छा
Like
है
NRG's known
NRG
to
का.
have really good leadership, not on the IGL slot, but also in the coaching booth as well. And I think since they took that tack timeout, they actually made the adaptations that were needed to be able to deal with PRX. They were able to slow the game down a lot. So I think that helped them out a lot.
That was part of it. I mean, we're sort of talking about the fact that the 2 first rounds that NRG got was
David
playing
is
slowly,
23 and
punishing the
14.
aggression coming through from PRX, players wanting to take positioning, and then just playing the
Well,
advantage
Martin
after that.
अगर five
And as we take a
first
look at
death.
some of the highlights, I think the big round, it was
Punch.
Kiko who already had 3, looking for a 4th and a
First
1v1,
kill,
but
first
he
kill,
was
first
bested. PRX goes on to win the economy and win the rest of the game as we take a look back at some of the key frags
7,
early.
8, 9,
What do you
10,
see?
12.
I mean, this is a key round for sure.
Yeah.
Divide, this clutch definitely changed the trajectory of this game, especially because we
round.
talked about NRG having slow starts to
Dो
both of
round के
these
advantage
halves,
है,
and with how
advantage
close
थे,
this
अब
game
बहुत PRX थे
was
otherwise.
already. A 13-10, I believe it was. That pistol definitely could have
First
made the
picks
difference
मिले.
for NRG to get them going a little bit quicker on the defense.
I mean, it's a lot of
One
pistol
map
and
और
then
yes,
into 2
Lotus.
more rounds for PRX. The fact that they got both their bonuses on both halves is kind of insane. That
Yes.
is
What's the
really
difference?
what contributes
Lol.
to the deficit that NRG found themselves at.
What?
Leading to, it was
अच्छा नहीं NRG का दिखा रहा है NRG का
11
दिखा
to
रहा है
5 lead, I remember at one stage. So, yeah, really, really tough to come back from.
Yeah, I think the NRG, honestly, if they had won even one
Kiko.
pistol, could have definitely had a better shot at winning this game. PRX are no slouches on this map by any stretch of the imagination, but I think that the scoreline isn't really a good
Jingle is
representation
Cuba
of just how good of a crack
Jingle
NRG gave this
unlucky game
map.
गया थोड़ा
I
सा.
think one of the highlights for me is
क्या
the Cypher
David
knowing
का
the
बहुत प्यारा game
perfect
गया.
corner to hide in, avoiding the
Kiko
brim
ने
ult,
David
of
को
course.
6 बार
Getting
मारा
a
है
big
ज्यादा
kill or
8
two.
बार मारा है
As we
crazy.
close things out, though, we know NRG was close. They had missed opportunities. They will
Opals
not have a
मारा.
second opportunity if you lose this next map, and it's going to be your map pick, right? So you just played PRX's. This was okay. How do
David
you
के
excel?
5
Where do you
2K.
want to go next, and what are the
3K,
expectations?
4K.
Lotus is on the
एक 1v3.
rise.
I think they just need to win a pistol, honestly. They need to
Kiko
not have
के
a slow
4
start on both
3K.
halves because Lotus is a great map for
Kuwa
PRX.
के
They kind of
6
invented that
2K.
double duelist style on that map in
4 second के
particular,
6
so it's up
2K.
to NRG to
1v1
show
1v1
why they pick
8.
Lotus into this series.
Kiko ने
and
खाली
come in
1v1
confidently.
निकाला है.
Could be a big Brock
एक
map
1v1
as well. We know he
something का
likes to bring that one out
1v3 इसका एक.
on the Vice as well. But running into double
Crazy
duels, we
shots.
saw how deadly something was on the Brim. Now he's going to go probably on the Jet, so this is going to get wild.
Scumbags with Odin.
मैं आया
Love
washroom
to
जाकर.
see it. I'm one of them. Come see me in matchmaking. In the meantime, let's talk a little bit about the PRX player to watch, because for me, it's always Jing. He's going to be on the raise, jumping in and going down to 1 health, still making it fun to watch. Can he continue to go this negative, though? He was 11-17. The man was aggro from start to finish in that game.
I mean, he's going to be on the raise on Lotus again, so I honestly would expect him to have a better game, but you can see from the PRX system, they got a lot of value out of the slower players on the team. They got Something and Divide both having a lot of impact for them. I think Forsaken was right in the middle of the pack, often just getting involved in the mid-round with the guiding lights and things like that. He loves to play the Sky as kind of like a pseudo-duelist at times.
Scuba, Brock, and Kiko all putting up some big numbers. Which one of those three do you have eyes on? Final question before the break.
Yeah, I mean, Brock again, he's the guy that's going to be bringing the Odin out on the Vikes here, but I need to see a step up from Mata because I think he underperformed on that fracture. This needs to be a better map from him.
Final thoughts. Will Waylay ever grace our stage again tonight?
Yeah. No, tonight? No, tonight, no.
Tomorrow?
Yeah, for sure. At some point in this event. Yeah,
Saturday?
for sure. Yeah, Saturday.
And Sunday?
Sunday? Monday?
Not Monday.
Not Monday.
No games on
We'll
Monday.
be back after this. There's no games on Monday. Mark the calendar. Game 2 after this. At time.
It was like 10 minutes last time.
9 minutes and 30 seconds. Best of luck.
गाइस जो भी स्ट्रीम देख रहा है जल्दी स्ट्रीम को लाइक कर दो हमारे खाली 8 लाइक्स बाकी है टू रीच 40 लाइक्स ऑफ टुडे एंड उसके बाद 10 लाइक और 50 के लिए लेट्स सी
Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower.
और जो भी YouTube पे देख रहा है you can go to my kick and वहाँ पे जाके आप फॉलो कर सकते हो 3 followers to go 3 followers to go
Powered by play.
क्या ये Oh my god लग गई क्या से क्या हुआ जल्दी चालू होने वाला है guys.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
The human body was built to move.
185 सब्सक्राइबर्स हो गए गाइस 15 सब्सक्राइबर्स और टू 200 आज क्या लगता है आज हम हिट कर पाएंगे जल्दी जल्दी कर दो जिसने अभी तक सब्सक्राइब नहीं किया है I really want 200 subs होने में. Please guys.
Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
The ad gonna copyright you? No, it won't. I am the official Kushima, no? So the ads are. I have the rights to the ads also. Oh, वहाँ पे क्या चल रहा है?
I think it's crazy. Our fan base is like really huge in France. I think most of the people like already saw some events we did. So I'm pretty happy to be here. We missed out on Champs Paris last year. It's good for us to have an international event that we can play in front of
to try
our
to send
crowd,
this into overtime.
I don't know if it's stress, but it's like.
Well, he's had
it's
a couple
good
nice
pressure
ones
that we
today.
have.
Has
Oh,
like
Vitality get two.
That's another one into the
Also,
books,
like, I grew
but
up in Paris, like
then you
it's
start
a
to feel
special
like it's
city
too
for me,
little, too
so
late.
there's
Who
a lot of
knows?
story about it.
Still another round where you get a huge advantage early. Yes, it's a quick plant.
Obviously, we need to get a
Vitality 2.
but that's like even
Then you
extra
get two
motivation
fast
for
kills
us
and
to
it's
meet them all. It's
3v5.
our
You should be
organization,
no
home
problem at
country,
all. And
home
then
city, you know,
Sayonara,
so that's
Durka,
going to be-
everybody's swinging around from angles they're not ready for. 11 very ready for this final layer here, though. Just barely.
That's Vitality.
Lamar, KC, Lord, yeah, actually.
Rarely seen from them.
Oh yeah, regional matchup है. So
Sure.
I expected Vitality to dominate.
You don't need to be swinging
Vitality का
one
form
by
बहुत अच्छा
one.
चल रहा
He hasn't gotten the hold up to half.
है.
On that
Sayonara
defense,
and Yampi, Durke, Chronicles सब अच्छा खेल रहा है.
Wanted to try to bring this one to an end. Prophet now going to be overwhelmed, but Dirk is
Prophet
going to try to peel one
का
back.
idea नहीं
Gets that kill. A 1-for-1 exchange so far. Dirk also going to be eating a bit of damage, so overall, KC still coming away favored.
DOS 9 was in. By the way, guys, DOS 9 was in Revenant X-Pac.
From Vitality, so
जब
have to go in.
they are playing Ascension. Last to last year. DOS 9 was in Revenant X-Pac.
Meanwhile, one-way setup for DOS 9, and he's going to be able to gain a lot
VCT
of
पहुंच गया ये.
so
That's
already
crazy
cheating
for him.
over
Indian
Chavez.
T2 से he went to VCT.
Like this from KC, they've got a really good idea of what's going on in this round right now.
They read narrate is the big question. He's playing in front of the wall. The jump peek out. He gets a headshot. He finds
gets
himself
to
a
the-
second, and he gets out scot-free. Sugetsu.
Nice
continuing to
shot,
fill the
Chad.
space, comes away with the final two eliminations, and Carmine Corp still hold on by a thread. 4 players surviving helps bolster the economy as they need 4 more rounds.
A nasty stuff there from Narrate. Really good macro for KC.
He was a
See this the
BME
whole way
player.
through.
No, he was
Just that early aggression to gain a
also
little bit of space, gain a little bit of info, gain a
Revenant
little bit of map control.
player also.
Now your players hit some good shots along the way.
I'll
Getsu with that
show
Guardian.
you.
Good for the final 2.
I remember.
I wonder if we're going to
DOS
see a timeout. Yes.
Yep.
I think
See,
this is a great time to
Revenant
take one. Don't
Esports.
give them any more
Boom.
chances, any more opportunity.
Kazakhstan.
Okay,
ये अपनी उसमें आ गया.
Let's
He's in the
slow
national
things
team
down a
also.
little bit here. Let's have a quick
Revenant
chat
X-Pac, Boom,
and try to just bring this one
Carmen Corp,
to an end.
Kazakhstan.
Yeah, for sure. Maybe just, I think what you
Well,
might
lost.
see a little bit here, maybe potentially from Vitality, is okay. Let's be a little bit more cautious at the start of the round. Let's not let some of the neon
The
cannery
3-2
get into us
3-2
and
Fnatic.
just do anything.
Holy.
But you know, it's I think that's some of when Vitality's at their best is when they're kind of reacting to what their opponent's doing to them, when they can rely on those individual protocols, the team play that has really gotten them over the line in a lot of these rounds.
One from a Nightfall, one from a Showstopper. Have a bit of a half investment here from Vitality. Pulls a Sheriff, a Bandit.
Only I'm watching the fight.
With the El Clasico. Evan
Yup.
some forward space, and that is an
Clean.
instant headshot as Prophet will fall. Nightfall having them both contained back around the corner, but Levin not looking to overstep. This is great restraint being shown at the moment here by Carmine Corp.
Trying to use the boombot against him. Trying to drag it out, make them think they can swing that angle. Trying to set up a bit of a firing line. Cute little play from Levin. Find too much value. Still, though, another nice start for KC.
Now 4 players clustered here on B. Levin watching that angle into A main. Carmine Corp, from this point, should be feeling pretty confident to at least just give up this retake onto the C side.
Civilian पे नहीं था.
The backpedal away fast enough, clears that corner. Only a minor amount of damage going to be
Full retake है.
Oh, he's reaggressing. He's looking for more.
Nice shot.
Unfortunate that he's not able to find anything off of that.
And now you got to worry about the showstopper. What in the world? Neri doubles down.
Oh, he just keeps going back in. Just tapping the door.
Neri is cooking right now.
Finds that elimination. Suketsu going to be traded at the same
They
time.
They can't win this round.
Player advantage
yep.
now expanded upon us. Dawson with a critical shot.
Yes.
Be now dead. Durka, the last one standing, and what a clutch this would be. Finds the first. It's the up and over. The drop down onto the side. Dawson is trying to play with his phone, but Durka locks in for that shot.
Any?
Cannot find that fourth because you'd be damn certain that showstopper.
दो shots क्या crazy मारे इसने.
A solid effort. But a solid enough retake here by Carmine Corp, who are now just 3 away from overtime.
Okay. I mean, they're getting there. Still never feels quite comfortable, but do find their moment. Neri plays that nicely around that door, keeping Vitality guessing. Is he not? His first shot from Levin. Woo.
This has been Prophet dead. What? The start of the last 2 rounds in a row.
Yeah.
बहुत अच्छे shot थे
able to have those added smokes, not being able to have those paranoias, but oh, good lord, Durka.
That was
Jing 5 kill level clutch होता.
All right.
Jing 1v4 race वाला. Lotus.
We'll have this nightfall.
Big ults here. Prophet
Against
Vitality.
Vitality.
Well. Could be one of those ones where you try to use this nightfall to TP.
Looking for just a 3-2-1 here, but will be held at bay as the paranoia goes out. Durka looking for a target, turns back, finds Dawson in the corner.
क्या score चल रहा? चलो next map चालू नहीं हुआ अभी तक.
With that shutdown. Durka's looking to do more work, and he has. Yampi joining the fray, finds Levin, and now they are overwhelmed. It's just Narrate left.
Vitality wins this.
Joining the squad now, put into a 1v3 scenario to try to keep this map going. Finds the
nice shot.
Down to 47. The region is there. Both players playing stacked together behind the boxes there at water, but Narrate none the wiser. Has no idea where they could have fanned out to. It's going to be a 3-2-1 as Yumpy will collect it. 13-9 Vitality come out on top of the regional rivals in Carmine Corp. They take them down. Their opening series here at EWC 2026.
Just really sturdy, steady stuff. A new look on Haven for Vitality. Same old on Lotus. A very good map for them as we have come
to be kind of denied a lot of info, and you're going to have to be put through your paces working the map a little bit more.
Well, let's get this map 2. Obviously, lots of pressure over towards B as expected. NRG on the attacking side of things. Something waiting on the other side. Plenty of teammates.
Oh, there are 8 people in front B right now. Prowler and Paranoia going forward. Marta straight into the side. What a disgusting right click. But Jing able to at least trade back the race. So no smokes now for the defense, and NRG will slow this one down.
Yeah, that was a crazy shot. I mean, I think a lot of the times you probably don't make that one. You just sort of die in that moment, but not here, not today. Marta, like I said in the pre-show for this map, he needs to step up here, and he has, at least for that opening pick. But what do we want to get over here with something versus 2, Kiko? And also Brock taking, or he already had a little bit of damage taken from a little bit earlier on.
NRG going back for second helpings. This is a bait setup for the player behind the double stack as something is just diving and dancing around the mound right now, trying to tap down some of these players with the ghost. Starting to run out of ammo here and dealt with by Kiko, but can Envy be the savior of this round here for PRX?
Yeah, he's hearing a lot of stuff right now. He's got one backstab kill, catches Kiko out with his hands on smokes, but it's Brock and Scuba with the door open. Just Divide left alone now. The 1v3 low HP for Brock and also Scuba, so fairly winnable. We've seen Divide already get a clutch on that previous round.
Only he can pull this 1v3 off.
You cannot lose another 1v3 pistol to Divide. He's just going to be living rent-free in your head as NRG. 2 of these players are one tap to the Sheriff. Spike going down, courtesy of Ethan, yet Arkrose is back up as Divide. Not sure if that's something you might want to place to try to find some information here. Ethan, first up to bat, does try to pepper down Divide, but he's been allowed to cross into the site, completely surrounded. You can see Brock wrapping around through Waterfall side. It's probably not something you'd be expecting. Arkrose has been invested onto the site. Divide creeping forward, but surely should get caught on the cross here by Brock. Not quite.
He's still in it for now. First tap on the spike. Arkrose already used. Positioning pretty open here. Double peek from NRG would be strong. Time running out is a problem. Double peek will, in fact, come through Ethan for that kill. No clutch this time. Marta happy with that opening.
Yeah, perfection there for NRG, just giving Devi absolutely nothing. I mean, his respect has been earned well and truly by that 1v3 he put together in the second half. Pistol, a fracture. Explosive start to the next round for Forsaken. Not going to be happy with that one. But look, NRG, they win themselves a pistol, and we said they needed to start these halves a little bit quicker, and that's a good way to do it here.
Kind of bad for something there, as he saw a lot of heads, couldn't quite connect those shots over towards Mound, and Envy probably would have liked to have gotten one more kill. And just as sorely he found it Kiko. Rubble side, all 5 up for NRG. And PRX here to match as well, just about 4 members. The first kill onto Forsaken. Okay, Marta, once again, first blood, 2 rounds in a row.
Dealt with over on Rubble side, picking in with the Horde, similar to what you saw from Ethan in that last round, but none of these classics are having any impact. NRG doing a really good job just pushing this anti-eco away. Devi with the Sheriff in hand, rotating in through spawn side, wants to try to trim down the numbers.
Oh my god, you cannot be doing that. Okay, that's a problem. Especially because another one here, but disgusting shots so far. There's something in there as well. They've just turned this one around.
Good pick from Brock or something. That's a very good time. Something. That's ridiculous with the Bandit. PRX are committing daylight robbery right now to complete an eco win. That was a 2-on-5.
Yep.
That was a 2-on-5, Kev.
I cannot believe that. Oh, the stars
W
couldn't have had a more perfect situation.
David or W.
Receives the last 2 players. No idea that he's there. I mean, he was about to get 1 freebie. And the second freebie was like, yeah, thank you. Yes, I will.
That is just brutal, man. I feel bad for reacting because we're right in front of the players. I'm sure they're
W.
Mate, we are the only audience they've got. I mean, I
almost fell to my knees, I'm not gonna lie.
Something around this
Force coming here for NRG. Something going forward, and PRX are very much fighting.
Showcasters falling to their knees in the EWC arena right now. The only audience that these 2 teams have got themselves. A nice TP in. Oh, Envy, you should have hit that one. That was almost free. 5 versus 4. He'll want that kill back. And Jing might just be able to get that kill back. Sees play, sees spike on 4, and Jing, okay, looking for number 3. He's got it. Oh, PRX styling on him.
Looking to continue pushing the issue. Jing is now on for the ace. Showstopper earned. And Kiko, who opened up this round so nicely with a little bit of a shrouded step. Crouch jiggle into V.
I don't think Kiko
is far too much work to do. Spike dropped outside of Mount. NRG trying to throw a little bit of a Hail Mary force play into round number 3 after a shocking eco defeat.
Round number 2 नहीं हारना चाहिए था.
Anti-eco defeat rather.
गलत हार गए लोग.
But I just don't know there's anything that Kiko can really get done here.
क्या मैच चल रहा है जो भी देख रहे हो जल्दी लाइक कर दो इसी बात पे.
Shutdown, and this is what we were talking about. We want to see a little bit more from Jing on the race.
We also said sensible Jing. He's not just running
to reach 200
deep trying to get the ace. Respecting the fact that still early days here, I want to secure the economy, not do anything too silly.
Yeah.
Kiko just wants to save the rifle, and the hunt is on for what it's worth. So maybe Jing will, in fact, get the ace.
We'll see if he's able to do that. Making a lot of noise coming over here towards Heavenside. He's the player in the position to do it. Kiko, this is just such a favorable angle for the Omen, though. There's no way you check this as Jing.
Okay. Kiko probably dies anyway, but Jing would have loved to have been the one getting that kill.
Paranoia out, but Forsaken jumps straight on top of him. 2-1 for PRX. Another great start to a half here. Money will be broken for NRG.
Yeah.
I'm sure they will have had a sigh of relief after winning the pistol, but this is unfortunately going to be an emotional roller coaster for them.
Look at this again. The opening 3 coming on through. Marta just couldn't quite land it. And Jing ends up getting 4 off the back of this. Pretty gross, but also than that,
that was a gorgeous arc rose from Devi, by the way. Blinds 2 players after they make contact with Jing and sets him up so beautifully.
Team play, perfect. And instantly shutting down the pistol even more so. Okay, getting into a nice hot territory here. Something Judge in hand, plenty of NRG players in front. All on pistols, so see what the cleanup happens.
Aggressive dash on in, something very much just kicking his feet, running around with the Judge, trying to get a bit of an anti-eco on. Envy inside of the site has a dark cover for safety. He knows that NRG are kind of halted up in tree for the time being, and the
PRX
attackers
was
once again
bundle
will slow
oriented
this one
game है.
down. Not
सारी
much to
bundle
work
सब लोग
with.
bundle use करते थे
Just
PRX.
classics and abandoned on Scuba.
Low HP on Marta as well.
माड़ा में मरने वाला था अभी.
Happy to chill.
माड़ा का टाटा हो
NRG
जाता.
are going to do here, share covering over towards Mound. B is mostly open, but Devi will be checking that one in terms of his own contact.
A deep sheer wall over towards C Mount, as well as
Deep
a
wall
one-way.
बहुत प्यारी है
PRX,
लगती है
even
भाई.
if they
बहुत
don't have
जल्दी
anyone
info मिल
invested
जाती है
over on
deep
that
wall की.
side of the map, are quite happy to just lean towards B and A until it at least gets tripped here. Wall goes back up for NRG.
सब
The
बंदा
wall
जो
is
मारते
going to be
सीधा.
forsaken, spamming his way in. And whereas you find one, you shall find more. You know, with all the classics and the eco, that all of NRG are just going to be waiting around the corner.
PRX ने
Forsaken
सीधा
gobbles
का
all them up.
point वो कर दिया.
One away from the ultimate.
Form कर दिया थोड़ा सा और
Nice
सबने
clean
one
round.
taps मारे.
Yeah, PRX. Excellent
Flawless
position
निकला ना,
now,
flawless
taking
निकला
no
ना.
economic damage on
I
this
think so.
defensive side. Gonna start
But,
running away with things. NRG once again gonna have to take the hard road here. And just gun round by gun round, work their way into this attacking half of Lotus. This is their map pick though.
हाँ,
The
NRG का
disappointing
map
thing
pick
is, you would have liked to have seen NRG get off to a bit of a rolling start, pistol, anti-eco. Maybe you lose the round 3. Maybe you don't. I've always seen PRX on Fracture.
Coffee चाहिए भाई वरना
Multiple rounds
for them
being
एक दो
able to
घंटे
start
वाले
things out with post pistol and see what happens over the B side again for NRG.
Front B cleared out. They want to try to sandwich Mount, but PRX are already playing around that towards front B. Prowler does confirm that the raise is over towards the door side. Rocket pulled out. Not touched well enough by Forsaken, who goes down, and something pushed away. In goes Jing with his own rocket, looking for Ethan, but denied outright. Ethan doubling up nicely.
Nice
this is
shots,
looking
guys.
very good for NRG.
Jing doesn't even get a shot in there. That could have been at least one kill coming on through, a little something more for PRX to work with. NRG now should be able to get themselves onto site. Still something to deal with here as the paint shells will just push them off. Haven't even had a chance to talk about the fact that something is playing on the operator here, and at some stage with the numbers in 2 versus 5, how badly does PRX want this retake with the op?
Let's save it.
You just want to min-max the money. It's only early days. A lot more legs left in this half. NRG's money hasn't built up too heavily just yet, but they're looking pretty good, honestly. Spikes down. Scuba on the off angle. Might have a good timing here onto something, and if he could take the operator away, that's going to make this one a little bit more expensive for PRX, honestly.
Yeah, I don't think something really wants to walk too far forward, though. Wants to hide away a little bit deeper on site if possible. The two teams will handshake this one away, I believe, as you're not even really playing for exits here if you're PRX. You just want to hold on to what guns you hand. I say that, but Devi and Brock and Ethan will meet.
That trade actually gives 2 ults over to NRG. Both Brock and Ethan were one off. Brock goes down, gets him the Steel Garden. Ethan earns himself the Nightfall and will unfortunately fall to the spike at the end of that round. Not ideal, but still good enough from NRG. We now go to get another gun round, knowing that they put a pretty big dent in PRX's economy, and they've got great ults to work with.
It's a showstopper trade that goes in the favor of Marta and not quite in the favor of Jingers. Ethan will be able to get 3 kills in that particular round. Really put the pain on to PRX. I mean, that's the 3 kills that puts PRX and just the 2 members, including Op, which
this is
ready for NRG coming through pillars.
अच्छा मोदी का टाइटल लॉल भाई क्या फ्लैट मिला था
point of contention here. You're going to have to have a Prowler and a Paranoid to push
कोई
something
बात
off the
नहीं
line
PRX का
here.
गेम देख और स्ट्रेसफुल है
Bubble
गेम
has
PRX
been
का
kind of soft cleared by PRX, who will play the Vice over with a deep
Flat
ball
मिला
on
थे
A. Something on the line here. The fade is over towards main, so they don't actually have a Prowler to push him away. They're trying to throw out a dark cover. A Prowler will set him up on the line, courtesy of Envy, and NRG just going to respect it.
प्रोसेस चल रहा है अच्छा तो एक फ्लैट पसंद आया
Only Devi here. Sheer wall being played in as well. As it's a big group up for PRX over towards Mound. Still yet to see where NRG want to really seriously start to make some moves.
Yeah, just playing retake A here. They still have the sheer wall, so they're quite happy to lean towards C and the front B info line. Door gets tickled by NRG. Does that give PRX a little bit of pause?
जब तक wall trigger नहीं होती तब तक ये लोग नहीं जाने वाले.
Seconds, and the attackers are not really budging an inch. Kicking off the B split now. Noscope misses from something. He's able to pick up Brook, hit by the Paranoia and traded out by Kiko.
He was happy with that kill. 4 versus 4 now. B is going to be the ending of where the site plant is going to take place. The rest of PRX going to the door. And a big TP as well. Forsaken. Gonna have the offensive potential here. Now he doesn't actually commit to the TP. Ethan onto Forsaken as he gets taken down from that door location. It's been difficult for PRX to buy themselves into the retake so far.
Yeah, Devi needs to get involved in this round over from Heaven's side. Only marked by Ethan. Pico continues to jiggle here. Jing gonna find a pick onto Scuba, and they're taking a long time to get back into the site, but PRX have at least got some trades on in.
Well, Jingle, if we hear the sounds of victory, and we do for Mata. Big shots in, Ray's going well. Celebratory paint shells, we lock in 3-3 now. Finding some real success on to B, where, hey, PRX have also been wanting to place more of their own resources on that side of the map. Something trying really hard to find value on this operator. And the no-scope just is, unfortunately not. It still gets the kill, mind you.
Well, it's just a bit of an awkward exchange at the end of the day, unfortunately. And Brock, even though he does go down, I think you're happy with the 1-for-1 onto something, especially because you've already been able to dump the Steel Garden. Wrap around from Mata was perfection. PRX, it just felt like they had too many different angles to deal with running back into that B side on the post plant.
See if this ends up being a timeout here, but not getting into the next round too quickly yet. NRG not feeling too rough from that second round so far has been the one to talk about. With eco win coming through from PRX really setting the table. NRG saying, it's fine, lose that one.
बस साइड होल्ड
On our way back
या तो साइड होल्ड करो या तो साथ में टेक करो आधे दिन रीटेक खेल रहे आधे दिन फाइट ले रहे स्टार्टिंग में साथ में नहीं कर रहे थे जस्ट टू broken up
at all compared to where Fracture was.
I think they're doing quite well for themselves, working their way through this attacking side despite a massive slip up in round 2. Honestly, they've just picked themselves back up by their bootstraps, and it's only courtesy of the eco being one that PRX can even continue to buy here on the defense.
Wall अच्छी है लेकिन wall
I can't afford an operator for something. That'll be one thing gone off the table. Brock Odin is back in play. A lot of youth will be exchanged here. Forsaken tucked away. Has to get, unfortunately, revealed the fact that he shoots the haunt, but Jing's the one that actually gets the kill through the smoke.
Great open up for PRX, who dominate that mount control. PRX going to be put through.
They have the advantage.
NRG going to be put through their paces. They don't have any more prowlers to deal with any of these aggressive plays for PRX. Box spam onto something. Does at least equalize the numbers. And Scuba ready for the follow-up peek from Jingnet.
It's a crazy read, Ethan. Understanding that something or somebody will be behind that box and rewarded. But now look at this. Forsaken nearly had the secondary. Ethan a little bit too sharp. For PRX, Envy still in play though. 2 versus 2. Nightfall ready to go, and he wants to rip that one through. No issues. Brock now behind that same box, and he's going to take him down by Devi.
Good round. But good round.
PRX is 4th.
Yeah, good recovery for PRX there. NRG not quite able to keep the streak of rounds going there.
No one's...
No
audience right now.
Well navigated by PRX. Had a lot of cheeky positions. You saw Forsaken up close towards that dark cover. Good turnaround for Ethan and Scuba when they were down in a 4-on-5. They were ready for that mid-round aggression. Honestly, if Forsaken doubles up there, the round would have been done outright, but the rest of PRX pick up the pieces. It's just a very back-and-forth game of Lotus here.
Close margins as well. Obviously, went down to a 2v2. Nightfall doing some work there, and Nightfall nearly ready again, but a Scuba onto something who doesn't get anything with the blades. Very unfortunate there.
Not ideal. Envy pushed off by the Viper wall. Well aware that he does have Odin in hand, and I don't think NRG are scared of it. Maybe they should be. Nice off angle. Paint shells and the paranoia. Not really connecting too much, but at least making Envy uncomfortable enough for NRG to claim the site.
Trying to do some damage on a Brock, or even get a kill, but not quite there as Mata converts onto Forsaken. 2 left alive. Now look, we've seen PRX win a 2v5 before, but Devi and Jing gonna have to do a little bit more than that. It's only Devi left, 1v4 ultimate in hand, but what can he really do here? We know he can certainly get some shots in, but look at the money situation.
Yeah. NRG being very disciplined here. Both teams a little bit lower on the cash, so they want to maximize the guns and not give Devi any chances of completing this clutch, let alone taking more guns here.
Does Devi even want to go for it? That's my question, because it just doesn't have the money to play with.
No time, no money, no nothing.
Back in the spawn side. Hold on to the Vandal, but consequently, NRG, who are also quite light on the cash, will get through this round with 4 guns surviving. It's a very nice clap back to even things up 4 apiece.
Really shut down against something's Blade Storm.
मुश्किल लग रहा है NRG ने बहुत momentum gain कर लिया
well handled. 4 versus 2 there, making sure the clutch is not going to be possible. So once again, we find ourselves all evened up 4-4. on Lotus. Divide the only gun in the hand. See what the rest of the economy looks like for PRX after this.
Too much for Envy to do that. Especially after something goes down right at the start of the round.
Oh, that is not the economy look you
A
want to see
fight,
for PRX.
A fight, probably be khatam hone wala hai round, I
NRG.
think. No.
No plays for something, obviously, and a TP that could have been a death and will end up still being a death for Forsaken.
Yeah, I mean, he wanted to go for the progression
Okay.
play with the Hort to try to scan somebody going across to Rebel. It is a PRX classic to throw out those dark covers and try to dive into them with the Omen or the Raze. In this case, though, as mentioned before, NRG very, very familiar with PRX and all of their antics and quite happy to play around them.
Being desperate to find that gun there, dropped by Forsaken. And the hand-me-down will not be passed over.
This is going to be a very, very good half for NRG, especially after they get E-Code round 2. Like, they're going to go up 5-4 with massive economy. A lot of ults coming off online here towards the tail end of the half. Like, I'm very, very impressed that they've been able to actually put themselves in a winning position on this attacking side of Lotus, given how this started.
I mean, the same situation on Fracture would have led PRX to quite the lead, but here in NRG, they're about to find the 5-4 here, especially with that kill into Envy, and still one gun left in the hands of Devi, and at the end of this one, he has to start asking the question again. Does he just go for the save?
Potentially so. Not much for something to do
David
there.
can
NRG
save again. कुछ नहीं कर सकता.
starting to really condition this A side.
पूरी momentum shift हो गया
down
bro.
the door in this part of the map.
मोदी जैसी आया वैसे ही shift हो गया. मोदी वापस ले जाओ.
PRX with a very, very quick opening
मस्ती कर रहा
towards
हूँ.
A. That has been pretty unsuccessful 2 rounds in a row. Something Blade Storm, and then you saw that cheeky little play trying to go for the Haunt scan. Have to maybe try to rethink the approach, maybe, especially with the Steel Garden, move the Vice over to play retake A. It's definitely a viable option. PRX have had a fair bit of success kind of fighting in the middle of the map and dominating C Mound.
That'd be an okay time for a timeout for PRX as well, as they will recover some of their economy for that next round. And a couple of ultimates to play in there. Showstopper I'm looking at. Both of Vices looking at Steel Garden here. Contact found, Devi. Okay, he's happy with that one. How much of a chase do NRG want to go on?
They've got really great money, so honestly, they can throw as many guns at this as they want to. But, as it stands, don't want to go through all of the effort and the trouble of digging for Devi out of a fully set up C site. And NRG claimed the lead here, 5-4. Only a couple of rounds left to play, and NRG have got plenty of money, they've got plenty of ults to play with. Really, the onus is back on PRX to try to conjure a little bit more magic, because they've been falling flat in the last couple.
Yeah, a couple of opportunities there. Something, like you said, not much to do, but maybe a cheeky headshot would have landed in a kill. So no timeout, but PRX still...
No timeout?
Again, really needs something out of this. Economy was in the dumps and something back on the up. Half armors across the board for everybody. Can't even quite afford everything now. There's something would like a shot here. Dash ready to go, but NRG do not bite on the hook.
Forsaken peppering down at least one player outside of A there. Scuba a little worse for wear, but the regen shield will help him come back up to a little bit more of a healthy status, as
we want
NRG looking to pick up the
David.
pace towards C here with the Nightfall.
Haven't seen much out of C for NRG so far, so this time they're going to really commit into it. Shit will slow things down. With the Nightfall in play, PRX fully respecting something is ready once again. Paranoia will be pushing players off slightly, but just no one in the sightlines. He will reveal the operator once more.
Yeah, Steel Garden's getting traded, waiting for the Raze ult to kick this one off in combination with the Paranoia. In goes the Viper's Pit from NRG. It's a pretty deep one to try to zone Waterfall away and make things difficult for PRX.
Paranoid, perfect Paranoid डाल दे.
Here we go, Showstopper Jing. That's the opening he was looking for, but doesn't see Marta. Despite being flashed out, Marta gets the kill, Devi gets the trade, so there is still a 4 versus 4 in here. Something he wanted an operator kill for so long, gets on to Kiko. Opportunity now, Envy onto Brock. 2 left. Scuba
I didn't get against him
to hold on, and they can't do it. Scuba needs to do a lot of work here. But something's got his number. We're back to evens, 5-5.
Yeah, I mean, I'm surprised PRX was able to put that retake together, given that the Showstopper had 0 impact on the retake there. The pit ends up kind of working against NRG. I understand they were really trying to dig their heels into Waterfall and give themselves an avenue to play towards long, but unfortunately, it just ends up being a big smoke to obscure the fact that PRX
I don't think they उनको Viper ult use करने का plan नहीं किया था उसने. I think panic ult किया.
The flash here is on, makes it easy for Devi to be able to get the trade.
Good stuff inside of the pit from something. It's not easy to retake into a pit with an operator, I'll tell you that.
Like I said earlier, PRX needed to make that one work, and okay, let's just get this one underway, because Jing already wants to take some early control, playing off that smoke.
That's a classic set play from PRX. Going fishing for a pick outside of C, but unfortunately not able to get it. Scuba lurking outside of A here. Has Defiant something to contend with. Not sure if something caught a whiff of it. Indeed, you see the ping come out, but with the wall going up for Scuba, he's going to be able to skulk away as NRG start to work mound control.
Okay, here, clearing rather, and Forsaken doesn't TP out in time. PRX dropping their members over towards C. Now the wrong rotate has to happen, Jing. Late to the party, unfortunately.
Playing very good.
Until stuck on the opposite side of the map.
Numbers खेल रहा है पूरा.
PRX are so far out of position here. Have to take a
nice shot
into it. That is ridiculous from Jing. Waits till the last minute, and Mata not respecting the boom bot.
Yeah, if he shoots the boom bot, unfortunately he just dies to Jing's swing there. So lose-lose scenario, and perfectly played by Jing. Makes the retake a little bit easier now. 4 versus 4, no ultimates though. On either side, Prowler in first. CT clear so far. And Scuba, like you said, on for the long flank. Wait for that activation, but he needs to get in position. Something big shot onto Ethan. Divide gets a kill to Brock as well. Okay, 1 versus 1. Does he have the shot? Scuba's gonna come in. Door's closing. Door is closing, brother. No, he's just gotta give that one up. I'm afraid he's gone. Can't even leave the site. That door timing's wild.
It's perfectly played there by Scuba. Just tapping the door, Divide just endlessly waiting for him to peek, but never quite gets the peek that he was looking for. And NRG, nice open plant for them. I think Scuba was so far away, I was getting a little bit concerned he wouldn't have a chance to get involved in the round, but plays it perfectly in the 1v1. Forsaken, fortunately, out on an island there. I mean, yeah, that was fantastic from Jing. Honestly, PRX, it's crazy that they keep making some of these rounds so competitive because they were so far behind positionally after they lost Forsaken there. NRG was basically given a free C site.
There we go, once again, making similar plays here, but this time it's Mara going in on the 1 HP, he survives.
Mara dies.
Still Forsaken once again, big trades happening still on Mount 3 versus 4. Paranoid doesn't get as much as he would have liked, but Kika will find Divide regardless of something. Has to find this next shot. Dash is about to fade away, and 3 members from NRG is too many for him to handle.
Not much for MB to do there. Well traded by NRG. What a resurgence to get 7 rounds on the attacking side, given the fact that they get eco'd after the pistol. Really, really nicely worked. Could see why they picked Lotus into this series. And I'm feeling good for them, man. They're going on to defense now. They're playing Senti double controller. I'd imagine that they're going to be quite pleased with themselves.
Starting to really win things over towards that mound side of things as well. These last 2 rounds, winning these controls. And something...
NRG are playing very good.
Not really dominating the map or controlling the space as he would have wanted to. Like you said, the big recovery from that second round is really the story for NRG. And we already saw their ability to recover on Fracture. Unfortunately, the deficit ended up being a little bit too big for them, despite the fact that it took a couple extra timeouts from the PRX side to even dig in for that 13th round here on Lotus. Finished that first half with the lead, feeling a lot better about their chances.
That's what PRX please.
It's up to PRX here. Another pretty close half. More than serviceable, swapping back over onto this attacking side. But they have had a change of init. I think that does kind of help them in some regard. The fade over the sky will help them, as I mentioned before, kind of work the map. It's why it's a very, very popular choice of initiator on Lotus in particular, on a lot of 3-lane maps, because you can just solve any question mark that you need to by throwing a Prowler. You need to take B main, throw a Prowler. You need to take C mount, throw a Prowler. Clear rubble, throw a Prowler at it. Use the Haunt on cooldown. The Sky will allow you to be a little bit more explosive, you know, which is how often, I mean, PRX do like to play. And I think a lot of teams like to play that mimic this kind of Raze Jet burst comp, because the Guiding Light just gives you more burst potential. You go from contacting, making no noise at all, to Guiding Light, Satchel, Dash straight into the site. It's very much faster than a Fade will actually offer you.
Sounds a lot more like PRX's traditional playstyle as well. Double duelist, explode on with some flashes coming through from your Sky.
I mean, the problem is, though, that as you kind of mentioned before, they're playing into a slower comp from NRG that has a lot more stall and a lot more utility. You're fighting into a Vice that's going to give you some problems on the dive. Less problems than if you were running something like a Neon. But even, you know, Viper Omen, going to be troublesome. Regardless, though, we're going to have fisticuffs here over A Rubble right off the bat.
We'll see how PRX manages this situation. 4 members of NRG on their side, and one scan already out to Marta's. That location has been revealed. Wall's going to slow things down somewhat, and Marta's just taking beautiful damage from all angles. So is Brock.
PRX not liking the way that A is feeling right now. They've taken a little bit of a chunk out of Brock and Marta, as mentioned, so I feel like they kind of win that exchange to some regard. Marta taking a little bit of a risk, looking for information, punished by something to give PRX the opener.
And PRX slowed down, walked back a little bit. No, NRG are interested once more again, so the wall to play off. Door tagged as well. Brock, reminder, one of the low HP members.
All of NRG are here, though. PRX ready for the swing, but the Paranoia is excellent to make them very uncomfortable. Paranoia back in response for PRX. Very much fighting for control of Rubble here. This will definitely decide the pistol round. Scuba with 2 into a 1v1. Captured by Clutch. Yet another pistol for PRX. Swing in from Scuba is beautiful, and a 3K to give NRG yet another great start to a half.
A big celebration from NRG as well from their side of the stage. Second pistol picked up in this map, and question now will be, can they actually convert that into a string of wins? That second round eco from the first half still in the back of everyone's mind here. But obviously, massive trades back and forth over towards Rubble, the re-entry from PRX as well. But a 1v1, Scuba takes away from Divine, who's been so sharp today in the series. And Scuba showing, okay, I'm still good.
PRX with a couple of upgraded pistols here on the eco. Divine can't do much against an outlaw on an angle like that. Up inside of the progression dark cover here. PRX wait for the door to close before they make their next move.
Yeah, Marta's already basically cleared over towards Mound, relieves pressure away. NRG starting to rotate. Now the opening coming through. That is going to be Paranoia. Dodged out. Kiko would like to hit some of these shots, get some damage in there. Forsaken on 1 HP. And now we're just waiting for Kiko to see if that can be a kill. Ethan looking over towards the left, but doesn't quite manage to get a shot into play. Jing cleans up. Scuba gets Jing down, and now over towards the drop. Just back and forth. 2 versus 3 now. Still plenty of damage, even if PRX lose the round. The wall they lose the round. Now they probably will.
Yeah, good flank from Brock and Scuba. It's coming in tandem. I mean, the Lemmings made it into the site, and they had teeth, man. Actually took a couple of guns away from NRG. They were in pretty good positions to just shut that down outright, especially with the easy opening pick over on Mount side. But look, PRX do a good job keeping it interesting, put themselves in very annoying positions. I mean, you can see them kind of tucked in under drop here. That's not easy for Ethan to clear.
Yeah, frustrating death for Ethan on that one. The rest of the players in a good position to finish things out. No shenanigans from Forsaken or anybody else. This last couple plays alive for PRX. This is one of the biggest deficits that PRX has seen for quite a little bit.
Very close on the C's lead there. Almost had multiple players caught on the side of NRG. They dodge it nicely up behind their Viper wall, and now an immediate pivot back towards Mount for PRX, but that's where I'm having a look at this Vice wall. Going to be a little bit harder to break through that.
So Boombot Prowler clear coming through from NRG.
Boombot क्या ना
ये on Rubble that allows now Kiko to move over.
I saw they've got the Paranoia in the right position here, but Brock's only got a Spectre and a lot of work to do. There's the burst into the side that I was talking about, the TP up on top. Not necessarily ideal for Forsaken, and these are some awkward duels being taken. A lot of players here for NRG, but PRX finally break through.
Okay, Ethan and Marta. Okay, they're really getting some good damage in. There's something on basically 1 HP here.
Bronze 1 पे आखिरी सेट हुआ था Bronze.
PRX weren't ready for it.
खुल गया लॉल है.
Something is just going to end up potentially saving this one.
He's just, well,
he's a 1 versus 2, but the HP situation is rough. He's going to go for a potential long flank. Still got just barely enough time.
Yeah.
I mean, that could seriously work out. I don't know how tucked behind the box Marta is. Ethan's ready for it, though. Very much clued on. And that's a 10th round for NRG. Bonus converted. They are running away with Lotus right now.
Yeah, this is looking fantastic for NRG. As honestly, before the flank from Marta and Co came on through onto door, it was looking PRX's way for quite some time.
But that's where you look at NRG, not only the Vice tech with the wall, but also just how annoying they were being for PRX to kind of isolate and hunt down inside of the site is exactly what allows for that door to,
NRG ने comeback कर लिया.
to be so impactful.
NRG आगे चल रही है.
PRX have made it safely into the site like 5 seconds sooner, that's probably
First
their
map
round.
हो गया. First map fracture.
PRX facing the pressure now, will be taking a timeout. They are quite in the hole in terms of the round deficit so far. And a 1v2, that's something really would have taken a lot for him to win that one. And heads up play by Ethan to consider the fact that he might be getting long flanked. And as these rounds go by, it's looking more and more comfortable for NRG, and the likelihood of us going to a map 3 is starting to look really real.
Expect nothing less from this series.
Yes, second map.
PRX have very much dug themselves a hole here, though. Coming out of this timeout will be on a half buy on this attacking side, where it feels like they're getting shot down more often than not by NRG, who are playing an excellent game here. Very well-rounded performance from pretty much everyone in the server as well. Like, no one is really lagging behind.
From both teams, really. No one's, as you say, really running super far ahead like Devi was on Fracture. Odin out for Brock this time around. Something feeling himself on the Marshall. Seen him do some magic on that before, but here we go. Omen versus Open first and foremost. Does that Prowler actually get a bit of a sightline? Maybe.
Nah, Forsaken tried to dodge it. Kiko saw his cape going inside of the dark cover.
Unless they can pull out an
angle here from Brock. This is what we know him for.
And that Prowler certainly will be able to see Devi revealing the Odin through that wall as well.
Yeah, like they're not doing any conditioning.
Rubble side from Envy.
Mata. Outlaw out yet again, looking to farm himself up a showstopper. He's halfway to it. Little taps on in will make a big difference in getting a rocket going a little earlier on. Something over on the other side of the map. Sees the shear wall. Dash active.
You can tell that shot put the fear into PRX as well. Okay. Tap the wall.
I have the spike.
Trigger the orb as well. Just wait this one out. Slow things down. 40 seconds left to play through.
Odin निकाल ली lol. हाँ, Brock Odin बहुत अच्छा करता है. One of the best Odiners Brock.
Yeah. Quite happy to let PRX come to them.
Yep. NRG is not
Sheriffs and Marshals in the mix here as the paint shells tries to clear out pillar side. They will be able to at least make it up onto the site and maybe even get a plant here, but how much more success can you really conjure as PRX?
Plant निकाल दो.
They gotta go for that plant sooner rather than later. Big damage. Brock finds his mark onto something inside the smoke. No problem. Scuba on the Devi as well. Now Jing. Yeah, just see if we can get a kill here or two. Help the economy.
Nice tap. Also building himself up a showstopper. One off.
There was a world gang. There was a world jump is 1v5 कर लेता.
Retake nonetheless.
11 found. Remember that 11-5 that we saw on Fracture the other way around? Well, PRX on the 5 end of things. NRG was able to make a little bit of a comeback. PRX. After that tech timeout, we'll need to think about where this gun round is gonna go.
They got the plant, so that is a good.
Going into the attack timeout, there definitely would have been more so chatting about the adaptation and heading into this gun round. So let's see what they've prepped up here. The half buy is one thing. Plans may have changed, especially when you're considering the orb control. You're now one off two pretty big ults here for PRX.
Yeah.
It's up to NRG to kind of deny those orbs.
Operator in hand. Something. Really keen for it. And Kiko a little bit more. Good spot on the Forsaken. Knows his tricks. Knows where he's going to end up being with that TP.
Just a flick one tap. Devastating to lose your smokes on the attacking side 5 seconds into the round. Just a disgusting shot from Kiko. And anything that you discuss on PRX is very quickly getting much more difficult for you.
Yeah, it's going to have to end up being relying on the Cloudburst smokes or relying on that Nightfall now as Devi is under pressure. Oh, he's lucky to survive that scenario. In fact, he was looking for that kill.
I'm surprised he almost got
Kiko is just cooking right now. Posting का game नहीं चल रहा
at that point.
Unlucky.
3-on-5 here for PRX. Off angle from Scuba is looking pretty dirty.
This round is
a dumpster
fire. I hate to say it, but kind of in the bin at the moment. Scuba just drops something from behind his neck.
Yeah.
What do you do here now? 2 versus 5.
I think we go to map 3 now.
Feel good about giving up the round. It's about to be 12 for NRG. PRX kind of in the bin at the moment. This feels terrible for them.
Yep. Only thinking about Breeze at this point. Picked up by Envy. 30 seconds on the clock. I feel like I'm watching the Masters Grand Final all over again, like a stop map for PRX. Oh no, we're so back. We're so done. Hopefully on Breeze
we just speed ran Fracture straight into Lotus from that grand final. Really, we skipped the other 3 maps in the middle. Time this one out. It
lots of money and reputation on the line. Defending champs
round to give the
NRG. NRG defending champs of VCT.
Brock entering with the Odin. Little bit of a jiggle for Ethan there. They're well aware where he is, and he won't make it away with the operator.
Team Heretics are defending champions of EWC.
And PRX, they've got all of the ults, but none of the money. Up against that point here for NRG.
Went from bad to worse with no recovery on the ult. It just starts, like you said, you lose Forsaken like 5 seconds in, smoke's gone, something trying to make something happen over on towards B and just gets dropped from behind, no chance to recover there. And they're basically on 5 ults.
I mean, that's the kind of round that NRG does, though. I remember that America's like lower final, I think it was, against MIBR, where every round just feels hopeless. He gets spammed, he gets
Team
spammed.
Heretics,
Here goes that
Team
showstopper
Heretics
for
are
G.
playing bad.
Let's see if we can find some hope.
Round one जीता.
Jing
First
really
round,
looking
first
for it. Just
map.
gonna have to throw that rocket
First
out.
map PRX जीती.
Lots of ultimates being played in, and something again just doesn't really add anything.
We are gonna go
as
to
Ethan
third map.
drops him almost immediately. Brock on the other side of that door, spamming on through Jing. Made his way onto site, but they're just losing members. They're just continually losing more. NRG are going to make this one look easy. 2 left, down to 1. Forsaken versus the world. And despite the rocket going sideways, NRG is the world. Forsaken can't even run. 13 and 5. NRG cut back.
Yeah. Really, really nice recovery from NRG. I felt like they were definitely competitive in that first map. But rough starts to both of the halves. I think they very much showed their quality here on Lotus. Both halves definitely look like the better team, and PRX a little bit sheepish, unfortunately, showing some of that map-to-map inconsistency that we just saw over at Masters London.
The second half, they were gone. I don't think they won a single round there, right? And multiple opportunities where they're trying to find anything to work with. Operator not getting anything done for something, sadly.
Who's gonna win?
Second to last round, like I said, was just heartbreaking watching them have to save. Giving the 12 over.
After this performance, एक draw हुआ. हाँ, 1-1 चल रहा है. अभी एक और मैप होगा जो जीतेगा वो will win the series. ऐसा होता है कि एक मैप उसका होता है PRX का, एक मैप होता है
sign language.
मैप प्रीटो के टाइम पे. क्या कर रहा है? मैं distract हो गया.
Yeah. I'm just enjoying this, honestly.
हाँ, तो मैप P2 होता है और बेस्ट ऑफ 3 होता है. तो जो 2 मैप जीता है 3 में से पहले, तो वो पूरी सीरीज पूरा मैच जीत जाता है वो वाला. तो तुमको 2 मैप जीतने होते हैं. तो एक मैप उसने PRX ने जीता और एक मैप अभी NRG ने जीता. तो इट्स डाउन टू थर्ड मैप नाउ. क्रिकेट खेल रहा था वो. हाँ भाई पता नहीं क्या कर रहा था, मैं देखा भी नहीं.
NRG's direction. This was a crazy round though.
This was like the best round, but after this it just gets bad for PRX. You start out so strong, insane divide plus something moments into this Jing 4K that nearly ended an ace.
This is where the PRX highlights end.
That's what I'm saying. After this, it's all NRG highlights.
We got judges coming out, headshots galore. Who had the biggest impact as this game swung back in favor of NRG?
Literally everyone. Like they might have had like 1 or 2 kills between them. It was a very well-rounded performance for NRG. Honestly, I felt like everyone had their moments. Everyone had a fair degree of impact. And like I said, like NRG, when they're this well drilled, on their defense in particular, they make your life a nightmare. We saw it in that second to last round for PRX, where you're just losing 1 or 2 players before you've even kind of made it through the opening parts of the map.
I was quite impressed with Ethan, honestly. I mean, we saw some really smart plays there, able to just sniff out members, not losing to random flanks. 2 versus 1 against something, just understanding, okay, big flank is going to be there, finding him behind the box as well. Ethan just had eyes all over the map.
Is Fade a happy way to play if you're an NRG fan?
Is Fade a happy way to play?
Anyone can get the third map.
Every map?
Yeah, well, not every map. You know, she's good on some maps. She's you'll play other things on other maps. But Fade, I mean, they're pretty good on the Fade. Ethan is a very flexible player. He can kind of play any initiator that you really need to be playing. And I think, honestly, I was surprised that Fade came out for PRX, and it doesn't seem to have gone particularly well for them, particularly on that attacking side. Like, I understand why they went for that, especially against double controller Vice. Like, they really want to work the map a little bit more. They want to have more kind of answers to just simplify the map control. But I felt like they probably just needed to burst more, and I would have
बाद
probably
में आऊंगा
liked to
फिर
see a
से
Sky.
yes
Which,
yes
you know,
अच्छा
like
late
I
night
said,
stream
maybe
भी
a
हो गई मन
stylistic
कर रहा है
difference
गेम
there
खेलने
and a
का
mismatch in
Let's
terms
see.
of what they would normally do. Double duel as Sky,
Oh,
bit
full
more
diff हो गई,
bursty,
PRX is short
explosivity
diff.
with
Team diff.
the flashes and your two duelists getting into the mix.
Especially playing into a Viper. Like, just
Sure.
flash to the Viper wall, bro.
No, don't.
Yeah.
The Viper causing problems. We'll see if the controllers continue to crush. 13-5 is a nice score. Can we do it again, or are we going to go to ultra overtime? We're already overtime here on the set, but I'm happy to stay here all day with you two gentlemen. I don't think we're going to breaks. We're just hanging out for a minute. Avril, how are you feeling?
I mean, we're going to full 3 maps in the BO3 between PRX and NRG. This is what we wanted. We might be staying extra. The fans might be watching a little bit extra here, but this is the game that people were waiting for, and it's delivering. We're going to all 3.
Absolutely, and I didn't even write down our third map because you were so confident in PRX. So talk to me about how this map was decided through the bans and protects, the veto process, and who should have the edge statistically coming in.
I feel like it's an up and down map for PRX, but if they're kind of clicking today, then they should be reasonably confident on it. Like I said, both of these teams can kind of play all 3 maps in the veto.
Guys, जो भी
as far
stream
as
देख
I'm
रहे हो
concerned.
stream
I'm
को
just
like
hoping for a
करके
third
जाना
map. Giga back
अगर
up.
आप अभी जा रहे हो या
Yeah,
आ
I'd
रहे
like
हो
to see,
या
you
देख ही
know,
रहे हो
obviously
टाइम
I think the
से
Jets
अपना
still
like
coming
नहीं
back
किया
with
तो like
something
कर दो
back on the
जल्दी
operator.
जल्दी
Found like kind of mid success
अगर
on
अपना हो
bonus,
subscribe कर दो 15
getting the
subscribers
opportunity
more
for him
to
to
go
take over the map would be
15
pretty big for
subscribers
PRX.
more to go.
Solid stuff all around. Both teams taking one map. We've got a third map potentially loading up. And as you can see, the players are not on the stage. So we're going to go to a short break. When we come back, the players will be in their seats and we'll be jumping right into the action. Stay tuned. It's EWC.
Do, 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 do. No, 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 no. Oh, yeah.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming. Shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
We really appreciate about this event because it's very huge event and we can compete with really like great opponent in the world. We will do our best, but one of our main roster player cannot be here because of some surgery he had. So I'm not sure we can be really good. We will do our best.
我觉得不是很坏吧，但还没有达到我们理想的成绩。圣地亚哥的话，其实就是输掉了嘛。然后伦敦的话，其实我们本来有非常大的信心去拿下冠军的，但最后可惜就是自己没有把握住嘛，没有达到最好吧，但也还可以接受。我觉得当时是奥特曼来到之后，在磨合，我们在适应教练的风格吧。教练组的分工其实也比较不明确，就大家团队里面都比较混乱，感觉。 最后还是差一点嘛，尤其是打勒维塔，就是第3张图的时候，指挥的时候我没有扛住，我觉得可能会有点难，但我相信我们可以做到。
Show resumes in 2 minutes. Okay, no worries, bro. No worries.
I'm very happy that we managed to qualify to AWC because it's a very big step for us. We don't really care about the enemies we're playing against. There's PRX who were top 2 in Masters and also Vitality top 4. Of course, they're insane teams, but if you manage to get onto this group, then we have a high chance winning the whole tournament.
He's got a teammate.
It was 2v5. It was Narrate and Lewan. They were alive. I see them both in insane positions, and I thought we could actually win this round. And then they got kill after kill after kill. Then it's 1v1, and my heartbeat is like 180, and I cannot do anything about it. He won it, and then I'm relieved. Going into playoffs is like my biggest dream I did back then in KCX, so it was very insane. There was 30k people just rooting for us, playing against Koi. It was the best moment of my life. No matter how good is the specs of the headset, you're still gonna hear if it's a big crowd, so they're gonna give us other momentum for sure. During stage 1, we had like, it was the worst split of my career, and I think for everyone in my team, and it was just super sad that we hard worked the whole year just to win something and we cannot. It was a good learning lesson for all of us, and it showed actually
hello.
We
are back.
I think we had some issues with like, our momentum, I would say. We're getting overconfident, we're doing so many mistakes, and then once we do these mistakes, we get low confidence.
क्या लगता है PRX जीतेगी ये वाला मैप?
Very hard to play like this.
What do you say? What do you say?
It was my rookie split as an IGL, so this was for sure a part of it because I did so many mistakes, but I learned from it. That's the most important, and yeah, I'm looking forward for AWC. I think Zeech worked a lot in our mental aspect more than in-game because we were all super sad. We were in a really bad rough times, and he walked into this like he tried to make us stay alive again. In-game stuff is not as important as the connection between the players. The team has to be loving each other so they can be able to perform. If we manage to get out of this group, as I said, we're gonna push on. We might be the underdogs, but we're here to prove we're not.
She keep crying, every single night. Then on my mind, she keep the vibe. Oh no, I swear to God. Swear I wanna try ya, when you swear I wanna try ya. I know I'm not alright yet. I'm so fucking tired yet.
Welcome back to the Esports World Cup. It's Chris Puck here on your screen, and we are about to jump into the final fight of the night. PRX taking on NRG, and as these two predicted, we're going to a game 3. Last map, though, much more of a convincing win than expected at 100 Thieves. I want to
Who do you think win G2 or NS?
Yeah, NRG.
On paper, G2 will win, but मुझे लगता है G2 choke कर देती है हर एक international tournament. Like Masters London is one of their examples. So I'll think NS. By the way,
massive punishes.
sure, I cannot pronounce your name. What do I call you? Welcome to the stream. Hope you enjoy my voice. यहाँ पे PRX की gameplay के साथ. Hopefully PRX wins this. What do you think will win? G2 is international chokers, भाई. कुछ भी हो. Welcome to the stream, buddy. Make sure to hit the like and sub. We are just 15 subscribers away from 200 subs.
It's got flowers with it.
I think I may be the smallest streamer जो EWC के creators program में.
Something if he plays like he does in game number 1 on the other side.
Do you think so?
I'm eyeing Kiko. Let's go back to when you were popping off. I want to see a little bit more.
You picked the only non-American player on the team. You picked the Brit.
Well, everyone loves a Brit. Have you met Big Time yet? This kid's amazing.
I've seen way too much.
Oh my god, it's so insane.
Bunk beds and everything.
No, that's what I literally do. I live with him for the last 2 years.
In bunk beds.
It's sometimes in bunk beds. Hey,
interesting.
Yeah, you got to grind.
I mean, we're on the hustle.
Big Time's one of the only people I know that can fit in the
Oh
bunk
my
bed, so
god,
that's
it's
true.
insane.
Was he on the top bunk or the bottom bunk?
Yeah,
you feel safe with him on top. Yeah, you're good. You're good.
Yeah.
So we take a look here at that man, though. I would not feel comfortable with Mata above me. If you're looking at the agents, what are we locking in? Gentlemen, I am going to exit. Take it away. This is to decide who's going to jump to the top of
Mardon
the
Harbor.
NRG.
Econ GTA I see Mardon Harbor.
I'll tell you what, Pilsky, the Harbor comes on through for Breeze and NRG.
Weird comp.
One of the only teams that
Actually यही खेलती है. NRG यही comp खेलती है ना? I remember.
Most teams I'm seeing not really that down for it anymore. Double Enix coming on through.
Default comp by
the double duelist look of
PRX का default comp यही है.
Popular comp in Pacific, honestly. Both T1 and RRQ had been running this during the regular Pacific season, so I think.
Who do you think will win this series? Dil se PRX. But NRG have the momentum right now.
Between PaperX and NRG, and stylistically, this is going to be double Enit versus double Duelist. Something Jet and Forsaken Neon that they have been running a lot on this map. It's a map they've been very up and down of, but their last streak of maps, you look at them cutting their teeth on the very best teams in the world, and you can feel some degree of confidence here for PaperX that they can close out this series. On the other side of things, NRG playing a lot of very strong teams over in Americas, but they haven't had as many international reps in the last 3 months on Breeze specifically.
Yeah, but overall, I mean, still looking at the things here, like Breeze has been a reasonable good map for both of these teams. Breeze was, unfortunately, one of the maps that NRG dropped allowed in the qualifier coming into this one. As we also remember the PRX side of things, Breeze was a map that they did beat Liv on in the grand final for London. However, bit of rough waters on that actually. Not a very clear-cut victory.
Last map of the day. PRX versus NRG map 3. Let's see where who's gonna take the win and go one step closer to qualify for playoffs. 2 win चाहिए हर एक team को. I think you win 2, you get qualified.
I believe in a qualification game for the playoffs. Loser will play Carmine Core in the elimination. NRG creeping their way in towards A main. Viper wall goes up, dash on in, and they've been given an open A site here. Divide trying to spam one down before the plant goes down, but NRG with the forward high tide will take all control here, including Yellow.
Massive coverage. It's going to be Divide hiding behind the high tide and seeing a couple of shots come through on the opposite end as well. The rest of NRG, rather, PaperX finally arrive.
PRX,
Kiko.
PRX can win this and be utility advantage है. PRX पे बहुत सारी utility है. NRG पे कुछ utility नहीं बची है. Nice win, Jin.
2 members of PRX. As soon as they spot in, 4 versus 3 now, Brock. All the way in the back. Forsaken doesn't even get to move. And
NT.
Falling apart as PaperX NRG. Another pistol. 3 pistols in a row going their way.
Yeah, really nicely worked there from NRG.
Yeah, pistols कैसे निकाल पा रही PRX.
Creep up in towards A main, throw up the Viper wall, Sova dart, and the dash on in. And when they recognize that it's a retake setup for PaperX, they choose to even take a step forward. That is a big strength of the Harbor in combination with the Viper. Originally, we used to see this over on Icebox, where you're kind of segmenting the walls. But the Harbor gives you a little bit more flexibility in terms of where you actually want to control in terms of the site.
No way.
Being able to kind of further extend that control.
No way.
PaperX a few more troubles on the retake going forward.
Alright, Nightfall probably getting for on 2 players. Forsaken and something who something is
Same idea, executing layers, पहले Viper Ball
I mean, this
and
is
फिर
pretty
Harbor,
common
yep.
on Breeze, but PaperX in particular here do have a couple of upgrades to try to keep this one
इन्होंने
interesting.
दोनों कोई भी wall use नहीं किया as a default wall. वही देख रहा हूँ मैं.
Moving up through mid, walking into something. He's been waiting for this opportunity.
Yep.
Buying up as well, given that what was the pistol going towards the NRG side of things. This is a very slow round. Look at the trappers well on the door side of things. Jing and Envy dodging out from the Viper Molly as well. This could be very interesting. Should get checked though. 2 players there. Envy is the only one that actually gets somebody
एक pick
on
मिला
the
at
PRX
least.
side of things.
Hard का है इसका, thank you.
Yeah, both of the marshals here to buy on the rotation over. Something not really able to do too much as the Viper wall goes up. Takes a chunk out of Kiko.
Unfortunate.
But look, not much to be done here as the wall gets dropped.
Harbor Ball use नहीं है ना.
And Dubai not even able to take one more with him. Only Marta to go down here for NRG and a pretty nice anti-eco.
Yeah, but PaperX would have liked to see a little bit more coming through from the marshals. No one really biting over towards mid. The trap setup. Now the mid doors.
NRG के stats बहुत ज़्यादा deep होते हैं यार.
That's after the fact that they dodged out from that molly as well. Once more, Ethan, the rest of NRG, diffusing that situation. Device body shot on Kiko not
लेना बहुत मुश्किल है unless ये लोग बहुत hero rounds निकाले.
PaperX is going to hamstring
NRG के
the
stats बहुत
opening
deep
gun round a little
है
bit.
इस round इस
Couple of
map.
sets of light armor. Full buy up for NRG, who were kind of cutting corners there. Initial contact going the way of either one of these teams. Forsaken well aware that there's a couple players over towards B main. That's the second time that Kiko has picked Forsaken on the jump spot, and this is a landslide for NRG.
Yeah, Forsaken's first deaths just keep going up, unfortunately, as the light armor gets a little bit lighter now, not in a good way for PaperX. 5 versus 2. You know, a map and a half ago, I would have said maybe still winnable for PaperX. Devi can certainly do it, but now, the way this is going, looking like 3 in a row for NRG.
Yeah, they are all over this. Just keeping things pretty simple here, using the double E-Nit just to be able to take control of the mains and springboard into these quicker executes. PaperX having a really tough time dealing with it.
So those first deaths, man. No trades either. Heavy investment on that second round. Double marshals being brought in. Doesn't allow every single member in the team to have a full buy on this round 3 rifle.
यार भूख तो लगने लगी. EWC got so bad management. कितना कम space है. हाँ बहुत कम space है, मैं देखा. और production भी okay
It's the
ही
best
है.
possible start for
खराब ही है
NRG,
to be
honestly.
honest.
Like the cash
2
is
घंटा
already
delay हुए
like 2
matches.
plus K on all of these players. They're about to
10
win the
बजे
bonus
तक
round up
they
3
were
on the
about to
attacking side of
end
Breeze.
everything.
This is going to be a bit of a nightmare to navigate for PaperX.
Similar to what we saw in Fracture, but the opposite side around, right? I mean, we just saw the fact that you get those 5 in a row, bonus converted as well. After PaperX wins the pistol, they got both the pistols on Fracture now. 3 pistols in a row. Haven't seen anything come through from PRX's. The timeout coming through super early.
See what they want to kind of construct around these 2 rifles that have been kept through from the opening gun round. Might be some marshals or sheriffs to be invested in. Maybe throw a shotty in the mix, especially if they want to contest a main or something like that. Up to PaperX to kind of pick themselves up.
Early round, early timeout.
False start here on Breeze so far. NRG are looking pretty locked in, really running through with all of the momentum they garnered from stomping PaperX on Lotus, and Breeze looks like it's heading in much the same direction.
I mean, it really did say it earlier on, but it kind of feels like we're speed running the London finals in a way where get a very resounding win on Fracture that this time around actually kind of gets a lot more competitive, and then slowly but surely throughout the rest of the series, and this time just in a BO3, losing momentum from PRX. Confidence seems down as well. Some of those magic moments you get out of Fracture, you're just not getting anymore.
Let's see what they come up with here. Got a lot of work to do. I think the objective starts to move, especially when you have this good of a start on the attacking side from, you know, being able to string rounds together, being able to break the money to how many can we kind of chip in early on here. You got to kind of adjust your expectations. Forsaken really going to go for a Guardian here. Down to $400. Indeed, he is investing quite a lot in this round. He feels like PaperX have a good chance to win it.
2 players with just the pistols out there as well, including something who's super far away from the Blade Storm, and PRX getting nice and active early on. Couple players wanting to move a little bit deeper into the mid. As NRG, full respect, they want to be prepared for the potential PRX doing something here.
Yeah, something very much saving for an operator heading in towards the next round. Ethan jiggling for the mid push, and he it's courtesy really of this deep wall from PaperX. Makes NRG a little bit nervous that they will be taking some space over there, and sometimes they even just throw down that wall and then just play towards the mains. In this case, NRG really doing their due diligence, working their way through the map. Up elbow, drone goes into middle.
Drone sees nothing. Smoke ends up being pretty useful there for PRX just to hide inside the cove. They don't see anything on the opposite end either. Time is running out. NRG have barely made moves. It's confusing PRX a little bit.
I think they're making the right call here, though.
Just slow kill रही है
middle for the late lurk. He's able to play in front of this
He's playing so slow. They are thinking कि PRX भी play करने वाली है, लेकिन PRX कुछ नहीं कर रही है.
Similar to the pistol, it's just going to be Divide retake. The rest of PRX have cleared all of
इसकी वजह से NRG का प्लेशन बहुत slow
bit
गया.
faster.
Full flash and Divide isn't able to get anything. Forsaken once again, first death. Very unfortunate. Brock will convert onto that lone player, Divide, who can't respond at all. Divide had one of the only rifles.
Yeah. Something with naught but a classic. Oh, there you go. He's picked up the Vandal. Wants to try to make this one a little bit more interesting. 2 players cripplingly low on the side of NRG.
3 players off-site here as well. They do get smoked off. Gives a little bit of opportunity for PRX. With the guns available too. One being picked up by something. It's playable, but it's not anymore. They're just leaving, aren't they?
Yeah, they got to save. You really got to min-max your money when NRG has this much cash. Like, you've got to be able to guarantee yourself as many gun rounds as you can get access to, because there's no breaking the attacking side economy anymore. Forsaken looking for some damage here at the end. Oh, sorry, Jing. Some damage here at the end of the round. Stand out by the KO knife. I do imagine he's probably just going to go down to the spike. Doesn't feel the need to force the issues. Trying to keep NRG interested so that maybe one of them died to the spike. But as it stands, NRG really just passing the test with flying colors. 5 alive heading into round 5. They're going to have like 7k on each of these players, something like that. It's going to be a ridiculous amount of cash for the attackers.
And they played that round so slowly as well that PRX, like I sort of
Production
mentioned,
so good. Round 1 had the title
end.
आ रहा है कि उसने
Really know
NRG
where to go.
इसलिए बीच में
Divide
अच्छा लगा
just
था.
to
हैं
anchor,
अच्छा मैंने
stay
notice नहीं किया
alone.
वो.
We'll see what
lol.
happens with that, and just couldn't even trade
Timeout.
1 for 1 there. Leaves Marta, I believe,
what
on
timeout
5
थोड़ी है,
HP.
match चालू होने
I think
वाली
this
है.
changes plans for PRX as well. I was pretty sure that something was saving for an operator, but as he picks up a Vandal to save into the next round, instead it's going to be rifle-centric game fate for PRX.
Oh,
Early
okay, hang on.
opener with the utility here. Keiko
Nice
gets sent
one,
in, then wrapped back
Nice
into
one,
nil
Indy.
here for NRG. Not going particularly well so far. They've really tried to cause a little bit of reaction and a rotation in the early round for PRX, but they still end up a man down.
Haven't seen PRX get the first blood in some time now. in the first
जाने
few
वाले
rounds.
timeout के लिए.
It's Kiko trying to dive on in on A and being punished for it. Divide the Brock as well. Okay, numbers starting to look really
0-4 से comeback तो होता ही है.
Will still be a
हमने
plant
कितना
coming
किया
up
है.
through, but a 2 versus 4 now. No ultimates in play. Plenty of money though, so NRG happy to get it done.
Scuba on the front foot. Nice placement of the Viper Orb here. Ethan could set him up with a nicely timed flash to try to start to even up the numbers. Scuba going for a little bit of a play here. Something well and truly ready for it. Just down to Ethan. Trying to do some damage to the economy of
PRX तो बहुत throw करती है.
Something at arm's length. Forsaken's made it up onto the site, and Forsaken just
PRX बहुत
something
throw
rather
करती
than
है breach
pushing
पे.
straight
Breach
into the
मस्ती नहीं
fragment.
है. Lock in हो जाओ.
PRX getting themselves their first gun round
Just
here.
lock the fuck
Maybe
in
that'll be
and
needed.
play.
You're welcome.
Until Ethan wasn't ready for that. Something pushing into the fragment. Leaves with 6 HP. One of the few times now that we're really starting to see PRX getting that first blood, converting onto secondary kill, getting really heavy numbers in their favor. Starting to bite their way back into this map a little bit.
Be a long road back in, but that round was fantastic, really. NRG trying to go for one of these set plays where they set up the Jet for success in the early round with a little bit of the double init utility and have a wrap into middle in the mid round to catch some of those rotations.
Well, you want to see the op come through for something
एक
that
main के लिए
will not
fight
be
होने
the
वाली
case.
है.
Back over towards mid.
they don't
Has to be a
have-
little bit concerned about the dart.
Same for Keiko, though, and he's holding this line nicely. PRX
Something
punished
को
in
out
the
of
opening
कर दिया
kills
इसने.
department yet again, and NRG
He
with a
is
man
cooking right
advantage.
Really expensive there, unfortunately for PRX.
Please
Jing now,
aim in ले लो.
playing off a
Aim in ले लो
Forsaken
please.
together. A main's good. Null command
Jing
is going to
push it
cause a
here.
little bit of issues here. Jing really would like
No.
a kill. He's got one, but instantly Kiko
It is.
responds with more
Indeed.
flashes. Decent, but Kiko doesn't care.
मुश्किल लग रहा है यार.
That's going to be A taken care of. 4
Aim in control
versus
लेते
2
हैं
again.
instead of
Once again,
fighting
you have to
at
look at the money side. Divide and Envy. How much do they want
Jing
this?
की position अच्छी है लेकिन he
Let's
got
lock
only
out of it,
one.
really. The high tide only just went down. Envy's going to give it a little bit of a sniff, but Devi is just sitting in nest. I don't think
Well, I
he's
can see
interested
why
in
he
this
did the
2 on
fight
4
there.
at all.
Just got around for PRX. It's already gone the wrong way now.
Save लग रहा है.
Not a bad shot from MV.
Really just going for
0-2,
damage, though.
0-4,
I don't think he's
0-6,
particularly interested.
179
Dart on in to keep
comeback scores
NRG.
है, ascending orders of towns.
Nice
ult, actually, not bad.
That's what he was going for the whole time.
Oh,
Really,
look
really
at-
well
it
worked.
doesn't
Heads
look
up
like
play
a
from
comeback
Envy.
though.
He'll be able to hand that to something in the next round. And with two
1-7
guys
का मुझे idea था,
we'll be
0-6
able to
का
put
तो
together
idea
another buy
था.
here.
1-7 का idea था.
Small play by Kiko at the start of that one. Out dueling something and then converting a little bit later on as well.
Wouldn't be surprised to see NRG go for this quick mid to A yet again here. They do have some good ults to be doing it. You see often Keiko has been wielding the operator in the last round or so, but he can rip the Blade Storm here, pick up the pace. He can get the Hunter's Fury on through with the dart up over the top. Something that could go quite well for NRG. They did just condition the mid to A though with the pick on mid doors and the null command. So we'll see what they want to go going for here. It does seem like they are going to choose to go to the other side of things. Back to B.
B's open. Nobody home.
5-man B push.
Will be popped this
Iron
round
Creed
as well for
100%
Kiko,
अच्छी है, बहुत अच्छी है
and
Iron Creed.
full retake on B, I'm afraid, for PRX. Something might catch a little bit of a whiff of a player. Oh, it doesn't quite land the shot, though. That would have been a hard one to land for sure. Kiko on the other side would just completely rip away Envy. 5v4.
Yeah, awkward exchange. Tried to go for the drone. Envy under a little bit too much pressure there. Drone from Brock does spot out that the flank will be coming through from PRX as he meets up with the rest of the team on site. And NRG have flipped the map. They are in defense spawn. It's going to be a very difficult retake for PRX.
PRX now got to execute like they're the attacking side instead. At least their smokes are still online. Brock has a decent line and a decent shot onto Divire. Numbers are now looking sad. And something is just going to peel off in a 1v1. Marta, nice, okay. Makes things slightly better for them. Maybe just playing for the exits now.
Yeah, 100%.
Save it, yeah.
Trying to hold on to these three rifles, but at some point you've got to stop saving and start getting some rounds. Jing covers that smoke push from Scuba well, but that's where the good news really ends. 6-1 for NRG.
1-6,
brutal start to this map for the Pacific fans.
Yeah. NRG can just close out the one more round. They get the 7, and I think for PRX.
जो भी stream देख रहे थे, stream को like कर दो. हम लोग last map banger match चल रहा है. Yeah, dominate हो रहे थे. Let's see. I think PRX can come back.
Is rough to make a comeback from. They are still going to have the weapons to play through, but I hear you, man. At some stage, you gotta stop saving. And I think this next round coming up might just be that one. Another timeout coming on through. Plenty to talk about for PRX to recover in this half.
Yeah, second timeout for them.
क्या लगता है PRX को क्या करना चाहिए अभी?
And just as many rounds here on Breeze have not had an answer for what NRG's been throwing at them so far. This has been a very well-constructed attacking side of Breeze. The double E-Nit Harbor is something that can be really difficult to play around, especially when the other team is so well organized. The attacking side op has been having some pretty serious impact. Like Keiko has been finding opening picks like it's nothing on the jet.
Passive mid control and mid rotations अगर रह सकती है.
Needs Forsaken to start to turn things around.
So I think बहुत easily sandwich कर सकते हैं. And after team way retake करना पड़ेगा उनको.
It's been a rough couple of maps. Like I said, that first death stat line is a bit haunting.
Mid बहुत खाली
पड़ा है. Forsaken, you certainly expect more. And a massive turnaround for everyone on NRG. I mean, Marta had a rough go of Fracture, but now that's feels like such a long time ago. For NRG winning this the way they are is pretty shocking for PRX and a shocking day for Pacific in general if they can't pull through.
Deep ball on mid here once again for PRX. One way thrown into A main, very much trying to play disruptive. And there you go, wall dropped on Keiko and something gets the opener. Marta replying with the operator picked up from the jet though. He is pretty good at wielding this gun himself.
Yep. I've seen him on the jet before. Familiar territory, the op for Marta. Reckoning available here as NRG will play this one quietly. Let's take a look at Elbow. How much does PRX want to move up?
Envy knows he's kind of just in the Goldilocks spot. Not too hot, not too cold. He's just sitting tight. Ready to disrupt this pivot to B if necessary. Something on the other side of things has still got this A main info line with the operator. Nathan going to spot that out. Well aware that the jet is sitting right there. Drone goes into middle here for NRG.
To be honest,
that
rotations
wall being put up by Divide, it's drawing out a lot of
they cannot
utility.
hold
NRG
the
just
side
kind of
जो भी कर रहे
simplifying
हैं
things back towards A main.
उनको fast vision खेलना पड़ेगा
Something is there based on the knife coming through from Ethan. How do they want to defuse the scenario? They have still util to play through. Brock's got recon in there as well. Okay, there it is. Just play the ultimate. That'll be enough, more than enough to push off our Jet from the line.
Nice
but
shot.
Devi will still clean Ethan up. Something wanted more of that Blade Storm. Smarter and Brock. The operator changes hands once again. High Tide coming on in. 3 versus 2. 17 seconds left to play through 2v1. Envy, he's not been spotted just yet. Might have brilliant timing here, but needs to be able to get through undetected. And he can't do so. NRG again. Big celebration from their side of the stage. Collecting that 2v1 victory, extending their lead even further.
Yeah, nicely worked there for NRG. Finally, when PRX are able to find an opener, immediate reply from Marta. And NRG just able to simplify a lot of these rounds and use the double E to the best of its abilities. The KO knife spotting out where the operator is, and then they're just placing the utility right where it's needed. They got to put themselves into a winnable post plant.
7-1, massive difference in rounds, and PRX have already burned through the timeouts as well. All alone now. They got to figure this one out. Back over towards mid. Something and Devi playing together. That is big information. Ethan, they're looking for him. They want him. Devi's got secondary as well. Onto Scuba, not too bad. And the Sphere was used in that exchange as well. Kiko onto Devi. For the exchange, 3 versus 4 now. His rifle will be recovered by Kiko.
Yeah, drone out onto the middle line. Hunter's Fury ripped by Envy, looking to try to further extend the numbers, but dodged out nicely there by NRG. The rest of PRX all swinging into middle. Kiko and Brock hitting the deck. And it's all on Marta. Spike in hand.
Time.
Gonna throw out a cove towards B to try to draw attention away from PRX. Jin cutting the map in half.
Onto Marta. Yeah, he sees him, but he doesn't land the shots. Marta cleans him up. Well, at least they know where Marta is now. That's the good news. 30 HP as well. Something up next. Doesn't get the opportunity to make the shot happen, and this is unbelievable. Nice. Marta is still able to get 2.
He's in the Matrix. He just pre-fired that so perfectly onto Forsaken. Avoided something with the perfect high tide.
Yep.
I mean, if he had a little bit more HP, I thought he would have put together a 1v4 there.
Starting to look dangerous, that's for sure. I mean, he had low HP, but just the ability to get past the early 2 players and get those kills.
I mean, we're past dangerous for PRX. They're getting cooked here.
Considering that was a 4v1, that's still rough for PRX, dropping 2 members in that 4v1.
Yeah. Makes their money quite breakable here. Couple ults to work with, though. Overdrive and the Pit ready to go here for PRX. It's a slow round. Again. I mean, 2-1-2 here for NRG. Deep wall across middle. Kiko on the line.
Thankfully, they are doing mid control.
Something has been playing through mid multiple times now, using that Viper's wall to tuck himself in, and I lied about Forsaken. He does want to do something here, or perhaps that's actually just Kiko pushing in himself. In either case, another first death for Forsaken doesn't help PRX yet.
Something's pretty deep in middle, though. Be a great position to be leveraging in towards the mid to late round, but with that deep wall again, I mean, you just continue using the initiator utility. Something able to actually dash out nicely. Updraft dash with the cloud burst, keeps himself alive.
Might have pulled that through a little early. Didn't even see the drone yet, just kind of preempted the drone. Assumed the drone was going to spot him, but in the case, the drone did its job. As the rest of NRG group together, ready to finish on B, it's going to be Envy. Already back in terms of his positioning on site.
Yeah, push back into the site. Dart just came back up off cooldown, but at the end of the day, it's a silver by himself against an entirety of the execute, and they're really kind of narrowing down the options. They know he's front side sight, flash flying on through, and he only goes 1-for-1. TP towards the backside of the site. Paranoia out from Jing, but they're more than ready for it.
I saw the lineup there for Envy, but unfortunately just couldn't land the second kill. Would have been pretty insane. 4 versus 2, Pit down at PRX. Chances dwindling here as someone sees just a little bit of a shoulder of a player. That shoulder converts into a Brock kill. Devi will be good for 1, but not good enough to do anything else.
Kiko's all over it. Another 3K. Having a blinder of a game on the Jet. Fantastic attacking side here for NRG. Really putting PRX under the pump. If they want any chance of picking up Breeze here, they need probably both of the next 2 rounds, let's be honest.
They'll need that. They'll need to win the pistol anti-eco in the second half. I mean, the fact that Emmy gets 1 here, look at the possible lineup. Nearly had the secondary, but just couldn't quite get the head of Brock.
There's just too much to do, though. Like, you're playing as a Sova against a full execute.
Yeah. Look at the double outlaw into the operator here as well. Just trying to clean up these low HP Sheriff players coming through.
Oh, nice
PRX.
one.
Forsaken overdriving his way through.
All
That'll make things hurt a little bit for NRG, who, okay, numbers actually going away with PRX here, and they've recovered at least one outlaw.
Brock still on the line here. If the wall gets dropped, something would have gone down, but he's able to slip back through onto that nice off angle. Drone through towards elbow, confirming that NRG are still kind of hanging around in spawn side. PRX will definitely want to be slowing this round down, not giving away this man advantage. With a minute on the clock, though, NRG need to get a bit of a wriggle on.
The other thing is, like, if you abandon this position, start giving away the guns, something Divide looking for those pickups. Oh, and Brock eats a shot. That is gross. 10 HP left.
You have to go in now.
Something sliding out onto the line. One sheriff shot's all that's needed to catch him on the cross, and down goes the spike. Ethan now trying to pick up the pieces, and something completes the thrifty for PRX. That is a classic from them. The elbow play with the paranoia overdrive ripped. It's a recipe for success when you have no money to work with. Now if they could just pick up this gun round towards the end of the half, it's at least doable.
So Sheriff's in charge of this town. Forsaken overdriving through, delivering a couple of nice early kills, starting to give some weapons over, putting Brock on 10 HP, and no numbers at all for NRG to play. That is a well put together round for PRX to start this campaign of a potential comeback back in again, but really shot now. By the way, something did steal away that operator, but it's pushed off the line.
Drone at least spotting out where the op is playing. In goes the harbor roll, as well as the null command, but something still picks one on the cross straight through the Viper wall. That is illegal. Divide out, waiting for further aggression, and he's going to play it as well. Nice multi-frag on in. Ethan trading one back. The high tide zoning PRX away for now.
Ethan looking for more with this null command, but Marta's the one that will actually find this kill. There's not a lot of members left to play through. Just one, just Ethan. Taps the spike. Reels in the last three members. Forsaken is the one that bites, but Ching is the one that actually gets to chew up the last player. And now suddenly 2 rounds in a row, PRX building back the confidence, building back the economy, building up the potential of a comeback.
Big whiff of the Hong Tai at the end of things there for Envy. That's the SEA power right there. So we head into halftime. He's going to need all of the energy possible. No pun intended. That's a really nice hold from PRX, though. Something, despite 2 ults being thrown at him. And the Viper will still fight to Divide, who has only had a couple of little moments so far in this game of Breeze. That's a very key multi-frag. Like I said, PRX needed both of those rounds towards the end of the half.
He did his job.
And now it's at least doable, but I think NRG are still going to be feeling confident here.
PRX still in it to win it. Need to see those magical moments. Saw the kind of insane rounds, insane kills that Divide got in the first 2 maps. Clutches he had on Fracture. Insane sheriff shots he had. Top of A on Lotus as well. And now late in the day, what an incredible eco they win. With only a couple rounds left to play through. Forsaken showing up when it counts as well. Overdrive and play to sort of deliver that one over. But otherwise, NRG in full control of this map.
Teams are chokers,
the entire series.
Yeah, I agree.
A little bit of momentum towards the tail end of that last half, though, for PRX. They need to really embody that. They love a pistol here. Start to close the gap in towards this second half. Start kicking things off on the attacking side. This is where, particularly playing into the comp that NRG is piloting here on Breeze, you're really going to be put through your paces. Harbor, KO. Very disruptive comp. It's going to be coves, you know, one-ways, things like that. The Storm Surge to try to deny that kind of A main space. The KO knife really directing the flow of traffic and gathering information. Ethan is a bit of a master on this agent.
He's thinking deep. Man, the screen there, leading the charge for NRG. After a rough start in the series. Game is in their hands, ball is in their court. I'd say, though, for PRX, they would like to finish the first half with at least 4. They got that, and now I think pistol basically required here.
Yeah, here on the B stream, we've already had one victory for America's over Pacific. We are staring down the barrel of another. It's up to PRX to change that narrative. Both teams kind of peppering shots down range in middle, and I'm surprised no one walks away dead from that. complete disengage, and PRX pick up the pace into 8.
Some damage done to players, something, and Marta the ones that actually get shot there, and Brock. See if he can find somebody through that smoke. Not going to be the case, but everyone's basically arriving now. Just waiting for Scuba to come through for spawn as well. Something up first. He's half HP. There's Envy and Jing onto Marta and Brock. Numbers good for PRX. Spike plant to come on through. Now NRG. Let's see what else they can do. Nothing so far. 5 versus 2 now. Kiko doesn't even get Devi either.
Scuba, a little bit late to the party here. Never even got a chance to get involved. A flawless pistol for PRX. Full momentum coming in from the end of that last half, and they are very much in this game of Breeze now.
Let's get that anti-eco in there. That's another round. 6 and 8 now starts to feel, if they get that round, a lot more doable. Then we're seeing the danger they can have on the bonus as well based on what Fracture is. Let's see if NRG has anything to say about it though.
It should be good now, hopefully.
Let it go economy-wise. Classics
hopefully
abroad.
they can come back. Eco, just don't get eco.
Something is potentially also making that save towards the op as well. Let's see what that looks like.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it is just pistols with the Outlaw. Divide. Knows that NRG have taken that A main space courtesy of the KO knife from early. Kiko jiggling around. Scuba maybe found the side of the second for a moment, but it's all down to Marta to see if he can fashion even one kill. Nicely timed Storm Surge, but that's where it ends. Another flawless back-to-back for PRX as they win their 4th round in a row.
PRX moves there as PRX walks in.
Buy the PRX
Double flawless as mentioned. Plenty of money in the bank. They could afford to really buy up here. On PRX that still had pistols for that round. Could be a very dangerous looking bonus coming on through in terms of economy.
See what NRG come up with. Gap has closed quite substantially. Cannot afford to let a team of PRX's caliber back into a game. It's going to be the flash to set up the jet for the combination. Bit of a shocky onto door. PRX just pinging out the map. Triple swing to try to re-clear that mid-space. It seems like they want to group up back towards A. Use good minds about what they want to be doing this round. I guess it's back to B here.
It's double rifle plus Guardian. Outlaw Bulldog.
Officially नहीं खरीदूंगा. Officially नहीं खरीदूंगा. महंगी official.
In terms of this bonus.
For sure.
A little bit of exploration coming through, mid under control for NRG. As NRG start to sniff the fact that it could be a B, and that's exactly what it looks like under pressure now. Scuba, he's paranoid out, hiding behind a box.
4 seconds, please.
There's no contact just yet to be found. I mean, this is a scary moment for Scuba. The rest of the troops are still yet to arrive. Please don't. Spawn now, as Mardig and Brock will be up. A couple of kills here, looking good so far, and Brock is really delivering now. PRX not going to get as much out of this push as they would have liked. But Divide into 1v1. Viper versus Viper. It's Phantom versus Outlaw, but Scuba's already tagged down. See if Divide can find that shot.
David wins
spike in hand here.
David wins those.
They kind of dance around.
30 seconds left.
Can David take his revenge?
He was anchoring the side initially. He was spotted out early on. Wall going up for Scuba here. Sheriff in hand creeping up on the line. Doesn't have a primary weapon to be using. 15 seconds on the clock, and Scuba is all over this tunnel flank. Reading this one very well.
Is he? Yes.
Nice.
Managed to get back in there. Timing extremely well, as mentioned. Thought for a second that he might have turned away at the wrong time, but Divide just had not even a single shot to say.
Like कर दो हमारे बस कितने 5 likes बाकी हैं to reach 40 likes.
Very competitive. Ends up at a 1 versus 1, so despite winning that one,
और अगर आप नए हो
subscribe कर दो.
Just 13 more subscribers to go.
Yeah, definitely a lot of guns taken away from them.
Yes.
Able to at least deny that bonus. You have a judge on in here for Kiko. So just trying to scrap together a buy. Both teams starting to run out of money early on. As once again, you have a similar opening to the round here. Shock dart in towards doors. Got a lot of damage there to open things up. Something looking for a pick with the Outlaw over towards this B side of the map. And indeed, Scuba is low on armor. There it is.
Nice shot.
Scuba down. That is B. Almost open. Still play then, bro.
We need you to pop off right now. The team needs
putting
it.
The pressure on numbers-wise to keep things interesting here as we go back over towards mid for PRX.
He'd be taking space on B. Causing a lot of problems. The judge is still here towards mid doors. That should be an easy opener for Kiko, who's under a little bit of pressure. Tentative now from Jing, pushed away by the fragment.
Paranoia. But Amada still gets Jing, and now Brock
Nice
as well.
one, Envy.
Envy, you talked about
Just
him
go
exploring
B,
over
just
towards
go
B.
B,
That
just
might
go
be the
B,
opening
just
now to
go
play on
B.
through. And NRG know
Nahi
as well.
yaar.
Trying to cut off something here.
Nice.
And not going to
Good
get time
dash.
to get that cut off, actually.
Yeah, NRG on the wraparound through elbow. Spike has not gone down yet for Paper
Spot
X.
nahi
Envy
hua.
is on the push all the way through spawn.
Spot nahi hua
Something
wo,
planting
Ethan
in a
se.
safe location
Nice.
here as Mata creeps up on him, caught by Kiko as well. Ethan is ready for this flank from Divide. Great read on this round from NRG. Envy last player surviving, and they know that he was deep on B.
6-10 double digit
Spike,
पहुंच गए
Mata
लोग.
taps it. And they're giving
Still
him nothing.
doable.
Nice opener here. 20 HP. Half has to come through. He's going to get a little bit of chip damage onto Mata, but it takes way too long to go through that cove here. Mata's off the spike. Gonna start diffusing it. Swing on through from Keiko. Gets it done for NRG. Double digits.
Two players there from Paper X. Really far away from helping something, unfortunately, as Envy that is deep exploration all the way in enemy spawn, but doesn't quite have the HP or the time to do much more. And it starts out okay. We talk about the one kill from something onto Scuba, but beyond that mid doors causing issues for Paper X as they couldn't make their way through that at all.
The NRG very much on top of the rotations here, especially in a pretty complex round. Paper X with a little bit of a mixed bag by here. Divide feeling like a hero with the Hero Vandal.
I have the spike.
Very close towards
David
it.
can do
If
it.
he ends up in a
Hero
post
Vandal,
plant, this could be
please.
problems for
Good
an
shoes,
NRG.
man,
His
yo.
money is still very much shaky
You
at
can
this
do it,
point.
I know.
Which means that maybe the low buy of Paper X can still find some value here. Forsaken on the shotgun.
Wall
Neo.
lagi
He's
है
on the
उसमें?
wrong patch of that, but he's doing what he can.
नहीं ऐसी है शायद wall लगी उसमें.
Very dangerous buy for NRG to be dealing with here. Paper X with a lot of weapons that could do some serious damage. This Outlaw is the main crux of the issue, though, and this is a fantastic angle for Keiko.
David,
Paper X are ready for that one. No, not quite. Oh my god. Doubling up.
GG's.
Exactly what you want to
I
see
don't
on the
think we're
Outlaw
gonna
player,
come back
and now
from it.
Paper X left hurting.
Yeah, we lost.
Didn't even fast lane, didn't even really do too much in terms of utility, or otherwise I guess Kiko just sees over the top of everything either way.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a dirty off angle over the top of the Viper wall. Not much really to be done. These are great positions for NRG. Like, they're really just out-positioning Paper X, preempting any kind of aggression. Spike dropped out in the open. Outlaw is still on the line if it's even needed. And something on double doors, cleaned up by Mata. A flawless round for NRG. And it's looking like back-to-back stomps to reverse sweep this series here.
And we're looking at an okay early half for Paper X. Double flawless. Really closing the gap slightly, but after that third round
Magic
bonus
got
of the
this,
half,
flawless.
things start to go back the way of NRG massively. I lied about the fast lane, but in either case, doesn't really help Forsaken towards
Is
the end
that
there. Finally,
a
you can see
Funko Pop on it?
5-4 rifles on Paper X.
Yep, it is. It
See
is
what
a
they come
Funko
up
Pop.
with here. Very much starting to run out of time.
Tanjiro.
Two players on
Tanjiro.
light armor. It's a glass cannon Vandal here for Divide. Quick moves into middle for Paper X. Backed up by a little bit of elbow control.
It's fully taken here. Drone to re-clear, potentially that gets removed, but the information gained. Now Jing on the line here. Brock trying to get flashed out, and something
Nice shot.
just takes him off the table.
Following
As
up.
we set the table now for A
They
as
should
well.
go.
It's going to be Scuba up first.
Yeah,
Got the poison orbs being played on in, but something has already made its way on site. He snuck away and
Nice.
finds an opportunity to just shut Kiko down. 5 versus 3 now.
Scuba,
Seems like NRG are
Nicole,
not quite
Ninja
ready for
score.
this one. Scuba has to drop off.
It's a bit of individual brilliance from
Good
something.
round.
Finds a really nice timing for those two openers. Open plant for Paper X, who are playing this from
Good
yellow
round.
side, and I think NRG are just forced to save.
Ilya, I think you still have the potential to win us this game.
I mean, they have the money for
You
it,
can
but the
do it.
numbers don't look good.
Ilya, I believe in you,
Others already
Ilya.
on the other side of the map. Paper X clinging on to this map in the series so far. 7-11. NRG still, though, in control. 2 more rounds required. Still got 3
हमको
guns.
अभी भी
Everyone's still got
5
plenty
lakhs
of
बाकी है
money.
for 40 lakhs. जल्दी
Plenty
जल्दी
of ultimates
गेम
coming
पे तुम से
online.
पहले लाइक का बटन दबा दो. मुझे नहीं पता
Done
कैसे
at the
दबाओगे.
spawn
बस
side.
दब जाना चाहिए.
I cannot believe
And
Paper X
40 करो,
exiting
मस्ती नहीं
here.
यार.
They do not have much money. It's a big
Ooh,
lineup
you
for
got two.
Ethan that takes 2 guns away from them. Scuba on the off angle now.
Peta
Tested by
web.
Envy. They are
Drop it
losing
in
all
this.
of
पे इतना
these
IQ
weapons.
नहीं है
They
ये सब
cannot
करने के
afford
लिए.
this at this point in the game here, Kev.
Yeah, it's
They don't
NRG
have
that are plenty of
इतना
money.
IQ.
Even if NRG die here, look at their bank. It's good. Paper X are like throwing their lives and their guns away for
That's
not
what
a lot of gain.
I don't know why they exited spawn side there. I got to be honest. Maybe they were concerned about the flank towards A main, but the dart confirmed that NRG was playing on spawn there. So definitely not ideal, especially when you're trying to come back from such a deficit here on the attacking side. These are weapons that you very much need.
Ethan happy with that. Doubles up with the Bulldog.
By NRG Forest.
Online. Money still amazing.
A
Blaze Storm up though from the side of NRG. And something got some magic to play with the what? Yes, sir, he does. Brock to respond. Don't even know if he gets a tag there. Doesn't look like it so far. Just completely whips on the Hunter's Fury. And on site we go now. What can Scuba do? He's alone at the moment, playing on the other side of the wall. Does he have the opportunity to burst on through? Ginger's fine. Reveal the barrel or something, and something has the freebie on Brock. Goodbye.
Bro, they won this round. Crazy.
Give him 8 PRX.
Something got another first blood. Let's go.
Something just multi-frags for
Pesel didn't reach. Yeah, they thought they were gonna do a split. So उन्होंने यहाँ पे कर दी थी.
For PRX.
Double doors.
Very much on the warpath here.
But they didn't go double doors.
Still a lot of work.
If they went, they would have all been dead right now.
No.
Again?
Probably not.
Something wants it.
The money's a little bit better this time around.
Something's keen.
That was a nice ult though. It was just unlucky. Yeah, they didn't have any plans to go from double doors.
They got 4 ultimates now as well. Forsaken one away. They're about to have the full stack. The Christmas tree online. Early Christmas for something in PRX on that round. Even though it's only July.
Looks like a timeout here. I'd imagine that's from NRG. This is getting a little bit too close for comfort. See what they can come up with. Still with plenty of cash in the back pocket to be able to put a buy together. They've got a null command, I believe, for one of these retakes. Could definitely help them out quite a bit. But their biggest issue right now is this man. Something has been phenomenal at just self-sufficiently finding these openers for PRX, and this is exactly the player that you need to start to get warmed up here. He's going to make a comeback on attack.
Look at the confidence. Well, he doesn't care. He's just going to run after Ethan. He needs the money as well in terms of not dying, but whatever. Run after him. Drop that rifle away from Ethan.
Guys, जो भी देख रहे हैं stream like कर दो. We are I don't know how many likes are available.
Getting that insane timing versus
थोड़े से likes away from 40 likes जल्दी 40 पे पहुंचा यार.
Kind of a similar story.
मुझे नहीं पता कि बहुत सारा
going the way of PRX. It's kind of night and day to the PRX we were seeing on the rest of this map for the majority of these rounds.
Yeah, very slow start for them, but very much working their way back into things now. Still more work to be done. This is where all eyes are on NRG post their timeout to make a nice little adjustment. A couple of times this series, they've already been in some rougher positions than this. At least this time they're front running before the timeout's needed. 2 very big ultimates here. Both Marta and Ethan have got the Reckoning and Null Command respectively. Yeah. Could give PRX a lot of problems here, but the pick could be fantastic to set up one of these post plants. Device been holding on to it for quite some time.
Big shot, Kiko. Makes his mark found. Shut down the big carrier PRX. That'll cause some problems.
Absolutely. Scuba on the line that he's played in multiple situations here. Going to drop himself the snake bite. Both teams just trading out a little bit of utility, a bit of pressure on this B side. Destroy out a big rotation here for NRG, and Ethan on the other side of things.
Just have to go
playing very safely, not toe out of line. Even if PRX make their way into A, the KO knife has scouted exactly where they're headed, and like I said before, there's some very big ults here for NRG with a man advantage to close this round after an excellent opening pick on something.
It's going to be playing for a full retake now because you don't really see the rotation just
they also
yet. Jing's going to rip his ultimate out just to reposition on site itself.
Ethan probably saving ult for yeah, probably.
It's a pit for Brickside,
though,
not actually on the side. I think they very much understand that the Reckoning is going to be a problem here.
So ult पे आ जाएगा.
As well. I mean, you've got both ultimates that can sort of defuse the Viper's pit in due time, and they should both be used here as well. Hunter's Fury coming in. Envy shoving away NRG ever so slightly, and I don't think he actually got a tag there, unfortunately. Here it comes now. Reckoning push in. The entire squad. Right behind it. Jing goes down for second trays on the Brock, and Envy as well on the Scooper. It's looking fine for PRX so far, but Ethan has something to say about it. 2 versus 2 now. Ethan low HP. Kiko.
Ethan 1 HP.
Operator on this retake, doubling up his PRX together.
That shock dart.
Time is starting to run out now.
Nice round.
With 4 this round will deliver the 9th for PRX.
Yeah, that's very clever pit placement there.
बहुत ही पहले impact round था
making all the difference. Both of the ults burned through for NRG.
Yeah, Ethan
Their
ने भाई
timeout still not able to walk away with with the gun
I didn't
rounds,
get it.
even after something gets picked
So
early
what
on,
पे
it's been a
reduce
big
करना
difference
चाहिए था.
maker in a couple of these gun rounds. They're still able to navigate their way into a 4-on-5 where NRG had all the information, numbers advantage, all the ults, post-tack timeout, and they still lose the follow-up gun round.
Yes.
That is
Brock
rough.
with his entire knife.
5v4,
Yeah,
as
exactly.
mentioned,
What's
but
happening?
they gave up sight. Full retake. You'll say they've got ultimates for the retake, but they ended up
And they
not
launched the
really getting rid of the
retake.
pit at all. And Hunter's Fury from Envy as well to slow down that retake. And at the end of the day, 2v2 goes the way of
Winnable, still
PRX
winnable.
and NRG.
PRX can do this comeback, I mean, scene comeback, or if we can
Yeah,
just
this
win
is another timeout here for
Right,
NRG.
PRX got this now.
2 rounds
Yeah,
in a
I
row.
still think so.
This is very problematic indeed. I think whatever
Unless
was
PRX
said in
throws
the
around,
initial
they got
timeout
this.
hasn't really come to pass, and the coaching staff of NRG
I think it's
are really
time
trying to
for
hammer home the
4 second
point
to
they
pop
need
off
to
now.
close this game here.
Everyone did except for him.
I mean, honestly,
4 second, I believe in
going
you.
into the upper bracket
You can't
qualification
do
match
it.
at
मुझे लगता है
the
कि
end of
4
this group
second
against
एक ace मार
Vitality,
सकता
so
है. Feeling आ रही है अंदर से.
hard days
एकदम
are not behind
अच्छी
you
वाली.
at the end of the day, but you definitely want to make your life easier.
He's not
by
shooting
going into
very
the lowers
crispy.
here against KC on home turf.
Lack of an armor by for NRG as their money situation has finally dwindled down. They still can afford weapons. Notably, you do have that off on the Kiko and on the line early, but look at his HP already destroyed.
Yeah, great shock there from Envy to kick things off. Scuba
Damage
very much on
अच्छा
his
था,
lonesome.
damage
NRG set up heavily inside a middle. Have to wait for the mid to late round
Just
to try to
should
go for a
be.
flood here. How much work can
But
Scuba
nice
get done? If he does get a pick
call.
and cleanly is able
Nice
to get
call
away here,
by
he can
PRX.
potentially drop a pit and buy some time. But PRX diving into the site.
Yeah, high tide coming in. Good timing coming through Ramada as well. That'll buy time for Brock to arrive as well. And soon, Kiko to follow through.
PRX doesn't have space.
Going PRX is trying to make their way through the back left side. Still haven't found Scuba yet, by the way. Forsaken, though, gets Marta out of the way. And Scuba finally activates alongside Brock. Bring this one down to a 4 versus 3.
Scuba still
no
on
plan to
site.
be heard of at the moment. 50 seconds left to play through. And
Holy
PRX,
Scuba smokes
are they
बहुत
committed
सारे.
to this?
Yeah, for sure they are. This is a localized 3-on-3. Ethan's
Nice
inside
one,
a middle.
Envy.
Envy gives them the
3v3.
advantage, at least on the B side for the time being. Kiko down to 50 HP right since day dot. Something's found Ethan inside a middle.
Nice one.
Kiko trading one back.
2v2.
Scuba hiding inside of his poison orb here. He's trying to be a little bit cheeky.
30 seconds left.
And Kiko sliding
Nice.
through that dark cover. PRX with 2 frags in quick
Comeback
succession
time,
to get themselves
comeback time.
double digits. How many rounds in a row is this, Kev?
A lot. We're about to find on out. It was starting to look like a nightmare for PRX before, but in the last 5 or so rounds, they have been waking up. Opportunities here abound.
Yes.
As they just get
Really
both the last
crucial
2
pick
plays
by
with 2v2s. I mean,
Envy.
this is like the magical number.
Yeah.
2v2. PRX winning those.
I mean,
handedly.
Pretty consistently, NRG are up in numbers, but then when we head into these awkward post-plant situations, PRX are just making the right moves in the mid-round to be able to kind of outmaneuver NRG, who are now out of cash.
That's it. This is like the first time NRG are really out of cash
Please
for the
no
side
fake
as well. They're making some
comeback.
moves now.
Yeah, exactly.
Led by the flash coming
Please
through.
don't get ecoed.
Forsaken and Envy.
Go on.
Ready for anything. What they're really ready
Equal
for is a
unit,
free sight on a Scuba. I have to play retake here, buddy.
Yeah, not much to be done.
All 5 playing together, that's a very good sign.
I think he's probably getting pretty sick of it at this point.
Only
Phantom in hand.
Scuba on it, that is a very
The
good
drone goes
sign.
forward for PRX.
They might
He's
even
gonna
fuck you,
tuck
bro.
himself into the side.
They will not.
Forsaken, very much hot on his heels.
Oh my god,
Comes away
okay.
with 2, but there's really not much left in this buy here for NRG, despite yet another man advantage.
It's about as well as you can do. Getting the double up there is pretty nice. And overdrive for Forsaken now.
Nice.
To clean things
No,
up.
they won't get
Something
equal.
on Kiko, 3 versus 3. But again, the money and also the guns all the way in PRX.
NRG horrible read, yeah.
That's not a bad shot from Ethan, though. You respect it.
God.
Now you're on for the retake for real. 3 versus 2. And he still has an ultimate to play through, but not positioned for it at the moment. Despite the lack of guns here, NRG moving together as a team, and Envy doesn't quite land the shot. But
might
with
get
it,
equal.
Envy another opportunity, and Brock finds him. Gets a double, and NRG, despite having like no money
They got
at all.
decoded.
They get
Yeah.
12.
Yeah, both of the rounds you expect them to be putting together, they're not quite able to do it, but apparently they don't need coach intervention. Retake complete, and that's series point here for NRG.
They got equal. That is crazy. Fake comeback. Oh, sorry.
PRX very much under the pump now. Need 2 in a row to push us through to OT, and that's where the comeback is just going to need to continue chugging along.
They
Much better
got
looking by
it.
here for NRG heading to the last. The pit wasn't even needed. Good double up from Scuba. Just sliding into the pocket with the Phantom.
I mean, really does like that shot was good.
Yeah,
Ethan
that was
hitting that one is probably the round winner, but I think
नहीं यार. Very bad
that
sign.
wouldn't have mattered
Very
as
bad
much
sign.
if Scuba didn't get that first two. So the combination of their efforts.
Bro, the presence of mind to know that he's on the off angle up on top of Bricks. Quick one to start here for PRX. Trying to be shut down by Ethan's KO knife, but PRX going to push the issue into A.
Yep. Flashing on through. What can we find here? Mada on the Jing, but not
Mada.
really seeing much else from Ethan's POV.
GG's.
Doesn't matter though,
Good
because it's
game.
still a 5v3. Mada's making good work of this defensive so far.
Yep,
My
good
God, Mada. Look at the triple here. Envy taken down as well. This might be the end.
GG's.
PRX have got one left. 1 versus 5. Divide with all of the work to do. The NRG will not be undone here. You feel like the 13 is there. He's revealed. Divide with the secondary.
David.
And a 1v3 here. This has to be an ace clutch, buddy. It's not going to be anything less than that. NRG can taste the victory. But can they get this one cleanly here without Divide walking out?
He's trying to slip away. Putting the wall up and down to keep them interested. He's been able to pinch the spike, but Scuba trying to stay one step ahead of this pivot back over to the B site. Tucks himself nice and safely into elbow with 40 seconds on the clock.
Viper versus Viper. Might have just made a little bit of noise there. Scuba calls the troops into action. Here's the footsteps for sure by now. Planner's got to come on through, and the timing should be good. 1 HP goes down as zero, and NRG clean things up. Puckett saw it coming. He handed me the USA card.
The fake
and that is
hope.
indeed the victor today.
The million
PRX falling, Pacific falling in general, and NRG move through.
Yeah, it's a sad day on the B stream for the Pacific teams. Both RRQ and PRX
no
going
Pacific
down to
teams.
NRG and 100 Thieves respectively. I mean, there's something in the
agree.
water here in Paris for the teams from the Americas. They're doing pretty damn well for themselves.
Something in the water. Maybe the bad side as well, unfortunately, for both PRX and RRQ. PRX, fantastic start on the Fracture. Pretty okay to start things out with on Lotus as well, but lost momentum towards the end. Didn't have much momentum to start with on this final map of Breeze, and despite the
I
small
like the
comeback
NRG
towards the end,
yeah, I
just
do
couldn't
it too.
close it.
NRG also looks very clean.
Check,
पीछे
check.
ऐसे लिखा हुआ
Right here?
है unvote clean.
Yeah.
बहुत
All right.
मस्त है.
Gentlemen, let's talk a little bit about what we just witnessed because you promised me 3 games. I was celebrating way early. I was making little flags out here, handing them to Avril. Instead, PRX doesn't go down without a fight. But how do you give up the 1 round when you finally have your opponent broke? How did NRG get that job done?
I mean, it's just courtesy of a blinder of a shot from Ethan. That was 3 rounds in a row where they had man advantage coming in on some of those retakes. The Harbor Comp, very good in those retake scenarios, but that is just a little bit of individual brilliance from a team that knows how to play under pressure, very familiar with PRX. You can't just out-macro them all day long, Kev. You do actually have to make some big plays against a team that's very good at just the same.
I feel like it's the exact opposite of what we saw in terms of PRX got themselves momentum back in this half with that eco, and then you have that Scuba Ethan moment, the combination of the two. If one of them made their play work but the other one didn't, I don't think it's enough. But the fact that both of them were able to find their mark on that extremely important round 22, that's what delivers the win overall.
Mike Kiko, though, asked you was going to top frag in the lobby, and you said it wasn't going to be this guy. The jet comes out, the op comes out, the damage is dealt on both sides. Something was also able to get into double digits quite early into this game. How did you see it playing out, though, Mitch? Was it early picks from Kiko that's setting up the team? Or was it the late game where he's really able to maximize?
I think mostly he was getting involved in the early round. I think much the same can be said for something. Both of them were quite happy to be playing the operator or playing the outlaw most of the time, diving in on the entry. On the attacking side, we saw a lot of heads-up optals between both of them. And I think they both had a pretty respectable game, but at the end of the day, NRG, in a lot of those rounds, I felt like had their heads screwed on right, they were reading the rotation super well.
Yes.
They just gave themselves more breathing room at the end of the day. At one point, they were up 11-6, and that was a bit too much of a deficit for PRX to overcome. Unfortunately, both on both of the last 2 maps of that series, they were just far too far behind.
And I was checking out Twitter during the game, and on X.
ये भी live अभी तक? No, they're not.
You expecting a different map pool? Because I'm not kidding here. Apparently, PRX is 4-0 against NRG leading up to today. Now they will be 4-2, I guess. 4-1, now 4-2 after this loss. So Avril, thoughts on the overall series, and do we see this rematch later on? Because reminder, if you lose in the next round, you'll go down to play the winner of that elimination match. It's double elimination in each group.
Yeah, I think Sunset might have to be on the mind a little bit more for PRX now. Certainly, I mean, they want to show that they can still win these Breezes and Lotuses, but those snaps are looking less clean now. We saw a little bit of wavering in the grand finals of London, and now versus NRG, that wavering has gone into certain losses. So Fracture, we know they're good on. They confirmed that one, but the other two maps, particularly how bad that Lotus was at the end, was leaving a lot to be desired.
I don't think it's a map pool problem, honestly. Like, I don't think Sunset would have made any difference at all. I think NRG is still pretty good at Sunset. I think NRG was just a better team. They kind of outplayed them in the reverse sweep. You got to give them their flowers there. And PRX, as we know from the London final, a little bit hot and cold sometimes.
I am going to use the regional jet lag excuse on behalf of all our Pacific teams. We will talk about that more in a little bit. In the meantime, we have our interview ready. Jenny, take it away.
Thanks, guys. Ethan, congratulations on the win here against PRX. A bit of a revenge match if we're looking at the last time you guys went up against them was Santiago. So all in all, how does it feel to actually knock them down a peg?
Feels good. We knew coming in it was going to be a hard game. So especially first game of the tournament for us, it's good to get a W.
It's absolutely great because you also got to build that momentum, but I kind of want to talk about the preparation that went into this to be able to show such a consistent and strong showing on that first match of anything. What was that looking like?
Yeah, we boot camped for around like a week and a half. Took a decent break after London. Knew we needed it. And yeah, the prep's been really good.
When you're talking about needing the break from London, what exactly do you think you guys needed a break from? Was it just like the continuous competition? Was it more like a mental reset?
NRG played good.
Mental reset for sure. Went on a little team vacation, so it was good. And yeah, it was just a very busy schedule before London, and obviously not placing well. We knew the answer wasn't just go back to work. It was, you need a little reset.
We've been seeing quite a bit of upsets today here at EWC. So when it comes to expectations for you guys in terms of how far you'll be able to make it in this event, do you have any?
I always expect to win every tournament I go to. So that's it.
Good answer.
All right, well, thank you so much. I'm going to let you go. That's it from us over here. We're going to be heading back over to the desk. So Paquet, take it away.
Thank you very much, Jenny. And despite NRG's win tonight, apparently the rest of the world still has faith in PRX winning all of EWC.
Yeah.
Are you worried about your squad from the Pacific?
No. Not at all. 0%. The problem with this group, though, I'm not worried about the next game. I'm worried about the qualification game. If they don't get through the lower final, then I'm done.
Right.
Like they should.
They
win
should
the
handle
game.
RRQ, no problem.
Oh no,
they're not the other group.
KC.
We're in Group B.
It's KC. I think it's KC in the lower bracket. No disrespect to KC, but this is a stacked group. I think NRG Vitality. I don't know who's going to win that game, but whoever comes down from that lower bracket game, that's who PRX has to beat, in my opinion. But we'll see if KC do something crazy.
We'll talk more about that, guys. I'm told we got to get to the graphics. Are you ready for the schedule, chat? Because I sure am. We've got 2 more matches coming your way. In fact, I'm just going to read them out loud. It's Global Esports versus MIBR. And then, of course, we'll follow that one up with the Group C battle. Gentlemates here from France will be putting on for their team. XLG will be on our stage. Thoughts on these 2 games coming in?
Honestly, I'm looking at GE coming off the back of London. MIBR is not going to be an easy opponent. GE's got a little bit of instability. There's a couple little dramas happening over there. So we'll see how they're looking coming into this event in particular. And then Shilai Gentlemates. I mean, I want to see how good the teams from China are looking. So far, you saw EDG already fall to BBL in that initial matchup. I'm sure that Shilai want to try to get that dub there.
Shilai had an interesting run last EWC as well. They didn't quite have their 5th play in, had their coach playing this time around. EDG are the team that sort of have that issue. So Shilai, we've got the full force coming on through. It's going to come down to whether Raga has a good day. I feel like he didn't have a good tournament last EWC, so he's looking for a much better one now.
We've got plenty of time to talk about that tomorrow at 1 p.m. That is when the show is going to be kicking off. On behalf of Avril, Mitch, and everyone behind the scenes, thank you very much for watching. This is our goodbye. I'm doing it right now. We're going to say goodbye to all of you. 1 p.m. We're live with day 2 here on the Bravo stream.
Hopefully on time, bro. Hopefully on time.
Thank you.
खत्म हो गई स्ट्रीम तो हम भी बंद करें. Let us change the chart. Hello. Hopefully it is changed to just chatting वाला section जो भी है. तो गाइस आज की स्ट्रीम्स तो बहुत क्रेजी हुई. आई थिंक 2-3 क्लिप्स शायद इंस्टा पे आ सकती हैं. सो मेक श्योर टू फॉलो माई इंस्टा इफ़ यू हैवंट ऑलरेडी. मेरे को आई जस्ट गिव अ लिंक ऊपर. ओ आ गया इंस्टा. यस. तो इंस्टा की लिंक जाओ एंड मेक श्योर. ओ दोनों वाह भाई दो बॉट है मेरे पास, पता नहीं क्यों. वट एवर. तो जाओ इंस्टा पे एंड मेक श्योर टू फॉलो एंड स्टे ट्यून्ड कल के मैचेस और कल के लाइव के लिए. जस्ट आज के लिए सैवेज साइनिंग ऑफ. हाँ मे बी कम बैक गेम खेलने का मन तो है. लेट्स सी. अभी सैवेज साइनिंग ऑफ. टेक केयर. बाय बाय.